Hello and welcome to the Western EU DPC. T, if you could have played that off, man. Nobody knew. Nobody knew that I just heard a massive crash coming from T Governor's end right like a second before we went live there. But, are you okay? It sounded like someone just hit you over the head with a bat.
No, I was looking at this screen, looking at some cool stats. I then looked to this side and I just bloody elbowed the microphone. The arm just disappeared. Had to frantically just retighten it real quick. We're here. We fixed it like as we were going in. But yeah, what up, Leonard? What are we doing?
So, man, I think we get to cast some Div 2 Western EU DPC, so that's pretty hype. That's pretty hype. I've been enjoying these guys. A lot of teams kind of shuffling about, but of course, yesterday was where all the action take place. But 2-0s across the board, T-Gov. Is that what you were expecting?
I think this was the first time we ever had 2-0s in Division 2 on day one. I think that was the dumb stat I brought up last time. And no, not really. I think when you look at these teams like ITV, always got a punch in them, always got a bit of fight. Ivy, they're always like the middle pack contenders. They always take games and kind of survive the divisions. They're never really threatening securing that top placement, but already Ivy taking the L, ITB taking an L. Alliance, unfortunately, they went up against Level Up. Level Up, they even struggled. They're playing some third-party tournaments. They were struggling against some other regional Div 2 teams, even teams that didn't make it to Division 2, and then they come in and beat Alliance. So quite a lot of volatility, I feel, right now in this division.
Yeah, but I think, you look at the players on the side of Level Up, and even though their past performances haven't been that great so far, I feel like when they hit their pace, these guys are going to look pretty damn good. You've got the Hakan there, you got Milan, these guys have had so much experience. Some kind of newer-ish players in Lorenov and Sweden Strong, but again, still been around like more than long enough to be considered, very, very capable players. So yeah, definitely looking at this Level Up squad, and especially after their win over Alliance yesterday, they are now looking like one of those teams which people are going to be maybe paying a bit more attention to. But again, like most Division 2s, you usually go into it going, I know who's going to come out on top here, and I just don't at this one, And, one of the teams which didn't play yesterday and who's probably on a lot of people's lips when it comes to the two teams we're expecting to be in the top is Enigma Galaxy. So, let's very quickly just talk about this series before we sum up the rest of the day.
It's going to be arguably the best series just for how good Enigma's going to be. But that is the first series. I think if we look at the third series that we have here, Alliance versus Into the Breach, it's a scary series. Both teams already have one loss to their name. You get 2 losses in Division 2. Then instantly you're hoping for other teams to do poorly, to then get tiebreakers, to then get to Division 1 to get that TI seeding. So whoever loses this series between these two teams, the rest of the tour is just going to be a mental battle, not about the Dota at that point. And of course, Manaspa OG, both teams with the win. Both teams kind of emulating each other's playstyle. I'd argue Manaspa copying a bit of OG. Of course, OG isn't copying Manaspa, but still that's a very, very even series to some degree.
Yeah, and I think their playstyles, at least if they're kind of playing in the same vein as they were yesterday, it's going to be pretty similar as well. We can expect brawling, we can expect fighting. Like when it comes to, fun, I think Series 2 is going to be the one to watch. When it comes to drama, Series 3 is definitely the one you want to tune in for. But if you're looking for out-and-out skill, then I think you're probably in the right place for Series 1. So let's talk about it. Of course, we mentioned Enigma Galaxy. They've made some changes to their roster. What do you think of these new players coming into the team?
Honestly, just massive pickups, right? When you think of Mikey, it's this stand-in for the Dream League 19 for Shopify. I think, they finished 3rd in that tournament, if memory serves me well. And it's all with the stand-in, right? It's like insane. And then you have Yuma, who he had a stint in just NA teams. He went to South America for a small stint. He then comes back. He then pretty much carries D2 Hustlers into Division 1. Unfortunately, he then gets poached away because of how good he was. And I think for Yuma, at least, when you look at his Dota buff, he is that core player that always has like double-digit kills, like barely any deaths. Like he's just so consistent. And I think the key thing from experience of knowing Yuma outside of like the competitive scene, he knows what hero he wants to play. Like he's a carry that has a voice. Like he isn't like a yes man type carry. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this team.
Yeah, and of course, Yuma, he had a pretty good performance down in the Americas, used to trouncing Division 2s. Him on DogChamp did work, that's for sure, over in that season. So, he's got his stomping shoes on, but of course, slightly different grounds around here. We'll see how they're able to do, but I'm so excited to see Mikey play again. I mean, it was so sick. You know, I love it when you get a newcomer coming into the scene and they just make such a huge splash, which he was able to do with Shopify. Now, I would say very different circumstances. You know, Shopify, they have a very special way of drafting where they'll always put Saberlight in a good position where he can kind of like solo his lane pretty much, which enables Crit to rotate to the middle lane. It always makes Abed look like a god. And, you know, he has the skills to match. And Mikey showed that he can play on a similar level. So that is definitely something special, but very different environment in this team. It's going to be interesting to see if Nigma try to enable him, try to enable Yuma, which way round they play it, how sacrificial mind control is going to be. I've got a lot of question marks, but I'm very excited to find out the answers because I'm sure Kuro's got a very good plan for it. Let's take a look at the other side of the coin, though. The team which people might know a little bit less about, but that is, of course, Ancient Tribe. I feel like last season I was kind of expecting these guys to be one of the top 3 or 4, but I think they ended up 4th last season. Not quite the result they were wanting.
Yeah, they. I think they had the biggest glow up. Oh, that's a phrase I've never used in Dota before. Yeah, they finished 3rd. This was when you think about the players on this roster, you know, Lil Pleb, Mobai, Alex LeBron, like these are the guys that were always mainstays in Division 2. Of course, Mobai used to play on Ivy, then he shifted over, and then Ivy kind of crumbled away from that kind of German powerhouse team it used to be in the national scene. But yeah, these guys are just consistently the Div 2 guys, and I think the biggest change for them this tour is they have Urdu Thunders, offlaner Wuta has come in, because of course Amar moving to that team, you know, have the offlane on free market. Offlane is a hot commodity right now, so he's now joined Ancient Tribe instead of, I think it was Mixer. And the difference in these two offlanes already is going to be Mixer was a very much the Visage Lycan style aggressive player, and then you have Wuta, who's incredibly versatile. He happily will play whatever's needed for the team.
Yeah, loves a tide, loves a nice brick wall hero, but is also capable of going aggressive as well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's you know, kind of been Lil Pleb, Alex, and LeBron just trying to find their 2 and 3 players. They've been with Mobe now a little bit, and Wood's coming into the mix as well. Yeah, I think they're looking to make a splash here, honestly. I think they're ready to come in and make a statement with this first game, so I'm expecting both of these teams to be gunning for blood. Like, Nigma, the expectation is on them. Ancient Tribe, you know, they're looking to prove themselves, and they failed to do that last season, so there's going to be a real fire behind this team, and especially, like, LeBron and stuff, right, who's been around for so long, you know, they just want to get one of these big wins.
Oh, I feel like, has LeBron, when was the last time he made it to Division 1? Because okay, it's been some time. I was looking at 2021, I was like, oh, that was it. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, so he's been a Division 2 mainstay for so long. And yeah, I think going up against Nigma in the first ever series of your run, it kind of a make or break it, right? You lose to them.
Exactly, yeah.
And then it's like, well, we lost to arguably potentially first seed, right? So just beat everyone else and we should get second. Or you beat them and now suddenly you're like, wait, are we the guys? Are we the top guys? So like for a team that actually has the competitive edge, I see Ancient Tribe, when I look at the teams, it's like, I feel Nigma's probably number 1. And then I'd put OG Ancient Tribe and potentially even Level Up as like a solid, like kind of contestants. And then I think Alliance, ITB, Ivy are kind of like a little bit below that. And Manaspa, they're not even in this power ranking. They're in their own little Manaspa world because I don't know what's happening with them.
Manaspa are either first or last, one or the other. All right. We do have the draft available, so let's get into it and see how this one is going to go. What are these minds going to come up with for this first game of the DPC? Both of these teams' debut performances. And we're starting things off with the techies. Once a meme, now meta.
Yeah, very, very solid meta, of course. You lock down the lane, and here, look at this. We've got Ancient Tribe fully on boot camp. Vibes be flowing.
Love to see it.
Jerseys are on. They're ready. And oh my golly gosh, look at this.
Damn.
Okay, I will start by saying that Yuma has potentially the worst posture of any pro player I've seen in history. Some of the ways that he was sitting, crushing Division 2, he had like knees up, legs out, back turn. I don't know, this guy, he's just chilling, big chilling when he's playing his carry, but alas. Draft-wise, Nigma, I like the Beastmaster response to the Doom. It's always nice to have that BKB piercing raw and just map progression, because Doom naturally just kind of AFKs for so long, and he doesn't defend his towers. And if you can drag Doom away from that AFK farm state, that's when he hurts a lot. So Beast that's why it's a pretty good counter.
Yeah, definitely ticking the boxes here. Both these teams kind of grabbing themselves a very aggressive support who can get a lot of damage out, and then a carry hero with that big kind of anti-carry spell. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a very good way to kind of draft into a team which you're not entirely sure what kind of game they're going to be playing. You know, neither of these teams have a very defined strategy when it comes to where the focus is going to be. So just making sure that if one guy comes out with a killer performance, you know, if Mikey just turns up with the same performance he was having in Dream League, then they're going to be able to counter that with at least Aurora at the moment, which is a very nice arrow to have in your quiver.
Yeah, and you got to think about Ancient Tribe. They're a team that's actually been playing a couple third-party tournaments, some Pinnacle Cup, some Insight Leagues and stuff. So there's like at least information to go off. And then when you look at Nigma, it's like there's nothing. Sure, there's years of drafting patterns from Kuroki, but to be the first team to go up against Nigma with no real kind of, okay, they played one best of 3, they did this on first pick. Like that is, you're just drafting blind and you're kind of setting up the information for the rest of the teams to look at down the line. So you need to be so careful approaching this style of draft. And it's why you see Ancient Tribe looking for that Doom and looking for these kind of stable heroes that don't have that volatility in the draft so far.
Yeah. Keep it stable, keep it simple, but also play to your strengths. That's the key. I am looking to see more stuns coming out from Ancient Tribe. The one thing I find about this Pugna Doom opening is that, you know, obviously you have Doom, but other than that, there is really little control, initiation. That's something you're really going to be lacking. You're probably going to need at least one of the other cores to pick something which goes in and gets stuff done. So probably not going to be the kind of, you know, semi-carry from the mid lane kind of game for Mikey this time.
I feel like he's setting himself up for a keeper at like mid lane. Already with the Storm ban, having the Beastmaster techies, heroes that naturally can progress the map. I think Keeper Light already, just the Storm ban alone is kind of making me have this hint. Like, so Beastmaster Hawk, Kotl can TP on it with the Boots of Travel. You play super high pace, and everything I mentioned about Doom being a very static offlaner, it's going to be showcased in a game where the mid buys bots and wants to make these moves. So I think they need to be careful, mindful of this hero potentially. And I wouldn't even be opposed to Ancient Tribe giving it that casual ban. One thing, look at him.
Yeah, a lot of vibe. One thing I'm gonna miss, you know, is the MOBA backgrounds. You know, do you remember the advertising, the self promotion? You know, my guy was like,
wasn't it his family who got it for him or something? Because he started doing DPC stuff more, and then, or was it his organization? Either way, it was like a wholesome journey and where he got the background. To give context, guys, in case you're not aware, imagine a green screen fold down kind of thing. Instead of being a green screen, it was just like Mobile's information, his logo, right? So during DPC, he had like a very well branded background, you know, compared to other players where they had just, you know, illegal backgrounds hinting at low skill there. We had to change that one.
I'm not aware. What did he have as his background?
I think he had a gun.
Oh, okay.
But I think it was like a BB gun or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a real one, but
sure it was.
Obviously, it wasn't for stream, you know.
Yeah.
And then he got a swift little message and was like, "Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll put that little paintball machine out the way."
Yeah. What is that in the background? It's a BB gun, I swear.
Yeah, exactly. 13 of them.
All right, let's take a look at these bands.
Oh, by the way,
the Kotl. They do love it, Nigma, don't they?
It's coming. It's coming.
All right. So there comes a Bloodseeker. That is something. I mean, is this a good lane versus the Beastmaster, or what do you see the reason for this pick?
It's a good lane versus Beastmaster. I feel like you could probably close out your phase with like a Lich or some Crystal Maiden, and now Doom Pugna should be sufficient. The Bloodseeker should deal with the aggression of the Beastmaster and that kind of map progression you're looking from the hero, and that's going to be a key aspect for Ancient Tribe here. When you have a Doom, you need to make sure your other lanes are self-sufficient because this hero isn't the one making the move. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Ooh, very interesting.
Yeah, it's about winning the lanes. I think when one team goes for the Bloodseeker, and then, okay, Beastmaster might not have a good time, Nigma's response is, okay, we'll make sure your Doom doesn't have a good time. And they go for the Witch Doctor, the Monkey King. Currently a very popular build on Witch Doctor, popularized by Solo and Snaking, is to not even level your stun. And if you do level your stun, it's one casual point in it. And then you're maxing your Maledict and your heal after that. And you're just running around amplifying your team through heal whilst also punishing your opponents with a Maledict. It'll be interesting to see what Kuroki's read is on this hero. Does he feel that not having more points in stun for laning presence will be key? Will he go for the hill? Something that we'll look forward to in the laning phase for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that as well, and I like it a lot most of the time, but I do think Maledict is kind of weaker when there's a lot of heals on the enemy team. And at the moment, we're looking at a Bloodseeker and a Pugner. Those are 2 heals coming straight out. Doom has great regen as well and can get more if he wants it. So that does reduce the effectiveness of Maledict somewhat. That might be a consideration for Kuro. We'll see what direction he decides to go in.
Yep. Currently, LeBron's thinking about his hero here. I still think some Lich, Crystal Maiden, even like Enchantress or something probably would be okay, just to make sure that you pack a punch in your safe lane. Like, I feel like you need to mirror. Absolutely riveting pick from Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, it does make sense though. You know, it does give you that turn your little guy that wants to run in. Just make sure he's a slightly stronger little guy, that he's not just going to get slapped in the face by a monkey. And yeah, things are going to be a little bit safer for you. Again, I do look at this draft and I go, you know, Ancient Tribe, where's your catch? Where's your initiation? You know, how are you actually getting into these fights? How are you catching out this Monkey King? And the answer at the moment is, I don't really know. We've got a Blink Doom and that's probably about it.
Yeah, it's all about the mids right now. Nigma already covering themselves in the second phase of bans with the Storm and the Ember. Now they're looking towards the Puck as well. I'm trying to think what mobile plays that does enable that type of jump. I guess the other option they could do is there's the Cuddle ban. Finally, they banned it out, yeah. Trying to think what his hero would be. I guess Void Spirit's still available, which would be kind of that get an active rune and make the players. Mobile is a Timbersaw player, but I don't know how much you want to. I guess Timbersaw's actually kind of fine because you drag the Monkey King from his farming patterns to then have to look to the fight. It could cause some issues, but then you're going into Maledicts. It could be awkward, but still could potentially be a Timber game. Oh, it's banned out. My apologies.
Right,
already banned out. All good.
Fair
or just got banned out, but still.
Yeah. I mean, I actually wouldn't have liked that for Ancient Tribe, to be fair. I just want to see them grab a Void Spirit for themselves if they can. I just feel like that's... I can't believe it's still in the pool, to be fair, but I just feel like that's the best hero for both of these teams at the moment. That's where I stand on it.
I mean, Ancient Tribe has last pick, so it's... Yeah. The argument now is like, if they don't want to... If they expect Enigma to want to go for it, they have to ban it out, right? Unless they already have a counter, which you could argue Bloodseeker is a counter. He can't Astral Step away. Sure, he can dissimulate away. Doesn't take the damage, but still, it's... This is more an Ancient Tribe to decide if the Void Spirit enters the game or not. When I'm looking at Mikey's heroes from Dream League, at least, and I think the playstyle Nigma wants is the active core. Oh, an Invoker ban. That hero we haven't seen too much. Teams don't really think it's that good with the fighting meta we have, but I'm seeing at least Quas-Wex Invoker rise up a little bit more. And wow,
what a shocker. What a shocker. Who could have predicted? There it is, coming out from Enigma Galaxy, and that's going to kind of round off their draft. Very nice, very aggressive. I think these guys can take, if they get a good lane, then they are going to be kind of running at Ancient Tribe, and I'm not sure Ancient Tribe have a whole lot to stop them just yet, so got to make sure these lanes are stabilized. But, you know, they have good supports in the Pugner and the Lich, so I'm not expecting Enigma Galaxy to do well just on paper, but of course, there is always the outskill potential, and the final pick for them, Necrophos. Okay, another Mobe.
Oh yeah, sorry, just to confirm, are we saying Mobe or Mobai?
Mobe, because he is
to sync up.
Yeah.
Because I know this was not a big thing, but it was something we asked about 2 tours ago, and my silly little brain has already forgotten, so... Alternative IDs, Mickey. That's clearly a reason why it's alternative. Sorry, I'm on his Wikipedia page.
Are we doing Mobe because he's Bay, or are we doing Mobai because they're...
Mobe? Oh, God,
what works better for you? What's more natural for you? All right, you can have a think about it. Let's have a look at these drafts. So they didn't really get what I was asking for at Ancient Tribe. It does feel like a kind of it's a very globby group of heroes. This, you know, if these guys get strong, they're gonna walk around the map together. They've got so much heals, so much like sustain. If they get ahead, it's just going to feel like an impossible boulder rolling around the map. But at the same time, if they fall behind, I feel like their kind of ways to play back into the game are pretty limited. So it's a bit of a risk, I would say, Ancient Tribe have gone for.
I feel like Ancient Tribe, when you think about MOBA's hero pool, it's Viper, Necrophos, Timbersaw. Like he plays, of course, all the spirits. He plays them a lot. But when they're banned out, he instantly goes to, I want to crush you in the lane. And if I can't make players on the map, I will remove your playmaker from the map. So then we're kind of doing the same job of just awkwardly having to farm. So I can respect that mindset, but often it can fall flat. You die that one time, that one positional error. Ancient Tribe, sure, there's a lot of hills, but if they're torn across the map with Monkey King split pushing, Beastmaster split pushing, and they're never able to perfectly get that 5-man death ball that you're mentioning, it can be punishable. So it is a heavy lineup that break apart any game. But if you misplay, don't respect your opponent's macro gameplay, then you're just a Necrophos with no playmaking tools, and the game's just going to feel like you're chasing them, hunting them, but never finding them.
You're just a green old man wandering around the map with nothing to do. Yeah, it's it seems tough. I think Ancient Tribe have put themselves in a difficult situation. I do believe in their ability to win with this draft, to be clear, but I think like the ways back into the game, or like the ways to kind of take the game, are really limited. You know, they have a strategy and they have to play that strategy. Meanwhile, I mean, Nameless Draft can do anything. Every single hero is kind of self-sufficient. You know, they can just, everyone has a stun, everyone has a jump, everyone has the abilities to just kind of get shit done. And I love a get shit done kind of draft. So I'm definitely feeling Nigma for this first game. But what about you? What way you leaning?
I think I'm feeling Nigma just for the Yuma Monkey King factor. I think even if Ancient Tribe find that death ball, I don't think they'll be able to break the base quick enough to then be able to deal with like the Wukong on the high ground.
Yeah, you can't catchy monkey this game either as well. Like you can't really jump in and grab him unless you got some kind of like Blink Doom, loads of other items as well. He's got to be fat. He's got to be real fat. Got an obesity lineup on the side of Ancient Tribe. That's what they need. Both teams playing it very passive straight off the bat here. No team really pushing super far forward for the bounty runes. Just keeping eyes on each other. No crazy smokes like we saw yesterday from OG and ITB. That was good fun.
They were trying to respect the Beastmaster making stacks and the ability to prevent it being too fluid with the ball. And also we got to see the nice little Quelling Blade tree cut to put the sentry. But Ancient Tribe, they don't really have the heroes, because if they smoke up into an area and find heroes, they're like, we're gonna die now probably. So I think they're respecting the need to really scale into this game.
Yeah.
Any opportunity where they feed away a kill or two, give away a first blood, it's just going to accelerate Nigma's timing to be able to deal with that death ball.
Interesting block coming out from Wita. Look at that at bottom. He's blocked 2 creeps so incredibly well. Like that is crazy. Up in the top, a bit of trading going on as well. But yeah, it does look like the lane aggro is going to push pretty heavily in favor for Ancient Tribe due to that massive block he pulled off on the Doom. So we'll see how that affects things.
He did use Scorched Earth as well, so he's pushing it equally. So it's not as if it's going to sit in front of the Doom's tower, but still it's securing him the first 3 CS quite nicely.
Yep.
This mid lane matchup, it's going to be an interesting one, of course. Mikey, he's playing into a Necrophos against any melee hero, should be able to build up quite a lead. Already 5 CS to 3 of Mikey.
Yeah, of course. It's you know, it's one of those green heroes. They do green hero things, and you're just gonna have to accept that and hope that you can kind of get back into the game with some movement. You know, utilize your killing ability on Mikey and try and get back into the game using that. We expect him to fall behind just a little bit in this lane.
And I think support rotations are going to be key. Nigma support duo is a... Ooh, did he put him on the tower? He doesn't put him on the tower. Is a lot more active, right? When you think of Witch Doctor and Techies, these heroes like to go for a scuffle or two, but Pugner, Lich, they can enter the fray, but they're kind of supporting rotations. They throw out the Frost Shield, or they put out a Decrep. They're not really providing that kill threat as well. So yeah, Nigma should have advantage at the 6 and 8 minute rune contests. Poor Mikey just under so much. Every time he just looks at the wave, it's just constant fight.
Ooh, nice.
Does get him on the tower.
Yeah, that Aether Remnant actually just like kind of evened the score just a bit. But of course, Mobe able to just kind of poop out heals all the time. Kind of mean that the HP does not stay equal for long. Yeah, 12 CS to 4. My goodness, this is hard. This is difficult. And of course, there's also a Bloodseeker on the side of Ancient Tribe as well. So Little Pleb, he's very happy about this as well. He's like, yeah, by all means, keep ruling, keep staying low. He had a really good time on this Bloodseeker. LeBron getting off a little pull here as well as GH tries its best to harass him. Of course, Beastmaster and Techies, it's a very common lane and it's a very annoying lane in this patch as well. Techies, for some reason, has loads of damage now, super fast-paced attack time, which is just amplified by that singular point in a Beast to make it very, very hard to trade with him.
Yeah, just a lot of spam. That's why sticks are so important in this lane. Already a wand on the Bloodseeker, stick on the Lich. Very much going to keep their resources up, and I would be surprised if there was any kill threat either side, unless they kind of egregiously misstepped inside the lane. And like you can see as well, like I think all these lanes right now are just static farm. Neither team wants to try and push the limits too far. Ooh, nice days, but
yeah. Well, I mean, you try and pull off that dunk against LeBron, but you know he's living up to his name. He's catching him mid-air, not letting that one go down.
How long have you been wanting to say that for?
About 3 seconds.
Oh, nice.
What a very fast-brained T governor. But yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, you say every lane is static, and then we have mid, where Mope is just making Mikey's life an absolute misery. I wonder what's going to go down with the bounties.
Yeah, I think the trade-off is going to be Mikey's still getting levels, right? Sure, he's not getting CS, but he's not putting himself in that position of potentially dying, and Nigma is doing a pretty good job. Like, we're looking at top lane here. It's like constant spam. Lil Pleb, he's 19 CS. He's equal to the Monkey King. Like, he's not thriving in this lane. It's not as if he's utilizing this Lich to chase down the Beastmaster. If anything, it's hit whatever creeps we can. And I think that is potentially going to free up this Techies to make that clutch move to mid. So even when Necro has the CS advantage, if he's on the tower, taking tower shots, plus a blast off, he might be able to die. And that's when it swings that matchup. I think Mikey's actually doing a very good job just ensuring he has that one opportunity to come back inside this very poor lane. This poor laning matchup. A lot of
damage coming out onto Yuma. He does survive through it, but Alex really dealing the damage there. He's got the blood grenade as well. He's got another one available. I'm interested to see. No, not going to dive the tower for that one. He's not a madman.
Middle tower is under attack.
He is out of, no fairy fires. And meanwhile in the mid lane, yeah, Mikey very literally gets walked back to base. He's like, he gets escorted.
I'm like looking at this lane, I'm like, oh god. Every time I look at it, it's like, alright, get that XP. That's all you need to do, boss. All you need to do. And we mentioned the build for Kuroki as well. He is actually going for the Hill Maledict build that we saw other players do.
Yeah, definitely. Maledict, so good at level 2. Be very, very annoying, but
Lil Pleb, just every time he looks at the lane, it's axes, sticky bomb, non-stop. And he's gone for the mana boots on mind control, so he really is going to try and lean into that constant need to spam out this hero.
Yeah, and Bloodseeker, not really the hero who can kind of just shove lanes and go jungle and hit creeps. You need a little bit more than that. You need some sort of lane to be able to play this hero, so it is a little bit worrying what's happening here in the top lane for Ancient Tribe, but of course, the other two lanes going pretty decently for them. Mid lane especially, so 38 and 13 at the moment on the Necrophos.
Here it is, here's the rotations. Oh, Illusion Room bottom. And that just takes it. Necrophos doesn't need it. He doesn't have a bottle. He's on double bracer, wand, fluffy hat, and fairy fire. This boss man is super tanky, yeah.
God damn, he's huge. Mikey, every time I click on him, he's got no bottle charges as well. He's just chugging that bottle. It's like he's run a marathon. He's just ravenously thirsty.
Kuroki is eventually going to go down. They tried to go aggressive on Wuta due to Pugna's rune rotation, but he already had the Vanguard, so a little bit optimistic to try and kill him off with the mainly physical damage from the safe lane. Because of course, Maledict, you need to do the physical damage to then do the damage. So not so optimal of a go.
Yeah, an attempt was made, but not necessarily what they were looking for. Meanwhile, LeBron trying to do the sneaky thing, but might be paying the price for it here. He went to try and steal that Wisdom Rune off GH, but GH is absolutely having none of it. And he's just trying to finish him off and get the kill, and he might be able to do so. Let's see if the sticky bomb lands. Yes, it does. LeBron will be going down here. Oh, that's it. Raindrop. Gonna keep him alive a little longer, but GH will eventually finish the job, and now he gets a kill and a Wisdom Rune. Elsewhere, though, Mobai going down in the middle lane.
And there it is. That's the rotations I was mentioning. The fact that Nigma have the better, stronger support duo. Witch Doctor walks mid, throws down the Maledict, and instantly, with the 6 on the Voice Brick, you get that kill. The lane might be terrible, but it's the supports that fix this matchup, and Mikey getting a little bit of breathing room now.
Yeah, that is huge. God, imagine doubting Kuro. You know, he feeds first blood just so that he can come back to the middle lane and catch out the Necrophos. Like, the guy's too smart.
That is true. The 1100 net worth lead that Necrophos has in this matchup, it's really just been fixed by that one Kuroki rotation.
Job's done. Now, at least at the end of the game, you say, hey, I made the difference, mid, you know? I tried.
I did it. But no, he's actually did the 0-3-2 build. I got flamed so hard doing this build in a pub yesterday. I did this build, I was keeping my carry alive, I was getting some kills, moving around, and they were just like, where's your stun? It's like, boys, you're the stuns. I'm the enabler. Do I really want to level Coconut and have a 2-bounce stun? No. I get 2 points, it's 4 bounces. Like, it stuns for 0.8 seconds. It's okay, but it's just a bit awkward compared to like me propelling my Beastmaster or Monkey King deeper into the fight. No, I think this build, it's very interesting because it relies on your team wanting you to be there to take these engagements. And right now, with how important kills are to get the goal, to kind of push your team forward, it's a rare opportunity for Witchshot to not feel like he's griefing the game with this build.
Yeah, for sure. Mind Control, meanwhile, getting ruptured up in the top side here. Just going to try and walk it off for the time being. Has got a Lotus to try and keep himself alive, but there's just too much damage coming through, though. Yuma's rotating across here. They want to try and bring down Little Pleb. He will bring down Mind Control. Now he's just backing himself away. Yuma still chasing. Throws down the Bounder Strike. Trying to get on top of him here, and with the help of GH, might just be able to do so. And there's a Sticky Bomb to finish the job. GH gets it done. Mikey looking across for more here, but won't be able to connect onto LeBron, so it will just be a trade up in the top lane.
Yeah. And at this point, Yuma, he knows that he can't just solo bottom. Doom has the Doom available. This bot lane is just unplayable now. Anyone who goes there should just instantly die. Kuroki, of course, making all the moves elsewhere, so he can't soak up the Doom himself. So yeah, Yuma making that natural rotation away. But Ancient Tribe are going to be the first to take a tower in this game.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. Good heads-up maneuver there from Ancient Tribe. And meanwhile, whilst Mikey was away, Kuro was actually able to just sit mid with his heal on and actually survive through the burst of Mobe. So kind of funny that they're just kind of healing through each other in the middle lane. And they're actually going for this right now. Yeah, they might be able to bring him down. They've got the ultimate on the Witch Doctor here. The Soul Explosion comes in, but ultimate comes out from Mobe. It's not enough to keep him alive. He is gone. Maldic takes him out. Kuro, he's low. But Alex, he's not chasing. They want to try and find a different target instead, but I'm not sure they're going to find anyone. Ancient Tribe, they try to rotate across, but they are left empty-handed. Another death to this Necrophos.
But the heal is doing work, kinda. I just need to double check. Does Oh, healing isn't a stat on the fight recap. That's a shame. I'll just quickly
no,
check
but you can see the damage, and you know, the Necrophos did take 130 damage. Oh, never mind, top lane. We're actually using a Roar to try and survive through the Rupture here, and that is going to keep Mind Control alive. So another Rupture, and not another kill.
This is getting a little bit awkward for Ancient Tribe because, you know, Doom is farming up. He even used Doom on the Monkey King. As I say, it's getting awkward. It's incredibly awkward.
Yep.
They just needed that extra little bit of damage to get that over the line, but no, they just unable to do it. Now Kuroki's going to walk in with his 3 points heal. Hey, friend. Hello.
What a nice guy.
Dude, I would love to be able to play competitive Dota and just go 3-point voodoo. Like, how sick would this be, man? You know, it's like the equivalent of playing like Abaddon. Ooh, have a mist coil, have a shield. It's so much fun.
My work here is done. It's such a crazy heal, actually. Like, it really is. That's correct. So much healing for your team, especially when you have multiple targets inside of it. But of course, staying on the front lenses, Witch Doctor is another matter entirely. Can go horribly, horribly wrong with his build as well if you're overzealous. Meanwhile, Alex, he's trying to make some stacks, but he might have just found his own death. Certainly does. GH going to claim yet another one. Man, he is taking a lot of these. He takes a kill, bombs the camp as well. Sorry, guys.
Hey, it's 3-0-1.
Yep.
He's having a nice time. Are they going to be able to They don't actually have a sentry available to deward. So playing underneath Ancient Tribe Vision, but
Ooh,
right now we are
smoke up.
seeing the effects. They're going to smoke up, but where's the initiation? Where's the stun? Where's the team fight? They might just walk into GH, but that's about it. They're kind of lucky to find this one.
Yeah, that is a hero they can kill. He did not have blast off of cooldown, so they are just able to bring him down. But up in the top lane, the trade is there. They bring down Lil Pleb. That is not worthwhile. GH will happily die for this.
He's playing so active. Yuma, he TPs to top, doesn't use the Twin Gate, gets a kill, resets, tanks the Doom bottom, now goes back to top to kill off the Bloodseeker. Yuma is just making all the moves right now. Sure, net worth naturally should shift the way towards a Necro or a Doom style lineup, but they are doing the necessary things to make sure that not all cores on Ancient Tribe are having a good time. This Bloodseeker sitting below the Monkey King and the Beastmaster, ever so slightly.
Yeah, Mikey's still the big struggler as his tower gets taken as well, so he's going to have to find a different way into the game, probably just by going for kills, and that's exactly what they say. As the smoke comes out from Nigma, we'll see what they can get from this. Ancient Tribe, they are still in the lead, but they kind of need to be with this kind of draft they have, but if they can't find Little Pleb again here, then it could be disastrous. He does not want to die here, and yeah, getting himself back. Oh, this is a dangerous camp. This is a dangerous camp. Mikey, he knows his smoke pops and goes immediately here onto Lil Pleb, and then comes the explosion from GH as well. Silence landing onto all three, though. Lil Pleb going to turn around with Rupture. He's being healed up by Alex as well. It's going to keep him alive through it, but Kuroki's there, drops down the ultimate. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. And now, Alex turns around and sucks away at Kuroki next. Wader's into the fight as well. He does have the Doom, should he want to throw that one down, but kind of cautious on doing this. Nigma, they do have a lot of heroes in the neighborhood. Do they have the resources? LeBron going to tear Yuma down from the tree here. It's a big target. They can stay on top of him. The Doom is available. They'll throw it out along with the Chain Frost out from LeBron. They just want to get rid of the monkey, and they will be doing absolutely that. They throw the whole kitchen sink at the guy, but he does die. And now Alex looking for his next target here. Takes a lot of damage from the techies, but heals straight up with the life drain. Kuro, though, he's turning around. He's like, you want a piece of this? And Alex does not. He does not.
But love the response from Ancient Tribe. You need to kind of keep your Bloodseeker alive there. You can't allow Nigma to invade with only 2 or 3 heroes, get a kill, and then reset, especially with how farm heavy your lineup is. And we kind of saw a glimmer of how this draft can excel. It is that tankiness response to the initiations. We survive through it, we enable each other, and we push each other forward. I would argue I'd have liked to see maybe a Vessel pickup on this Necrophos, just to try and combat this the hill from the Doctor and the Monkey King. Yeah,
that would have been cool. What is he going for? Interesting.
He went 4 staff.
4 staff shard, boots of travel. My guy wants to go quick.
he wants to go zoomies in the fight, and he'll initiate with his body. He'll just kind of appear in the middle of the fight and be like, do you want to kill me? Do you want to ignore me? It's
going to be the fastest Necro I've ever seen. Well, Nigma trying to get a bit of revenge here. They know these spells are on cooldown, so they're going to attempt to get the tower for it. But LeBron is actually jumping on here. This is a big jump from Mikey, and I'm not sure it's going to pay off. He's just going to end up dropping. Somehow dies to the tower there. Don't know how that happened, but nevertheless, they are going to trade their mid laner for support. Not worth. And Mind Control looking like he might be in a spot of bother as well. Roars out the Pugno. It's actually the right target to get himself out of there, slowing down the 2 targets and getting him up to that high ground. So could have been worse, but at the same time, Ancient Tribe doing a very good job in defending this middle tower and proving that they don't need those ultimates to take fights. As long as they're together, they can do anything. Friendship is the most powerful spell in this game, T-Gov.
Yeah, and Muta showing that he is friends with his team because he's hitting these beautiful wall stomps. Mikey, he jumps in, instantly gets hit by the stun of the Doom with the Centaur creep spell, into then Rupture and dies. So yeah, just really nice heads up play from Muta to be ready to punish Mikey and not allow him to play very cheekily on the Void Spirit that we often see nowadays. And that's the 4-staff coming in action beautifully there from Moby. He 4-staffs in, denies the DD rune. He wouldn't have been able to do that with a Vessel. Still think Vessel would have been a GOAT pickup in this game.
Nah, Vessel's cringe. 4-staff gang.
Kinda. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can check after the series, I can check the stats on like Vessel pickups at certain times and its win rate, and it's probably quite an underwhelming item. Of course, it's not really been too popular in recent time.
Such a nerd. No one cares about stats, okay? It's all about style. 4-staff is cool. Vessel is not.
Was he going to Tokyo drift his way into a first game loss, or what? What's the situation?
No, this is a dub from the Bay.
the Bay. Okay. Will Kuroki level stun at 8. He has 2 points Maledict right now, 4 points heal. This is hold.
The guy hates stuns.
He hates leveling as well. He's thinking.
Holding the point. Might just
This
save
is
it till the next
actually-
fight, honestly. Sees what the opportunity is.
Ooh, I like that. The casual hold the point. Maybe I have stun, maybe I don't. All right, all right. I'll keep you updated. I'm only going to click on Kuroki now until he... Oh, he's got stun. He's stunning.
He is. Very good looking man.
Yuma though, what's up?
Yeah, Yuma's in a bit of trouble up in the top lane. He is actually kind of surviving through this. They're gonna have to drop the chain frost on him, but yeah, gets caught out going for a cheeky little teleport, and they won't let that happen. Meanwhile,
Nigma's in trouble a little bit here. The couple deaths that they've had, they killed Yuma in the bot lane, Yuma in the top. They are getting themselves to a timing where they can sync up as a team. Like Ancient Tribe, they need everyone to have the items to make the plays. Like the draft doesn't do it themselves. The BKB soon picked up on Bloodseeker. We've mentioned the Shard and the 4 stuff on Necro. Like they should, in theory, be able to smoke up relatively soon.
ow, LeBron. He's taking hits from these from these balls, and Mikey just comes in to finish the kill. All right.
Okay.
Sometimes you see a creep and you go, you know what? You're below me. I'm gonna kill you as a lich. But
Lil
then you remember
Plebbo
that-
bot.
Oh. Yeah, this is bad. Let's see, Alex, what can he do here? He actually threatening on to Yuma and just forcing him back with the Decrepify. The rest of the team are coming over, though. Nigma, they won't be able to chase this, though. They don't have that much catch remaining once the Monkey King's out of the equation.
Yeah. Lil Bron's got some like wild mindset. I don't think I've ever played Lich and gone, when I see a summon, I want to Sinister Gaze it. I'm like, I want to get the hell out of there. I want to run away. I'm a Lich. But every time he sees that Centaur or any of that Dome creeps, he's instantly, you know, sucking him dry. And yeah, it's an interesting approach.
It is. I don't know what he's trying to achieve, but I know what they're trying to achieve at bottom. They want to get a kill onto this Monkey King, but again, it's just the 2-hero gank under a tower. It's very easy to TP in some heroes just to make sure this ain't going to happen, and another awkward rupture. I'm not sure what the play is here from Little Pleb.
And they're kind of just like poking and prodding and just forcing Nigma to react a little bit. Whilst Ancient Tribe are the team being more static in their farm, if they can just force Nigma to TP, then Nigma aren't putting themselves in positions where they can look at Roshan, they can look at smoke ganks. And Lil Pleb once again in the bot lane, but both defensive supports are ready to throw both their spells on him.
This guy is not squishy, though. That said, the Chase Frost Shield is now caught up. They're just going to blow up the Lich again. They'll try and heal him with the life drain. Alex just doing the whole 9 yards, giving him the full regurgitate. But Yuma is going to be able to kill off the 2 supports. But Lil Pleb looks like he is going to escape. They tried to see if he went for the 2P out, but he did not.
And fair play, he had some insane BKB discipline on Lil Pleb there. He was like, supports, you better keep me alive. I do not want my BKB reveal to be them just ganking, but instantly into the Ancients. And Mikey, he's just to the west. He kind of understands the situation. Yep.
UAV online.
Dire are scanning.
They don't want to go for this, though, Nick, by the looks of it.
Yeah, they didn't bring in the attack helicopter. They weren't able to kill off Lil Pleb. Not a big enough kill streak. But yeah, low HP, farming the tier 1 tower.
Shelwyn. I mean, he's got LeBron behind him. How much can really be done? And there comes the Pugner again. The supports, they come in, but is it going to be enough to keep Lil Pleb alive? He's trying to bring down the Ancient Thunderhide so he can heal up from it, but hell, he doesn't get the kill, but he is once again going to get life drained up by the Pugner. Meanwhile, in the front lines of the fight, Nigma, they're just going to back themselves away. And again, it's a lot of time wasted from Nigma, just kind of hanging around this area of the map, not a particularly great place for them to be. Meanwhile, they're just kind of farming up on Ancient Tribe. It's looking pretty good for them at the moment.
Yeah, I like the... Oh, I mean, I say that, but I feel like for Ancient Tribe, they really just need like a blink dagger. Like Doom, sure, he's about to go for BKB, but they need one hero that can go, okay, this is our statement to the fight. Because right now, it's a lot of, they're tickling us. Let's run away as a team. And I'm not really seeing any like forward-thinking plays coming out from them. Again, it's a product of the heroes that they have, but at some point, the items will click where they can make that move. And they are desperate. And going back to LeBron, by the way, the reason why he is Sinister Gazing non-stop, of course, it now does more damage to creeps, but yeah, puts himself in a spooky position, hoping to get the kill on a Dominator creep. Does the extra 2 times longer and an extra 250 damage. So it does actually, it is important to try, but when you're doing it in the middle of Nigma territory, don't want to be there for too long. Don't want to be literally standing still, pseudo-stunning yourself.
Yeah, especially when those balls do so much damage. So Enigma once again smoking up, and as you say, the lack of initiation on Ancient Tribe does mean that Mikey can just run circles in front of a tier 1 and things like that.
An incredibly high value nullifier game. I didn't even think about this, but when you have Necro and Pugner on your team, you get one nullifier. Both Void Spirit and Monkey King, they both like to buy this item, so if either of them are able to pick one up, these fights are going to get even harder for Ancient Tribe. I say fights, we're yet to really see a 5-on-5. It's just been a lot of poking and prodding.
Yeah, it really has. No one's committed as of yet. We've had a couple of weird engagements where there's 5 heroes here, but no one... A lot of these heroes aren't hitting other heroes. They're just sitting, waiting, watching, anticipating.
Trying to go on Wuta here, but...
And Mikey as well as the counterplay in the bottom lane, so we'll keep an eye on both. But Wuta looks like he's fine. Mikey might not be. He's silenced up for now. Doesn't have the Manta, so he is just going to drop. And Lil Pleb says, hey kids, you want a TP? I'm not sure. I mean, they've got the chain. Oh, that is a chain frost and a half, isn't it? But it doesn't matter. They're just able to blitz through Lil Pleb regardless. Massively overestimating his ability to fight Yuma there and paying the price.
Potentially, like, if we had, like, 1 second, Yuma's still going in.
Yeah, he's hungry. But they're still hanging around this area. They want to try and hold this high ground. I mean, they're not 5 heroes, and the Boundless Strike does do some heavy hits, so... Yeah, got to pump the brakes a bit. But it's actually Enigma who backed themselves away. They respect the strength of Ancient Tribe. They are still pretty far ahead.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, what was the thought process there from the Bloodseeker?
I don't think there was much, to be fair. He killed off a Void Spirit and then decided that he was going to try and take the Great Fight, but I think Maledict he has to respect. The Wukongs he has to respect. Maybe he expected the TPs to be a little bit longer so he could instantly pummel into the Doctor and then look to disengage after, but yeah, he just puts himself into the center of all that madness. If we had an award show at the end of each division in each tour, that easily is a contender for funniest death so far. That's just a
I don't know. Do you not remember yesterday when someone just walked at a Monkey King on like 100 HP and they just got like Boundless Strike? They just got bonked.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Monkey King contestants. It can have its own category at this rate.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, men just think they're better than monkeys, so they underestimate them. That's why everyone thinks they can beat a gorilla.
If only zoos allowed us to get into the ring.
Fight night at the zoo.
Yeah, that's just called playing Dota, mate.
Good way to kind of enforce a bit of natural selection.
Both teams posturing. Whoever wins this fight should be able to break into Roshan. Even with a 7k lead, Ancient Tribe, the other one's a little bit more afraid. Lil Pleb, he has all these items, but it's not really translating into the fight right now.
Certainly not. Kill that boar. Die, boar. Yeah, so they're moving top to set up for Roshan. It's very awkward to travel up to the top side whilst Roshan's walking through. Enigma, though, they got to be ready for this one.
They don't have a smoke available. Actually, they have one on Techie, so if they really wanted to, they could make some sweeping map play, but the time, the resources needed to, it's not too optimal. And we saw the Observer Ward from Ancient Tribe in the bottom side of the map. We saw that they didn't smoke up, so this should be the free Roshan. Lil Pleb, most likely going to be picking this one up. It's going to give him a little bit more confidence in the fights. He's going to be able to get in and out.
He needs more confidence, T.
That is true. That is true. Too much confidence, actually. I don't know if this Aegis is too... A Bloodseeker Aegis always feels weird, especially against like a Monkey King. Just because you die inside Wukongs, you respawn, no BKB, you're inside Wukongs. You're going to die, right? Without the first. So it's a potentially volatile Aegis pickup compared to the other alternatives that heroes can use.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And Yuma's about to hit that nullifier timing as well, so that gives them some really powerful options against the side of Ancient Tribe. That might be the point Enigma are looking for, but at the moment, that Aegis is certainly very, very scary for them. So it's going to be Ancient Tribe's map for a while. We'll see what Enigma do to play into this. I mean, are we expecting them just to try and kite it out for the next 5 minutes?
I feel like they need to be just mindful. I think they're ready to fight if they can, because like I mentioned, if Bloodseeker puts himself into a Raw plus Wukongs, he's just going to die twice, right? So there is an opportunity where Enigma actually try and take the fight into them, but Doom just picked up the Blink Dagger. He has BKB, Blink, Octarine. He's farmed for so long. This is his time. If he can connect the Doom... Oh, there he goes. He's connected the Doom.
As you say it, yeah. It gets right on top of Mikey here. Mikey, unfortunately, overestimated the
detection?
visibility of the
Oh, wait,
team.
they have
They're
it.
coming. They don't need it. They've got the damage, and they will be able to bring him down.
So they had a sentry for the start of it, and then, of course, Thirst then kicked in, so just enough there. Could have been awkward, potentially.
Certainly could have. Yeah, but still just ended up being a clean kill for Ancient Tribe. And yeah, they're really starting to put the pressure now onto Nigma, letting them know they just can't play the map. They just can't sit around and be casual like this. And again, Waiter already looking for another. Doesn't have the dust, doesn't even need it. Might just walk in a straight line. Kuro moves the trees and does get away.
God, this Necrophos, it's just so funny to look at. He died twice in lane. He's been part of 3 kills in nearly half an hour. He's got a 4-staff and a halberd shard going for a heart. It's just like such a chill, like he's playing his own little mini game. And like when you compare it to like Mikey, what attritions he's had to go through in this game to get himself here. He's had to like survive the lane, look for the kills, make the plays, all these ganks. It's like such a different style of mid lane as what we're seeing in this game. Wuta jumping onto mind control in the top lane.
Yep, they do make the play here, and they are taking a lot of damage to mind control, but even more on Waiter the moment that Yuma just starts hitting. They don't really have an answer, but now he's going for the TP out with the cover of BKB, realizing the fight is over, mind control is dead, and it's time to leave, and yeah, they are able to eat up that dragon as well. Meanwhile, oh, Alex does actually get destroyed by the Void Spirit with a haste rune, so a nice little side kill picked up there by Mikey. Bit of retribution for a pretty rough game he's been having so far.
In Ancient Tribe, they have to do something off this, right? Now that you know that Wukong is on cooldown for a minute, you've got the Aegis, like, this has to be the time to cross the river, make a play. You've been farming, you got a 10k lead, everything's happened, but everything's been happening pretty much on like their side of the map, other than a couple kind of Roshan-based skirmishes. It has been one of the more static games that I've seen from a team. I can respect why due to the lack of stuns, but no one's even farming to itemize for that lack of stuns. It's not as if we're seeing an Abyssal Blade or a Hex pickup or something, right? They are just farming for themselves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Not really covering the weaknesses of their team, but at the same time, you know, they have been able to catch out Mikey quite a few times this game, so seemingly the Doom is doing its job. Waiter having a hell of a game on this Doom, honestly. He has been my standout so far.
No pleb now with the comfort of the Aegis happily hitting in the tower.
Yeah, I mean, there is a whole team sitting right back behind him, and the support's just immediately dropping everything onto that Bloodseeker. And Kuro a little too close to the front lines here, though. It's taking some time to bring him down with those heals. GH is actually going to survive through that Reaper's side. Now the roar comes down along with the ultimate from Witch Doctor. Rupture is there, though, to control the Monkey King. They won't be able to finish off Waiter. The saves coming out from Ancient Tribe. It's too much. Monkey's trying to jump in for the kill to try and finish off Little Pleb. Can they get it done? No, they cannot. Another little heal from Alex from the side. Surely Alex finally pays the price here. Yeah, he's surely going down right now. There is a sentry. They will get him. But yeah, I mean, Nigma, they do force back the side of Ancient Tribe. But it felt like they could have gotten more. But the heals just were too quick from Alex.
Dude, they're so tanky. It's like there's a Pavis, there's a 4-staff, there's the Frost Shield, then you've got the Decrypt, the Life Drains. It's like there's so many layers of tankiness here. And the Doom, like, he soaks it up this initiation, but he's able to, with the Ogre Seal Totem, just be able to bounce his way out. He's utilized this 2 or 3 times now. He gets into the middle of Wukong, and then he just totems out, but Little Pleb.
They know
Aegis
exactly where he's
7
from,
seconds.
and they are going to be able to get off his BKB straight off the bat, but he does not have a TP, so it's just going to have to be an awkward run away back to his tier 2, and that's not going to save him. Oh, the timing as well from Nigma. If they bring him down here, it's going to be huge, and they get the kill. Lil Pleb is gone. Mobe, though, still looking to come in and fight this one. They've got the Doom and the backlines out onto the Void Spirit, but Waiter, he's taking so much damage, and he is going to be the one to fall. Alex trying to get a bit of damage out onto Yuma, but it's not going to do a thing. Alex needs to get himself away, but I'm not sure there's any escaping. They've got the catch on the side of Nigma, and they are not planning on leaving any survivors. The Bron gets taken down. Alex to follow as well. 4 dead on the side of Ancient Tribe. The first big team fight of the game, pretty much. And it just goes Nigma's way all over. Great timing on that Aegis kill.
Yeah, perfect identifying when the Aegis were expiring. Lil Pleb getting a little bit greedy with his farm, trying to, you know, stay in an area that they didn't really control too much. Nigma just perfectly sweeping through, and Ancient Tribe, they had a 10k lead. Everything was on their side to be able to take that great fight, but they just never done it. Like, I'm still waiting for them to make a play as a big 5 that allows them to take a team fight. Sure, they've made plays to progress the map or contest Roshans, but they haven't made the team fight making play that allows them to extend their lead into a this is our game to win. It's a bit unfortunate. And even there, it's like Lil Pleb, he BKBs, tries to disengage, but perfect jump from Nigma. Nullify, of course, paying off quite nicely. Mitigates the damage as well from Bloodseeker.
Oh, and he might just be walking into another trouble. He's got the BKB. He's not even going to get a chance to get it off, though. He's dead again. Yuma finds him. Lil Pleb just not being nearly cautious enough, walking just straight into the trap. Ancient Tribe are being forced back to the high ground now, and they're not going to be able to leave for quite a little bit.
Yeah, don't forget they lost the gem as well, and all these prior engagements when Doom died just gave away a freebie. So now Kuroki's running around with Glimmer plus the gem of True Sight. Vision is all the way their side, and LeBron instantly dies. Yeah, this game has just been absolutely flipped. Sure, Nigma were leading kills the entire time, but they find the important kills, and Beastmaster and your team next to the base, yeah, game's gonna be pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they just hit their timings, and they were like, yeah, it definitely felt like the whole team was aware of what timing they wanted to hit, you know, when they wanted to just kind of really pump the gas, and the fact that they just found Lil Pleb twice during that time is just a gift. And yeah, I mean, you do have to look Lil Pleb's way and say, you know, how do you walk up there? And I think the first death on the Aegis timer was kind of a tricky one to spot out there. It was a really good move from Nigma. They smoked across the whole map to exactly the camp he was farming. But yeah, that last death is that's not good.
Dude, Mikey is just tipping left and right. He's been tipping Lil Pleb's random deaths. He's now got a rogue tip towards Necrophos. Like, yeah, it's normally Nigma's a team that doesn't tip at all. They're a very stoic team, but Mikey already showing that kind of young gun energy to one of the kind of older organizations within the Dota scene.
Yeah, he got tipped a lot early on, I noticed. A couple of times when he died and when he tried to make a connection and didn't quite manage to do it. They laid a couple of tips this way, so a bit of revenge, a bit of vengeance coming in. But now both teams going to walk into each other once again here. They are going to see Kuro on the front lines. Not really the target you want to be dooming up here, though, but if they can take it down, that'd be great. But look at this Coconut. It's doing work. BKB out from Lil Pleb. He needs to find himself a target, but he's not going to find him. And he just immediately gets Mikey on his head. He can't fight into this. He's taking way too much damage, and Mikey cuts him down. And now the roll comes out on some Merbe as well, and that's going to make it a second big kill for the side of Ancient Tribe. Lich is dead as well. Alex looks like he might be headed the same way. Bonk goes the Boundless Strike, and down goes Ancient Tribe.
Ancient Tribe just can't fight at all now. Like, their draft it's gone. It's disappeared. I don't really see the comeback potential that they have. The tankiness that they utilized in the early to mid game. Yuma's perfectly just finding the position, utilizing the tree dance, jumping the supports, using the nullifier to stop them from taking the fight. And the damage done it is, like, sure, Bloodseeker's tickling a little bit, but no one else is really pumping out anything in these team fights. You know what, I'll even go as far as saying they're not even team fights. It's just Nigma slaughtering Ancient Tribe.
It really is. And the only kill they've been able to get on Ancient Tribe in the last 5 minutes was that one on Takuro. 5 minutes, that's all they've been able to get. Meanwhile, Nigma have basically wiped them twice and had another very good fight as well.
I think we saw this as well in Division 1. Like, teams that pick these super high lane dominating heroes fall victim to then not having the bigger picture of what the meta kind of asks you for, right? Like, when you think about spirit heroes, they can have kill threat in lane, and if the game goes south, you always have pickup potential. Like these Necrophoses, these Huskars, these Vipers, they might do well for 10 minutes, but how do they continue applying that pressure on how big the map is? They're always like hoping for the opportunity to arise. And good teams, they don't really present you the perfect chance, and I feel that's kind of been the case, right? Like, again, this Necrophos, he's 1-3-3. He started the game 0-2 after some awkward rotations and stuff, but not really seeing the effect of this pick so far in this game.
Not really. It had a good lane for the first 5 minutes of the game. I was like, man, this is the best hero in the game. Why is nobody picking it more? And well, we get to this point, and you know, he's moving. He's schmoving in these fights, but impact-wise, it's just not really felt like enough.
Yeah, Yuma as well completed up the Abyssal Blade. He has Harpoon as well from fights prior. He's going to control everything and anything in the engagement. I would hate to be a support right now in this game for Ancient Tribe. You show for a second, like you use one spell incorrectly, you reveal your position, instantly, Boundless Strike, Harpoon, deleted. It's why these fights have been so one-sided, because that supporting cast of Ancient Tribe have just disappeared so easily.
Yep, and whilst Mikey was behind for sure this game, you know, he's still a universal hero. He's just able to get himself like a couple of, you know, get that Manta Star running, get that Echo Saber, and you're doing so much damage in these fights. Able to cut down cores. It's pretty scary. Mobe up to the high ground, nullifies out onto him as well. He doesn't have a BKB, which means he doesn't have a way out of it. Can't even force-staff yourself out of that one, son. He's gone. Mobe out for the count. Can they defend without him? Not with the Wukong's command down, that is certain. Little Pledge is going to have to watch. Down goes the top lane of Barracks, and even jumping in for a cheeky little kill onto Alex here. Not quite going to finish the job, as the Rupture does come down. They also be after the self-doom out to try and control a Void Spirit. Void Spirit's just fighting him! Voidster, he can't win the man fight, even though he's doomed up here. There's just too much damage coming out of the double damage Void Spirit, and that's going to be it. GG is called. Game number 1 goes the way of Nigma.
I wouldn't say a clean game, but a nice kind of methodical comeback into it. You know, just the way that Nigma identified how they wanted to approach the farming nature of Ancient Tribe's lineup, how they wanted to kind of navigate the what item do we need to be able to make the good play, and it kind of takes the communication, right? Yuma's like, guys, wait for my nullifier, then we break this game. And you can kind of see how they went from a farming state to one item pickup, and then it was just kind of go, punish them, trying to kind of make them bleed, and yeah, they did.
Yeah, and you know, you got to look back on this Necrophos and say like, well, that force staff now looks even worse, because your 2 methods of getting out is just completely countered by a nullifier. Like, that was the game-winning pickup, honestly. Like, that was such a good read from Yuma, and it just, yeah, completely broke the side of Ancient Tribe, as you say. What a performance. And it's not like, you know, as you say, it wasn't a clean win, but it's a very confidence-building win from the side of Nigma Galaxy, I would say. Like, you know, you fall behind, and then you can just come back into it like this, rely on your timings, have trust in each other, and then you come out with a relatively clean second half to the game. It's got to feel fantastic.
Yeah, we're already watching the highlights here, right? This is the kind of the pivotal moment for Nigma, right? It's that smoke across the map. They have the vision to the north side, so they see Lil Pleb farming here. They're not in position, and with this type of lineup, one moment you're not in position, the decrypts, the life drains, all this gone, disappeared. You are going to be able to throw away your lead, and yeah, it was what, 10k, and then it's instantly again Lil Pleb, boom, walks up the steps, straight away dies. Perfect stun lockdown control there to prevent him from BKBing. Probably would still die either way, but yeah, just that one call in the game pretty much brought Nigma straight back into it. And for Ancient Tribe, I feel like they should be not too disheartened, because I think in hindsight, when they think about their draft, they are going to be going, I think this final pick should have probably been a little bit more active. I think if they just had any hero that could have instigated a fight or led the team, then suddenly Wooter's going to be hitting good dooms every time. You're going to have Lil Pleb poking and prodding with Thirst already active because the fight started. And Lil Pleb kind of needed to be the initiator in this game, I feel, because Wooter wants to counter-initiate or jump with Doom, and Necrophos, it's whatever hero, you know? So
yeah,
a very janky game, but Nigma capitalizing on it nicely.
Definitely. And, you know, gotta be said, guess, without checking, guess how much damage was dealt by the Necrophos this game.
Ooh, okay, wait, let's punch the number. Time spent AFKing in fight with the 13,274.
Not bad. 11,929.
Yo, I'm actually pretty impressed. I kind of got close.
That is a terrible amount of damage dealt by a Necrophos, by a mid-hero. That is just brutal. But, you know, as we said, it's one of those teams which just is either going to work or it's not going to work. And unfortunately, it hit a wall, stopped working, and yeah, your Necrophos ended up not being a hero this game. It's unfortunate, but Nigma, great performance from them. MVP, are we giving it to Yuma?
Yeah, we are. Like, his early game rotations, like the way that he went from playing into the Doom Vanguard, knowing that he can't play there, pokes his head top, gets a couple kills, then comes bottom. Like, I think he just really played a very fluid game. And when I'm mentioning Nigma playing on the back foot, they were down in net worth the entire time. Sure, they had kills. I think every time Yuma picked up an item, it did propel Nigma to want to look for the fight. Like, none of his items felt bad. Like, he wasn't going for some Battle Fury. He wasn't doing some weird Monkey King. He was going for the active Monkey King to lean into his draft. So yeah, just a stellar performance, 12, 2, and 6. Good kill participation, good damage. Overall, a solid game, even though his lane wasn't too great. He did die a little bit there too.
Yeah, recovered and then some. And yeah, as you say, carrying basically from like minute 10 onwards, making movements, being active, utilizing the power of his hero to be high mobility, get those long range stuns off and set things up for his team. And, you know, that's why I love the Yuma Monkey King. You know, there's a reason he's a Grandmaster on this hero and he shows it every time he plays it. He just knows exactly what this hero can do. And if you don't have a plan for it, then you were going to lose. And that's going to do it for game number 1. We're going to throw it over to a short break. Then we're going to be back with the second matchup here of Nigma Galaxy versus Ancient Tribe. We'll see you in a sec.
I'm tank.
I'm showing myself, guys. Be ready to have 7.
Careful with Doom.
You
Careful
can
with
also
Doom.
wait the whole, guys.
Hard. Look, I'll tank some shit here. I'm very tanky. I'm killing supports. Needs help.
Lincoln, Kuro, try.
The Reaping me. Coming for Bloodseeker. Still alive.
Drop
Kill the
challenge.
Bloodseeker.
Necro behind.
Okay, neck. Look, Pugna.
Go. They can't fight.
Jam.
Doom tip it out. I'll get the gem.
Nice. Where's
Go
Jam?
mad.
I got it.
Welcome back to Enigma versus Ancient Tribe. That's right, we're the Beige Boys back for another big game here. Yeah, we're rocking it today, aren't we? We're so in sync with our style.
Yeah, I was thinking of actually we can get uniforms from here on out, so we can do like Twitch chat votes. Like, what color T-shirt should we wear next? I am going to have chat open, and we'll see what color you go to vote for.
We do formal, semi-formal, casual, super casual.
Anything they ask for, we can do. Anything, obviously within the realm of
within TOS. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, but no, I'm down. I'll keep it open. Eyes on
we're down. We're down. Anything you guys want. We are your slaves, your public slaves. Right, we got a game 2 coming up, but obviously that game number 1, hell of a performance coming out from Enigma. Honestly, they did good. It was very convincing the way they hit the timings. It just kind of flew through it. Do you have a specific play you wanted to chat about?
I probably would lean towards, I think, the Switch Doctor. We mentioned his the build going into the game. Like, is he going to be doing the heal build? Is he going to be doing something else? But yeah, as you can see here already, he's got 18,000 healing. When you think about the side of Ancient Tribe, when they had the Pugner, the Necrophos, they only did 10,000 as a team total healing from Ancient Tribe. And then Kuroki by himself doing 18,000. Like, this is why we are seeing this build kind of get popularized by snaking, by solo. Kuroki now kind of jumping on the train. It is incredibly good, but also another thing as well, like, look at the deaths, only 2 deaths. When you look at all the players on Enigma outside of this individual player spotlight, you have just a low kill score from Ancient Tribe. They weren't able to really find the free pickoffs to go, okay, you know what, we got a BKB, let's go for the kill. And I think it is testament to Enigma just knowing how to play the map, even when they feel like the network's building for the opponent. And this hero is going to be a sleeper hero. Like, not many people care about it, but yeah, you go for the locket, you get a Glimmer Cape, you pump out this healing without even thinking about it. So you have to respect it.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. And, you know, another reason why his healing was so high as well is because Ancient Tribe, they just didn't really have that catch. You know, for them, converting kills was really difficult. So they're jumping on heroes, but they're not really finishing many heroes off. And then Nurse Kuro can just come in with his band-aids and say, don't worry, friends, we'll get you fighting fit once again. And then they can just fight again when those cooldowns are on, which was pretty much the story of that game. Nigmatana just kind of abusing the cooldowns on the side of Ancient Tribe and just not letting them ever find that initiation. Definitely want to see some changes coming out from them for game number 2. I think for Ancient Tribe, it's time to simplify things, right? Like, you tried to go for this kind of cool strategy, and I did like the idea. I really liked the idea, but unfortunately, the execution was not quite there from them. And I'm not surprised, because it was a tricky draft to make work, as we say. You know, like, when you put yourself in these situations, you have to play the game in a very specific way. You're kind of leaving yourself open to abuse from the enemy team. So, you know, get some stuns, get some active heroes, get some clickers, and get things done in this game number 2 and give us some good fights. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'd argue, if we look back at that previous draft, the 18-pit Lich. So that means Ancient Tribe saw 4 heroes from Enigma Galaxy, and then it was like, you know what? Lich is the high-value pick for us right now before the next phase of bans. And honestly, I would say that the Puck or the Timbersaw that got banned out by Enigma probably would have lent on Ancient Tribe's ability to make moves on the map. So maybe Lich wasn't this high-value pick. They should have just picked up the mid lane core, then banned 2 heroes. Sure, it gives Mike a little bit of draft advantage knowing what he's going into, but it's not as if it's going to be some, like, you pick Timbersaw. Do you care if they go Void Spirit? Do you care if they pick Pangolier? Like, it's a Timbersaw. Teams are first picking this hero to put it mid. So I think Ancient Tribe probably blundered that one pick. And because of that, the kind of the deck of cards of the game kind of spiraled out of control. So yeah, I think you need to be careful. Every pick, one wrong pick, it's disastrous in this division.
Yeah, you will be punished for it. All right, let's move into game number 2 then and take a look at the draft for it as we get started into the second match here. Ancient Tribe looking for a little bit of revenge, and Enigma Galaxy, they don't want to play against this Viper. That's 2 games in a row where they first phased it. Yeah, Mobe Viper, it's scary.
Oh God, it feels like, you know, your in-house bans. You ban out the Venom, you ban out the Viper, and it's like, gone. Let's play an honest game of Dota 2 now. So, I like how it's, I didn't think it'd be back-to-back, but alas, they are going to do it. Ancient Tribe. Actually, no, of course, Ancient Tribe's second pick again, right? So no wonder Enigma isn't having to change things up. They are the team that just won.
Yep. Why change your winning strategy?
Dusa was the hero banned out last time by Ancient Tribe in this position. They're going to keep it solid. So Enigma, is Techies the hero? Are we going to see the identical draft opening coming from the side of Enigma? Again, I wouldn't be opposed. Techies is quite an open hero. I think, if anything, Magnus is still in the pool. Techies is in the pool. is there anything else really crazily meta from first phase right now? I mean, both of these teams haven't really tried timber sawing in first phase, but maybe Ancient Tribe want to do that in this game, knowing that they got it banned out later down the line.
Yeah, yeah. Now the onus is really on Ancient Tribe to bring something new to the table here. What is that going to be, though? I mean, I'd like to see them try and play the Magnus. It feels like a hero which can kind of solve a lot of their issues and still kind of be a kind of MOBA hero, maybe. If that's
Like a Mag Void Spirit type response to this techies?
Yeah.
That could be a good response. Oh, no. Psych. We're going to go for Doom.
Okay. I mean, the Doom wasn't the issue last game. I thought the Doom was the only hero able to really get much done in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, he was popping off in the early to mid game. He was making a lot of incredible moves, trying to set the pace of the game, but not really able to connect the dot. One other option could be going for like a Shadow Demon style route, and then you have the unkillable Doom in the early mid game, plus disruptions coming in. You can disjoint a lot of techies kind of combos. But yeah, it really just feels like what they want to pair. Like when you're picking Doom, it often is like it's a combo picker hero, right? And when you're on second pick, it's like the old school like Centaur Rubik. It's the same thing. When you pick Doom, you naturally just want to pick up the combination.
Yeah,
because the lane kind of plays itself.
Sure. All right.
Oh, they actually did SD.
Demon.
Yo, let's go. Dude, we're eating good tonight. All right.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it. This is a hero which has been rising in popularity, that's for sure. Love the save. Damage is, reasonable. The ultimate's pretty good anti-carry. You got 2 anti-carry spells now in the Doom and in the ultimate from Shadow Demon. I like it. Beastmaster, third most popular hero of the patch so far in competitive games, and no surprise to see it coming out. In fact, Doom, Techies, and Beastmaster, all the top 3 positions now taken up. Medusa and Batrider the next 4th and 5th banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's also why the SD feels pretty good in this position, because with the Beastmaster response from Enigma keeping the draft equal, now you have disruption on top of the raw. Okay, now we can save that hero. Techies, we disrupt it. Against the big cores, I guess another thing that didn't really think about is playing against Shadow Demon, you kind of want multiple heroes that need to get ulted. Otherwise, it's too simple for him to disrupt save, hold back his ultimate, and wait for like that one windrunner to overstep her mark. Oh, and now she can't run away with the windrun, right? So it would be interesting to see if Nigma think about that, or if they just pick heroes that don't care about getting ulted by Disruptor. Sorry, not Disruptor, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what kind of heroes are those? What heroes can actually stand their ground against a Shadow Demon and just not give a damn about the break?
I think it's more explosive heroes that can just make a statement into the fight before SD can kind of position himself and understand what he's doing, if that makes sense. Like some Sven type hero, any of these heroes that don't care about giving away illusions as well could also be a key thing. But I don't mind Sven. This hero is kind of rising up a little bit. You could, I'm trying to think, like Slark as well, because it's so hard for the SD to actually use spells because there's so many ways to disappear. Oh, they just banned Slark.
Gone.
I don't know if they just banned it, but I wasn't tabbed in looking at it. But now I see it banned out. But good ban, Ancient Tribe.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that's not like Faceless Void, so it's one of these big ulti heroes. Could that be a consideration?
Seconds remaining.
Potentially. I think
Dire
Void's one of those heroes that going into a Doom plus an SD, the game could potentially feel quite awkward because the disruption saves. But the flip side is, does it really matter because you have Beastmaster amping you up to take fights outside of Chrono, and then you also have Techies to throw damage inside of Chrono. So if you hit multiple heroes, you can only save one. So I think it honestly could be a good pickup for Enigma. And I need to stop saying honestly, because I think I said it twice now in the last minute. And
Just an honest guy. And
I'm
want
just
everyone
trying to
know
be
that.
honest right now. Yeah.
Or
So
you're
I'm
not
gonna.
honest, and you're trying to lie to everyone and make them think you are honest.
Yes, I really want Ancient Tribe to win because I really am. I don't know what I'm doing with this one. Look at the Witch Doctor response. Look at this ban. Oh, 18,000 healing. Gotta
Put
ban
some
it out.
respect on the name. Yeah, they've seen the stats. They know what the deal is. They're not going to let that guy through. Hell no.
To be fair, it's a pretty passive lane, right? When you think of Ancient Tribe, like SD plus Doom, if they're playing together, Or they're going to Scorched Earth and disrupt you down the lane. Like, that's not too much. And then you throw some Witch Doctor on the enemy lane, pumping out some heal. It could potentially remove all of Ancient Tribe's ability to just bully. So, yeah, I honestly like the respect ban.
Yeah, me too. I definitely like it when you kind of consider your lanes and just go like, you're not just looking back at the last game, but also go like, okay, but also, is it just a good game for this hero regardless of last game? You know, trying to like remove that bias from your thought process and still consider it and not just being like stubborn about it, you know? Like a lot of teams can be.
Nigma as well. We didn't really touch on it in the previous draft, but in the second phase, they are respecting Lil Pleb's Morphling. It is probably the hero that brought him to notoriety within Division 2. He was able to 1v9 on the teams that he was on, pretty much keeping them in the division at some point just because of his Morphling performances.
Yeah.
So, respecting that very much. Banning out the Ember as that good active hero to make plays that we were lacking in the previous game. And of course, Monkey King, Yuma showcased how aggressive it can be, not needing to go Battle Fury, but just look for the fights. And with the static nature of the offlane, we are looking to see that tempo being set from the safe lane and mid. I think Ancient Tribe have learned from their mistakes in the previous draft, and these heroes are going to be the ones that they look to pick up.
All right, so Mirana coming out. The old school combination of Shadow Demon Mirana coming out for Ancient Tribe here. This kind of makes sense. It gives them something pretty straightforward to play around, but that's kind of what I was asking for, you know, just something which you know they're going to be able to pull off. And when it comes to that mid game, when they're roaming around the map together, you know, this is just a nice way to set up for kills. At the moment, there is no save on the side of Enigma Galaxy, and there is not a ton left either.
Yeah, so again, like you said, it's a very good combo for finding the kills, but it does play a very scripted style of game, right? It's the look towards killing the mid at 6 minutes. It's the, if you're disrupted, the arrow's going to be coming in. So if Enigma can maybe pick some Abaddon or something, some combo breaking position 5, within a really strong carry that doesn't need too much from the game, can push out lanes quite freely, that could dismantle all of Ancient Tribe's presence in this game right now. Maybe it's an overreaction in regards to draft because there's still 2 big core picks down the line. Timberstore is still available. Would they pick it on 18 if the Abaddon gets picked? Quite easily. So they need to be very careful with Enigma. Like, don't overreact to this combo with the heroes that I was mentioning. Otherwise, you're going to get mobied.
You're going to get mobbed on.
The mobster coming in.
Mobbed down.
Just like he mobbed that previous game with Necrophos.
Did not, unless that is what mobbed mean, in which case I hope he doesn't mob this game, please.
It's just
mob.
Infinite meaning. The mob does what the mob wants to do.
His own hidden take on the game. Very, very philosophical. All right. Wraith King coming out for the Enigma Galaxy. Not a hero we're used to seeing a ton of at the moment, and the Silence is follow up as well. All right.
This is Timbersaw right here. If Ancient Tribe don't Timbersaw, I would be rather not confused, but I feel like this is the opportunity to go for it. You were obviously, mentioning Wraith King and its lack of presence. This is the time to pick it, right? I'm talking about combo breaking heroes. Wraith King happily is the best combo breaker in the game because his ultimate, his second life. And of course, Doom, you never really want to Doom the Wraith King, unless maybe on the second life, but quite low damage. It's all about lanes with Enigma. They don't do things on the map, really. They just take their lanes and slowly progress the game forward with Beast taking his tower, Wraith King Skeletons maybe taking tower, but with Doom in one lane, that shouldn't happen. And with a potential carry down the line, also might not happen. Like Naga Siren, for example, could be pretty good for Ancient Tribe to punish Enigma.
But instead, Ancient Tribe are going to look towards the Magnus instead, a hero we were calling for much earlier on in the draft. And this guy, I mean, it gives you play potential, you know, it does give you some good kill potential, but yeah, not the Timbersaw you were looking for, unfortunately.
Well, I think the Timbersaw, now that I think about it, it maybe falls into the Necrophos type trap where's that stun, where's that initiation, right? It provides you forward positioning to get yourselves into areas to take cool fights, but maybe Ancient Tribe lost confidence in that style of play, and they would rather see a hero that can just point and click, like, this is where we're going. And of course, Magnus easily could be flexed right now between mid and carry, so this gives Ancient Tribe a little bit of draft advantage, where in the previous game, they pick a Lich, everything's very face-up value, so there is still room for Mag to go carry, and for Mobai to get one of these heroes that can break the game. So Enigma need to be mindful of this with their pickup. They need a very, when I say universal, I don't mean it based on the stat type. I mean in the concept of being universal. It needs to be able to do a little bit of everything. That's why Pangolier is banned out.
Yeah. They need a bread butterer.
Who also is universal, coincidentally.
As it happens, yeah. Void Spirit also taken out of the mix by Enigma Galaxy, so they're very aware of this Magnus. You know, they know it could be carry or mid. It's flexible. One of the strengths of the hero. And yeah, they just, I like this as well. They're just saying, like, you know, they struggled last game because you didn't really have a playmaking hero on the middle lane. They picked a very slow hero at mid who tried to make up for it by going for mobility items. So do the same thing again. Ban out the Void Spirit, ban out the Puck, try and force them to play the same card. I
got it, Nomad. This is the game. This is the Kotl game from Enigma.
Okay.
I called it in the previous game, but I'm seeing like the same thing. Like Enigma have a lot of bodies up front, but they lack that little bit of explosive damage. And when your CC comes from Harpoon, Skewer, or Disruption with arrow follow-up, high move speed heroes will be able to break that apart quite nicely. And yeah, like I mentioned, like this Kotl is just going to be able to boots of travel, high move speed around the fight. You can buy Vessel or Dagon or like any of the items that you see for the game, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. Is there another Mikey hero that we're missing though? I still think that's like number one in my mind. Yes!
SF feels.
Let's go!
Yep. Good job, T Governor, and good job, Enigma Galaxy. Rounds off their draft very nicely. So what does this hero give them now?
Pacing, pretty much. It's all about the pacing. It's going to be, you throw out a Hawk, you just don't know if Mikey's going to be TPing on it, providing something. If I quickly double check his pub history, what items he's gone for, he has been going for Vessel Axe, Vessel Dagon, Vessel E-Blade. It really depends on the game state that's occurring, but it is a hero that elevates the game. Healing as well. We mentioned how important healing was in the previous game with the Witch Doctor. He himself is going to have to push the heroes forward, and a hero we do not see often is this tiny, most likely going to be in the mid lane. It's fallen off. It's a little bit too slow for the current meta, but with a Magnus, with the Empower, still by the Ags, there's some wombo combos to be had here, but is it that perfect lockdown? I would have loved to see, I think, a Kunkka, in my opinion, for Ancient Tribe. I think that last pick Kunkka, boat buff against the lack of damage from Nigma, X mark to keep the Kotl in place, that probably would have been some like insane pick, but they go for the tiny. It's a little bit more volatile, but maybe leans into comfort more.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it does give them, again, that jump in, that pick off. You know, this is a draft which can get things done, which is one of the big things we were talking about here. But yeah, is it a little bit kind of slow? You know, it still feels a little slow from Ancient Tribe. I don't know. Like, it's another team where I'm thinking, like, if they're behind, they're going to be in trouble. Getting behind is going to be difficult because they got Magnus and then Doom. These heroes can farm up really, really fast. Will they have enough back pressure? That kind of remains to be seen. Yeah. Also, what do their resources look like in the fight as well? Because obviously you've got the Doom, you've got the RP, and then do they run out with this Wraith King Second Life?
I'm trying to think about that. It's like right now, all of Ancient Tribe, even after seeing the Wraith King, they've drafted down the line of kill the hero that we see, and that mindset against a Wraith King is always scary. And I think I kind of side with you there. I'm worried once they use their first round of spells, these heroes don't really thrive on the second round. They kind of need the big ones to be super present. Sure, they can reposition a lot and do annoying stuff, but are you going to kill the Wraith King? So, yeah, it's going to be a very hard and challenging game for Ancient Tribe, I think. Execution is key. And maybe they've learned from the errors in game one. They had the net worth advantage, but they just weren't able to utilize it.
Alrighty, let's jump into it then. Game number 2, Enigma Galaxy versus Ancient Tribe. Who is going to be taking the win and securing this very, very vital early win here? It is both of these teams' first series here in the Western EU DPC Division 2. Let's find out who is going to be taking it.
Do you want me to hype things up now, or?
No, I just did that. You can. The court is yours, my friend. The ball is at your feet. Just bend over, pick it up.
Quiet. Let's smoke. Let's see what happens. Let the Dota do the talking for this part.
Well, they're no longer smoked.
Catch us if 30 seconds to battle.
Oh, love that ward. The pre-ward ward, but it does get spotted out by the side of Nick the Galaxy. So I'm not very good at being quiet, T. Wards at dawn. I mean, this early game is not particularly exciting. This Dota's not saying much, I'll be honest. It's being very quiet, so... GH firing some shots away from Mobe as they'll go 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. He's taking some hits up here from Kuro and from Yuma as well. Another thing to mention as well is we talked about using those spells correctly. That's going to be even harder with a silencer in the game as well. That global silence could come out of nowhere at any point, catch you off guard. Going to mean that this Magnus's initiation could be quite tricky. Same with the Doom.
It's going to be that safety net. I'll start speaking now.
Thank God.
It's all good, it's all good. 2 for 2 on the rune split. And yeah, already looking at the Mikey versus Tiny matchup. This is... Again, I'd be surprised if we ever see Tiny getting a kill on Mikey. I feel like this is actually a very good lane for Coddle, just to throw it under the Tiny, and then indirectly, it will prevent Tiny from thinking about the wider map. If he does TP away, then, again, still not really pressuring Mikey. So, all eyes on him to showcase why this mid Coddle was picked up and what it can present in this game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. It's definitely not going to be a stompy lane like last time, I don't think. You do have one of these heroes which can just kind of take things over. As LeBron taking some heavy hits up in the top lane. The axes, they're going to help GH secure the kill, and that'll be first blood going the way of the techies.
He died to 10 magical damage of the blood grenade. Rough. Truly rough.
Yeah.
But once again, it's the same lane. Like, we saw the same thing in the previous game, right? It's constant axe spam. It's constant sticky bomb. It is incredibly hard to play into. And especially, it's going to be amplified by having the Mirana here. This isn't some Oracle that can provide some healing, the Witch Doctor, any of these heroes. It's an aggressive type of hero. You're always looking to trade the right clicks, and it's near impossible. Because if you step up, you're now tanking the axes and the sticky bomb. So this lane top is all about just shipping out the regen and surviving and getting as much farm as you can.
That's it. That's what it is all about. Resource management. And yeah, just trying to limit what these guys can do. God damn, look at how much damage that Techies does to LeBron. It's just crazy. Right clicks him like twice. The guy just gets wrecked. What can you do? But bottom lane, you know, Nigma's still trying to get a similar amount of harassment as they are on top. They are looking to take this game by the horns in the early game.
Yeah, they're really just presenting themselves, just forward thinking. Get as much XP as you can on Numa, because once the Vanguard gets picked up again from this Doom, this time around, Wraith King will happily walk to jungle. You throw down a good obs so the skeletons can run through it, and you'll be happily farming up. But pre-Vanguard, that's where Wraith King really tries to push the limits of his hero, because unfortunately, he doesn't really do too much into it.
Yep. It's kind of a PSA as well, you know, if you're a garbage carry player like me, then just pick Wraith King, or just pick like something which can just run and hit camps, because you literally don't have to play the lane from like 4 minutes onwards. There's so many camps close to the lane now.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying when my carry does that, and I'm playing some like sacrificial 5 that can't push out the lane. It's like, I'm so happy you're giving me this lane, but I'm in a bad one right now, mate, and Chief, I can't be securing these range creeps by myself.
Hope you enjoy sitting under tower and watching. It is free, though. It is free. It's impossible to lose lanes for some of these carries, but should you do it always? Definitely not. Will you do it always? Probably.
Looking at mid lane, actually, Momo's done a pretty good job at just preventing Mikey getting in positions of just CSing, right? 15 to 7, 10 to 3. Of course, Kotal, when he have the levels, he'll just move towards jungle, start making stacks.
He's very, very low, but yeah, the poison won't be enough.
He has the loads as well. He's perfectly fine. Yeah,
it's good. Yeah.
So yeah, Mikey trading a little bit of lane CS for the stacks. So maybe a little bit of a bait on the CS score right now. But yeah, Momo doing a good job. Of course, against Koddle, the lanes are always in your face, right? So you're kind of CSing against yourself.
Yeah. Well, the thing we've been seeing about this Koddle non-stop against the Tiny is that every time he tries to set up some last hits for himself with Illuminate, Mobe's just always just running at him and throwing down that avalanche. You know, pretty long-range stun, all things considered. And that means that he can't really get off the full Illuminate charges, which means he can't really harass Mobe, can't really secure the CS. So yeah, it seems to be a pretty nice little aspect of this matchup, which maybe we hadn't considered. I definitely thought this was going to be more Coddle favored, but yeah, Mobe's playing it well.
Again, he's gonna most likely pick up Blink quite early. The question is, when he gets Blink, who's he pairing with? Like, if Doom has Doom, sure, that's a kill. Do you want to rotate to your mag and stop him from like farming up the jungle and utilizing Empower? Probably not. So it is going to be pick up the Blink, try and use SD and Mirana and get kills, and it could be difficult, but it is the window of time that we are going to be looking for on the side of Ancient Tribe. If Tiny can't do it, then no one on their team will be able to do anything.
Alex taking some heavy hits down here in the bottom lane. Arrow coming across, but Kuro runs in and tanks it. Not my carry, he says, but he is going to be going down here. Alex, is he going to fall? Wow, Yuma, he's committing to the kill here. Is he going to get punished for that? He's taking some damage here, but he's got that Helm of Iron Will, and that just might help him survive through it. Waiter, he wants it, but he won't be finding the kill. There is still a heal available from the Wraith King, so he's going to get out of there.
Oh, all right. Will he buy his own salve, or is Kuroki going to bring regen in? He did buy his own salve, and that's what we want to see. Carries that buy their own regen when they're low in lane. Beautiful stuff.
Strong,
job, Yuma.
independent carries. You love to see it. It's me like run at Oita here, and yeah, just trying to put a bit of pressure on him. He's so tanky on this Doom, you know. He's got this Vanguard. He's not really worrying about much at the moment. Not many concerns.
Yeah, it's, the heroes around him can die based on positioning, not himself. Like, there is no way in the world the Silencer Wraith King is going to be able to click the Doom down unless there's some like incredible body blocks for like 30 seconds.
Yeah. The top lane, the suffering continues, but at the same time, this Magnus, he's pretty juiced. He's feeling okay. You know, a lot of these have been neutral creeps, side camps and such, but nevertheless, he's doing well for himself.
Very even start to the game. All teams getting the CS, but disruption onto the mid lane Coddle.
Yeah, and there comes
Perfect.
the Avatos, and again, that is the flip side. You get on top of this Coddle, and he is just absolute butter.
Unfortunately, they don't have the mid lane ward to scout out the SD positioning. His disruption is relatively small cast range to be able to catch the Coddle, but with no observer and it being nighttime, perfectly able to pick him up. And Ancient Tribe need to replicate that time and time again. Disrupt, Arrow, Tiny. And that is going to be pretty much everything we talk about for the next 10 minutes for this team. Because Doom's going to be farming one lane and Mag's AFK in the jungle.
Good old Magnus. I'm sure we'll see him again in about 10 or 15 minutes with 8 items and 10,000 gold to boot, but until then, oh, never mind. RP comes down to the top lane. Lil Pleb's looking for action, and with the help of an arrow, they might be able to score this kill, but OGH comes in from the sidelines here and blows up Lil Pleb instead. Kuro down in the bottom lane as they'll try to finish the kill onto LeBron. LeBron does have one leap. He is going to use it. Roar comes out, though, but it's not enough. They're going to actually be able to kill him off there with the Avalanche, so mind control does eventually fall, but getting the turnaround onto the Magnus there is absolutely huge.
It's incredibly awkward. I think the layering of the RP and the arrow didn't really stun for too long, and in doing so, yeah, Beastmaster was able to get his big spells out. Very awkward. I think Lil Pleb has put himself in this position multiple times in
Mikey
the
getting
series.
this? Yeah, he is. Disruption comes
be.
out. Mikey will grab that kill. Whoa!
Oh,
A little bit of juking, a little bit of jiving, but Alex,
yeah, it's fine.
it'll take a while, but he will die. But they now know that this ward is here at the very least.
Yeah.
So Mikey trading the kill for a ward.
GH has no points in the taser right now, so
dear.
he's going to go down to the right clicks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No
They do
taser
be
to react
scuffling.
with.
Wait, I'm happy that we're getting this many kills. The previous game, it became a stalemate so early on.
Yeah, it really did. We had first by like 7 minutes, and then
Doc Kuroki's getting body blocked by his own illusions.
yeah, that's not ideal. That is not ideal at all. Wow. Okay, this is just going to be a little freebie pickup here onto the silencer. And
Just to
now we
clarify,
grab
his own
this ward.
team's illusions, but yeah.
Yeah.
Suboptimal. All right, Yuma now just picked up a ward on his Wraith King. He has the armlet, 3 points in his Vampiric Spirit. Where will he place his Observer to utilize his skeletons? Because that's why Wraith Kings pick up the ward.
Yep. Every Wraith
I'll keep you
watching
updated
with
on it.
bated breath. Both of them.
12 of them.
Yeah. Jump forward onto the Doom, though. They've got the explosions. They have the damage. They need a little bit more. Would be nice to have some magical. The creeps are actually blocking them right now, but GH somehow just getting it with a right click.
Level 6 pre-10 minutes, of course, Wisdom Room helps, but yeah, really nice stuff. And MC farming stacks, Yuma farming Dooms. Yeah, they're happily farming up right now. And Tiny, I think the saving grace for Ancient Tribe, he is top net worth. That anticipation of the Blink Dagger, 500 gold away. he really needs to set some pace in this game.
Who do you want to die to this blink?
I mean, anyone at this point, I think.
Okay.
Wraith King doesn't have ult. He's got 6, 7, so he's holding a point for Wraith King. So going on him probably not the best. I'd actually argue killing off Kotl once or twice more would be helpful. Don't basically install the idea to Mikey that if he shows, he can die, and then suddenly he won't be TPing as brazenly. Yeah.
Put it in his head. It's like the movie. Well, but, yeah, he's kind of in a dangerous spot right here. I mean, GH, if he does go on him, he'll just skewer away. Ooh. Oh.
He's solo killing.
Yeah. I mean, he's had the skewer this whole time on the Magnus. Little Pleb really is just min-maxing at the moment, but is there a point where it's
Just min?
just min, yeah?
Yeah, kinda.
Where is the max
GH, of
coming
course, he didn't want to blast off because of with the arrow cancelling it. It just put themselves in a weird position, but just the pressure he's applying. Also, killing off the Doom like minutes earlier. That was a Doom that easily could just AFK this lane, but Techies, he was the one component of damage that was needed to kill him off. And now Mikey's here with the Vessel as well. Wooter is not tanky anymore, boss. This Vanguard, it is not your friend.
Yeah, and the TP got cancelled, and Nigma might just see this as an opportunity here. They're going to go for it right now. Waiter, he needs a bit of help, and he's not going to find it. That's going to be a nice little kill there for Yuma and Mikey. Now, do they get out? Or are they just going for more? That Lune, unfortunately, not going to catch out. Double leap away from LeBron. Has got one more remaining, but he is going to be able to kill off the Catapult, and also a couple of creeps with that Starstorm. So, Tower... maybe... oh, the Courier as well. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Choose one. There we go.
Finally.
Old's got both of them like, whoa. Alex, aggressive, sir. He wants to get this reincarnation. Is he going to get it? Oh, yes, he is. Fair enough. An ult for an ult. Answer all things.
On corner now for 180 seconds. Of course, 7.33 did reduce that by 20 seconds. It used to be 200, so he is going to be relatively more jungle-based now due to the fact he doesn't have his ultimate.
Yeah.
Going for the aggressive build. Armlet into straight Deso. And he went for this ward, yeah, thank you. I was expecting it to be like a spicy one, you know, like where he's really understood the jungle for his skeletons. Yeah, maybe there, exactly. Maybe here. Oof. True. I do love being able to see multiple camps, but alas, goes for a boring one.
Shame. Mobe, meanwhile, looking for an exciting kill onto GH, but Nine will be able to finish it off, especially with Mikey backing him up here. He's going to heal him, he's going to damage him, and now boom comes a crit from Yuma, killing off Mobe. Waiter now on the back line. Terry's getting caught out. The explosion comes in. They bring him down. Shadow Demon, can he get revenge with Potato Revenge? I don't think so. I think he's just going to die. What a shame. That neutral ability never coming in useful, but they get 3 kills in the middle lane on the side of Enigma, and now they can look for the tower.
Yeah, instantly responding with numbers, and that was good. That was the big tiny blink dagger timing that we were, anticipating this entire time. He reveals it into then death, and
all right, and a random Mirana just put down on the sidelines as well. Mikey finds a +1, and all of a sudden this looks like everything just kind of fall Enigma's way all of a sudden.
Yeah, they have no map to play. The fact that we're mentioning one single hero being the component of all map plays on the Ancient Tribe, he shows his blink dies like. It's not a recipe for success, is it? And Enigma, solo bind it, super high value. Against Magnus, he skewers, he's going to be slowed. Mirana, she leaps, going to be slowed. And yeah, Mikey's utilizing that quite nicely.
Definitely. Oh,
GH,
jump in,
no.
have a toss. It's not enough. It's not enough. Tiny now disarmed as well, cannot finish the job. A Hail Mary arrow, but GH, he's been around the block a few times. Never going to get caught out by that one. Wow. Second blink, no kill.
This is incredibly difficult, and in this type of game, you kind of wish Ancient Tribe had like a Terrorblade as their carry, because then it's like, okay, if game's weird, we just throw bodies, who cares? We'll have SD plus Terrorblade, create illusions, hold the high ground, outscale the Wraith King. But you have a Magnus, a hero that doesn't pressure the mana pool of Wraith King, a hero that doesn't pressure the HP of Wraith King realistically, because you can't get through 2 lives outside of 1 RP.
Yeah.
And SD just dies again. Like, there is no map to play now on Ancient Tribe.
Hey, man.
They go on tiny techies again, sorry, and just where's the damage?
Yeah, that is the question. LeBron's actually going to die for this. Mobe's not in an ideal situation either. He's surrounded by heroes, throws the Kotl out, goes, get out of my way. But, well, Yuma's on top of him now. The damage is there, and another death for Mobe in the middle lane. Having such a rough series for this guy.
Mind control's hitting bottom tier 2. This game's fallen apart. And it was our concerns in the draft when we're looking at how static their heroes are. Like, this is the product of it. A team that wants to play aggressive and be on the enemy's side will be able to just pick apart your heroes.
Let's not be negative Nancy, though. Okay, one thing has gone Ancient Tribe's way in the past few minutes. And that was when Alex died bottom, he did get the Wisdom runes. So that is a big psychological win.
They're going to need about another 12 Wisdom runes to get back into this game. So if we can keep it going, then...
Keep up that pace. LeBron walks to his demise.
All right, smoke up. Into a Techie's mine. Oh,
sucks that they've already lost one hero, but let's see if they can do it without. In they come, but the global is there, no RP, and now, well, they're just awkwardly standing around. See you later. They're going for the TP out. They'll drop the RP and the disruption at the same time. The My Bad immediately coming out from Alex. I mean, they will at least be able to bring down GH, but they just threw a whole kitchen sink, and all they got was a little Techies.
if they were able to coordinate that a little bit better with the TP out, that would have been just insane. The global into mass TP just...
Bye.
It could have been fluid, but whatever. You know, Techies dies, Ancient Tribe, they tried to make the smoke, they tried to get the cores together, but they smoke up into a Techie's mine, so Enigma know it's coming. They jump a hero that isn't silencer, so global is in play. It's difficult, it really is, but that's the type of play that you need to make when you're behind. You need to kind of force your way into an area of the map to then just have some area, some position to play on, and it doesn't feel comfortable. You look at the minimap, they're drawing frantically, they're not in a happy position on Ancient Tribe. They understand the pace of the game that's being set, and Yuma, he's just taking it away with the farm, nearly about to hit 10k at the 17-minute mark.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All of them are just getting so rich right now. It's kind of crazy, and you know, Magnus obviously still has some money.
He's soloing Rishon right now.
What?
And now the team's here to help him out.
Yep.
He was trying to solo. Let me just confirm. I'm trying to see what the item timing will be for Ancient Tribe to take that fight, and it's difficult because your Doom only has Vanguard Midas. The Magnus is going for a Manta. The Tiny is still nowhere near his Echo Saber, and like all three of these items I've just mentioned, they aren't like punchy items where I can see them going, okay, so now you can deal with that aspect of the draft. Like maybe the Manta, of course, against Silencer the Global, will give him some RP skewer plays to make, but with an Aegis in boot, on the Beastmaster as well, you've got to go through what? Like 7 lives now on Nigma to win this.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound fun. That doesn't sound possible, but... you know, maybe with some big ultimate usages, you know, you can take out some of those key targets which don't have an Aegis or a second life. Maybe Mikey Joel could be that guy, but at the moment, Doom might not even get a chance to use his spells. Global Silence comes down. They knew exactly what they wanted to try there, and Kuro just says no. He puts the foot down. Lil Pled is from behind, though. Let's see if they actually want to do something here. I have a feeling I know the answer. They just want to get themselves the fuck away from this one, and that is exactly what they'll do. They find themselves 2 other heroes, but Disarm is out. There's that Taser. RP cancelled out by the stun. Lil Pled getting low right now. That Spirit Vessel doing work, and the Illuminate cuts him down. Mikey, he's just running around the map doing whatever the hell he wants.
It's normally in a cast I'll try and find the silver lining, right? But
what about bronze lining? Can we do that? Is there like a rusty bronze lining anywhere?
if they can get this game to 25 minutes on Ancient Tribe, you can take it as a moral victory.
Okay. Yeah, that is maybe not even bronze. It's just
The difficult thing as well is
grey
like,
lining.
they don't have that illusion-based hero that can at least start skipping waves. They also don't really have that built into their lineup where someone can like live on the enemy side of the map and at least delay the inevitable, right? And we are seeing the fringe of that. I'd argue maybe in 3 minutes time when Aegis expires, if Ancient Tribe can get at least some items, some desperation farm, wait for the Aegis to expire, then look for the fight, try and ignore and cut out this Wraith King. Sure, there's one opportunity for the comeback, but going head on into the Aegis right now, it just feels like such an uphill battle that they're just not going to win. They do have Fortify though.
Yep, they have Fortify, one of the few tools in the basket at the moment, but Rain Tracks gets taken, and Enigma, they'll say, yep, that's enough for us. We want to be out elsewhere. Keep them in the base, go for the bottom side, probably next, get that pushed out first.
Okay, LeBron's actually about to pick up the Lotus. So, not the Lotus, but that could help with the purging of the vessel charges, the solar binds, turning around some of these roars. Again, at Ancient Tribe, they're really playing for the smallest window of a comeback in the fight. I don't know what the win probability is right now, but it does feel like it should be in the 90% right now for Nigma.
It's definitely not looking ideal, and I think
95, okay.
95, all right, yeah, I'm feeling that. That's the thing with the Magnus as well, though. The hero is really strong, but it needs to be ahead, you know? Like, you don't get to just run through the fights like attacking multiple
they found
heroes.
Mikey, they found Mikey!
Okay. Stuns out. Mikey in trouble, and they aren't going to be able to kill him off. All right.
Oh, no,
Ancient
LeBron
Tribe.
got it. No offense, LeBron, but in this state of the game, you kind of want a core to be getting these big ticket kills.
It's fine. He's going to complete that Lotus now.
True.
Someone is going to be unsilenced, sorry. Yeah, Nigma, they don't need Mikey. They'd like Mikey, but they don't need him. And they're going to hold this high ground regardless. If he steps too close here, he might be caught out. Little player actually finds Yuma there. Not sure he was expecting that as he throws a shockwave into the tree. Oh, Mobe takes a step too far forward there, but there's that Lotus coming out, reflecting the stun. And do they want to go up this high ground? Nice arrow connecting onto mind control, but Mobe, he's actually taken a ton of damage just from the little dinosaur, and now the stun comes in from Yuma. Yuma looking to try and finish the job. The global side's coming out as well. Alignment to initiate even harder. Nigma just trying to finish the job, and they will be able to bring down Void to here, though. That said, Alex comes in with the disruption. Will it be enough? GH going to get cancelled out. He's not going to go for the RP, though. He can't get it off. Yes, he can. 3 years caught inside it, but there's no follow-up. Nigma, they've got everybody back in the crib, and they are just going to start taking down names. Down goes LeBron. They'll look to the side as well to Shadow Demon trying to escape through his little gate, but he can't even make it through. He gets crushed halfway. Waiter's down as well. 4 heroes dead on the side of Ancient Tribe. Nigma once again just not letting the ball slip at whatsoever.
Yeah, I love the positioning from them, just hugging that right-hand side of the map, utilizing the high ground ward. Yeah, Mikey's kind of dicing with death here, doesn't have the Aegis, that's on Beastmaster. He's kind of 1v2ing these big cores and...
Hey, friends. Hey, if they can't get close to him, they can't kill him. We know that. And Yuma going in deep onto Little Pleb here. Ignis going to come out just to make sure they secure the kill. There is a bomb upon him. And disruption. Denies T his big boom moment, unfortunately.
I meant boom for Alex. Like, boom goes the disruption. It's very common.
Yes,
yeah,
very
there we
common
go.
phrase.
But
Very
no,
explosive ability.
But I feel like vision in these mid to late game fights, with how big the map is, there's so many cool spots where you can just hold. Where before it was like, hold your triangle, they'll come. You know, the inevitable fight will occur. But nowadays it's like, do you have the ward around the Lotus Pit? Are you using the tree line there? Are you hugging the ancient area on the right side of Dire with that high ground ward spot? So this time around, Nigma, sure they do lose Mikey, but they just position, they respect, they're still strong, they have the lead, have the high ground vision. Kuroki's like so far back that he can't get comboed and make sure he can global, and because of that, they do take the numbers at a disadvantage and still do it. Of course, you know, Mikey TV.
Real Chads hold the creep hot tub.
That's true. And Little Pleb though, he's
heading for it, but he's not going to make
so
it.
dead.
Yeah,
So dead.
Get
I was expecting him to maybe Manta off, but I forgot that he's nowhere near a Manta.
Yeah.
If this game lasts another 10 minutes, there is a world where Techies and Silencer could actually overtake some of these cores on the side of Ancient Tribe. Mainly the Techies, because he's actually farming very effectively with his spells, but...
Yeah. GH is getting them stacks, you know. He wants to flap. He doesn't want to jiggle. As Mobe is going to be the next target here. Oh, that TP is so terrifying. It's on a dragon as well. There is nothing you could do about it. Mikey is inevitable. And they're going to get themselves another kill here, this time onto the Tiny. It's feeling like it might be a GG coming out from Ancient Tribe soon, especially as Yuma and GH looking for the backlines jump onto Waiter here. They're going for the big target. They want to take down the big bean Doom. And, well, they do have the Lotus upon him, so he can doom something if he wishes. But, I mean, what's the point? Down he goes. GH still throwing loads of bombs the way of Alex. Alex trying to juke and jive through the trees. Mind control trying to cut him down. We'll be able to find him. And Alex, well, he's going to be taking a long nap. Inside the fountain now, LeBron sits, and he just about gets clipped by the Illuminate anyway, so it's yet another kill. Little Pleb respawns, and there's just corpses everywhere. All right, guys, I'm ready to take the game-changing fight. Oh, you're dead. Okay, GG.
This was just...
He couldn't even skew it into the fountain.
Aggression, right? Like, you play against Magnus, you just don't give him any time. Whilst he's AFK farming, you're losing out your map. You're always holding areas together. It was a really impressive game. I think they kind of calibrated themselves from game 1 to game 2. They kind of found where exactly they want to take the fight, because in game 1 it was a little bit more awkward and drawn out, but the second game, this Beastmaster kind of led the team with, of course, Yuma and Mikey, and just everyone kind of stepping up and just always looking to go. And the first highlight we see is the blink reveal into insta-death.
Yep, I mean, as the changing point of the game right there, you know, before that point we were always talking how even this laning phase was, how no one really had a huge advantage over anybody else, and then this happens. Just complete disaster for Ancient Tribe. Honestly, like, this whole fight here, just from this point onwards, the game was just over, honestly. And unfortunately, Mobe was unable to put anything together after this point as well. Which is a shame, because in the laning phase, you know, there was some promise coming out from Ancient Tribe. They were making those connections happen with the Shadow Demon and with the Mirana. You know, that combo we said was kind of their bread and butter, something they knew how to play around. But what followed was just carnage.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I feel like for Ancient Tribe, the draft is a lot of heroes that look good in the meta, but in conjunction, there are a lot of holes in its playability until you have multiple items. And with how hungry teams are to find the kill, to chase further, to look for that next fight, you can't really expect these lineups to go well unless you crush lanes and dictate the pacing of the game. And I think Ancient Tribe kind of fell victim to that 2 drafts in a row. Like, we're seeing Lich Bloodseeker drafts. That's a very Division 1 thing, but it fell flat. We're seeing Magnus and Dooms and SDs, very Division 1, big meta, not really appearing whilst Nigma. It's like, when you build yourself the foundation of Techies and Beastmaster in your first phase, any of your 3 picks after will always kind of look good and blend well together, because the damage is there with Techies, the pushing aspect is there with Mind Control and the Beastmaster, so all your other picks are just going to be able to present counters to your opponent's draft. So yeah, game 2 MVP though, I'm leaning GH, just because of how active he was on the map, but I'm happy to have an argument with you, Nomad, if you have someone else, and then we can have a little fist fight.
I mean, it's really hard for me to not give it to Mind Control, you know, like it's got to be one of them, right? Mind Control was just kind of always there, just putting on the pressure. You know, last game he was very consistent. This game he was just so aggressive, just very, very choking, which was good to see. So, you know, I can see either. Should we just say let production decide?
Quickly,
or are we
rock paper scissors go? Riku, ready?
Okay, all right.
3, 2, 1, shoot. Wait, sorry. Wait,
okay.
Wait, I was just telling you the rules, right? Ready?
Okay, yeah.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, go again.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, go again.
Oh my god. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Okay, you
Woo,
win. Right,
let's go.
GH
MVP, well deserved from him.
So deserved. It's like, that's how prestigious MVP is. This is how much yep, there you go.
Yeah. But no, seriously, Mind Control, like, just taking names on this Beastmaster, you know, what the hell?
I lost.
I've been scammed.
You've been scammed so hard.
All right, I'll double it. Whatever he's paying you, I'll double it.
Oh damn! Okay, today we learned that rock beats paper in rock paper scissors, which is
yeah,
fine.
Maybe that's just how Romanian rock paper.
It's how it is. Romanian rock paper scissors. Rock goes through the center of the paper. You know, if there's a hole in the paper, you can't win. But GH did put a hole in the enemy because he was deleting heroes left and right, so they always had numbers advantage. And I feel like you're saying Mind Control, we're rock paper scissoring. Both of these players did step up once again, and I would expect teams to respect either the Techies or the Beastmaster in the future of the draft. But it's so difficult. Like, there's a Batrider to ban. There's a Medusa to ban. Maybe ignore the Medusa, just ban the Beastmaster instead, because already they're making a statement that Beastmaster is their hero so far.
Yeah, you just know that this lane is going to go well for them. You know, I don't think there's any hero combination which can really combat it particularly well. You know that Beastmasters are going to be doing well. You know that your carry is going to be pretty sad and clicked to death by the Techies. You know, they got that first blood on the Mirana as well. So, yeah, all in all, a pretty rough time for Ancient Tribe. And do you feel like there was a bit of a mental defeat here from Ancient Tribe after game 1?
I don't think so, because they drafted the same way. So they had confidence in their kind of Dota approach, and I think now that they've got out of the series and kind of the pressure that's applied, they'll use hindsight and go, wait a second, we're playing against Nigma, but we're drafting passive lanes, we're drafting combinations that don't connect in the exit of laning phase, and then you have Nigma that's drafting around a Beastmaster with pacing, speed, damage, control, Roshan potential, tower, everything. Like, they got all the aspects of a draft. So I think just the drafting was fundamentally bad from Ancient Tribe today. And if you have an off day on draft against the Nigmas, the Old Gs, the Manaspas, they are going to easily beat you. So I think Ancient Tribe just need to kind of clean up how they want to approach the draft, and this will be the kind of the lesson that they learned from today.
Yeah, and I think there's got to be like a sense of reality coming into this series as well, right? Obviously, you want to do well. Obviously, you want to hit a top 2 position here and set yourselves up for, the TI qualifiers and everything like that. But at the same time, this is a team you're playing against. It's Nigma. These guys are good Dota players that's got so much experience. TI wins everything you could want under your belt. So you have to come into it going like, if these guys are in peak performance, then it's going to be really, really hard for us. And we just need to bring our best game and try and learn from it. Obviously, try and win at all costs and hope you win at all costs, but you need to keep that realism about you. So that's kind of the make or break for these Div 2 teams. And the ones which stay together, develop into something more. And I'm thinking like, Viking from back in the past, eons ago, that's always a mentality they had, just throughout the years, just always very pragmatic, always very logical, but always doing the best possible thing for their team to improve and get better and stay together and learn. And, that's what it's going to be like for Ancient Tribe. And I hope that they can kind of take their learnings into their next games and keep their style, but, just improve, sharpen up, make sure there's no big holes in the draft like I feel like there was in that game 1. And just kind of, keep bringing their best game and try to get one of those top 2 positions, because that's all you can do. I mean, is there anything you'd like to see them kind of do better next time?
In regards to Ancient Tribe?
Yeah.
I guess think about the heroes that brought them success in previous tours, like this Timbersaw and like heroes like that. If other teams are so willing to pick it up early, why wouldn't they do it? And I think take a step back from what's meta and try and look at the moment and what your opponent's doing, so you're not putting yourself in a position. It's like, it's so easy to tunnel vision, and it's why coaches and stuff are so important, and the support network you have, because once you enter a draft, if all the prep you've done, that the line that you expect to occur doesn't occur, you're kind of floundering in the moment. You have 2.5 minutes reserve time. The picks don't come your way, the bans don't go your way. So I feel like for Ancient Tribe, it's just, you just need to have that kind of a clean level head when you enter the game, because it is so difficult.
Alrighty, well, we do now get to have an interview with the winners, of course, and today we're going to be speaking to Mr. Mind Control from the side of Nigma Galaxy. So, Mind Control, new season, starting off with a win. How does it feel with this new crew?
It feels very refreshing. Hi, first of all, feels really nice. The new guys are giving us new ideas, and we're adapting to them. It feels very nice, and we're just playing core strategies.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. I mean, already adjusting to Mikey well. What is Mikey like as a player? Is he very vocal?
Right now he's a bit shy, but he is getting used to the environment. He doesn't have much competitive experience, so he probably needs some time, and he will remove this shyness, and he will show his leadership potential. Let's say it this way.
Hope so. T?
Mind Control. Are you just going to play Beastmaster every game in Division 2?
I get a little bit bored, but if I have to play it every game, no problem, I can do it. It's a bit like, I love the hero, but I'm playing it for so long, so maybe not every game. But I can do it every game, of course. But it's a bit boring sometimes.
For the team. It's a bit boring.
For the team, I can do it. Yes.
So looking at your pro tracker, looking at your Beastmaster pub games, you always do Helmet Dominator, drums, like Solar Crest. You've never kind of done the Axe build that we see other Beastmasters try to do. Is that something that you think is just good for Beastmaster to stick to the traditional build, or what's your opinion on Beastmaster Axe?
I think Aghanims, I tried it when it came out, the new Aghanims, and I just disrespected. I think it's not that good. I played around 10 games in the start of the patch, and I think it's good against the Phantom Lancer and maybe Naga, and that's really it. Maybe against Terror Blade. And other than this, I don't respect the item. It's sometimes good, of course, but rarely. That's my opinion.
Okay.
All right. Well, you know, we've talked a little bit about Mikey. I want to talk about Yuma as well. You know, talk about this new blood on your team. You know, he's had a bit more experience than Mikey competitively. So, does he bring that into your games and bring some ideas and a little bit of leadership in the late game?
Yeah, definitely, but it's also connected that he is playing the carry role, right? So he is stronger than the mid laner, so maybe this is the reason. I don't know, it's we played for not even 1 month together, so just learning too. I'm learning also like you guys, about the guys. But I think he's more experienced, it feels this way, I get this feeling, yes, so a bit more, maybe, yeah.
And following on from that, is there anything you can share about, you know, or anything you know about, you know, why specifically these guys? You know, did you trial them and just think they're really good, or did you immediately just see them play and go, yeah, these are the guys which are gonna, you know, work well in our team?
So the reason is one of the reasons. It's many reasons, but one of the reasons is they're high ranked players. I know Yuma for a very long time. Actually, I used to play party games back in the days, like years ago, and like we're Dota friends for a long time, and I see his potential. He improved. He's not just a casual public player anymore, ranked player, and he actually has the competitive drive. And about Mikey, everyone saw his potential when he played for Shopify in the tournament, forgot which tournament it was, and he looked very, very hot. So I think that's the main reasons we chose to play with them. They look very
indeed,
good.
He definitely turned some heads. All right, T, last one.
I guess, what's the mindset like for the team? Because now starting Tour 3, being in Division 2, of course, Major isn't available for you, TI is there. Like, is it everything about win the division, focus on TI qualifiers? Do you care about like the potential seeding for TI qualifiers, or is it just like every game's each game and you're just kind of playing in the moment and like practicing in the moment?
We're just trying, our main goal right now is to gain our form. We want to be in top shape as a team. We want to play stable, good Dota. We want to just improve everything we can. And we want to get back to Division 1 for sure. We feel like we deserve a spot there. Like we deserve, if we fight good, of course, we need to show it and prove it that we can. So we want to get back.
Who do you think are
1.
your biggest, and who are the biggest competitors in Division 2 to stop you from getting to Division 1? Like, who would you say?
To stop me, I mean, nobody can stop me, but I mean, I'll be honest, I don't want to say any team, because it's I look at it disrespectful if I say one team is this and then the other one is not. Yeah, so I respect every team, I always did, and yes, I will not say any team because I respect all of them.
That's fair.
I know some are stronger than others, I
diplomatic.
understand this, but I don't want to like it's, for me, it's disrespectful, it's just me. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes.
Too
an honest
kind, too
answer.
kind.
Yep.
Alrighty, I think we'll leave it there. But Mind Control, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and of course, best of luck in the rest of the season. Thanks, man. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Have fun. Bye bye.
You too. Bye bye. Good answer.
Yeah, diplomatic. You know, just if I say anything, I get in big trouble. So just keeping on the fence. I respect it. And yeah, that's been the way. And so far, so good for Enigma Galaxy. A great debut performance from them.
Yeah, it's kind of the performance that we expect from this team. I think any team under the leadership of Kuroki, with both Mind Control and GH in the wings, has always been the get a draft online, get 5 lads going, and you just keep fighting and you find moments to go. And then sometimes it falls flat, you feed relentlessly, but there's always that tenacity. And when they get to play their aggressive form of Dota, which is very calculated based from draft onwards, it's very fun to watch. And
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they didn't get to Division 1 with this level of like draft and aggression they have. Like, they even have like March in the wings as well, doing his stuff. So they're the team to beat. They have the target on their back. All the teams will be looking at their drafts, their prep. They're kind of going to be setting the Division 2 meta potentially.
Well, disappointment for Ancient Tribes starting off today, but of course, Enigma Galaxy looking great, and we'll see if they can continue their success into the season. But that's going to do it for the first season, the first series of the day. But don't go anywhere, as we've got plenty more Dota coming up later today. It's going to be Monosper versus Old G coming up as our next series, another banger. And then, of course, Alliance versus ITB. Both of those teams did lose their series on Wednesday, so they really need to pull out the wins here. It is going to get spicy over here on the stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you a little bit later on from Nasper versus LG, but for now, we'll see you later.
Let them run in, let them run in.
Start going Yuma, we go on backline, guys. Yara, guys, look. No BKB on that guy. I got Sun. Bring them in, bring them in. Yeah, yeah.
Tiny is getting fucked by my
10
creeps.
seconds for Koro.
He's getting fucked, he's getting fucked.
I can blink in. I have a creep ready for Koro CV. Kill the Doom. Finish him. He's getting
Bad
fucked.
RP, nice, nice,
Yeah, yeah.
nice.
You can go in and two. Go. I'll go in as well. I see. I'm running to you, Mikey. I'll put.
Tiny here, tiny here.
Coming back to you.
Tiny here.
right, and welcome back. Western Europe Division 2. Does it get any more fun than that? Division 1? I don't think so. Division 2, we're here. We're in the back. Look at this. Look how beautiful it is. It's me, it's Fluke, it's Dota, it's great. I don't have adjectives in my head. I wasn't really good at school. It's not really something I do on the norm, is just complimenting people like this, but Western Europe Division 2, it deserves it. It's been fun so far. I don't know if you've been keeping up with all the regions, but I like this one the most right now.
Yeah, I've been trying my best to at least keep up with as many regions as possible. Obviously, being Australian, it's a little hard to keep up with Western Europe, but when it's the best Dota, it is good stuff to try and keep awake for. And I think I've been really impressed with some of the teams so far. I think the increase in how some of these teams have been playing. Obviously, the previous series with Nigma, I was extremely impressed with how easily they were able to dispatch of Ancient Tribe, which I thought was going to be a team that maybe was going to come on the up this tour here in Division 2. But yeah, I'm super impressed with how Nigma's going, and obviously Western Europe, it's always the best Dota, so I'm told.
Yeah, it should be fun. We've got 2 more series coming your way. It's going to be the ex-Monospa, who I always like watching, and then they're going to be up against Old G coming out right now. Is it Old G, or is that D existing like it says Old G? But I like the old-timey Old G kind of thing. Like, it just rolls into the G. And then you've got Alliance against Into the Breach, UK's greatest Dota hits, coming in with Into the Breach, except they don't have any UK players anymore. But
yeah, it's a little unfortunate.
Is what it is, you know? Like, what can you do? That's like when you have EG and they didn't have any NA players or something like that, or no US players. It happens. Sometimes you're in Oregon, a region where you just don't have those players. But it should be fun. It should be exciting. Old G against Ex Monospa. I liked Monospa last year, or last tour, even though it ended up getting relegated. They were a fun team to watch. Made a switch. Now they're working with PO65 in the carry role. But between these two teams, I think it should be close, truthfully.
Yeah, I definitely feel like as well. I think PO is definitely one of those players as well that I think he's going to bring a little bit of extra flair to this roster. You know, as you said, getting relegated out of Division 1 is never what any of these teams want, but going into Division 2, I think it's a good time for them to be able to pick up their socks and really kind of recoup. Going in towards TI, that's a big thing on the minds for a lot of these players, right? Like, there's going to be no major, but there still is going to be some third-party tournaments, and obviously TI towards the end of the year is what everyone's starting to work towards. And if they have a really good showing here in Div 2, like if you come out of Div 2 and go 7-0, like the miracle story, right, for any of these teams, then that really puts you in a good position going in towards the TI qualifiers. You still have to go up against some of the Division 1 teams that are going to be coming into that qualifier, but if you're the best of the best when it comes to Div 2, then it just means there's only a couple of teams you have to try and deal with in Div 1. So it's the best start for these teams.
Yeah, it's all about getting hot at the right time, and we take a look at the comparison of PO to No One, and well, there is a second person there. It's not just No One. But you see like average kills and average hero damage. A lot more hero damage there for No One. That's actually like significantly more, and it's crazy that he's doing so much more damage and averaging 1 less kill. That's
it's kind of
nuts.
crazy. I think the big thing for No One is a lot of the heroes he's been playing as well, right? Like he played a PL as well as a Muerta, so 2 heroes that like to deal a little bit more hero damage. So he's one of those players that also likes to sit back and farm quite a lot, whereas PO can be a little bit more active, as we see, you know, Void Spirit being one of the heroes that gets highlighted as well. So that's an interesting comparison, right? Where No One on this team is going to sit back, hit creeps, while the other 4 goons are going to run around the map and try and kill people, whereas PO probably will be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more a part of these fights. So I'm interested to see how PO and No One match up in the rest of the series.
Yeah, you know, those stats are consistent of the first series that they've played. So Monospa, they beat Ivy. They didn't even just beat Ivy in Division 2 in that first week. They also beat them in EPL. So they won that final, and Ex Monospa, you know, they've been playing a couple more events. It's talking about getting hot at the right time, right? Like Division 1, that's over. And if you're not going to Dream League or anything like that, you're kind of sitting and waiting. But these Division 2 teams, like you said, 7-0, all of a sudden you come into those last chance, or you come into the whatever qualifiers coming up, and it's just like, all right, well, now all of a sudden we feel pretty good, and you know, we've got the back end of the patch. Division 1, you figured out the patch. Now we get to advance the patch and make it our own and do our thing, especially when you've got teams like Old G with Topson and Seb, who are going to be trying to be innovators, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of there is still a little bit of time between now and TI. So if you get yourself on an upward trend and figure out a few things, then it still gives you that little bit of extra time to try and innovate and tighten a few screws on some of those strategies. And this is the best place to try and do it. And I think a good thing for these Division 2 teams as well is, I believe T Government was talking about it just before, was not trying to get yourself caught up in what the Division 1 teams have been doing. Div 2 is going to be its own kind of, I don't want to say individual meta, because I don't think it's going to be too different, but there's certainly going to be things that'll work in Div 2 that may not work in Div 1 and vice versa as well. So you need to make sure that you're finding what works for you as a team, because going into those TI qualifiers, that's what's going to pull you through. What works for you, not what works for everybody else, because at the end of the day, all it takes is for you to win one series, one game, one important team fight, and that can mean you going to TI and you not.
Yeah, we're gonna have like Dream League start to intersect with this Division 2, so I wonder how much teams are going to be able to look at that and pull from that, if they want to pull from that. I know I was covering NA the other day with Division 2, and they do their own thing over there. I don't know what it is. It's kind of crazy. It's just like, oh, we're they were playing Safe Lane Snapfire. Samson was playing that. Like, that was insane. I'd love to see some of that kind of affect the Western Europe area of it, and we do have ourselves a draft coming up, so it should be exciting to look at. I'm excited for it, and what's a hero you want to see? Like something that's not really getting played a lot. Maybe it's got like a couple picks here or there. You could still pick it, but something that just doesn't see the light of day right now.
I think one big thing that I'm seeing when Snare and I are covering China has been a lot of Arc Warden.
Yes.
I know Thompson loves seeing playing a lot of Arc Warden. I know no one can play it as well. I'm not sure if it's really in PO or Wish's hero pool, so that could be something that OG can fall back and rely on, because I was looking at a lot of the pubs recently of those 4 players I did mention, and Thompson has been playing a decent amount of it. He's also been playing something weird, which I'm not sure if we're going to see in this draft. Maybe today, maybe in some of the games where OG feel a little bit more heavily favored, is going to be the mid Darkseer that Thompson has been playing a boatload of, just going like Echo Saber into like an Ags. But I think that's a hero that a lot of teams are going to pick just because it's a good hero, and it's all about OG being able to rotate that in towards the mid lane. So yeah, I want to see more Arc Warden. I know a lot of people hate it. I know MLP hates it. I know Snare hates it. But for me, it's one of those heroes that has a lot of skill expression. And in Dota, it's kind of hard to find some of those heroes that have that extra little bit of skill expression. And Arc Warden is a very good hero I want to see.
Not gonna lie to you, I understand their feelings. Well, it was when we were working together on TI quals. I think you were hosting, and it was just like, you remember just sitting there for 85, 95 minutes when we were casting Arc Warden games? Like, I get it. I understand. Yeah, that's the feeling. Those noises that you're making right now, that's how I feel inside when you say Arc Warden is the hero I want to see. Like, that is exactly it.
I feel like I've been loving a lot of the heroes that make people hurt inside. Like before Techies was, obviously a mainstay that we're seeing right now in the patch, I was a big enjoyer of Techies. I remember tournaments in the past, I was making QO and Danog really hate their lives, where every single game I was talking about this Techies hero. And now that he's actually, come into his own, being a universal hero and whatnot, I'm very excited to see more of him. So Techies, Arc Warden, Sniper. I guess I'm kind of a bit of a sadist in that way, right? Where I really like just seeing people kind of in pain when it comes to the Dota games.
Are you gonna say Tinker too? Like, what's going on over there?
I think Tinker's probably the one that I hate to see, because I feel like I've been on the bad end of a lot of Tinker games, and I don't want to see other people go through that, because sometimes it can make you feel like you're not playing Dota, because he's just blinking around, he's got a barrier on him, he's perma-hexing you, and you're just like, this isn't Dota, man.
Damn. Quickly into the Bat Rider Marcy combo. For a second, by the way, Aramis kind of looked like a younger Seb for a split second to me. I don't know what it was, but I think it was the hair. They both have that like poof going on, you know what I mean? They can they really pull off the same hairstyle. That's the kind of hairstyle I wish I could go to, but my hair's too curly. It doesn't really do that. But
it's like the suave, right? It's just got that smoldering sexual style, I think is the way to put it.
Yeah. When I was at Riyadh last year, Seb would talk to Black for hours about theory crafting. Like I sat there. It was like, when you sit at a seminar and you think, oh, this is gonna be whatever. They're talking about something I may already know. No, that was not the case. The two of them breaking down Dota was probably the most exciting time I've ever had. I was just like, oh my god, Crystal made an offlane. I'd love to see that. I want to know what's going through Seb's head right now.
I think talking to pro players is probably the most humbling experience I've ever had when it comes to Dota. I remember there was a few wacky ideas during, I think it was the major, yeah, it was the previous major, and I was talking to Blitz about some very outlandish idea that I had with PA support with phylactery. Now hear me out. Before they fixed it, PA's dagger and her blink strike used to work with double phylactery.
Whoa.
So you could get like a double phylactery proc. Doesn't work anymore, and that was a weird theory craft. And I remember him explaining to me why I was stupid.
I just
so yes,
I just remember sitting there looking at the two of them, waiting to be called on, and knowing I didn't also want to be called on because I didn't want to say something stupid. I didn't want to be like, yeah, but like Ancient Apparition's cool, I guess. You guys are too smart for me. I hate this. Like
it's
running
all right,
away.
guys. Yeah, I'll stick with my own ideas and I'll play my stuff. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. And I just don't want to get proven wrong. By a smart player, but
Just don't tell me what's wrong, please. But that, you know,
blissfully ignorant is the
Yeah.
best way to play Dota, I think. And I think that's why a lot of heralds have a lot of fun and a lot of mortals hate their lives. So.
that's a great way to put it. God,
This is an interesting thing that I was looking at back when we start circling back to the Dota was that Batrider was a big ban for both of these two teams
Right.
in their previous series. That both of them didn't want to play against it, but another one that I thought that it would get banned this time around, but maybe OG feeling like the Medusa is just too hard to deal with right now was the Beastmaster. Both of these teams really enjoy playing it. OG played it in both their games against Into the Breach, and then X-Men Asper had it banned against them in both games against Ivy. So I feel like those two heroes, Bat and Beastmaster, could potentially be flipped in priority for both these two teams. One team loses, the other team wins. They flip the priority about thinking which one's better and what's going on. So that's going to be an interesting fight for the rest of the series, I think.
Batrider is one of those heroes that, like, now with the short ulti cooldown, it feels like it's top, like, S tier.
Yeah.
And it can, with that utility being available on such a low cooldown, it does feel as though, like, it could be available, and is, because we've seen it, in multiple positions. Like, it doesn't necessarily just need to be the offlaner. We've seen it mid, we've seen it off 4, 5, maybe not as much as we saw Extreme Gaming lose, because they accidentally gave DY that Batrider, but, that's in the past. And then Beastmaster, it feels like, it's still the same build, right? It's Helm of the Overlord. A lot of the heroes that are getting picked right now kind of struggle to take out the Ancients, especially if there's no, like, Doom in the mix or anything like that. So all of a sudden you're building into Helm of the Overlord, and worst case, if there is a Doom in the game, you just switch it up and go to that Aura builder offlaner.
And I think kind of what you said, right? Like, even sometimes when you go into these heroes that can deal with the summons, I think the pace that Beastmaster can give you as a team, he's able to buff up one of your cores, you're able to take a lot of these objectives and play really, really fast. And sometimes when you're playing against like a Doom, or maybe even playing against a Night Stalker or a Mirana, or these heroes that can kind of deal with these summons relatively easily, you can kind of just run over the rest of their draft, and then, yeah, they might be dealing with a creep every 60 seconds or something like that, but you're still able to take so many more objectives and give so much more gold to the rest of your team that maybe you might not have this kind of crazy zoo that you're going into every team fight, but you're at least doing your part and providing a lot of these auras, and that's why, Beastmaster is such a good hero, he's such a strong laner, and I think he's going to be one of the heroes of the patch for a very, very long time until some fundamental things change that hero, and I think he's going to be like in the same vein of like IOs and Batriders that are constantly always going to be around a meta, just because their innate core ability and the way they play Dota is just going to be good in so many different patches.
You just can't get rid of this hero. Got to get rid of the Beastmaster. So Mirana gets picked up. Ember, I mean, this is a combo we've seen a lot. Searing Chains into an arrow. That is just, okay, now you're dead. And it feels like, if we're looking at the OG cameras, they're kind of laughing at this. They're like, "Oh yeah, we've dealt with this. We know this." Also, I want to say they might throw something weird at us, where like Pugna's going to be the mid or something, or Marcy's going to be the mid, and it could be that Darkseer mid. We'll see, because it could still be offlane Darkseer with a mid Batrider. It could be Batrider in a lower position and Marcy in a core role. It is very open draft.
Yeah, I think the way that OG have gotten a lot of success, in the previous tour when they were playing in Div 2, I think they kind of strayed a little bit too far away from their core identity, was having a lot of flexibility in all their different roles. And then when they were able to win a lot of their series was when they had a lot of those different heroes that could kind of play around. They left no one's hero for last most of the time. And they gave him kind of this like super hardcore carry that he could kind of take over and win the game. And this is why I really like the OG draft. Like, you don't know what's going on. I think the Darkseer versus Ember Spirit matchup is going to be pretty good for the Darkseer. It's hard for the Ember to really instantly kill a lot of these creeps to get rid of the Iron Shell. If you have a double Iron Shell, you put it on yourself. You can get rid of his Flame Guard relatively quickly. And then once you get this like Echo Saber Ags build, he has like so much HP that he runs into a team fight and he just punches you. And especially if he like punches your carry or something like that, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with an extra illusion. And then obviously Vac Wall is amazing in and of itself. So OG are in a really, really good spot to just kind of see what this last pick is going to be here from Manaspa, get themselves a good carry for no one, and try and figure out where everybody else goes, because they've got a lot of stuff. I think the only issue they really have is Roche taking and tower taking are the two kind of things that they can have, and that's why I like that Manaspa took this Ursa for themselves, because that would have solved a lot of the issues that OG have. So now they need to kind of figure out a hero that can do that for them.
And they got the Doom banned, obviously, to protect that Beastmaster a little bit, and the Veno. It just feels like two heroes that they just don't want to play against. Especially with the Ursa pick, you don't want to have the Veno on the other side kiting you out and putting you at 100 movement speed. That's for sure.
So it's rough.
So,
especially with these spells that they have as well with the Oracle, right? Like the way that the Noxious Plague works, it'd be very, very annoying. You just throw it out into somebody, the Oracle purges it off, and then the Ursa gets hit by it, or even the Ember Spirit gets hit by it in a team fight, and it's just that extra bit of magic damage you have to worry about.
I think with this Oracle pickup too, this Bat Rider is probably going to be in a 4 instead of a 3, because you don't want to commit him to, getting Lasso out, False Promise. Don't want to deal with that. Why not? Let's see. I'm always interested to see what they want to do here.
They can do a lot of different stuff. They've got a lot of good laning combinations as well. Like the Pugna can be a 5 for you. You can just kind of have a hero that can get on top of people with the Decrepify. He's a very, very strong laner. He's got a lot of move speed. Maybe you want to try and use the Pugna as a bit of a battery for maybe one of these heroes. I mean, if they wanted to go full hardcore and go all down this kind of magic damage route, they could try and go for something along the lines of like a Leshrac. Can be a bit of an issue going into the Oracle, though. Can kind of mitigate a lot of the damage that you do, and you will get blown up by an Ursa. Legion Commander.
Some teams have been liking the Legion Commander. I've seen some teams struggle with it, though, where this Legion just doesn't get dual damage off in the early parts of it, so I like it. We'll see how it goes, especially, Arrow, Purge with the Legion. See how you do it.
True.
And Kidrak here with the Bat Rider. So it will be, what? That is a 5-position Bat Rider.
It's a 5 Bat with a position 1 Marcy. So they've got a lot of kill threat in that lane. I think that's the big thing, right? Like the Bat Rider can kind of spam out with a sticky napalm, and if you get early levels in the Flame Break, it can be hard for the Beastmaster to try and deal with that, especially because Desire, usually with a Marana, you want to try and secure the first couple of levels, right? And then that's where the Beastmaster really comes into it. You get him into that Helm of Dom really early on. He's got a lot of stats. He can kind of stay in the lane with one of his creeps and kind of push out any kind of carry. But with this Bat Rider as well as the Marcy lane, it's very hard for them to ever leave that lane, because as soon as Desire goes towards the mid lane to try and help out Wish, it's just going to instantly mean that Kitrak as well as No One are going to have a lot of kill threat onto Skylark.
Right.
And that could be a pretty rough lane for them. So I'm really looking towards Manaspa to have... They don't want to have static lanes, but I think they're going to have to, just because of the kill threat they have across all different lanes. Thompson should have a relatively fine time against the Ember Spirit. Seb should have a relatively okay time. They will have a purge to get rid of any of the roots and any of the slows that are coming through, but the Ursa is just a naturally good lane counter against any melee hero.
So we'll see how this goes. Would you give me a percentage? Like, what if you had to guess and lose some people in chat their points, what would you say?
I want to say 65-35 towards Manaspa. I think they've just got a more well-rounded draft, but I think maybe I would be leaning a little bit more towards like a 60-40 just because it's old G. And when I see them have these weird kind of drafts, I'm always leaning a little bit more towards them because they've got an idea behind it, right? Like they've got Thompson on this hero that he's been spamming a lot of. I think he has like a 90% win rate with this mid Dark Seer. And they've got some ideas around it, but they do have some issues with their draft. Whereas Manaspa have much more straightforward draft. They can take Roche, they can take towers, they can scale well. So that's why, 60-40, I think is a good way to put it.
I don't want to scare you into how many points you're about to be losing people, but there's already 1.6 million points on old G, while X-Men Aspa have 220,000.
Looks like it's time for me to go farm some channel points.
Yeah,
huh?
the returns are good. Old G, though, finding Skylark, Blood Grenade. I'm a big fan. Double Blood Grenade, and now the jump over from no one, but the arrow hits on the Batrider. Oh, Flame Break action, Nether Blast coming through, Skylark turning, Fortune's End onto the Batrider on the back lines. They've got Pio there, but First Blood for Topsing. Kid Track's gonna get traded at the end of the day, and they still want to fight. Where is this fight happening? In between the Tier 1 and Tier 2? Like, what is this? This is some SEA region stuff going on right now as Seb starts to retreat. But another Fortune's End means Pio might be able to jump on him, especially with the arrow. The Nether Blast's not going to help, and Seb has to fight back. He's got that 3-man overwhelming odds, but he's still going to die here. They might even get themselves tops, and the axes come back, and they do get tops in. Pio comes back in. Skylark falls to Aramis. Aramis is going to die here, but the question is who, and it will be Spartan. So 6 kills pre-Horn.
That was something. That was definitely something. I was gonna call out C Spartan a little bit there, misusing his blood grenade, wasting it at the end. But I mean, the fact that he went 1-0-2 definitely feels pretty good for the Oracle. That's great for Manaspa, right? But you can see that OG understand they want to try and get a lot of these lanes going their way early on because they need to snowball with this draft, right? Like they need to get dual damage early on. They need to get a lot of levels onto Kid Track, they need to get a lot of levels onto Aramis. Like there's a lot of heroes that need a lot of experience, and that fight was a good fight for them to take, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. And I mean, I love it. I love to see it. This is why I love watching old G. It's just kills everywhere.
Geez, no one going down here, and I gotta assume that was a full duration arrow coming through and hitting onto this Marcy already. I was looking over bottom where it feels like this is going to be an aggressive lane in itself anyway, and I feel like that's just the old G style, just keep playing aggressive, even though they died 4 times bottom.
Yeah, I think they need to make sure that they don't stop on the aggression train, right? Like, even if you lose a couple of fights, like, you're not going to, with this kind of draft, you're not going to sit back and out-farm the side of Manaspa. Like, if these lanes go
they don't have
forward
lead.
for Manaspa, they feel good.
Desire is just dead, and he'll fall to no one who just came back into the lane. Somehow, with all these kills, he's still just sitting level 1, though.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There's the level 2.
I'm not sure how he ends up being level 1, especially because they got the kill onto no one in the top lane. I thought maybe no, Aramis didn't die. Desire didn't die in the opening engagement either. So I thought maybe he was one of the ones that died early on and just didn't get any of the experience from the opening kills. But yeah, being level 1's a little rough there for Desire.
Even over mid for the moment. Wish and tops in. This is that 1-2 build and has that bottle, so he'll fill it up with a water rune or get 2/3 of it full. And Blood Grenade, Kid Track, he's dead. So another kill here for the side of Manaspa. 9 kills in 2 minutes. If we can keep this pace up, we might have the most kills ever in a Dota game, or at least average.
That's... I mean, I think the record for most kills in a Dota game is a lot. I mean, you got to remember there was that, what was it, like 4.5-hour game? The OD Pixel special?
Yeah,
there was a lot of kills in that.
You know, we could get there. At this pace, that was a lot of no killing, you know?
Very
4
true. There probably
hours.
was like an hour where there was not a single team fight that happened, so I understand that. But I like that Manaspa are doing a really good job at countering the aggression with aggression of their own. Like, they've got a pretty good kill lane with the Beastmaster and the Marana, and they're doing what they should be doing against this position 5 Batrider, right? Like, you don't want to get spammed out. You don't want to lose this lane to a Batrider that wants to scale and wants to, get a lot out of the lane. And if they're killing him as well as no one, this just sets up Manaspa into a good spot where Skylark, you can see already, he's got a ring of health.
Seb
He's about like...
might die here. Purifying Flames, though. He gets some distance. He'll start to heal up. Aramis with another blast, and I don't think he feels too comfortable going after that Pugna.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of value out of these sticks, out of these wands early on, understanding there's a big spam lane between both these two teams, and if they can just fight for that small little bit and just get that, you know, maybe they get like a moment of courage proc for Seb, he just lives a little bit longer than what C-Spartan's able to do, PO goes down, and that's when they can snowball this bottom lane a lot. But yeah, it's a bleeding edge for both these two teams, right? Playing constantly with a lot of aggression from Old G until they get a lot of their own levels and they can break down this laning phase and take over a lot of the map and play as this kind of, you know, 4 or 5 man ball. Whereas Manaspa is just doing a really good job at, you know, coming out even or at least winning a lot of these lanes. You can see the CS that, you know, PO sitting at 22 CS up against the 18 of Seb, so he's in a good spot and he can, you know, fall back for this farming battle fury, and as long as they hold their towers and they don't lose the game by, you know, 25-30 minutes, they're going to feel pretty good with how this game's going to go.
I do think that this is going to be a pretty important wisdom rune on the first 7 minutes, and I know that that's like always the case, but you look at the ults and the 6s that are here for this team, and especially when you want False Promise to be that savior for you, so we'll have to see how Spartan and how the side of Manaspa are going to be able to control it. If they could grab both, I think they kind of run away with the early part of the game, knowing they've got that confidence with False Promise.
Yeah, exactly, and especially if they're able to just rotate to any of these fights. Like if the first couple of rotations or engagements coming in from OG get completely stunted by like a False Promise rotation or maybe even like a long-range arrow from Desire as he TPs in, that can really kind of stunt everything that OG want to go for. And you can see that they've decided to slow down just a little bit. They want to try and get towards that level 5, level 6 power spike for a lot of their cores. And they don't want to over-aggress because they can smell, you know, a few of these lanes aren't going too well.
Interesting flame break, Firefly, and the axes purifying flames. Not going to be enough. That is a level 2 purifying flames, and that's usually the kill stealing level. But can't get a kill there. And this is leaving Pio by himself. As long as he doesn't die, though, I think this is fine. They can always twin gate back bottom for him.
Yeah, exactly. Like as long as he doesn't die, right? But
Desire catching
Thompson was low,
Thompson.
farming the stacks.
Yeah, gets him, and they're diving. They want to go get Pio because they've got Kid Track coming over. Flame break, overwhelming odds. There's the blood grenade, and they do get it killed on Pio. Oracle comes back, but he's just sitting too low, and with the movement from the twin gate from Kid Track, they're able to get a kill. And that arrow full duration connecting there.
It's a nifty little ward. I believe that was C-Spartan that planted that on his rotation towards top. So, I mean, Manaspa, they're playing to their opponent today, right? Like, a lot of teams when they play against OG, they would have kind of stutter-stepped with the early aggression, but it seems like Manaspa are up to the challenge here.
Aramis has the Decrepify, goes to the Nether Blast, still needs to run, getting some distance from Pio. And will get enough distance where he's able to survive while they're chasing Thompson over mid. They go for the slight. They're looking with Desire, and Desire is going to leap up onto the high ground. Thompson's still on the run while now they're chasing Pio the other direction. They've got the Searing Chains. They'll get the catch on of Thompson. They'll get the cut of the Darkseer while now bottom lane Spartan falls. You've also got some help from Kid Track once again, and Pio's able to survive, but they're losing Thompson a second time.
Yeah, that's a little rough. To be fair, he is a Darkseer, so he can farm really fast. He's got the maxed out Iron Shell now. But this is the all-important moment, right? It's 7 minutes. Aramis. Okay, looks like he's fast enough to be able to get his own Wisdom Rune, but it's all about the Radiant Wisdom Rune now, where if they can secure that, and that just goes back to parity and goes back to even. But you know, maybe even if OG are able to steal that, then that means that Kid Track gets closer to his level 6.
Yeah, that lasso we were talking about, that level 1, it's still a relatively long cooldown. When you get to the second, third level, like, it's always kind of nice. Seb, press the attack, turning around, going towards Spartan. Desire is also here. They've got some help coming out from no one who's going to unleash. They'll go after Pio. They've got the damage to get the kill here out of the earth, so they look over at Spartan. He can't save himself. He's only level 4. So 2 kills here for the side of OG, and I mean, this tower looks dead to rights, especially when you've already got a level 5 Aramis Pugna and level 3 in the Nether Blast.
Yeah, that was a sick rotation from no one. Understanding that he's hit level 6 first, he's able to go in there with the Unleash and just be able to burst down Pio. And yeah, these level 6s are going to be super important for Manaspa.
So now Thompson caught again. He's got the urn on him. They're going to leap their slight. They'll kill. That's a third time. This Ember's really starting to make his life very, very upsetting. But bottom lane, again, they've still got Ravis here.
They're going to try and kill Pio again.
Yeah, they might as well. Seb doesn't have 6. He doesn't have the duel available, and Spartan comes over. Fortune's End still on the run. Not a lot of mana left for Kid Track, but they do have Firefly. If they could get Seb 6 somehow, right at this moment, they'd love that. But it's just not going to happen. Nether Blast doesn't land, and he's also got that wand, so he's able to survive. If they just had a level 6, if they just had that duel, they would have gotten that kill. But
yeah, that's a little rough. Maybe Seb would have wanted a little bit of a solid experience in that bottom lane, but
a lot of people coming here to show up.
Oh no, Spartan.
Yeah, comes back, and well, Wish, he's here. He can get something in return. There is another ward down, the Decrepify, the Nether Blast. Aramis is pretty much dead on his screen already. He's trying to get the neutrals to kill him instead. But eventually the Slight comes in, and Wish gets his wish granted by getting that kill on Aramis, and Kid Track's gonna get run down eventually by Desire if he's got one more leap, but he actually doesn't, so it's gonna take a lot longer to get the kill on a Kid Track. He will TP and be successful with it.
Oh, that was close. An extra half second on that Starstorm, and potentially Desire could have gotten himself a kill there on a Kid Track and prevented this level 6, and now it's level 6 Tranquil Boots for the position 5 Batrider, right? So not only has Kid Track been extremely aggressive early on, he's probably going to be able to make rotation and get some big core kills. They've already killed Topson a lot and could be killing him again.
Yeah, they're going to look to be killing him with that full duration arrow. I don't think there's any way out of this one, and Wish has another kill. Monospot, they have themselves the experience advantage. They just don't have Spartan at level 6. I'm surprised he hasn't just gone back and picked up the Wisdom Rune. Like, that is just still sitting there.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Especially because Desire was on such a trek to try and steal the Dire one. I thought that might have, kind of naturally ticked over in their mind. Like, yeah, maybe we should go get our own. There was a Div 2 China game, I believe, where there was 4 Wisdom Runes sitting at one point.
Jeez.
Which was, yeah. It was an interesting game to watch. It was a Medusa, I think, that picked up all 4 of them. And it was... I think she ended up giving, like, her POS 5, like, 3.5 levels out of it.
At that point, it's so much experience because they move up with each new one. So it's not like they're less experienced. They ferment. They get the experience back.
All right.
There it is. There we go.
This is where OG they're gonna start kicking off, right? They've got all their level 6s and they want to start killing.
Primal Roar, they were looking for the lasso. They still have Wish coming in. Nether Ward's down. Nether Blast dropped, but look at that damage on a Kid Track already. Like, he needs to run the life drain. Aramis, he's sitting low too. They've actually put themselves in an interesting spot, but they go to the Unleash. They've got their lasso. They have the control. They get the kill on a Wish. They'll take out Kid Track, but in return, that's not really equal exchange.
Yeah, I mean, no one is licking his lips at that one. I thought the arrow was a long-range arrow that hit onto him. Let's hit onto somebody else. He was able to get the Unleash off, and then obviously with the Flaming Lasso, that was the free kill there onto Wish. That was such a spooky moment there for OG. I think if Wish was able to clean up both No One as well as Kid Track there, they kind of run away with it. They can take this tier 1 tower down. They can really start to unlock Skylark, who now has a mechanism up and available. Looks like he's going to go for the Aura build this time around. Understanding there's going to be a lot of fighting happening, and if he has a mech early on, which he does, just means a lot of these engagements are going to start leaning the way of Manaspa, because you just get that extra bit of burst healing, right? And if OG overextends, they can get in trouble.
Fortune's End, arrow coming in. This is the combo every time.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. He's having
6
a
deaths
real
already.
rough game.
That's insane.
Yeah.
6 deaths, and he's
like,
still 4
fair,
for the net worth.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? Like, to be fair, like, it is a hero that can farm really, really well, and it being Topson, he's going to be able to naturally accelerate his own farm with the Iron Shell and the way that he plays, but he just hasn't been able to get off the mark. And if he was, maybe a few levels higher, if he's like level 11, he's been able to run around with Kid Track, because this is the beauty with the Darkseer, right? It really enables your position 5 Batrider. If you just surge him and chuck an Iron Shell, and that enables you to potentially get a free kill on like a POS 4, or maybe even get that extra little bit of damage that you need. You can either PO or Wish, but right now Topson is feeling the pinch, but everybody else is still doing pretty well. Seb's at a point now where he's got the Blade Mail. No one, he's going to build his own Battle Fury, and so they've got their items on the way. It's just they haven't really hit that critical mass at that 15-minute mark where they're really going to group together. They're going to get that second Wisdom Rune and really try and tick off a lot of these tier 1 towers.
No one's got enough space where he's got a Battle Fury. He's got a Battle Fury, and he's only 300 gold behind both the Beastmaster and the Ember. Like, that is really good form for him. I'm a little interested in this Skylark build just because, you do have an Oracle. you do have someone who already offers that kind of heal for the team and that protection. And you could have also had the Mirana maybe even think about going into the Guardian Greaves instead, but Skylark, I don't know, like, is there really someone here who could have killed Helm of the Overlord creep quick enough where they couldn't have taken advantage of, like, the push coming through from an Ancient Black Dragon or something like that?
I think it's much more about the aggression that was coming out from Olgi rather than him losing his minions too early on. Like, if he comes in with, like, a pipe plus a Crimson Guard at, like, sub 20 minutes, then a lot of these fights that Olgi really need to win around that critical mark of, like, 20 to 25 minutes just become a lot harder. And it just means that your heroes, like the Ursa as well as the Ember Spirit, can stay alive just a little bit longer in those fights. And Ursa's one of those heroes that just needs that little bit extra to win a lot of these 1v1 engagements.
Taking some stacks here away from no one, and he is going to find himself spotting these heroes. Doesn't get caught by the Searing Chains. There's a shield rune, the most OP rune in the game, in my opinion, on Wish. And he's also got a double damage in his bottle. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I feel like if it's purgeable, that's fine. But I'm also glad that they made the change to power runes, how they're on like a rotation now. Because could you imagine, you know, popping a shield rune, going into a fight, having a shield rune in your bottle and popping it again?
Yeah,
like
it's kind of crazy.
Broken.
But it just still feel like 50% is too high of a number.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Especially when you have heroes that, one, can't use them, i.e. Medusa, doesn't like using it, and two, heroes that abuse it, that have a lot of HP. And it just makes them
universal heroes.
Unkillable. Yeah, exactly.
Flame Break Lasso, pulling him up onto the cliff, and
knocked him down.
That's not what he wanted to do. Remnant forward, and Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, the arrow to follow it up. They've got another kill. They need to find out, well, once Seb is there, you'd assume they should be able to deal with this disgusting combo they've got coming in.
Yeah, I'd imagine that maybe we might be seeing... Yeah, I was going to say, we might see a Yules on one of these heroes early on, especially like the Batrider, because he kind of wants to play... He doesn't want to play by himself, but he doesn't really want to have to stick around with Seb. Like, they've got these kill squads with, like, Legion Commander +1 and the Batrider +1, where they want to try and be in different parts.
That's a roar used. The wall down, the vacuum. Seb kind of gave up, though.
No reveal.
No reveal, and they've got Blink and Blade Mail. They really wanted to get something done with Seb because he has 0 dual damage 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's always depressing when you're playing Legion Commander and you have those early engagements, but as soon as you get duel, nothing happens. But this might be something.
There's the duel, and with the life drain, the damage coming in, they'll get themselves their first victory. 10 dual damage.
All right, it begins. But now they don't have duel for 50 seconds. They still have Flaming Lasso cooling down for another 8 seconds. So they can try and go again if they want to. They've got plenty of damage. They can stick as this kind of 5-man ball. And the one way to alleviate the issue with their draft of taking towers and objectives is just getting kills, right? Like, you pick off a few of these scary heroes, then it just makes it a lot easier for you to play the game.
They don't have duel again, but they just jump forward. Flame Break pushing him back, trying to kite him out. And they've done a little bit of that with that lasso that lasted a half second. But they've got the Unleash, and they'll have this kill on a Pio if they can just stick on him, but they got the False Promise. He's over the threshold. They get the kill on a Spartan. Now they'll look over with a Blade Mail. Yeah, hurt yourself. Keep yourself over that threshold. Pio ends up dead, and they get 2 kills out of that. Despite not having the duel available, now they've got duel available, and they could go for more.
Yeah, Manaspa just haven't been together at the right times, right? I think Golgi just kind of moving around as this 5-man ball, and they haven't really been punished for that just yet. Like, there hasn't been, you know, maybe like a big push in the bottom lane. There hasn't been an objective they've been able to secure here from Manaspa because the Ursa is still farming, right? Like, he's just got his Battle Fury. He's going to be building towards that Blink Dagger. They have Guardian Greaves up now on Skylark, so I would love to see them walk around as these 4 heroes and just try and rotate and keep Pio safe as much as possible. Because they haven't really lost that much of their map. They've only lost a tier 1 tower. It's not like it's really dark for them. They've still got some really good wards that are floating around. There's a lot of defensive warding coming in from Alt G, so it's not like anytime soon that they're going to lose a lot of their map vision as long as they keep some of their core heroes alive. But the way that it's going, getting picked off after these last couple of minutes, you can really feel that Alt G are starting to pull this one back. Like, they've almost got a little bit of extra dual damage. Their Flaming Lassos have resulted in kills most of the time. And I mean, Kitrak is a position 5. He's almost got a Yules. He's like, what, 700 gold away? And at that point, probably feels pretty happy with his life.
Yeah, Yule's being built there. They've also got Yule's finished on Desire. He's going into the Solar Crest, so a little bit more of like buffing up your heroes, especially that Ursa with the Solar Crest. Then we see this a lot, where teams that are kind of behind a little bit, they have this lineup that can still take Roche, and they go for it.
I think the position of the Roche pits, to me, I think need to change. I think that's one thing that I'm not really liking about the patch so far. I feel like, I don't want to say they're easy to take, but it's very hard for a lot of these other teams to have like fighting angles, right? Because they're like separated in the corners, and obviously everybody knows where they're going to be depending on whether or not it's night or day. So if you're a team that, you know, just shoves out this top lane and it's nighttime, and say you're a Beastmaster, like it's pretty easy for you to take Roche, and there's no real scary angles that you have to worry about just because of the way that the Roche pits are set up, that you can't really be, you know, surrounded. Whereas previously when Roche was in the river, right, like you had to know where everybody was at all times, and it was very hard to steal these Roches from behind.
Yeah, it feels like it's pretty free if you're in there and nobody's around, but I guess that could be said with the other one. I don't know. You'd see also just the no vision over there. Like the vision for the Radiant is non-existent in this area, and they're just able to take Roche, knowing that it's like, all right, well, if we see one person in any lane that isn't top, they don't have enough heroes to come after us. No one's got the Ags. This is going to be interesting.
Okay. We're going to take a fight into an Aegis, and this is where I'm looking for Manaspa to make sure that they don't get picked off here.
No Blink Dagger for the Bat Rider. Not that that would matter with the boar hitting him. And Spartan coming over. All right, wall down, lasso out. That's onto the Oracle. That's exactly who you want to have it on, so he doesn't get the false promise through. But look at the damage coming in. They've got the duel. It's going to be on the Ursa, the life drain on him. They'll take a PO as well. Skylark. Now they look over at Spartan. The chase is on to get themselves 3. Aegis is on Wish, but he's not able to do anything with the Unleash. The silences are deadly. They're ready to go. Arrow hits onto the Darkseer, but good slight into the Remnant leave.
Yeah, that was a beautiful way to execute a team fight when you're fighting into an Aegis, right? They understood that the hero with the
Wish?
No way.
All right, Moonlight Shadow, Dust, just in case he comes over here. They've got the vision on him. Searing Chains, Desire, he can watch, but I don't know if he can help that much. The arrow hits. Damage on a Seb. He's got duel in 10 seconds, but there's that Yules you were talking about on Kid Track. That keeps him from TPing out. Another Sleight of Fist. He's doing a lot of damage. He might even be able to clean up if he's given enough space. False Promise keeps him alive. They need a little bit more heal. They get the kill on a Kid Track. That's one with the Slight, and he's back up to full health. Old G need to leave.
Yeah, I guess that was one positive of C-Spot not being able to get the False Promise off, right? It was off cooldown to save Wish, and he kind of played it there on the edge, and that's one issue that OG have, is they don't really have good, reliable lockdown. Yeah, they've got Vacuum, they've got Duel, and they've got Lasso, but as soon as you know that those abilities are on cooldown, you can kind of play pretty freely if you wish, especially when you've got C-Spot and it's backing you up. So he's feeling pretty good with how his game is going now that he's got a Lincoln Sphere. Wish feels pretty immortal in a lot of these fights, and the fact that he had Aegis in that previous fight as well, pre-Lincolns, I think from here on out, the Roshans will definitely be going in Pio's pocket because he's the most vulnerable out of all these heroes, trying to get the duel on him before he gets the Enrage off. So, yeah, Pio should have a pretty good game from here on out, but OG are just showing their team fighting prowess, and that's one big positive that these guys have as a squad, right, is the way they team fight and the way they can kind of pull a lot of these leads back with their wacky drafts because they just know who they need to go on and when they need to go, and it's really going to be about Manaspa making sure they hold on for these fights and they can outscale them a little later. Another smoke.
Yeah, I definitely think holding on is the big key word there, right?
Yeah, and this fight could be all important, right? Like if they get a pick here, they opens up a tier 1 tower, they can make their way towards top, they can start taking out this triangle, and the map starts feeling really, really small for Manaspa, and they do have pick-off in and of themselves, but the way that OG are playing is this 5-man ball. It's going to be too hard for them to just get like a free Fortune's End into like an arrow or even like a Sleight of Fist doing chains and arrows, because they're going to have a lot of purges. And that's where it really starts getting hard to fight into this 5-man ball, because they've got a few universal heroes, so they're going to feel pretty strong with how they're, moving through their stats right now. And this is a very scary part for Manaspa, where they can either win or lose this game.
So somehow net worth dropping down to about even.
Yeah, a lot of that is off the back of Desire being so big, right? Like, he's a very big support. He's got Yules, he's got an Urn.
Halberd's going to be nice when he picks that up.
Yeah, it's going to be huge to have that pseudo save against no one, and even against the duel in certain circumstances. So they need to make sure that like these false promises are really, really good from C Spartan. You saw in the previous fight where he knew where he had to be, but it's hard for him to position if he's the one that gets lassoed early on. Even if he doesn't die, pulling him out of position and forcing him in these scenarios where he has to pick between, you know, false promising himself, false promising a core, really just makes the team fights a lot harder for Manaspa. And that's where OG put a lot of pressure on these Div 2 teams, is forcing them to make those hard decisions in a very quick team fight.
Thompson able to pick up some of those Lotuses. We'll pick up more now that he's finished off the BKB. Searing Chains looking for the arrow. That doesn't land. Yule's up into the air from Kittrack, but there's the blink into the duel. They catch themselves the Mirana. The damage coming in, and he gets the victory himself. Oh,
that was close. That was real close. I think maybe if you didn't have the Orb of Destruction there, could have potentially not been a duel. But I feel like they probably still would have gotten the duel. There's a lot of members that were
they're going right to top. They want to catch Pio again.
I think he's just going to be fast enough. Which is lucky. On to Roche. Okay, a minute 40 until it may spawn.
Oh, K-Track. He doesn't have Blink, but if he spots him, he'll just Yules him up in the air. He was TPing there. Oh, boy. Now he doesn't have a way out. They go to the lasso. They have the Unleash. This is a problem. Well, they're also going to get the kill on a Thompson who dropped down the wall, but the chase is on with the BKB. Pio trying to leave. Wishes in on a Thompson who TPs out. Meanwhile, Pio just escapes. They both get away.
Yeah, both teams are probably pretty annoyed with how that worked out, right? Like, Pio just got away with the BKB. He was slightly faster than Seb to be able to get that blink back off cooldown. And that's kind of one of the issues that you've got here with the Batrider, right? Like, you want to lasso him, but he's enraged, so it's literally like a half-second lasso. And it's very hard for you to try and keep him standing. But I almost thought that was going to be a certain kill on Thompson in the bottom lane. But, I mean, the man knows his limits.
EKBT. Uh-oh. No one getting a bottle here from Thompson to bottle up that double damage.
He's going to hit so hard.
Yep.
That's the thing with Universal Heroes now, right? It's like just their base damage is the bonkers part. It's like they just do so much damage, but it's all base damage. And they just keep building stats. And so a DD rune on a Universal Hero is like a DD rune on a Tiny, where you're like, all right, this is where things are going to get done. Like this next team fight with a DD rune is going to be hard to win.
I think he's also got this full Manta coming in, yeah. So Universal Heroes, Universal items. I've realized that Universal Heroes get to play like Heralds, not that they're playing at that skill level, but you know the ideology when you're just such a low rank, you're like, this item looks cool, I guess I can buy this. Like, that's what you're able to do as a Universal. Manta looks cool.
You just go, you go Ags, you go Ags plus one other stat item, whether it be Harpoon or Manta, and you're just like, yeah, this is it. And you just build that every game. And as a Universal Hero, you hit for like 300 and you have like 3,000 HP. You're like, yeah, this is fine.
It's like when I was a kid, it was like, oh, well, which team do you want to root for in a sport you don't play? Well, who's got the coolest jersey? All right, I'll pick them. Sure.
Like, yeah, I like this one.
Roche is up for a
Universal
while.
Heroes in a nutshell.
Yeah. Buy what looks good. Not stats, just the item itself.
I think the thing, you really can't go wrong with Universal Heroes because all of the generally good items are gonna be good on Universal Hero. They're generally stat sticks. They'll do stuff in a game that you're not gonna be like, this kind of sucks. Like this game, the Manta style, it's not crazy good, but it's good enough. Like it gets you out of chains. It gets you out of like a Fortune's End, which is enough. And you go, okay, well it just gives me like 50 damage. And you're like, that's cool. And now I have 3,000 HP and I do 1,000,000 damage with Unleash.
Oh, just 1,000,000.
Yeah,
just a casual 1,000,000.
Yeah, this is a cool million. That's
cool
Universal
milli.
Heroes. It's like you give him a DD rune, you put on Leash. Imagine if no one had a Magnus this time around as well, and then he gets in power, and you're like, all right, dude, that's actually 1,000,000. Like, how do you deal with that?
You don't. Halberd. Rock, paper, scissors, damage, halberd, done. Stop it. Don't hit
You
me.
could Fate's Edict him in these fights, but I mean, that's putting a lot on C Spartan's back, right? It's like, all right, C Spartan, you need to keep everybody alive. You also need to make sure that you disarm the Marcy. You also need to make sure that you false promise the right person. Make sure you need to not get lassoed as well. So if you could do all that for us and captain us at the same time, that'd be awesome. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. Thumbs up.
Appreciate it.
Surprised that with the damage that they have on the side of Old G as well, they don't just take Tormentor. But they are setting up for Roche, of course.
I'm trying to think, like,
Dire's middle tower.
what are the shards that they can really look for? Like, maybe Bats is good.
Yes,
No,
you know,
Bats
just
is
that's not bad. For free, it's fine.
Yeah, true. I think you'd probably
Dire's
want
bottom tower is
Aramis's first, if you could choose, but the way it's looking right now, like Old G, they know they need Roche, and so they're literally just camping Roche.
They've been sitting here for a
understand
while.
that this top side of the map is really good for them. They got the Lotus Pool, they can push out this wave, they get Roche, and that just unlocks these tier 2 towers. They take one fight, they take a couple of big calls against Manaspa. Both Tormentors probably opens up for them, and probably a road to victory too.
But in doing so, they gave up their Wisdom Rune. Important.
Are scanning.
A lot of experience for Wish. It's
Yep.
almost level 20. Which is actually a big power spike for the Ember Spirit, right? They can extra 55 Sleight of Fist hero damage, and it's been getting multiple hero Sleight of Fists.
Yep. Like, that's going to be dangerous. Now, look at this. They're sneaky into Roche. Let's see if they can take it. There are heroes from Monospa nearby, so got to be careful if you are Old G. Trying to kill
Like
that
they have
Hawk.
some sort of idea.
Yeah, they're coming over. This is a problem. There's the arrow. Oh, oh, Manta usage
Only
there.
half.
Yeah, down to half health. Not using that Unleash, wanting to save it. Shivas, that hits onto this Marcy. Now they're going to go over with the Unleash, but they get the silence on a Wish for a second. They go to the Primal Roar. It's going to be on a no one. They're trying to get the control onto the Marcy. Now the duel onto the Ursa. The damage. Thompson's already dead. Can they get the Kona Pio? They've already used the False Promise. The Star Storm
No one's
and
left.
Roche doing some damage. They get the Kona no one. They'll take out a second. Now the Remnant over. The arrow lands on a Seb. Seb in trouble. The Nether Blast is down. Kid Track falls. This is going to be a full team wipe and Roche. They'll take out Aramis. Down goes Seb. 5 heroes gone on Old G, and Roche left at like 15% health.
Yeah, and this is where you look back at when Roche spawned, right? If Roche was a dire side spawn, that fight doesn't happen. The only reason why they're able to have 5 heroes there was because Pio was actually able to TP to the outpost. If Pio doesn't get any close to that fight, I don't think Manaspa take that fight. They leave, they let Roche go, and then we're looking at Old G marching down a lane and probably taking a tier 2 tower. Instead, we're looking at a full team wipe, 10k net worth lead now from Manaspa, and that was clean. I think they just put Old G under a lot of pressure where it got to the point where they just had to spend spells, right? Like no one's getting extremely low, Thompson's extremely low. They have to throw this duel out, but Pio just is able to sit there, and then if you give C Spartan a spot where he can literally sit in the back and choose the perfect time to drop this False Promise, it's a free fight for them. They never got the lasso out. They were never able to get multi-heroes vacuum walls, and Old G, unfortunately, due to Roche being on the Radiant side, they lose out that fight.
That's a bit of an issue for them now. By a bit, I feel like it is truthfully problematic. They go to the duel, but they're not going to get duel damage out of this. The Reigns of Destiny are down. They've got the Unleash. They've got the Silence. The False Promise comes in with Pio trying to fight this. No one's taking a lot of damage, and he can't get away. Pio's hit just this unkillable mass. As they will find Aramis, they'll even use the Primal Roar. He's got a double kill. This is a fight happening right by the high ground, and that is ex-Monospa going up, and they see a wall, but they'll walk right through it, at least with Wish.
Yeah, this is starting to snowball really, really fast against Old G, and this is the way...
Nullifier,
Thompson?
dead Thompson. Just
Hello?
don't see him leaving, and there's Purifying Flames to finish it off. That Killsteal Purifying Flame still exists.
Yep, 33 minutes into the game, still doesn't matter. The Oracle needs to get his dues at some point, so... Yeah, this ballooned out of control really, really fast. I think OG felt a little bit of the pressure of the timer. You could see that they understood that they needed Roche, and oh no, Seb could be the next one. He is Shadowbladed though.
Didn't get hit by that. All right.
has fallen.
But
Radiant's
you can understand that it started to get to the point now where it's like 33, 35 minutes into the game. You know, Pia's got the Nullify, they got BKBs coming up, Lincoln Sphere. It's hard to kill the Ember Spirit. Like, we really need Roche to start clearing out these tier 2 towers, and then maybe we can get a net worth lead from there and maybe win a fight off the back of no one being big with like a Basher and a BKB. But losing that Roche fight the way they did, 5-0, giving the Roche up at like 15%, it just balloons so fast. And the way that they can take towers, it's so hard for them to fight for 2 minutes into an Aegis on Pio. Like, they still don't have Blink on Kitrak yet. Like, he's a long ways away from that, so they can't even just blink into the background and just grab like an Oracle. Like, even like just look at the graphs, man. Like, the graphs tell it all. It's just, it's all Manaspa right now. And if they lose from here, that's going to be a big fight back from Old G, because it's going to be hard for them to finish this game off for Old G.
Yeah, the net worth and the experience especially are big in this one, and they have found themselves Seb. He will try to get the blade mail off and survive, but that's just not happening. Early, brother.
They're going to be one of the new memes, like the question mark. Is early brother going to be another one?
Early, brother. You got to do that with the yeehaw, you know?
Early brother.
Yeehaw! Yeah.
Was that American enough? I'm not a very good American.
No, that was fine. I appreciate it.
+1.
So, up on the high ground again. Why not?
Still a
Double
minute on the
tap always.
Aegis. Like, this is probably just Atlanta Rax, right? Like, I don't see how they're supposed to fight into this Urso. Like, they can just throw the Lincolns on him if they ever get scared.
Unless it happens slow, but Wish is just able to come in here for free, right? Like, he's got that extra damage with the sight. Can they time the Aegis right on this one? Maybe. Still full minute. It's not about timing. I think they just take this Rax and leave. Ooh, boy.
Maybe they can delay with, like, a Vac wall play, but they know the tier 3's gone, so they're just going to sack that. It's about, what are these Raxes that they're going to give up? Looks like they want to fight here for Old G.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't have anything with Thompson being stunned by that arrow for a while. Well, Rings of Destiny on him, too.
They hold. I think they definitely would have loved to fight. As you said, that arrow on a Thompson probably put a spanner in the works for OG to get into a fight they wanted to. But they at least hold their racks, so they're not 2 lanes down, 2 side lanes down as well at this point in time. They can deal with the bottom side as long as, you know, Seb constantly pushes that out. He's one with the Shadow Blade as well, so he can safely, to an extent, do that. But this could be potentially a last hurrah for OG. They've got a Blink Dagger now on Thompson, so they can set up for a big Blink Vacuum Wall. They've got the BKB on No One as well, so he's the scary hero. They would love a Blink Dagger on Kitrak as well. I think if they had Blink Dagger on Kitrak, they were like, all right, this is go time. This is everything that we could possibly want for. And they would want to go. Maybe they're low on smokes too, actually, because they've used a lot this game.
Yeah, they just used one. And then they
don't have one for another almost 4 minutes, so...
It's
waiting.
just tough for them, because, like, I think the biggest turning point was the fact that they kind of sit and waited for Roche for 2.5 minutes while Monospa just farmed the entirety of the map. Remnant over, Thompson in trouble. They found themselves Kitrak. He's out by his own. He'll end up dead. Pio gets the kill. He's got buyback. You don't really want to use it, but you're going to be forced to do so. There's just no way around that. Arrow comes in and lands on a No One as he jumps forward. Can they get the damage out? It doesn't look likely. Thompson's dead. No one falls. Pio's unkillable. And Aramis is on the run, but you don't have buyback on those 2 heroes, and this is looking like the end of game 1. Aramis is hiding, but they found him.
Oh, I was going to say, surely not the Decrep TP out was going to be the savior there for Aramis, but he gets found out, and yeah, this is probably going to be game 1 in the books for Manaspa. I like the way that OG played their draft. I think maybe the Marcy carry was a little bit of a stretch. I like the other heroes, but if they had like a classic No One kind of carry hero, I feel like they definitely could have done better with the, as you said, the 2 minutes of them waiting around for Roche, right? Like they farmed a little bit, but they spent a lot of time just waiting for the big man to come back.
So that's going to be a lot of points in the chat. Getting lost here.
I told you. Cat doesn't listen.
Sleight of fist, searing chains, not gonna matter. This game is in the books as they watch the Ancient fall. They'll try one more time. Vacuum, a duel on the Desire, but he's taking no damage. Kitrak falls, the Remnant over. The Reigns of Destiny are there, and the Destiny says that they're gonna take game number 1. Just a matter of time as Seb is surrounded. Seb ends up dead. No one trying to fight back. The cheese is eaten. They'll buy back on Seb. Yule's into the air, doing the damage on the Spartan. Gets a kill onto the Oracle while Skylark's trying to just finish the base. Sight again. Desire comes in. He'll start right cooking the Ancient. They get the kill onto Aramis. They'll look over as the Remnants to the side. Seb's got the blade mail, but they'll call GG. And game 1 goes the way of ex Monospa.
Yeah, I feel like there was some moments there where Old G felt like they were in control. There was that really good smoke that they were able to make towards the mid game, but it just got to a point where that Roche fight really, really hurt them. And kind of waiting around for a long time for Roche to spawn really hurt them as well. And the fact that it was a Radiant Roche, like there was just a lot of things that went against OG. They did a good job to be able to fight themselves back into this game from what felt like a pretty rough point in that mid game, but it just got, too overwhelming, right? Like this Ursa's unkillable, Wish became unkillable with like Lincoln's. Did he even die that game? I'm just going to triple check to see if he actually died that game, because I think he died like maybe once or twice, but he died twice. So he had a very, very good game on the Ember Spirit, and it just got very hard for them to deal with these two cores in the Ursa and the Ember Spirit. And maybe for game number 2, just try and give no one a hero that can kind of carry the game for you, can take those objectives, can really sit back and farm. Like, he went for a bit of a farming build with the Marcia, as we normally see with her going like Battle Fury, but it just got to a point where she was playing up against 2 cores, and unfortunately for her, the Darkseer as well as the Legion Commander just weren't up to the same kind of standard that the other cores were on Exponaspa.
Yeah, you saw the duels, like, they didn't start till 17 minutes into the game. By the way, that second death that came for Wish was at 12 minutes around that point, and then he didn't die again, so he really started to go off, and you could feel the damage. Like, even when Old G won that fight, and like Wish was the only one alive, and he starts putting out these slides, and you could feel the damage coming in from him, especially then it turns into the side of Old G waiting for Roche, and you get those Wisdom runes, both of them for Monospa, and all of a sudden Wish is level 20 while these guys are down a bunch of experience on the side of Old G, and he's got that bump up on the slides, and he's just outputting so much damage in these fights. Definitely my MVP for the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the way that he played it was really, really well. And he also, one thing whenever I watch a team play against OG, it's about how the mid laner plays against Thompson. I know that's kind of, a weird way to think about it, but when he picks these heroes like Darkseer, his Oracle, Snapfire, that kind of stuff, as long as you don't let him snowball off one of these weirder heroes, then it feels like you're in a relatively good spot, unless he's playing something like his Void Spirit or his Invoker or things like that can really kind of hard carry the game. It really enables you to kind of have a good mid game, and especially a good late game, especially when he's playing something like a Darkseer. So all props to Wish to be able to play this one out and do a really, really good job on the Ember Spirit. But yeah, I think for Old G, try and get themselves a little bit more of these carries, and that's why I was leaning towards Manaspa, right? It just their draft was so much easier to execute as long as they didn't completely fumble the bag at that like 25-minute mark and lose like 3 team fights back to back and lose all of their buildings. They were going to be a-okay this game, and they got 2 Roches out of it. They only lost didn't lose any of them, and it just got to a point where they just overwhelmed Old G and made it look easy.
Yeah, so it was easy at some point there for ex Monospa. I think you got to really look at different heroes, maybe a little bit of, altering the identity a touch to stay competitive in these games, because you saw Thompson, he wants to go to that Darkseer mid with 6 deaths early on. It was just really rough for him. So, at the end of the day, Monospa, or ex Monospa, they take game 1. And we'll be back in just a moment with game number 2. So get yourself a snack. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a second.
I killed 2 tormentors.
Guys, I'm
Can you turn the snake?
should be fine.
Go.
We're connecting.
I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
I'm running with
Marcy.
Well played.
Let's go. Yeah, not duel.
Нули. Go high.
I can try to change somebody, watch.
Oh, what the fuck?
Does blink.
Yeah, we'll blink.
He has no goal.
I'm gonna kill this there. I'm gonna kill this there.
No LC, no LC, no LC. No LC.
LC's not here, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Take it off. Take it off.
I'm tipping for LC, I'm tipping for LC.
Yeah, mid.
Welcome back, folks, to the Western Europe Division 2. We just saw Monospa. They took game number 1, and, they hit this big wall, and then they crumbled, and they smashed.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you ever watched Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, but it was like Wile E. Coyote's like, I finally got the Roadrunner. He's going to hit in this wall, and I've painted a tunnel on the wall, and somehow Roadrunner goes through it, and then the Coyote's like, if he could go through it, I could go through it, even though I know I just painted this wall, and slaps into the wall, flat, dead, gone, and that was your summary of game number 1.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like that. It felt like there was a moment for Old G to be able to get through that. Like there was that moment of clarity, like, if they've done it, then I can do it, waiting for Roche, and then... Fortunately, it just didn't work out. They ran into the brick wall, and they did kind of... that's one of the issues with fighting Roche on the opposite side of your map, is sometimes you can get caught out by some of those TPs, and PO was in the right place at the right time. They had the right poke coming in from Wish as well, and I think props to Manaspa with the way that they played that game too, right? Like, they played nice, cool, calm, and collected. Sometimes when you see teams get demoted from Division 1, things can start to crumble really, really fast for them.
Yep.
Things can really start to break apart, but I think, standing up against Old G is a really good shout for them. And if they take this series 2-0, man, like they're 2-0 up in the division right now. They've still got a lot of the big teams that they've got to play up against. What are they going to look like up against Enigma Galaxy? What are they going to look like up against Into the Breach and Alliance and even Level Up? So they've got some big names they have to try and get through. But if they get through Old G here, that's one of the scary teams, I think, is to cross off, because Old G on any given day could take down anyone, but they can also be beaten by anyone as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, like, coming into this one, it feels like they're a team that's just like 1.5. They're not quite Division 2, not worthy. I think they're just like over that point. They're not a Division 2 team, but they're also not a Division 1 team. They're kind of in this like middle ground where they have to just keep, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then hopefully, break through and find themselves in Division 1 in a tour and kind of make it out of this one, because I do think that they probably win this next game pre-draft. I have no idea. Like they just look like a really good team, and it's crazy because of course they've changed their carry, and yet Pio seemed to slot in, at least from what we've seen so far, really well. Like he's just bearing in.
Yeah, I think the way that PO was playing definitely suits them really, really well. And I think, obviously been around the block a couple of times with some of these other Division 2 teams as well. So PO's definitely been in the system and really seems to fit really, really well for them and be able to play well in the lanes and then understand when he needs to be the hard carry and when he needs to be somebody who joins these fights. And that's a really good thing for them. And I mean, at the end of the day, these guys have, been at majors before, some of the core. So they definitely have a lot of experience themselves. It's just about trying to crack through it. And as we said at the top of the show, it's all about hitting, momentum at the right time, and they're starting to hit a good spot right now. I haven't seen too many kind of one-dimensional drafts from them. They've played, I don't want to say different heroes every single time, but they've only really kind of fallen back for like the Beastmaster a couple of times. They fell back to the Void Spirit a couple of times as well. So they've got core heroes they like, but they can still play everything as well.
Yeah, so we'll see how many Universal Heroes they pick, because that seems to be the name of the game. Defense of the Universal Heroes, Ancient Dota, whatever. Sure, yeah, that's what we're calling it now. And we'll see. We'll see if they ban the Beastmaster. I think that was a big one. All right, there it is. Ban the Beastmaster. It's gone. Don't give it up to him. I think that's a solid ban.
I was going to say, going into this draft, that Old G decided to pick first pick, and I believe Manaspa are on, what side are they on? They're on Radiant. So they chose Radiant, they won the coin flip, and then Old G went into first pick as well. So that means that Old G have a hero that they want to try and go for. I'd imagine it may be probably the Batrider for themselves, whether or not they want to try and leave Deucer in the pool, get Deucer for themselves, if they want to get like a hero like Wind Ranger or something like that. Maybe the Techies is another hero they want to try and play for. But obviously coming into this with first pick, they have a hero that they want, and they don't want Manaspa to have a part of it. So these bans definitely should be telling us the tale very soon.
I'm not a huge fan of first phase Batrider. I just feel like there's so many ways to kind of like counter it early on. I like Batrider as a later pick where you don't get those because they were forced to put it into the 5, right? Like I think when you pick Batrider, you're expecting, all right, I could keep this as a core. This is where I kind of want it these days. But when it's in the 5 position, I want to say it kind of feels lacking.
Yeah, especially because Manaspa showed us in that previous draft they're not afraid of picking Oracle as well. So if you pick this Batrider, you just instantly answer it with an Oracle, and yeah, it might not be a very consistent counter, especially if the Batrider gets a Blink Dagger at some point. But it just enables them to have a strong safe lane, and enables them to be able to have some counterplay towards the mid and late game. So Manaspa, I think, are going to be more than happy to give away the Batrider. It's just about whether or not they want to give like Medusa or Techies or Void Spirit. They're going to be, I think, a lot of the heroes are going to be thinking about right now. And you can also do, okay, I was going to say you can do the old classic of leave everything open and see what OG actually want, and then take some of them for yourself, or ban the one that you really think that you don't want to play against, and it's going to be Thompson's Void Spirit, and then just give OG a choice of one of the other 2 heroes, and then maybe pick the 3rd one for yourself.
So we're not going to see that arrow combination. That was pretty deadly. And yeah, Techies was the first phase ban in the last game. So having it come out here as a first pick is really no surprise. This hero is the most contested hero by like a lot.
Yeah. And especially with Aramis on your team. Like he's one of those people that were playing Techies a few months ago, even before it started really becoming where it is now as a universal hero. He played it in Dream League as well and had a standout performance on that. So I think Aramis is just going to be one of those players that every single time you can get Techies, you'll be able to pick it up. And Kitrak likes playing it as a 5 as well. He has a wide hero pool when it comes to his position 5s, so gives him a lot of flexibility. And also Thompson plays at mid. So Old G once again just doing flexibility, but Manaspa is going to open with the Batrider and the Doom, 2 other heroes that have just been stalwarts of multiple different patches over the last couple of months, and this seems like it's going to be the drafting style between these 2 teams. Old G, they're just going to go with some weird and wacky flexibility, whereas Manaspa like, all right, we'll just get consistently good heroes and we'll just play our game.
God, I don't know about Techies mid. I'm just thinking I'm still locked into that. Oh boy.
But you can go right-click build. He's a universal hero. You get like Dragonlance. You can go like some attack speed. He has like one of the best attack animations in the game. It feels pretty good.
This is where you could protect Medusa, right? Like this is what we used to see a lot more. I feel like Medusa's kind of been figured out a bit, where now you're banning like Pango, Anti-Mage, Mana Burners. Just get them out of here.
I think you just go Anti-Mage, Pango, Wind Ranger, and that's like your 3 scary heroes that you get rid of for the Medusa. A lot of the other heroes don't really care about. I think the PL is a bit of an issue because against Techies, PL is pretty good because you have some of those tanky illusions, and it's hard for Techies to deal the burst damage to get rid of all the illusions, and then worst case, PL just Manta dodges off the debuff and is able to still go in onto the Techies. So we'll see what they do want to try and cover it with. But now the question is for Manaspa is, are they going to transition the Doom or the Batrider to one of these support roles and try and find, maybe 2 more cores that are going to look good into the Medusa?
I'm very interested because I was going to say we're not seeing it too much anymore, but like, what about Nyx Assassin into a Medusa these days? We don't see that hero at all.
I don't know if I'm super sold on it being a Medusa counter. I think there was a lot of teams that kind of floated it, but on paper, it's a good idea, right? Like, 50% max mana burn. All right, there goes most of her EHP. But it's like you have to get the Vendetta hit on her, which is hard in and of itself because if you think about the way that these Medusa teams play, early on, yes, you can get a lot of kills on her, but when you've gotten to a point where the Medusa has like an Aegis, she has like 1 or 2 items, she's generally kind of grouped up in a ball, and all it takes is 1 sentry on the ground. And then Nyx Assassin really doesn't kind of have that same kind of impact that you would hope him to have. And then Medusa's kind of safe. So I think it can work, but I think you're going to have a really good game on the Nyx, or maybe a Nyx specialist to try and be and put the Medusa down. And I think you really have to put a lot of emphasis on shutting her down in the first like 15-20 minutes before she gets scary, because otherwise the Medusa will just be able to be too hard for the Nyx to deal with.
Yeah, all right. maybe we see it. I don't know. If this was
I'd love to see it. I
a
love that hero,
Kaka
dude.
team, I know we'd see it because he loves that Nyx Assassin. That was like his go-to pick. He still goes to that. You look at like games Kaka plays, and it's just like, all right, cool. Well, I'm just gonna still pick Shadow Shaman and Nyx Assassin and enjoy my life
And
there.
Lion.
Yeah, basically. Lion is definitely one of those. So I'm expecting a Pango ban here, especially with the Bloodseeker ban from Monospy. I feel like they're preparing. Like, if they don't ban Pango here, we're going to pick it. And then there's not really that big of a counter to it.
They could also be tossing up between the Pango or the Slark ban right now. I know Slark has been one of those heroes that can do pretty well into the Medusa. You have the Diffusal Blade, Aghanim set to build up. You can duck in and out of a fight, so you can kind of like force her to Stone Gaze, and then you can like leap out if you have Aghanim Scepter, and then go back in and engage on her when Stone Gauge is down. And also, Morphling has been another one of those heroes that has seen a resurgence lately against the Medusa, because you hit relatively similar timings, but Morphling's one of those heroes that just kills your team a lot faster than you kill his.
Ooh.
And then eventually, you know, he can turn into you with like an Aghanim Scepter. He steals your stats, and then he throws around some snakes that turns everybody to stone, and that's really bad for Medusa. So, yeah, there was a couple of bans, but I agree with you. I think Pango is 100% on the cards for Manaspa, another one of those heroes that's very flexible in where you can play. You can play as a support, but much more likely as a core. They banned it themselves.
Interesting. And then Shadow Demon coming in. Shadow Demon's a hero we've been seeing more and more of. Definitely one that, like, all right, you're going to build your Medusa big. We're just going to make illusions of your Medusa and then send it right back at you, because the illusions, you know, they're pretty strong, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels good. I think it also enables you to save yourself against some of these burst initiations from the techies, right? Like, if your Shadow Demon's a little bit far away, you're able to save people with the disruption up against like a techie's blast off into like the mind combination. So I like this Shadow Demon, but I also like the response coming in from Old G. Like, they've got themselves a Queen of Pain now, which has been a hero that has seen a lot of popularity with Ag's build, with the amount of damage she can do with that Shadow Strike build. So she is going to be a very, very scary hero, and this is heroes that I really enjoy seeing Thompson on. These traditional mid laners that go into the mid game and can really carry games as well. Like, he's an immaculate laner. And sometimes when he plays these kind of off-meta picks, he snowballs the lane and then he looks kind of crazy.
Whoa.
Everyone's like, oh my god, makes a YouTube video about it. But when he plays these like traditional mid laners, that's when you really see how good Thompson is as a mid laner. And you go, okay, this guy is extremely legit. He's not just playing weird stuff and winning because nobody knows how to play against it.
So now this Venge coming out after the Queen of Pain. Stuns, swapping, trying to do things with that, figuring it out.
Is that going to be a Seb Venge is the question.
Do you want it to be a Seb Venge?
You get like Ags into like some other auras. You can get like a Vlad's for the Medusa. I think the thing for me is they can have a very, very scary lane with Venge plus techies, right? Like that's a brutal lane. For Shadow Demon +1, that is scary. Because you just get the magic missile, it's a lot of magic burst in and of itself, it's the stun, and then you get the blast off, and then the techies bomb on top of that with, you know, Wave of Terror and some auto attacks from both of these two heroes. Like, that's a lot of damage. But also then you have a core Venge, and you're like, why do I have a core Venge? So that's the one question mark I have. But Seb is one of those players that likes playing this offlane Vengeful Spirit, so it's still on the cards.
I wonder if they'd even think about going into an offlane Medusa or something like that, if they want to swap this Medusa into a different position, because I've seen that a couple times where it's just like, all right, cool, we'll move things around. Bounty Hunter. Interesting little pick there. That's probably securing at least the Batrider mid, Doom 3, Bounty 5, maybe Bounty 4, but I don't know. We've seen a lot more Bounty 5 than anything.
Yeah. I think I agree with you, right? Like, it just means that the Batrider is going to say, okay, Wish is just going to play his Batrider like he usually does into the Queen of Pain. It's not that great of a lane for you because you have to do a Shadow Strike spam, and as long as it blinks off cooldown, you're not going to kill her. So it's not going to be a crazy snowball lane for Wish, but it's all about playing with these ultimates that they've got. Lasso as well as Doom is going to be what they're going to try and team fight with, and their lanes aren't super bad right now. I think if the Venge gets like a +1 core, they can have a lot of kill threat against a Doom. He's one of those heroes you can really punish when he doesn't have Scorched Earth and he's not a scary hero and, you know, pre-Vanguard and all that kind of stuff. So I would love to see OG, if they wanted to, they can move this Medusa around. I think the Venge Medusa lane is going to be fine. And then pick their Seb hero for last. It just gives them a little bit more of this initiation, maybe some more auras as well. Would be nice, but Manaspa, they need a lot of damage right now, I think is the biggest thing for them. Is that they need a hard carry that's going to do a lot of damage for them in team fights and it's going to scale and do well into Dusa. So Slark being banned, Anti-Mage is gone. Do you just get rid of the PL here? Okay, I was going to say the PL or Monkey are going to be the two heroes that you think about. These heroes that can kind of stand and fight the Medusa during Stone Gaze. So there's not really many left for Manaspa to pick.
Okay, so banning that Spirit Breaker. Legion, which we saw in the last game, but didn't exactly do that well. But let's see.
Would be good for a purge, but they have the Vengeful Spirit to break Lasso.
10 seconds remaining.
What can they pick?
5 seconds remaining.
This feels like old G game 1 tried their fun. Game 2, let's bring it back to the meta.
Yeah, let's just play straight up Dota this time around. We can't cheese ourselves a game 1 win and get it done.
Axe,
Ooh,
all right.
Axe. And then an instant Lycan from Manaspa.
This was
So
a hero
Manaspa
I was
wanna play
talking about,
fast.
or thinking about, was this Lycan, where it's just like, all right, cool. Well, if you're going to go into this, like, where is this hero in terms of offlaners, right? Like, we're seeing so many vast different offlaners come out. Where's the Lycan? I feel like it could be a hero that can really succeed, and here it is.
Yeah, it kind of plays very similar to the Beastmaster, right? You build some of these auras. He's a little different in the way that he plays because he doesn't have that scary kind of landing phase like you do with the Beastmaster and the Axes. But when you hit level 6, I mean, this Venge can't deal with you at all. Like, she's going to magic missile one of your units and probably you, but your units are going to be the thing that's going to kill her. The one issue he has is playing into an Axe, which is a little annoying. But I think the way that Manaspa are going to play, it feels like the shoe's kind of on the other foot this time around, right? Like, it feels like Manaspa are the ones that want to try and play fast. They have good ways of taking towers. They can take Roche, but if this game starts going uber late, you're playing into a Queen of Pain, a Medusa, and an Axe. I think all heroes will do pretty well as the game gets later, especially against these kind of heroes. So OG are going to be a team that wants to try and hold on. They want to try and get no one as big as they possibly can. They want to try and get some kills around the map when they get Blink Blade, Mal, and Seb. Once they get the Aghanim Scepter on tops, and they can move around and make space for Dusa. Whereas Manaspa, they need to have some of these lanes going well. They need this Lycan to get this helm with the Overlord nice and fast. They want to take these T1 towers extremely fast, turn that into Roshans, and then just abuse the Medusa until she, before she starts getting a lot of these big items.
Does the Axe kind of force the Shadow Demon into this weird position where it's just like, all right, if I blink in and get a call, you have to disrupt me. With the Shadow Demon, that means you're not disrupting the Medusa. And as long as we could do that and take your attention off this Medusa, we're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think that's a big proponent of the Axe, right? It also is one of the Seb classics, and it gives them that little bit of extra initiation. They do have ways of starting fights, but they just didn't have that quick way of doing it. If they were going to do it, it would have been off the back of like Avenge walking in with like a magic missile stun, or maybe getting like a blast off from Fog. This way, it enables them to just kind of lead from the front with Seb. He blinks in, gets a call on one player. They follow up with the magic missile. They follow up with the blast off. It just makes their team fights a lot easier. But yeah, forcing the Shadow Demon again in another scenario where Spartan has to think about where he uses these disruptions is going to be a lot harder for them.
So we're not going to see that big 6-kill fight exchange pre-horn. At least not yet.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Back to Western Europe. No longer in the SEA pre-horn extravaganza.
We've gone away from the cool starts of the game, and now it's back to Western Europe.
Honk shoo! Honk shoo!
There's probably a lot of Western Europe fans that are really mad in chat right now.
Yeah. Well, it's all in good fun.
Okay, guys.
All right. Well, sticky bomb, disruption, and We'll get this stun out with the Shadow Walk, but how much are you really getting done? The Battle Hunger doing a lot of damage on a Spartan. He has to go the other way, because if you forget that Techies does a lot of damage, you might just die, and that's what happens.
Yeah, like when people used to play against Techies before he was Universal Hero, they're like, you're just tickling me. And now he hits you hard. And then he hits you with like 2 sticky bombs, and you're moving at 100 move speed. And then you also have Battle Hunger on you, and you're like, oh, I'm actually dead. This is really unfortunate. And it's not 6 kills, but it's a big kill, because Axe and Techies really want early levels. Like, Axe wants to have a lot of levels in Battle Hunger, but he also wants to try and get this counter Helix going. Same thing with Aramis, right? Like, he wants to get these 2 levels in the sticky bombs and then start maxing out his blast off. And once those critical levels start coming in, PO is going to be pretty tanky as a position 1 Doom, but he's still not going to be able to survive the burst of getting Berserkers called in a creep wave and then getting blast off.
Interested to see how this mid lane goes, because Wish is playing aggressive already. He was fireflying all the way across, so does he get anything done? Meanwhile, Desire, what kind of start is he going to get off to? Because last game, he went absolutely buck wild.
Yeah, I'd love to see him go super ham. Do you remember the game? It was a Dream League game, and it was, I think it was a 9, maybe it was at the Major, and it was 9 pandas, and it was like, I think it was like 13 minutes in, they had an offlane bounty with like a Vanguard and an Axe, and they just...
Spartan is potentially dead again here. Battle Hunger, and how long is that going to last? 1 or 2 more ticks. He'll survive. Salve himself up. Battle Hunger, Sticky Bomb, not a great combo to have to deal with.
No, it is unfortunate, especially because PO doesn't have Devour, so he doesn't have that like instant way of getting rid of the Battle Hunger, right? So these opening couple levels are going to suck.
Also, not something we talked about where it's just like, all right, this is a safe lane Doom. Because I feel like safe lane Doom and off lane Doom kind of do the same thing. They get the same build, they get the same gold, because they're side lane regardless. So now, like, who's your big late game guy here that's going to get something done? Like, I don't know if Doom is really the safe laner I want if it's still going on the same line as an off lane Doom.
Yeah, I think it's they just really want to have good lanes, right? And if they have good lanes with the safe lane Doom, then they got a lot of farm on him, and then Skylark gets a lot of farm as well, and they kind of have this ball where they hit very similar timings between, like, you know, the Doom and the Lycan, and they can start taking these towers. But I agree with you. It's kind of a very similar vein of game number 1 from OG, where this game goes late enough, and the Doom's still just going to be an offlane Doom, and nobody's really going to be able to keep up with him on his team.
Desire is spotted by the Sentry Ward top, and I can see what they're kind of looking to get done over on No One. They're trying to at least maybe at times throw these wolves onto the Medusa and make his life a little bit more difficult. Keep
at
him
least just
low
force
on
him
mana.
not to be... Yeah, not to be full mana, right? Like, if you're playing up against a Ducer in lane that's just full mana most of the time, it's scary.
Needs another Shadow Poison there, maybe a little bit more damage, maybe one more Shadow Poison. Not going to land it, so those 3 stacks aren't going to do it, while Spartan dies to Seb and just gets run down here.
Yeah, this is a very scary start for Manaspa. Seb's doing really, really well. No One's doing really, really well. And Thompson is absolutely obliterating me. Like, look at 21-19 against 9-1. This is, this is the best start you could have ever hoped for if you're an OG fan in chat right now, trying to get some of the channel points back, I'd imagine.
Yeah, after that big loss coming through. So it just feel like all the matchups are kind of there, and you're dealing with, what, 3 offlaners when it comes to your course.
Yeah, and I think, like, they're not going to hit this timing where I don't think OG are going to be able to respond, right? It's not like OG have, like, 2 very slow cores. Like, they've got an Axe who's doing really, really well. They've got a Queen of Pain who's doing really, really well. So they're going to hit their own timings that, like, you know, Vanguard's going to be up extremely soon for Seb, so he's going to be able to be a farm machine. Doom's really not going to be able to pressure him out. Thompson's going to get scary. As soon as this 6-minute rune comes up, these side lanes are going to be a massive threat, and then they just accelerate these side laners even more, and that, you know, 25-minute mark starts creeping ever closer.
Desire. He is going through the trees here, trying to survive, trying to wait for another Shadow Walk, but they already used that dust. They'll get the magic missile. Kitrak does fall to Skylark, so they finally get on the board here for Monospa. And now you've already got the Vanguard for Seb, and that means this lane is pretty much, he's unkillable at this point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, next to impossible for them to kill him until they get Doom, or maybe even if they get a rotation out of Desire, right? But even Desire's not going to add that much because he doesn't have any levels in Shuriken Toss. So yeah, Seb feels pretty happy with how this is going. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. I feel like when you have a techies who wants to be in the lane a lot, when you have an offlaner who's doing so well, because you kind of want to leave him and him to be that big baller threat where he's just getting so much solo XP. So Aramis is gonna make the choice to come towards mid and enable Thompson even more, who has Sonic Wave at the ready.
Yeah, Wish not too far behind. It's not amazing, but he's not as far behind as I thought he was going to be. Now it's starting to bump up because he didn't get any of that farm, and like that creep wave just goes straight to Thompson. But it was, considering where it was at, I don't think it was god awful for him.
Yeah, I think he farmed like a triple stack or like maybe a quad stack because he has almost similar CS.
That's going to be an issue. That's going to be another kill. Desire ends up falling. They had the dust ready to go. They've got this ward up on the high ground, so that's getting them some vision. Meanwhile, Battle Hunger again on Spartan. He's going the other way. Pio's here with level 5. They go to the call. They've got Thompson, so he's going to blink in and look to Shadow Strike, maybe even Sonic Wave, but the disruption from Spartan, and he'll end up dead to Seb. Blast off in. 4 heroes here bottom, and they could just Sonic Wave if they want to, but I don't even think they need it here again. Blink in. Thompson gets the kill. It's 6-1, and things going very much the way of Old G.
Yeah, Old G getting on a steamroll right now. Yeah, Thompson doesn't even need to level the Sonic Wave. I thought he did. When I saw that he ticked over to level 6, I thought that was going to be kind of a go button for him to kill Wish, but understanding that he's in this little bit of a farm time against Wish, and it was still enough for him to get multiple kills in the bottom lane. So the way that this is going here for Old G, they're going to hit this very spooky timing, right? Like Seb, if he wants to try and go for something a little bit more greedy, he can go back for like Blink Boots of Travel. If he feels like they need to try and get this damage going now, he can just go into like Blink Blade Mail. And all the while, no one's just chilling.
Yeah, they're going to look to kill him, though. Or at least they looked like they were. They had this Bat Rider coming over. They've actually got vision on him.
It's going to be hard for them to kill the Deucer. Especially because like they don't have any damage early on, right? Like it's a...
Oh,
like
boy.
a lot of their
Stacks
damage
being
is...
stolen.
Oh.
Did
he at least get some of them? I think Wish got a few of them. He didn't get all of them, though, which is a little unfortunate.
Thompson. They need more than this. Yeah, they need... Oh. Came out of Shadow Walk right before he was able to do that. They do have Lasso, but now the Sonic Wave. There's the Lasso. But do they have the damage? They finally get the kill on Thompson. That's a good one to get. It's a lot of gold there for Desire, but... Oh, the turnaround. Kid track around as they all fall. Whoa. I didn't think that was going to go that way, but getting 3 kills right there brings Monospa right back into the game.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold for them. That is a lot. It's 1,500 gold. Oh my. The bounty got 600 gold himself because he got 2 of those kills. Yeah, that is...
Sheesh.
That's a little rough for Mr. Thompson. He was having a good start to the game, and then giving away a bit of the gold there is never what you want to see. So Manaspa, they're still definitely well within reach of this game, but it's just, for me, it's just hard for them to have this damage until they get a lot of levels, right? Like they need a lot of levels on Desire, where this Shuriken Toss can start getting scary. C Spartan is kind of a lot of the damage with Shadow Poison, and as long as Wish is still on this kind of farm train, which he's gone for now, and I like that he's gone back for this. He's gone for like Boots of Travel and going to go a little bit greedier. They just need to wait out until they have enough damage, because I think at this point it's still going to be very, very hard to kill no one.
Spartan's going top, but I kind of would have wished that he had waited for level 6. He was just right on, and having that level 6 could be massive here for them, but instead he's going to walk over with this smoke, try to get to no one. He's got Bounty Hunter watching, but full mana, and it's not going to be the easiest kill to get, considering he's right by the tier 2 tower, but they've got the Bat Rider coming in. Witch is going to come through. They've got the Flame Break, but the damage coming out in just a second was a decent amount. They weren't able to get him up out of the high ground, but they've got the Shadow Walk stun once again, and now with no mana, no health, they get the kill on a no one, and that is pretty significant while they'll lose PO over bottom.
Yeah, so a good rotation there from Old G to be able to get something back after losing no one. But yeah, I'm surprised they haven't at least given no one like a safety sentry, just somewhere on the higher ground for him to maybe potentially catch a glimpse of Desire as he's making a rotation through there. But yeah, they had to use a lot of their stuff to be able to get the kill there onto no one, and that's pre-Stone Gaze as well, right? Like if he has Stone Gaze, he's going to be okay there. And Manaspa finding their small little margins to get this done, and it's starting to, you know, they're doing a really good job at kind of greeting up with the heroes that they need until they can start hitting their own tempo. But again, I mean, Thompson's still huge, Seb's still huge, so these guys are going to be very scared. Like Seb already has a dagger. He has dagger, Vanguard in 10 minutes.
Pio wise to go up through this twin gate. Wow, the timing on that. Eesh.
Do they have a ward somewhere? No, that's just game sense, understanding that no one being in this bottom side of this map after understanding that he is still killable, that there has to be some OG members in the area. And they were previously down there only a few moments ago, so we call some game sense and being able to have the spidey senses tingling to get out.
Yeah, all right there, Peter Parker. Or Miles Morales. Ooh, thinking about the call.
Everyone should go watch it.
But not going to grab it. Wish he had a double damage going. That is now out, and a magic missile coming their way. So nothing doing right there. You're still waiting for that level 6 on the bounty to get those tracks off. Spartan, he's in alone. Okay. And he will die. Culling Blade. So sure. That is one stack on the cold armor.
That was
ballsy. Yeah, you knew they were there.
Yeah, maybe thinking that the axe solutions were going to be a little better. Like the one thing with Shadow Demon and axe now is because it's like guaranteed to hit. It's pretty easy for a lot of people to
blast off. Sonic Wave, Prox Mine, Pio pretty tanky. He's going to go to the Doom on the Queen of Pain. He might still die here. Looking for the War Stomp. Sticky Bomb does land, but he's got the Disruption. Oh, Pio still surviving. He's in that deny range. They're still trying to get the kill here on the Queen of Pain. How does Pio survive this? He has no health. Watch out for the Proxy Mine. Still going to die, and eventually so will Aramis. But they're starting to get some track gold out of this as they have Desire at level 6.
Okay. This is some good stuff coming out of Manaspa. They are somehow keeping Pio alive throughout the entirety of that fight. I'm a little annoyed he didn't Midas one of those creeps that was close to him, so he's going to be in cooldown for the duration of his death. But yeah, they just didn't have the extra bit of damage. I thought definitely it was going to be enough with Thompson and Aramis. Like those two heroes do a boatload of damage themselves, but you know, I guess a Doom with a Vanguard at this point is very, very hard to kill. He's got almost 1700 HP, so yeah, it's hard to get through the Doom, and it looks like both teams have these tanky carries that's hard to deal with. But the one big thing for Manaspa is they got track gold, man. Like they're just going to start to snowball more of these kills if they keep going even, or even if they keep getting more of these kills, then Manaspa's going to come out on head.
Especially now, it's pushing Lycan into a quicker Helm of the Overlord. He's got that Vlad's and the Helm of the Dominator already ready. He just got that tower over mid. Skylark, after having a difficult lane, he's been left alone. Like I think he's been. He's 1-0-4. Like, he hasn't died. He's starting to get the CS. He's pushing these lanes. He's fine. He's happy. They've got vision on Seb, too.
I think the big thing is he secures a lot of these objectives for them, right? Like, they've already taken 2 Tier 1 towers, whereas the side of Manaspa, they've only lost 1, right? So no one does have this bottom side of the map to try and play around with, but as soon as you start taking these Tier 1 towers out, it really opens up a Bounty Hunter's game. Like, yeah, these Tier 2 towers, they still provide true sight and all that kind of stuff, but it just gives you a lot more avenues to walk through and a lot more areas that OG have to worry about when it comes to their sentries. And with the sentries being a lot less... there's a lot less of them in the game right now. It is a lot easier for a Bounty Hunter to move through a lot of these tracks and kind of just sniff out a lot of these fighting patterns.
13 stacks made just by Wish alone. And he is top of the net worth after having quite literally no lane.
Yeah, he got spanked. He got shellacked super hard and came back with massive stacks. So big props to Wish to understanding this matchup. I guess, you know, being a Batrider player, you probably would have played against a lot of Queen of Pains and would have understood with the way that the jungle matches up now on the Radiant side that's super easy for a Batrider to stack
He's
them up.
tracked. They know where he went. Proxy Mines trying to get away. Sticky Bomb down. They just want to kill him, and look at this.
Like
Skylark's going to cut him off at the pass. Yeah, they'll get that track gold. And that will push him in. He's already got the Helm of the Overlord, so push him to some more gold. Has this Ancient Black Dragon. Meanwhile, Desire, he's happy getting track gold. Look at where he's at in terms of the net worth. He's going into a Solar Crest, so he wants to boost up his boys.
Oh, Spartan.
Spartan
Bad
is
spot, buddy.
just out of range getting swapped, but there's the blink into the call. They'll get the kill. He'll be hit with the Culling Blade. Make it 2 stacks on the cold armor, both from Spartan.
Yeah. Feels good for an Axe. He really needs to build up the armor this game. Is very important against the Lycan and a lot of the summons that he has. But, I mean, the fact that they're... I think... You know, I hate to say this about Spartan, but I think he's the one expendable hero that they have on the Manaspa lineup.
For
right? Like,
sure.
As long as they're getting track kills, as long as they're getting a lot of this experience. If Spartan's one that's going down, I mean, you're happy. Especially now. Octarine core completed already on PO. He doesn't even have level 2 ulti. And he's just like, yeah, radio. Let's go.
Yeah, sorry. Line up that Prince Gold, more at 11. Jesus. Like, this is
Disassembling still broken, guys. I don't know if Ice Frog knows this yet.
Well, wait. That's the news at 11:30. Come on, man.
Oh, okay. I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
Well, we have one commercial break in between that and now. Skylark. He sees Aramis. He sees Thompson. Not an easy hero to kill, but he will just TP out and not get away. So blast off in time into the proxy mines. I said hard hero to kill, but, well, blast off into a bunch of proxies with Thompson using that Sonic Wave. More than enough damage.
Yeah, a lot of the amplification is just ridiculous for a Queen of Pain, right? Like, she loves all this magic damage amplification, so feels pretty good. I think maybe Skylark felt like he was able to TP out in time before the blast off came off, but Aramis rolled the dice and was able to get that one. So they got the kill on the pesky little Lycan, who is just kind of park themselves top, and I think Skylark understands that as long as he keeps putting pressure on this tier 2 tower, eventually he will like chip it down and get it. And then again, it just opens up more of these avenues for Desire, right? Like, it completely
Aramis?
shuts out this top side of the map.
Does Desire even have the damage? Not really.
Maybe if he had more levels in Shuriken Toss, but it's hard to chase the techies when he just throws a proximity mine on the ground and you're like,
And it's
that
Stinky
could
Bomb.
be
That's
like,
so much damage.
yeah. It's like, that's like a lot of my HP, and then if a Queen of Pain's even close and just blink screams you, like, you're probably dead.
He's almost got that Solar Crest, though. So Techies has caught up in gold, because he was down about 1,000 gold. It was kind of crazy. Oi! They still want to go. They've got the Wolves. Look at that! Doom, Infernal Blade, and this is going to be a dead Quap. Does not get denied. They go to the Stone Gaze. They even turn back around. They're looking for Aramis. They'll get themselves another Seb's dead to Wish. Whoa, boy. They are going, but they're not finding anything. Kid Track's tracked, and, well, they'll just make him kit because they've track killed him.
Oh, that was... Yeah, that's 3 track kills. That's not good. That was a very disjointed fight from Old G. Seb had a really good angle with the axe. He caught multiple heroes. Oh my god, that is almost a 4,000 gold swing.
Sheesh.
Ah, god damn. Yeah, all right. So,
and that's
Seb had a really cool angle. Yeah, it's only level 1, right? Yeah, level 1 track, but it's all the gold that Bounty gets is the reason why a lot of it is a massive swing. He gets an extra 130 gold for every kill that he gets. Or every assist. Yeah, that's kind of broken. So, it was a nice angle from Seb, but everybody else was splintered in that fight, right? Like, Thompson gets doomed, and you see no one comes in for a Stone Gaze, he just gets disrupted, and then, you know, Aramis is trying his best to be able to save everybody, and then Kitrak is just stuck between a rock and a hard place trying to help Seb, trying to get Thompson out, and yeah, it just wasn't enough people in the same place at the same time for Old G, and they paid the price for it. And now, the question is, can Old G hold on? You know, they had a really good start, but they're really starting to falter and fall behind, especially with the money printing that Manaspa have, that they've got massive boots of travel. I think they have boots of travel on the Bat, and they have boots of travel on the Doom. So basically, wherever the bounty hunter is going to be, there will be probably a summon around him, and that just means 4 heroes instantly on top of you, and then you're like, well, this is a bad time.
Yeah, it's the kind of game and lineup that makes you think that boots of travel are broken.
Yeah.
Aramis, he thought he was okay, and he might be. Blink, call. Sonic Wave everybody here to kill off Skylark. That opens up a lot of space for the side of Monospa, but still a kill there for old G, and that's always nice.
You're going to rush here, I think.
Queen of Pain going
Let's
into
go
the Zoro route from One Piece. 3 blades.
Dust are scanning.
I was like, where is this reference going?
Ooh, Dust.
Enjoy anime references.
Desire. Cold in 3, 2, dead.
All right. More
All right, never
armor.
mind. 4 blades.
Yeah, he's got too many now.
Yeah, I don't know if Zoro ever gets a 4th blade. I haven't watched One Piece in a while.
Yeah, I haven't got to episode 1000.
2,500.
I'm still stuck on like episode 400, guys. It's fun. It's okay. We'll get there eventually. But this opens up Roche, right? Like I thought the kill on Skylark was going to be what would open it up for them. They know the Lycan is one of the scary heroes in these team fights because he enables them with the boots of travel to be ultra great on the map. But getting the extra kill onto Desire just 100% opens it up, right? You don't have to worry about a bounty hunter throwing some tracks around and they get themselves an Aegis. It's going to go into no one. And now old G can slowly start checking off the map, right? Like they can get rid of this mid tier 1, they can get rid of the top tier 1, they can start going into these tier 2s, and Deuce is going to hit that critical mass eventually. And there's not really good heroes to deal with it. Like, who's really going to deal with it? Yeah, the Lycan can play around Stone Gaze with the Shapeshift, but it's going to be hard to get through a massive amount of HP that she's going to have very soon.
Stone Gaze. Whoa.
Oh.
All right. I mean, yeah, sure. You don't know what's behind
It'll
him.
be safe than sorry.
Yeah. So Wisdom Rune here for the Radiant side, and if you're an ex-Monospa or Monospa fan, I'm not sure yet. I'm still wondering. Liquipedia says one thing. Their banner says another. If you get that level 2 track, all of a sudden you're making more gold. The printer goes faster.
Yeah, and then if they ever get, a 5-0 team wipe like they had in game number 1, it's just, you get to a point where you're like, oh, okay, all G are holding on, and then there's a whole item that gets printed for like Skylark or Pio, and you're like, okay, maybe not. And then they might lose another member, and then, the bounty hunter opens up the coffers once again. And that's why I think teams are liking the bounty hunter, and they are experimenting a little bit with it just because of how snowbally track can be, but
right.
I don't think anybody's really found the perfect place for bounty just yet, because he is very hard to try and fit into a lineup and fit into this kind of playstyle, because teams do like to snowball around objectives and play as these 5-man balls, but it's hard to catch people off guard early game.
So they smoked up. They've got Gossamer's Cave coming out for some of these heroes. Ooh, Spartan. They've got the call. They'll get the blast off. There's another Coing Blade. He's dead. He's close to that shard. I think they would just take Tormentor at one point, but they haven't done that yet. Oh, you walked into the dust. I think Desire kind of forgetting that it does hang out.
That's always like, I think just in old Dota players' brains, they're just going to instinctively press dust and forget that it does have an area effect, but maybe okay, so Desire's not going to get caught out. But circling back to Tormentors, I can't remember who said it. It was on one of the DPC broadcasts recently, and teams are really starting to move away from Tormentors, just because it's kind of in that same idea where teams have gotten really efficient at playing around the map and playing and getting a lot of their gold back in the normal ways, that a lot of the broken shards, you'll generally buy them yourselves at 20 minutes, and all the other ones are kind of just auxiliary. So it is nice, but at the same time, you have to make sure it's in a right time where you're not giving up something else for it. Whereas in this vein, old G, they got really good lanes. They've already farmed out the camps. They just take the Tormentor because they're here, and now they get themselves a free shard.
Skylark just going Helm of the Overlord, Nullifier.
What's the Nullifier to deal with?
Just always good.
Oh, Taser? Yeah, I think it's Taser.
Let's see. Thompson coming around. Smoke broke in. Ulti used by Skylark immediately. And that's to try and get in on these heroes. Blinks them back, and now they've got the sticky
No one's
bomb
low
down.
mana.
That's not going to land, and Kid Track's getting low, but they pop the Guardian Greaves. Medusa, not a lot of mana.
one's
It's
dead.
going to be well before this Aegis expires. So we'll have a second life. BKB, there's the Doom used. They've got the swap into the Magic Missile. The lasso comes out of the Seb. They've got the track on a bunch of these heroes. They're starting to really line up for him. They go into the Stone Gaze.
no.
Seb sitting low. Skylark's trying to get a kill here. They get the kill on a PO, but they'll take out Seb. They find themselves a Rammus, but he survives. He walks away from this one. Bounty goes in and throws another track, but they'll pop the Manta. They've got the kill on a Skylark. That's 2 heroes down on the side of Monispa, making a third, losing Desire. They can't take out this Medusa again, or maybe they can.
Buyback?
Here comes the Bounty Hunter once more, and I know when you're getting track gold, it's really worth the buyback. They're going to take him out of mana. Can they take him out of life? No one trying to fight here. Desire will get a kill with the Janata, and they look for Thompson, who doesn't have a lot of mana to remain with and doesn't have a lot of health with. So Thompson, oi. There was Lasso available, but couldn't quite find him.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough.
Desire?
To be able to press them.
He sees Kid Track, but they're TPing away, so just the buyback from Desire I think's worth it when you're getting the tracks out.
Look at the gold. The amount of gold they got.
He still went positive 1774 with a buyback.
Yeah, that's nuts. He threw out 8 tracks. I don't think he got 8 track kills, but
I think he got
it
like
was-
3 or 4 at least.
yeah, I would say 3 or 4 for him. And the amount of gold that Spartan got 1,000 gold. Obviously, Pio as well as Skylark are the two kind of not big winners, but that is massive for those guys, especially being able to get themselves the 2 life kill onto No One. I thought No One was definitely going to play that a little safer. He stood around and took a lot of damage from his own illusions, and basically gave it the Aegis for free. And that was kind of go button for Manaspa. And I really liked the way that Wish was playing that fight. He just didn't get himself in the firing line. He was just sitting back. He was throwing out some sticky napalms. He threw a flame break every so often, getting some right clicks in, and just kind of burned everybody to pieces and let Skylark and Pio, take all of the heat for him. And yeah, that was just a good way at kiting out a Medusa Aegis, and now they kind of came out even out of it. And now they don't have to worry about an Aegis. They can start taking more of these towers. And
Right.
oh gee, probably wishing they had that Aegis back again.
Yeah, you talked about the positioning coming out from No One. He was at the front, but it was also like Skylark trying to push the rest of the team back, right? He split that fight. The attention was on this Lycan on the back or behind No One while the rest of Monospa dealt with him. It was a very interesting 2-pronged fight, even though it lined up in line with each other.
Yeah, I think it really has gotten to the point where a lot of teams are really starting to figure out how to play against Medusa, right? Like, she loves being this turret in the front line, but a lot of the times when she's played with these heroes, they have very vulnerable backlines, and a lot of the time it's like you have to push through this Medusa. But if you have a fight that's kind of in an open like the river, then, I mean, you can split them in half.
Scanning.
This is what I love about Bounty. He brings different builds to the mix. Shadow Demon was going Shard, but now going right into the Ags.
Yep, because
Blink
he just got
Ags.
gold. He just got printed cash in that last fight because Sea Spartan got 1,100 gold out of that fight.
And if they do end up taking a Tormentor, he's probably going to be one of the 2 who potentially gets it, so
Sure.
he'd be happy with it.
Definitely wouldn't hate it. I think the Bounty Shard would be pretty good as well for Manaspa to have. Just it's a free Shadow Walk, right? Like, it's not crazy itself, but it just gives you that
Tracked,
extra
already
bit.
called. They've got the lasso.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to mean another track kill. I mean, they're right on him. Where do you even go? Flame break, all right clicks. No, can't do anything. Oh, 406 plus 580 among 4 heroes. Like, that is just a straight 1,000. Meanwhile, they go for Kid Track and they get another.
Yeah, you could see that they wanted to try and give that kill to Sea Spartan as well. That was the cool thing that I saw in them, is they wanted to give that extra bit of gold to the Shadow Demon. They didn't get it, but I mean they got an extra kill across the map on Kid Track. They were able to pick off Seb. Now this gold lead is starting to balloon out. Like, Pio is always just going to be farming cash. So he's going to get to the point where, yeah, he's going to be very similar to what an offlane Doom is, but it's still about dealing with that offlane Doom, right? Like, where he can blink in BKB Shivers, he dooms one person, takes him out of a fight, and fights the way he wants to.
I love this. Your illusion? No, my illusion.
Our illusions.
Our illusions.
Dire's
They're coming through.
And the crazy thing is they're impossible to kill too.
Killing Spartan here isn't exactly like the best thing. Avoids the call with a great disruption. Oh, tell me, Spartan, tell me something. If he had blinked and gotten away there, my oh my, would that have been awesome. That was
sick.
That was an interesting place to blink to, and gosh, I think he just got caught by Queen of Pain in terms of where the eyes were. But damn.
Yeah, I think that probably would have been like the escape of the century. That was sick. The Spartan almost pulled a fast one on old G.
Now you see me, now you don't.
But again, it's like they're killing a Shadow Demon. They're not killing a Doom. They're not killing a Lycan. They're not killing these big scary heroes. And now Desire is playing with them.
Okay.
He's definitely dead.
There's the call. There's the kill. Ooh. Is that a little early? Yes, that was. That Coin Blade early.
A little whiff.
Roshan 45 seconds. So this is lining up for another Aegis.
And they got the gem out of that too, which is big for them, right? The fact that they got themselves the gem off of Desire. I think they had one of their own because it looks like Kitrax is owned by him. So they remove a little bit of that extra dewarding threat, so they can actually have some vision on the side of the map of Manaspa where, you know, Desire's not just walking through and cleaning it all up. And as you said, Roche is going to be up in 13 seconds. It's going to be radiant for a while as well, like another 3 minutes.
I think you need to fight this if you're Monospa. Uh-oh, Spartan again disrupts the Medusa. That is potentially something that could work out for them if they want to fight this still, because they'll have some illusions. But now Pio going in, throws the Doom on the Queen of Pain. They don't have their supports. This is so risky, especially near Roche. Pio just jumps into his death. That is not the way you want to play that, and that is a lot of gold going the way for old G.
Yeah, I could maybe see that if Desire was alive and they were getting tracks out and Skylark was anywhere in the area. But yeah, it's definitely interesting from Pio. And now not only does it open up Roche, it also opens up the tier 3 towers. And you know, the game definitely hasn't slipped away from Manaspa. They have enough damage to be able to deal with this Medusa, but she gets a tier 3 tower, they fall back, they go get to do Roche. She's going to have another Aegis, she'll have another item, she's going to go for the Swift Blink as well, so like no one's going to do a lot of damage. She's not going to be insanely tanky, but you still have to take a lot of time to kill her. And if she's able to deal with all these summons, she's able to put pressure on Pio, she's able to force Wish from not coming into this fight, like it definitely means that that old G have a big leg up in these next couple of team fights.
So there is no Stone Gaze for another 20 seconds.
Oh, they're trying to bait the gate, I think.
Fight before that. They've got the wolves. They have some vision. They can work with this, so they are going to see where these heroes are standing, and they know exactly where they're coming from. But there's the scan coming out from the Dire, and that's going to go red. Spartan will get the disruption and then throw the illusions back. That's exactly, you know, something that'll take up some time and force them off this twin gate spot. They need to find the right positioning if they want to go for this. Like Skylark, he's not level 18 yet, so he doesn't have that level 3 in the shapeshift. Trying to find the right opening here, and now Roche is, you know, he's ready to be taken.
I think they're just trying to find a good angle for Desire to come in and try and get some of these sneaky tracks off, but there's a lot of good vision around from old G. So we're going to have a little bit of a standoff here at the twin gate. All about like who blinks first, like who makes the first, like does old G go through this twin gate, or does Desire get found out? Like that's the question here between both these two teams. And want someone to make a small little misstep.
I thought maybe they would send Skylark to try and like push the top wave in and force them to come back, or force somebody from old G to come back. But he isn't one of those guys who's got boots to travel, because he doesn't even have boots.
Yeah, and I think
but they are going to TP in the Bat Rider, so he's going to push in the top waves. I like that. It could potentially force them to go back.
Yeah,
but now they know they're without Wish.
Tossing up about whether or not it was worth for them to risk getting gone on at the same time as forcing someone out.
Ooh, blows up the mines before Witch comes in. That was well done with the wolves.
So okay, there's going to be a Roche fight. Desire is on the north side. He wants to try and find some nice little tracks.
Blink call on a 2. Oh boy, that's a problem. Sonic Wave, Spartan Skyrock gone. Pio's gonna be next. He's got the BKB. He's trying to run, but there's Thompson trying to TP. There's the call. They'll Culling Blade him. 3 heroes dead, just like that. That is perfect from old G. And that's off the back of Seb just going in and getting a 2-man blink call.
Yeah, he can't beat the old man. He's got the fast fingers when it comes to the big ragged axe, man.
And Roche is moving. I mean, that
was a beautiful call. Do they find Wish again?
Wish?
Oh.
Desire's taking the outpost.
So,
that being said, they still didn't take Roche.
very true. It is very hard to take Roche with how tanky he is now. But they've got plenty of time to do it. They know there's no BKB on Doom, even if he does respawn.
Track, Greaves. No track, no one going into Roche. They have any sentries down here? They have a gem? They've got it now on the Venge coming over. There's no way to blink into this pit, though, so it's not like he can run in and steal this. So it is going to be Aegis for no one again.
Yeah, it was a matter of time before old G were able to get the Roche, and now they're in a very, very good spot. They're in a spot where their Medusa has Swift Blink. She's got Aegis, full Skadi, Daedalus, Manta style. And it's about how do Manaspa really start these fights, and I think this is starting to become a little bit of an issue for them, that when they don't have like a Medusa sitting in front of them that they're able to like kind of chip down and you know kind of poke from the sides and stuff, it does become very hard for them to start a fight. Like you don't want to blink in with Wish and catch somebody with a lasso, especially now that they've got Lincolns, because it's hard for you because there's always going to be a swap. You always have to worry about the blink call counterplay, and this is where old G can kind of just put no one on the front line, and it's like, what did Manaspa do?
They ended up finding themselves in a situation where it was like 7k deficit into a 5k, 6k, 7k lead, so it starts to really swap off, and they're going to find themselves the Ancient Thunderhide. They're going together as 5 stack over towards mid.
Yeah, it's very hard for Manaspa now. They're just trying to burn some resources out of OG, trying to force something out of them.
All used early. That means they've got the lasso. That will be on the Venge. Can they at least get the kill there? They go to the Doom. It's on to Seb. They've got themselves one, but Kidrak's going to buy back with the BKB being popped here by Wish. He'll sit back a little bit. They've used Stone Gaze, so Doom's used, Stone Gaze is used. Probably want a little bit more out of that if you are the side of Monospa, but they did get the buyback out of the Venge. You lose the tier 2.
They don't lose Aegis. Seb's still okay with it.
Gain from no one. He's playing aggressive again. Last time he had the Aegis,
very, very strong.
Not dealing with a lot of mana here, but again has that Aegis. Thompson blinks in. There's the Infernal Blade with the War Stomp. They pop the Lincolns. Can they get the control? They might. Ooh, and they'll get the kill on a Desire who's on the back lines. There's a gem that's down. There goes the tier 3.
Hard. I think they need to try and just constantly chip away at this Aegis and then make it go on the back lines while Medusa is respawning.
Disruption, and there's the lasso, but Thompson comes in. They go to the blink. They've got the War Stomp now out of mana. Can they get the kill on him? He's going to pop the Manta going after Wish. They've got the Aegis out of his hands. The Sonic Wave is going to be used, and that doesn't really do a lot. But look at where Skylark is. He's off by himself. The proximity mines are down. They'll get the kill. They're going to use the Doom, and they look over as they have got a second kill onto no one. They take on the Medusa. They're going to look for more. Ogre Seal Totem keeping up with the side of Old G. That's Pio going in. They've got the swap off to the side. Kidrak trying to do what he can, but they go to the disruption. They're looking for the call. They'll get the kill to Kidrak. He already bought back in this fight. They'll take out Wish. But Batrider, he's got buyback. There's another call. Can they get him low enough to get the Culling Blade? They'll take out Pio. He's got buyback as well. Desire trying to do all he can with these tracks. He's got another couple. Wish coming in. Thompson trying to TP out with the Flame Break. Not going to stop that. Seb goes to the call. He's starting to spin a little bit. They get the kill to Seb. That's a track kill again. They'll burn out Aramis. And a lot of gold going for Motorspot. It did cost them a lot of buybacks, but at the end of the day, they do hold on.
Yeah, it was pretty expensive for them to do it. They did get a few track kills. The bounty got 2.5k gold, even though he bought back.
All positive gold despite the buybacks.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they were able to still come out positive, and that's almost a 5k gold net worth swing for them. They were able to kill the Deucer twice, being able to pull no one in towards the tier 4 towers, and
Do
They are slowly just chipping away at LG.
They don't have lasso for 5 seconds, but they're going to break the high ground. Look at how quickly they take it. They're going to take the racks too.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much the tops can do. There's going to be no buybacks. Maybe they might only lose a melee racks out of this, and they're going to be pretty okay with that. No, it looks like Manaspa is just going to respect them and do some respawning, it seems.
Ooh. Venge, Medusa, and the racks are gone. At least the melee racks. Ooh, they're still going. Skylark's going to try and get out. He doesn't want to get swapped back into the fight.
Speedy boy.
He's going into the Hex, and like with that track gold, it's not soon, but it can start to get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that was the next thing I was going to talk about, right, was the fact that Manaspa, you can just see that they rely so heavily on Doom and Lasso that if they're not hit on the priority targets or they don't get a lot out of it, it does become a very awkward fight for them to play around, and that's where the big positive for LG have is they have Magic Missile that's low cooldown, they've got Blink Call that's a relatively low cooldown, Thompson can go in and be a nuisance, 3.5k HP himself, it's very, very hard for them to kill him, so they've got ways of getting information and catching out a lot of these other heroes where it's Manaspa, they have to play such a fine line of they have to push the envelope just enough so they can get some information or even some spells out of LG that they need to make sure all of their spells are perfect, but this Hex can alleviate some of that pressure, right? Get through some of the Lincolns, they can catch out like a Medusa, maybe they can catch out Thompson and get that extra kill, but if LG just stick to their guns and don't get caught out, they can constantly just keep chipping away at these Raxes like they've done so far.
They've got a couple of halberds here on the side of Monospa, so trying to slow down the right-click damage that Medusa's able to put out. And
Still is very scary to deal with though, right? Like just the massive amount of EHP she has her own Lincolns, there's the Lincolns on Thompson. Aramis also has his own Lincolns, so there's like 3 Lincolns you have to try and get through, and you can see that that PO is going to try and get through that by getting the Aghanim Scepter. Also, I kind of like this build coming in from Wish, the fact that he's gone this like right-click Batrider build, because he understands that with all the Lincoln Spheres, it's hard for them to put out the damage, and they needed somebody who was constantly peppering damage throughout the fights, and if he's disarmed during Lasso, then it's all too hard for them to deal with it. So,
well, he's got the shard, so he's no longer disarmed, and he's got the double flame break with the flame break applying 2 sticky napalm stacks, so it's immediately like 4 stacks of sticky napalm, which is going to make that pretty difficult. Like you're immediately double stacked on that, right?
Yeah.
And that just means that real tough.
He can actually have a lot of burst damage with this build to be able to take down some of these tankier heroes. And that's why, when I started talking about these drafts early on, I said it was hard for them to have a bit of that damage until they do start getting into these latter stages. And that's why we had to have this differing build from Wish instead of your stock standard Batrider.
I like the Spell Prism, though, on Bounty Hunter. He's trying to break Lincolns, too, as much as he can, because he's got a track every 3.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So, boof, boof,
Very
boof.
important.
Can I break it? Can I make sure you're vulnerable?
We broke a smoke.
We're not going to be vulnerable if he ends up dying. That's a big hero to kill, because he bought back. He'll be dead for 100 seconds if he dies.
The gems on Aramis, so the way he was standing there was really, really good.
Ninja Gear doing himself. Whoa, what is this from Pio? Blink there, so he can't get the call, but you have to back up immediately. They've already got the swap. This is another time that Pio's going to go in and put himself in a lot of danger. They go to the disruption that's going to save him for a moment. Now Doom around on 3, but it gets the blink away. Battle Hunger's on him. Is he even going to survive this? They go into the Manta from this axe. They get the kill to Spartan. Pio ends up dying here to Thompson. They look over to Ramus. They've got the buyback on those 2 heroes. They call up Desire, so Desire, he's trying to run. Blastoff comes in on the other side of the fight. They've got the break onto the Medusa. They've got themselves a disruption coming up from Spartan, who just fought back. But Lasso, is it enough? Desire's dead. Spartan's gone. Both don't have buyback, but they're looking over it. No one. They'll get the kill there. He's got buyback. They find themselves the Queen of Pain. Can they get the damage? It's so much on him, but there's the blink as well as the call. The Blastoff onto Pio. They'll get the kill. He bought back. He's dead. They take out the Queen of Pain, but these heroes have buyback, and they do not. And everybody's dead on Monospa.
He died to the blade mail. Wish clicked Oh no, he Hurricane Piked Seb to get down from the high ground and the auto attack went through. Oh, you hate to see that. You really hate to see that. That was it was a really good fight coming in from Manaspa, but they just didn't have enough left in the tank to be able to take down some of these heroes. And oh boy, OG hold on, and that was a really sick game coming in from them as well to be able to play the way they did. And there was multiple different times in that entire game where I thought that one team was going to be able to come out of it. The fact that they were just absolutely printing cash on Manaspa, but they got outplayed in certain scenarios, and a lot of these buybacks really working in the favor of OG.
Yeah, it became that situation where it's you're at the breaking point. You didn't have buybacks, and that's the difference there. The buybacks are the big point because they kill the Medusa, they kill the Queen of Pain. If they had even a buyback or two available on like the Bat Rider and maybe even Skylark, like that fight does kind of even out, and I think they're able to hold on. But at the end of the day, they used their buybacks to defend the high ground the last time. They just didn't have them available there.
Yeah, a lot of these games in professional Dota, especially when they start getting later, it really does come down to who uses their buybacks when. And at the end of the day, yeah, they were able to kill the Medusa, yeah, they were able to kill Thompson, but with enough people left alive and with 2 minutes of kind of free reign, it was all but said and done. And yeah, you don't normally see this in a best of 3, right, where one team goes for this, we don't really want to have a hard carry, and they lose, and then game number 2, they kind of flip the script and say, all right, we want to play Medusa, and then the enemy team says, all right, we don't want to have a hard carry either. And they did have a pretty valiant effort. This was a pretty sick fight. The fact that he was able to blink away there from PO, but they just weren't able to do enough damage to these heroes. And Seb was showing his prowess once again on his axe to be able to constantly get these Berserkers calls. And I really think this was a sick last pick for OG to really round out their draft for them and give them exactly what they needed. And this is the reason why I think OG can have a really good showing here in 2 or 3 is they have kind of, seems like they've worked out some of the kinks from 2 or 2. They still do go for some of these weird drafts, but when they're, push comes to shove, they're more than happy. See, this is here, the auto attacks go in and he just dies.
Yeah, he was doing so much damage too. MVP, I feel like Seb had a couple of big plays with those calls. Medusa's just doing Medusa things. Thompson played pretty well considering Wish got pushed out of lane, but Wish was able to recover. I'd give it to Seb personally. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think in that final fight and that fight towards the Radiant side's Roche Pit where he got that sick double blink call when they had that standoff at the Twin Gates was really kind of big turning points for OG to solidify this game. And obviously, he's the captain and the drafter of this team, and being able to pull back one of his old faithfuls that he has the mythical line Seb on the axe was very special to see. And there was moments where it started to look dicey, and he was able to get some of the clutch pickoffs and stuff like that. So this is what I like to see out of OG. Seb's back in the offlane. He's picking these initiators. He's being able to run the game. He's playing really well in the lane. Thompson has these traditional mid laners. You put no one on some hard carry, and then you just give Aramis and Kitrak their different heroes, because they have a very big hero pool. Both of those two players as supports have massive hero pools, right? So you got to pick whatever you want for them, and then these other players have things that they are experts at, and if you just give them that's a recipe for success for OG.
Yeah, so they end up taking game number 2. That looked pretty good for them, and definitely a lot better than game number 1, which is a little bit of a trek for them to get through. It was a little bit back and forth. It definitely wasn't the cleanest game from OG, and I guess the same could be said here for Monospa as well. Like, you need to really clean it up, especially coming into game 3, which we are going to see next. So we'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a bit.
Can you break his Lincoln?
I broke. I broke. Okay, guys, I'm gonna fuck them behind a bit. I'm killing you. Axe blink. No axe blink.
I don't have Doom.
I need help.
You're full life.
Fine.
I have Doom.
No leakins, so call Bill.
Kill Dusa.
The other.
Break Lincoln on cop.
Yeah.
Die back on Daisy, guys.
I'm swapped in. I can buy back, guys. Keep fighting.
Axe on me.
Buy back. I buy put back.
I can also buy back. I'm looking.
I'm running to break Lincoln's on Cop.
Okay, they get it in back. I'm not vibing.
This guy.
Kill Axe, gem.
I'm getting techies as well.
Take us,
I'm 25.
take us
Okay,
from
gold
Lincoln.
guys. I can buy checks or what?
Might be worth it.
Whoa. They're coming. They used them. I'm throwing him.
I'm stopping him. Kill him.
Yeah, good. Just right off. Yeah.
Look at the SD guys. SD no buy.
Dum.
Going SD. Behind. I got them all there. You got SD?
Come.
Doom is low. One is.
SD dead.
He
Keep on back on SD. SD buy.
They will die.
I had no BKB.
I get one easier.
Doom buy as well. He has no Doom.
I want one.
Yeah. Going SD
SD
again.
guys. SD.
See without buy. See without buy.
He's dying.
They go deal one, Miguel. Yeah, can I help?
Yeah.
No, I'm dead.
It's okay, they will die.
They have no buybacks.
Yeah, I can buy.
Yes. Yeah. You can just buy that.
I'm killing them. He's getting fucked with me. Let's go in, guys.
You died too much, sorry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was lame.
All right, and welcome back here. More Western Europe Division 2 action coming your way. We're going into a game 3 between Monospa and Old G. Monospa took game 1, Old G took game 2. Game 1 was more just a one-sided game, I would say, after a little bit. But game 2 back and forth, where I think Old G kind of go back towards more of a meta shift, and then at the end of the day, you know, it ends up being Old G's game that they win. So coming into game 3, what are you expecting here? Because I feel like you need to be holding the meta, right, for Old G. They tried to do their own thing game 1. It didn't really work out.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Old G are going to draft something similar this time around. They have flip sides as well as flip priority. So Old G were able to pick Radiant, and that means that Manaspa are able to pick first pick. So the question is now, what are the bans going to look like? Batrider has lost both of the games so far, so I'm not sure if teams still have a little bit of faith in that hero, whether or not Techies becomes a whole lot more priority. Right. Probably going to be seeing a Medusa ban this time around. I don't think either one of these two teams wants to play around that hero. So we're going to be looking at like a Beastmaster, probably maybe Batrider, Techies, some more of those heroes that are floating around, and who knows, maybe more of these universal heroes might start creeping in. Obviously Techies being one of them, but Magnus, Void Spirit, some of these other heroes that could be floating around. But this is going to be a very stock standard draft, and I think this is going to be straightforward, because both of these two teams really want to start their division out being 2-0. Same as what I said for Manaspa, right? Like if Old G go 2-0, they've taken down Into the Breach as well as Manaspa, and their next real test is probably going to be Nigma, and if they're able to go even with those guys, if they lose that, then they're still in the running to be able to get out of the division.
Yeah, trying to get to that Division 1 and also have yourself a lot of confidence going into whatever qualifiers are in the future. So it should be interesting to see. You know, you said you want to see the Void Spirit. We'll see if that makes it through that first phase of banning, because Techies was first phase banned in the first game, not banned at all, of course, in the second game, getting picked up there by Old G. So things are kind of swapping around, and Doom was able to make it into game 2 as well. I'm interested to see, like, sometimes I feel like Old G, they're the kind of players, you win one game within the meta, and they might find themselves like, all right, we could go back to our, pick different heroes, kind of innovative, in quotes, drafting. And, like, it really depends, because you listen to that little clip that we had there, and you could see the confidence is and the communication is there. So we'll see what they do with this with this third draft coming in.
Yeah, I think this could potentially be another one of those scenarios where you've already planted the seeds in the mind of Manaspa that, you know, they're more than happy to go for these off-meta picks, but they're also very comfortable in the meta itself. So this kind of throws the seeds of doubt out there, right? Where Manaspa are like, okay, maybe we're expecting a very straightforward draft, and then Old G go, no, this is something completely different. Thompson's going to play something weird. You know, no one's going to play something weird. Seb's going to play something weird, and we'll just do weird stuff. And then that's where it kind of throws off, and that's where they get this third third game relatively quickly. So this is why a team like OG is so dangerous, because they have proven that they are very good in the meta, and they've also proven that their off-meta stuff works as well. So this is why Manaspa want to try and take this scalp and try and win this series so they don't have to deal with it for the rest of the tour.
So let's get into this third draft, as we already see Void Spirit banned with the Beastmaster ban. And after that game one, I'm not too shocked about seeing that Beastmaster ban again. And like you said, in both drafts, you just do not want to have Topsy get a grip on that Void Spirit.
No, because he was the guy who coined the Echo Saber Manta build, like the physical damage build when Void Spirit became a universal hero. So he's the guy who has the most reps on that hero, and he's insane on Void Spirit full stop. And we saw what he was able to do with the Queen of Pain. Didn't really have a crazy kind of standout performance on the Queen of Pain, but it still is along that very similar line. And this is what I talked about just before, right? Where you have some more of these other heroes that creep into the bans, and then other things are able to be alleviated. Magnus was banned in the first 2 games. Now it gets opened up, and Manaspa are able to gobble that up. So OG, probably along the lines, I think they would probably go like Doom +1 against this Magnus. I haven't really seen all too many heroes that are kind of straight up counters to the Magnus that we've seen in the past. So yeah, I'm really looking at OG to try and maybe get the Doom, because if you find the Magnus ever, you Doom him out, and then yeah, he's tanky, but you don't have to worry about RP plus a skewer combination, or even like the Harpoon that you have to deal with. And it's about how they want to play here for OG.
Wonder if this is going to be Pio on the mag, just straight up.
Could be. I know Skylark is a very, very good Magnus himself. And I think that's the power of Magnus as well, right? He's a very, very flexible hero. So you can, if it gets to the point where Magnus is a strong hero, and you can still empower like maybe your mid or even your offlaner to enable a whole lot of that extra farm, then you throw it in the safe lane. But if it gets like uber countered and you have like a really terrible lane and it's not that great for the game, then you can just chuck it in the offlane. You can go this like Vanguard, and you still just go into like Blink Harpoon, and you're relatively the same hero. You just don't do as much damage yourself.
So Batrider picked up. See how this...
With the kiss of death in this series, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know, the first game, it was in a 5 position because of the Oracle we saw. Now Phoenix. So are you going to have yourself an egg scrambler? And you kind of do with the Mirana. Probably going to ban the Ember here too, because you don't want to be giving up that Ember Mirana combo once more.
Yeah, we saw how potent it was right early on, and he's one of the other spirit heroes that has looked really good. In the previous series that Manaspa had against Ivy, they did permaban Storm Spirit, but I think that could be much more of a targeted ban that go around. So maybe it might not be something that they're thinking about. I mean, Topson is one of those players that can kind of play a whole different plethora of heroes. So I'd imagine that might be something on their minds going around when you look towards the mid lane, because I don't think the hero pool for mid lane has been that sparse. I think it's a lot of the spirit heroes. Puck has been making resurgence. Obviously, Batrider floats around, and then maybe you have like a Pango and whatnot kind of floated in there. So could try and squeeze that mid hero pool, but it's very hard to squeeze Topson's hero pool.
So banning that Ember, and no surprise, Monkey King gets banned. With the Morphling. Morphling is annoying, especially once you get that Ags. You just start really destroying some of these players, or, well, really everybody, when you've got that Ags coming through.
And especially when you have, like, Magnus and Mirana as well, right? Like, it's any Morphling player worth their salt will be able to morph before the arrow hits them, if it's ever going to hit them. Same with the RP. Like, you're generally going to be able to get... your morph off, and then if you ever get the shard, like, you're just going to be able to morph through those stuns anyways. So it's just an annoying hero to deal with, and I'd imagine OG probably will be banning out a lot of these Magnus partners to reduce the flexibility of the Magnus. A little bit of respect there on the axe this time around. Could definitely be a Topson Batrider, or it could obviously be a Seb Batrider that we've seen in the past, but they're just trying to reduce the low cooldown kind of aggression that OG do like to have. So if you just reduce these heroes that have good low cooldown stuns, that it just makes it easier for Manaspa to potentially play a little bit slower with the Magnetar.
Jug's been getting banned kind of a lot. And I don't know. I kind of see this hero, and it's just like not that amazing in my eyes from what I've seen, but it's definitely winning in like Eastern Europe and South America. Spirit Breaker, which was that final phase ban, and there's that Oracle that was the counter to the Bat Rider the first time that put a Bat Rider in a 5 position.
Yeah, I think this time around you probably don't want to have the Bat Rider as a 5, just because you've got the Phoenix, which is a Kitrak special. He loves playing this hero as a position 5, being able to control a lot of these team fights. He does really well at securing no one's lane when he does have it as well. And I think this was kind of, I don't want to say a no-brainer with the Oracle, but it just does so well into all 3 of these heroes that it just feels so good. Like, yeah, you can get charged and Netherstruck, but at the end of the day, like if you're ever in a good enough position for C-Spartan, he's going to be able to stop a lot of what OG are going for. And this Wind Ranger pick here is, I feel like, potentially a bit of a snipe pick as well. It would have looked really good in OG's lineup that have a lot of flexibility. It's another universal hero that we've been seeing in the safe lane a little bit. It can play as a position 4, it can play the mid lane as well. So Manaspa, they've got their own flexibility in their cores, and I think it's a good deny pick at the same time to be able to stop OG from having something like a Seb Wind Ranger, or even Aramis could play it. Even Topson could play it in the mid lane, so I like what they've got so far. Universal Heroes on cores is always a big tick.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this Wind Ranger, though. Right now, I mean, there aren't many Vanguard heroes picked up on old G, but I feel like this hero, there was a point where the win rate for Windrunner, you could call this hero Lose Runner, and you'd be pretty spot on. Zeus! There it is. Okay. We talked about it pregame, right? Are we going to see old G kind of come out with a little bit of more of their identity?
Yeah. And I think they've really done that with, again, it's just flexibility in all of their heroes, right? And that just comes off the back of their supports having a wide hero pool and their cores being able to play kind of whatever you want to give them, right? Like, I think no one is probably the only one on this roster that I really just enjoy him playing these hard carriers, because that's his specialty, right? Like, he can play his Marcies, he can play these faster kind of heroes, but I think no one really shines when they give him a lot of space and they give him a lot of creeps to hit. And the heroes that they've got so far, like, I'm probably leaning towards like Topson, Zeus up against the Wind Ranger feels pretty good into the Magnus as well. You got that long range kill potential. They've got this kind of global strat that they can play with. This, if this Bat Rider ever gets like boots of travel, they're going to have a lot of damage that's going to be able to come long range, and that's why they're banning out some more of these harder carries against no one.
Ursa.
Okay.
And that's good against the Bat Rider 2. We saw that, when you're able to get that ulti off, and then the lasso's just not sticking on you that long. There's not much here, I would say, that really kites out the Ursa amazingly well. And he's also one of those heroes that can also kill the egg if need be.
Yeah. I think that's a big thing as well, right? Like, your Wind Ranger, your Ursa, and your Mirana can all kill the egg. So you shouldn't really have any issues with egg killers. Seen in the past where some drafts you kind of have like a one and done, and then sometimes it just never really works out for you. So having multiple ways of doing it is really nice, and then all Jesus respond with the Phantom Lancer. So a lot of these heroes are going to have some issues with dealing with it, but they do have Empower, and Ursa doesn't mind building a Battle Fury. It's just about how this lane is going to go for the Ursa. Ursa Oracle, not the strongest of lanes, especially again, into like a Bat Rider as well as a Spirit Breaker. Like, SB is one of those tanky position 4s that can really kind of fight with the Oracle and just force the Bat Rider into a 1v1.
Right.
So, I mean, I like both of these drafts. Neither of them really have all too many glaring issues. Old G, they've got a lot of scalability with the Phantom Lancer. They've got good lanes. They've got good team fight. I think the only issue they have is they are kind of reliant on like charge as their stun, and that's their initiation, right? You just kind of want to charge in, get some vision, and then maybe the lasso is the way to go. Whereas Manaspa, I guess they've only really got like RP and like a Wind Ranger and maybe like a Lucky Arrow. So
well, I don't think the arrow needs to necessarily be lucky, right? Like, you can line it up with the Fortune's End, line it up with the Shackle Shot. Potentially, if Pio's leading the way, maybe they're fighting and you can get an arrow on the slow that he's causing.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
the
still
thing for
not-
me is like they just
yeah.
don't have like a magic missile or
Yeah.
a blink call.
Oh,
Right?
for sure.
Neither of these teams do. Is kind of the issue that I see with the draft. But I still like them. I think they both scream exactly how they want to play. They're both relatively similar in the way that they're going to be playing as well. It's just to me, it's going to come down to execution. And from what I've seen so far, Manaspa have been slightly crisper in their teamfight execution. But the lanes are still something that OG abuse time and time and time again, and they've got heroes to do that.
I'm a little bit worried though. Like you've got this core Bat Rider in a position where it's like, okay, cool, you're a core, but your ulti isn't exactly gonna find itself to be super effective, which makes me worried. But let's see what happens here as they've got themselves a kill on a Thompson. Wish is going to get that first blood. They're trying to get Spartan. He's one right click away from dying. Finally falls there, but Aramis is dead to Pio. Kid Track on the run, and he's only got Fire Spirit, so he doesn't have like an Icarus dive to get away. And you can see Pio trying to get around these Fire Spirits, but they've got the stun. They'll get the kill. And again, game 1 and game 3, we're going to have a lot of kills before the horn, 3 of which go to Monospa.
Yeah, that was a sick intro. The fact that Skylark was able to get a 2-man skewer was nuts. They just kind of walked in and he skewered them back into everybody that was standing in the river, and it was Thompson, unfortunately, that was one of the members that got caught, and he didn't have the heavenly jump. So just gets caught out and died, and big start here for Manaspa to be able to get those opening 3 kills and get a lot of stink charges as well.
Get those bounty runes, and you've got Wish starting out here with a bracer and a full wand, like a mid against this Zeus. That's going to be great. And see this damage that Seb's already taken early.
Yeah, they've just done a great job at pre-creep clash to set themselves up in a good position to be able to win these lanes even harder. I don't think bot's going to be too overpowered, but as you said, the fact that Wish is able to open up here with a full wand and a bracer before the creeps even clash just means that he's going to be a lot happier in this lane, much more than what he would have been, right? Like, because Zeus is very, very good at dealing with the Rin Ranger. You got a lot of burst damage to deal with her, but now that he's going to be tanky, it might be Thompson who's going to have to be careful.
That should be a strong lane here for Wish. We'll see how it goes, if he can get a little bit of revenge based on what happened in the last lane. Thompson going to start throwing out this Arc Lightning, and it's the Wind Ranger looking to get himself into that bottle. No one. 15 health and pops a salve, but Desire also getting low, and that blood grenade's not going to be enough. He doesn't have a salve himself. He does have tangos, but maybe he'll throw one more arrow before he ends up potentially sacking himself to a tier 2 tower or something like that.
Yeah, you can just see that both these teams understand like how important these early couple of minutes are going to be to try and get on top, and they've both been pushing each other in a lot of these lanes. I haven't really seen a crazy winner throughout the entire series. Has been like, oh, okay, like Manaspa's safe lane has been owning, or Manaspa's also lane, or Old G has really been owning in one of those side lanes. It's been
Icarus dive.
relatively consistent.
This could be a problem. Has an arrow, but now he's got to throw it. He'll die anyway.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I was super excited about seeing Kitrak on this Phoenix. He's a very strong player when it comes to this Phoenix as a 5. He has a lot of kill threat on a lot of position 4 players if he ever catches them out. And this hero as a team fighter is disgusting. I mean, you see good Phoenix players, it really abuses how strong this hero can be.
Pio,
but
he's going to drop in this lane if he's not too careful, and he's getting run down here, and there's the bash for Aramis, and they'll get the kill onto this Ursa.
All right. Space Scout starting off well. Being able to get a kill, get involved, get some extra experience. This is, I think a lot of the early game will really hinge on Aramis's game. He can really enable them to just kind of walk around and get a lot of these pickoffs, provide a lot of vision for them, and set up a lot of their kills. So he's off to a good start, then OG feel happy.
So now even at 3 after it started 3-1, we'll see how the lanes start to really pan out here. I thought maybe Wish would take advantage a little bit more, but he's only up slightly in terms of the CS. Nobody coming over mid. You don't see the Mirana throwing an arrow or anything like that. Just farming with it and going to these camps around the jungle.
Yeah, I think Zeus is going to be okay with this lane, no matter what, right? Like, you're always going to have the Arc Lightning spam. If you ever get yourself into a spot of bother, you can just Heavenly Jump away. Wish is going to, like, chip down at you, but as long as you don't get, like, hard shackled to one of your creeps and there's an arrow to follow up, I think you should be okay.
Jumping in again into the Firefly. Back and forth Pio goes. Flame Break, charge, and Spartan bashed, but still alive. Fortune Zam, Purifying Flames, some damage on a Seb. Can Pio get the kill? Jumps in, Purifying Flames to help him get that last hit, and Spartan under the tower. Now Aramis. Purifying Flames at level 2. That means you just die.
That was sick. You can tell that C Spartan is one of those Oracle players, right? He knew exactly when he could turn around and get the kill there with Purifying Flames, and that was close. That could have potentially been, you know, a double kill for Old G. That could have been, you know, an extra kill going one way of Old G, but it's a 2 for 0. Pio gets one of them, C Spartan gets the other, and now the Ursa's level 4. He's got phase boots running out. Seb's level 3. He's about to get his own level 4, but you know, Aramis going down. This is what can happen sometimes when you're playing a position 4 Spirit Breaker, is you can just go on a bit of a feed train because, like, you're tanky, you're scary, you want to get kills, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Right. Spirit Breaker already half health once again, trying to charge in. A Spartan gets the bash on a Pio. Blood Grenade, and Aramis is dead again. Firefly on a Pio, but he's surviving. Another Blood Grenade thrown over on a Seb. I mean, the Purifying Flames, they've got the heal to keep Pio alive.
Yeah, Aramis, he stopped the charge. He didn't complete it all the way onto C Spartan. I think he may have clicked on the ground, or maybe he even clicked on the PO and just didn't complete the charge. And that was a little unfortunate for him. But nonetheless, be able to get the recharge at base. I wouldn't hate to see him just make a rotation somewhere, even if it's just towards bottom, right? Like, you just charge out on Sky, like whether or not you kill him, you just kind of enable no one to be able to get stuff done, and then you can kind of link up with Kitrak, because this PO's going to be okay.
They've got it. Thompson, he should die here. Wish has got himself a killing spree. That was a good arrow from Desire. And they've got the charge on a Spartan in the top lane. He's by the tier 2 tower, but it's not looking like he's going to survive anyway. Body blocks from Aramis are good, and Seb gets the kill.
All right. So they pulled that one back after, you know, losing a couple of times, and now you can see Kitrak's made his way towards top as well, and Pio.
He doesn't have the help of an Oracle, so I think he's just in death mode here. Thompson's stealing that kill with the Thunder God's Wrath.
Yep, and this is the scary thing, right, is they've got this kind of global threat.
He might just die again, though. Whoa!
Oh.
Just not the timing, not getting it right. There's that level and
heavily
heavily jump. Now he knows that ward's there, so he's going to clean it up and get some gold.
Panya boy.
So,
he
7 to 5.
Yeah, he survives the gank. He's able to get the D-ward as well. It's going to be a very, very tight game. I can feel it. Both these teams are going back and forth.
Good fortunes in.
They're both playing really, really well. And it can get to a point where if the right person starts getting the right snowball at the right time, then one team can really start to feel their lead slip away.
Seb doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Shackle, Focus Fire. Seb's in trouble. The charge comes in. They've got the last of the fortunes in. That'll keep him close, but Kitrak comes over with the help of Thompson. Icarus dive across the two of them. This might have been a little bit more than they could chew, as Wish heavily jumped forward from Thompson. Wish is surviving for a while, but eventually falls here.
Yeah,
in well too far.
Just not enough damage there to be able to get the kill onto Seb. He had a big wand as well, and the fact that he was just level 6 meant that he was able to get the lasso to keep himself alive, and that's a big turnaround. And that's something I talked about, right? The fact that some of these heroes can really snowball and really fall if they don't snowball, like the Wind Ranger. She can really get herself stuck in some sticky situations if she doesn't have a good start. Especially against something like a PL, where she can have some issues dealing with the illusions later on.
Skylark down here with Desire, and this first item ags for no one.
I have seen this before, but to be fair, it was my pubs, and I don't think I should really take that too seriously, but it seems like being able to spam out the Spirit Lancers just increases your farming speed so much faster, and it also makes you a team fight threat early on, and It's not really like... I mean, it's a pretty good defusal game, but it's not like you're playing against a Medusa or you're playing against, you know, some of these other heroes. Ursa is going to be kind of annoyed by it, but he's also one of those scary heroes that if he pops overpower and kind of finds the right PL, you're probably going to die anyways. But I do like this. You know, you can go like Ags and you just go into like Manta Heart and kind of just be one of those tankier heroes that doesn't rely on Diffusal Blade.
Bottom lane, Wish is here. Try and clean up the tower. There's the deny. For no one. No, they were trying to figure it out, but he's able to deny it. Now, Phantom Lancer going the other way. Sees Desire. Arrow the wrong direction. And a bunch of heroes over here. I'm wondering what the build is going to be for Thompson. I feel like he's the kind of person who would love to make Lightning Hands work, but I don't think that's really what you want to be doing here.
I thought about that too, right? Like, you're seeing Thompson, you're like, maybe Lightning Hands is going to work, but I'd imagine it's probably just going to be like Phylactery into Kaya and then like Ags. Or something very, very simple. You know, you get this series done, and then when you go into your pubs later on, you're like, maybe Lightning Hands could have worked. You know, you can imagine the conversation they were having during the draft. It's like, Seb, can I Lightning Hands? And he goes, no, we need to win this series.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to do that, dude. Charge is coming through to Skylark, so
they want to go for this. They've also got the TP coming out. They're going to catch him. Yeah, he's very far away. No Nether Strike. Flame Break almost clips him. They've got the last of the Havoc control. They should be able to get the kill. RPUs. Skylark burning and dying.
Oof. I like it. I like the play. To be able to try and TP out, but it was
too.
Next
Meanwhile, focus fire on him and heavily jumped into the river. He's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's not really a solo kill you wanted to happen if you're old G, losing Thompson like that. They were in a good spot, making the rotation with Seb coming towards the bottom side and getting the kill on the Skylark. They're like, okay, the Magnus isn't free farming. Our Phantom Lancer's in a good spot. He's happy with how his lane's gone. He's getting close to his Aghanim Scepter. And then the Wind Ranger, who's kind of the one volatile hero that's really on the map, right? Like, if this Wind Ranger pops off, she can start to become very scary for, like, a Spirit Breaker or even, like, a Phoenix. So, if you let her start having some free reign, it can be scary.
Now they've got level 6. He's got another strike, Centaur. And now, it's a Doppelganger off, trying to run. There's a lot of heroes here. No one trying to pretend he's an illusion. Now they know which one he is. They've got the skewer on Aramis. No one's still cutting through these trees and juking him away. Desire's still chasing. They get the kill to Aramis. They'll keep moving forward. The Shackle. Uh-oh. No one. Turning. He's got some help from Thompson, but he'll end up dying. And the False Promise is used to keep Desire alive.
Yep. Just being safe is C-spot, and I didn't even see where that Shackle latched onto. In my game, he was shackled to nothing. So.
Yeah, in my game, he was shackled to nothing, too.
Maybe it was a Phantom Tree.
Could have been the Wolves,
but
I would say.
Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea what is shackled to, but they got the kill. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Like where the Wind Ranger can really start to snowball out of control. She has a toss now, so they have a lot of setup for Shackle Shot, which is one of the longest stuns that we have in the game right now at 3.1 seconds. So they can constantly just keep running around, you know, especially if she has Focus Fire. The thing is, if you get Focus Fire on the real PL, you're able to find where he is the entire time, and you know, if you ever catch out a Zeus, you're most likely going to kill him.
So, picking up an Arcane Rune. Let's see, Spartan. Got False Promise in 45 seconds. Pio, meanwhile, he's getting charged. They have RP, so they'll stop that charge as they see the Shockwave. Kid Track over to the side now has that level 6, so has Supernova available.
Yeah, you could tell that they really wanted to try and to get the kill on a PO, right? Because no one hasn't been involved in this. He did just recently die, but he wants to get towards the Aghanim Scepter and accelerate his own farm. But as soon as they realized there was more old team members around, they easily said no to that. Good time for Desire to sit back and farm himself up a little bit. I think this is a good game for what he's doing. You kind of just need to be an aura bot, right? Like, you just need to try and get yourself into something along the lines of like a Guardian Greaves plus a pipe. Skylark's going to be able to initiate the fight for you. Pio is going to be your damage. Same with Wish. So Manaspa, they're building themselves into the right scenarios. Same with Old G, right? Like, they understand this game can go pretty slow for them. They're going to scale really well. They have a Zeus, they have a Phantom Lancer. Batrider will eventually become Batrider. So as long as, to me, as long as Aramis isn't completely falling behind it and not really being able to do his job in these fights, then you're happy if you're old G.
We'll see how that ends up going. Is Wish, by the way, he's going into the Maelstrom. Gleipnir combo. He's got that Rod of Aegis that you talked about. Early Aegis here for PO. Early, like 12-minute Aegis. That feels pretty great if you're this Ursa and you just want to sit back and farm, right?
Yeah, it's basically like the old threshold. Oh, Starlock is in trouble though.
Another strike. They've got the PL here. Does he even bother using RP? It doesn't look like it. They have the Thunder God's Wrath. They're still chasing, and Skylark getting towards the low ground if he wants to, or has another skewer over. And they've turned this around. They're going to go for tops of the Shockwave to damage the kill.
Wow.
How does Skylark survive there?
Vanguard.
RP?
Wow.
Charge away. That should have been expected.
That's a tip. If I was Aramis right now, that's a tip. That is a tip and a half. Did they hold off on any damage? I don't think they did. I think they just ran out of damage. He's a tanky boy. It was very hard to deal with. Maybe the only way they could have done it is if Thompson held the Thunderbolt. Actually, you can't even cancel skill with Thunderbolt. So yeah, no, it was. They tried their best and they didn't succeed. That one feels bad. If you're OG, you're like, man, that's really annoying.
I could have had it.
Could have had it. And it probably would have looked really different for them, right? Like if they got the kill there onto the Magnus, there's a lot of TPs coming in, they probably would have had enough damage to be able to win that fight. And then things start to snowball in their favor, but they lose one, PO gets an extra kill, C Spartan's feeling good.
Charge,
Aramis
another strike, and
kill.
a bash. Can he get another? 17%? 17%? 17%? Yes. All right. Now they've got him the other way, though. Sunray, Skylark, in trouble. Flame break onto the high ground. They get the kill to Skylark. They turn this around. They've got the last one of the Ursa, so they're going to control PO, but they've got the false promise. Purifying Flames. Wish gets the kill on Aramis. Icarus dive away, but the Shackle connects as he comes all the way through. They get the Aegis out of the hands of PO. They want to keep going. Thompson doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but he does have 6 charges on that wand, as well as the bottle. Good Shackle from Wish to control them up. No one thinking about coming into the fight. He's got that Ags. Won't commit. And on the other side, though, Kidtrack, he's going to die, and PO's going to be pushed back thanks to the flame break, but there's nothing there. They still killed Kidtrack as he came back over.
Wait, he had mana to ulti. Why did he not ulti?
I think he's dead anyway if he ultis.
Fair.
I know. That. I feel like with, what, level 1, not amazing, only 6 shots, 120-second cooldown, you might as well use it on a fight coming out of that life.
Yeah. I could see that. Maybe they're trying to build up towards a fight coming in soon. So wanted to hold it, but either way, Pierre's able to pick off Kidtrack, who was hovering around the dire side for a little longer than he probably should have. But either way, this game is still relatively slow. Batrider is feeling pretty good. Seb's sitting at the top of the net worth. He's got a full Octarine core and boots travel. Like, he is a big boy. He's got Blink on the horizon. No one now has his Aghanim Scepter. He's going to go back for the Diffusal Blade. So I thought maybe he might go the non-Diffusal Blade route, but still is. I mean, you're a Phantom Lancer with Diffusal Blade. You're one of the best heroes to be able to have it in the game. So if you're going to be able to get it means you can fight as well.
Yeah, and it's going to make the mana problems very apparent here for Monospa.
Yeah. Like, I think the big thing is with Wind Ranger as well, right? Like, if you burn some of her mana, like, once she finishes Wind Running, you're able to deal with her. And even if you just throwing Spirit Lancers in these fights is going to be annoying, because they will bounce, right? Like, so you throw one out, it hits on the 2 heroes, that's a decent amount of mana burn that you're just going to be seeing across the fight. And that could mean the difference between, an extra spell or not.
Harpoon finished for Skylark. Out of Atos, and that'll connect down the end of the Icarus Diver on the furthest point. So not able to get a kill there again on a Kidtrack, and we'll see how they use this Harpoon. Diffusal almost finished too, so only 400 gold needed here for no one, and he's stacking another stack onto this Ancient Camp, or at least tried to. I don't think he got it far enough out.
Yeah, so no one's getting close to being able to fight, but still not wanting to fight, right? Like, that's the thing with Phantom Lancer is once he gets the Fusel Blade, maybe like, you know, in the old days, it's like plus Yasha, or at least now with like Daggons plus the Fusel, no one is going to be okay to fight, but he still wants to farm. He still wants to sit back until he can get like Manta, maybe even like a Skadi or something along those lines. And as long as they can keep pushing back Manaspa as they're trying to go for these fights or even kill Pio.
He's still tough to kill.
Last fingers.
So Phylactery, Yules, there's drums there for Rammus. You've got the Diffusal. Let's see. Yasha next. So no one just taking this time to farm.
Yeah, he really just wants to try and sit back and become that big bad carry, because we can see in the net worth, you know, he's not really at the top. But he's not too far behind either. And same thing with Seb. Like, you can see the ideology that OG are working with in this game. They're happy to sit back and just farm, because like the heroes farm really, really fast. Same thing with the Magnus. He farms fast. And if you starve out Wind Ranger in these fights and she doesn't get these kills, then it feels really bad for her.
That's so, and that's a kill on the Desire. Rammus will get credit for that one, and that's the combination you're really looking for, is just to lasso into an easy kill. You've got the Octarine core, so of course, you know, lasso when it hits that level 3 is going to be a very short cooldown. You can really take advantage of the aggression you can put out.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, the fact that it goes down to 45 seconds, right? And then if you ever get a neutral item that reduces your CDR even further, it just goes even further down. So, pretty bonkers. And he's able to hover around 45 seconds on an ability like Flaming Lasso that has been, I don't want to say meta defining, but has been in the forefront of a lot of pros' minds for the better part of like what, 5-6 years. You know, a long time.
So Spartan looking to get a Ghost Scepter under his belt, so he's able to survive a little bit longer in these fights, or at least trying to.
Does he have his full Aether? He must, right? Like if he's building towards this, that he has his Aether lens at the ready. Pipe is finished for Desire, so this is pretty good for Manaspa. They can kind of put themselves as a ball. They've got the Harpoon for the Magnus, so Harpoon skill plays available for them. They've got the Pipe of Insight out on Desire now. Full Glepnir as well, finished for Wish. So they've got everything ready. About whether or not they can utilize it now. I'm gonna try and kill no one.
Yeah, Shackle connects, and no one's gonna die. 50 seconds without him, and Roche being up in 50 seconds might line up, right, for Monospot to take another Aegis.
Yeah, Seb just moved out of the area, right? Like, obviously they didn't know that Seb was up hovering around this outpost area, but if he was just a little bit closer, that could have been nice for them.
Shackle, RP, and this is gonna be a dead Seb. Rammus is into the mix too. They've got the Sunray on him. Able to Nether Strike to get to the other side, but Gleipnir used, and Kidtrack hit by the arrow. They'll get the kill on both of them. Whoa.
Yeah, that was sick. And this is what I was saying, you know, coming into this game, is I feel like just Manaspa just has that little bit of extra polish today. And it just, their target prioritization, the way that they're winning these team fights is just really setting them up in this game. And playing really, really well. The fact that they're able to get, you know, multiple kills on multiple different fronts was always really nice, and just slowly picking apart OG here and slowly starting to eke ahead. It's only 2,000 gold. It's not the end of the world, but you know, as you said just before, Roche is up again. So this is going to be a second Roche for them. This means that they're going to have a cheese in their back pocket. Skylark is
into the game.
Very hard to kill as is. So you know, you get a cheese in the back pocket of Wish. Pierre's going to have another Aegis. He's got BKB completed. Like, it's going to get to the point where if they lose too many more of these members over the next couple of minutes, it's going to be hard for OG to fight their way back into this.
We haven't really seen a Supernova yet.
I don't think he's used it.
You know, I was telling you he might have wanted to save it, but
I
don't know. Yeah, maybe. You do also, I think level 1 against the Ursa, you're pretty much going to die guaranteed if the Ursa's in the fight.
Yeah, because obviously Overpower has 6 attacks and then 6 attacks to kill, so will be able to kill it. And like you're playing against a Potom as well and a Windranger. Like I mean, Windranger doesn't want to focus fire the egg, so it does make sense. But like also Magnus, you know, like he has okay attack speed. It's not like his attack speed is terrible, but like if you don't get too many fiery spirits out, like, your level 1 egg is really not going to be that impactful. So just hasn't been any team fights just yet, and you know with this kind of team fight-ish lineup that OG have, it's hard for them to get that one rolling off the track.
Both teams trying to take their Tormentor, and by trying I mean successfully getting their Tormentor. So now Kitrak's got that shard, but it's only going to be useful if he does end up, you know, supernova-ing.
Sure.
But the upgrade
one,
slows affected enemies by 12%. That's always nice.
Yeah, especially against an Ursa, right? Like Ursa doesn't want to be kited at all. If you deal with him, then it could potentially mean you getting an extra kill onto the Ursa and not. So, yeah, both teams are kind of just poking and prodding. Obviously, OG don't really want to fight into like Aegis plus Cheese. If they can get a pick off on Wish before he gets Lincoln's up and completed, that'd be the biggest thing for OG. But they just have to kind of sit back and play the way they are.
Ooh. No, stopped. And they're chasing. They want to go.
A rough fight.
They've got the lasso. They're going to go. Now the supernova comes out. Now Pio's going to immediately focus it. That's a big issue. Can he get the kill onto it? Yes, he can. So they're going to take out Kitrak as well as Aramis. They haven't lost anybody on the side of Motospot just yet. They've got Thompson up into the air. They take out Desire. They take out Spartan. They end up losing Thompson. There's the RP coming through onto no one. They've got the Aegis on Pio. So he can come back into the fight. The charge all the way to Wish. That makes its way there. Pio now half health. Another strike onto the Earth, so they look for the Shackle. They get the kill on no one. They look over to Ramis, and that's going to be the Harpoon Polian. They get the kill on Pio, but they're going to be full team wiped. Seb on the run, nowhere for him to go. The Shackle not connecting with all these trees around. Arrow going to be eaten there by the neutral creep as Seb's taking him on a journey, but eventually will die to Wish.
Oh boy, that was a knife edge for either one of those teams to come out on top, right? Like maybe no one gets away. Maybe no one doesn't get hit by that arrow coming in from Desire with the buyback, right? Like maybe there's that little bit of extra for Manaspa and Pio doesn't go down, but the way that Skylark's been playing in these team fights is sick. He's playing a really, really good Magnus. Fortunately for Seb, he found Desire. I don't think Desire is really the person you want to grab, right? Like you probably want to try and grab C-Spartan if you can, or Pio if he didn't have the Aegis, but he catches out onto the Mirana, and then the RP comes in solo onto no one, who just really has not been able to get into this game or into this fight at all. He goes in, tries his best, but Skylark finds him once again with a skewer and then a big arrow coming in from Desire, and that was basically all she wrote. They do at least commit and get the kill onto Pio, but with Wish and Skylark as healthy as they were, was going to be all too hard for them to get any more kills out of that. And it's just so hard for them to catch anybody out. And this is what I talked about in the draft, with neither of these two teams having those easy ways to set up for stuns. But the thing is, for Manaspa, they built to have that. They have the Glepnir on the Windranger.
Lasso on Desire again. But they got Draft, and they'll get this kill. But now the Gleipnir to turn this around. They go to the Shackle shot. It's always the one in the back, but the Bulldoze, so he won't be held there long. I think, truthfully, in that position, they might have wanted to go to the Lasso on Pio just so they had a chance to get that Supernova off.
Yeah.
But getting the Mirana, and you saw Pio, he's like, all right, wait, I don't need to save Desire. I could just go for the egg. And he turned around and immediately went for it.
Yeah, and that's the catch-22 that they had with that fight, right, is they want to make sure that they keep the egg alive, but they also want to try and make sure that they convert one of the kills that they had with the lasso. But it's just hard for them to make these decisions, and it's the same thing that we saw in the previous two games with the Batrider, right? Like, you want to try and get these good lassos off, but, you know, Oracle's very, very good at getting that done, and in the previous game as well, it's like, you know, very hard to get perfect lassos all the time.
Yeah, charge was used, but Wish stops that and uses that Gleipnir to get the kill. Now they're going to look for the lasso, but the RP turn around. Seb's already caught. This is really bad for the side of Old G as they're continuing to lose numbers. Kidtrack will also fall. And Pio just ripping Kidtrack apart, and he's about to have himself, if not... he switched off of it. Or unless he's already got it flying out? No. He was looking at Disperser.
That would have been cool. I haven't seen a Disperser in a pro game in a while.
So he's going Silver Edge now.
Yeah, it just gives him that solo kill threat, right? He's gone for Hex now, so I don't think he really knows what he wants on Mr. Pierre. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is he's strong. He's got Satanic. Pretty scary.
BKB, blink the other way. Moonlight Shadow, he doesn't have an Aegis. You got to remember, they go to the lasso, but that's going to be broken immediately with the False Promise coming through from Spartan. They get the kill on Aramis, and they've got the mech, so they have the heals. They'll give him the cheese as well. So whenever he feels it necessary, he can turn around and eat the cheese. Instead, he's going to go for Seb. Now he's down to about 3/4 of his health. No one trying to output as much damage as he can. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath. They'll pop the Lincolns. And again, he's dealing with the cheese. He pops the Satanic. They turn this around. They land the Shackle. He's going to eat the cheese. They'll go after Seb. They'll get the kill onto the Bat Rider. And they'll look for more. Not a lot of mana remaining on no one. They've got about half the mana remaining here on Thompson. If he doesn't end up getting caught, but they get the kill on a Kid Track. And now Thompson from behind them. Spartan's not even caring about these shots that are coming through from the Zeus.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about earlier, right? Like where this game can really just snowball one way or the other, right? Like it can just start getting really bad. Like if the peel is as scary as the Earther is right now, the shoes are on the other foot. But Wind Ranger's been able to do enough. Skylark again, what a menace.
Harpoon, and they have the control. They'll get the kill on a no one. He does not have buyback. Backdoor is back up, and they are going to TP to mid. Or at least Pio is.
This game is just really starting to balloon out of control, right? Like the net worth lead is obviously starting to go the way of Manaspa, but PL just hasn't been able to get into the game. He has every team fight that he's gone into, he's been caught out by Skylark, and Skylark, the guy's like a homing missile for him. It feels like he's been able to fight him every single time, no matter where he is, real PL or not, and gets on top of him, and Wish is doing a beautiful job as well at controlling Aramis. Like he, every time he tries to move around these fights, trying to get some angles for some charges, he just finds him with a Glepnir and catches him out and gets the kill. And they just have not been able to get the team fight that they want here for OG. And now I think they're just in turtle mode. Like they have to try and hold out until their PL becomes scary, or maybe they play off the back of Blink Lasso kills, but
I don't know if
do they
quite
Blink
do
Lasso
that.
C Spartan, or do they have to try and get the mag?
Oh no, that was a gamble. It's not going to pay off. 70 seconds without Seb.
Yeah.
Now you have no control.
Could be a full lane, maybe two.
It could be more, truthfully. If they're not
Aramis
careful, it could be the game.
Yeah,
Arrow, Kid Track. They've got the catch on the Thompson. They have to save him. They have to go for him, but they can't. Charge is going to come off from the side, and now they're going to look over at No One. No One's going to take a lot of damage. They've got the False Promise coming through onto Wish, but look at No One. He's already dead. He doesn't have buyback. They'll go for Aramis. They'll get themselves a fourth. They've got nothing left in the tank for the side of Old G.
Yeah, it's just the steamroll, right? It's the first Roche into the second Roche, and then it's just fight after fight after fight where Manaspa just didn't take the foot off the pedal. And Skylark, for me, he played an immaculate game of Magnus.
Yes.
He did really, really well in the lane. Being able to survive in that bottom fight was huge as well. And you just see the reason why teams are banning Magnus. Harpoon plus Blink Dagger makes this hero so hard to deal with. And they've just done it. Like, yeah, I'm really, really impressed with how Manaspa kind of took this game by the scruff of the neck and just they just strangled OG out of this game in what felt like two team fights that were extremely fast and extremely hard for OG to win. And yeah, that's a pretty dominant way to finish game number 3, I think.
Yeah, I guess it was because of the darkness. They were all just sitting with just their computer lights reflecting on their faces, and I think that's the way. It's the ultimate gamer move. It's all the light you need, and they end up playing really well. The itemization I felt was really good for Manaspa, and the execution worked out really well. And it's something you alluded to after the first 2 games, where you said Manaspa, their fights, the ones they are winning, look cleaner, and they executed really well in this game 3.
Yeah, I think it was just, from what I saw from the whole series, was they just had that just a little bit of extra edge. I don't think it was by much, but it was by just enough that just gave me the confidence in a game that felt so even in their drafts that that Manasa were able to pull out. Like, look at how many times that Skylark was able to clutch RP to either save C-Spawn or save Wish in this fight, to be able to catch out no one, skewer him in the back. Desire was hitting arrows I saw right and center in game 1 and game 3. PO did his job. I think he understood that he didn't have to overplay his hand as well. Like, he didn't have to be the end-all and be-all on this Ursa. He just had to do enough to force Old G to think about him and what he was going to do in a fight, and Wish was going to do the damage. And yeah, Manaspa, they played really, really well all across the board. And unfortunately for Old G, this is a series that they feel like they probably could have won. But yeah, on the day, it was just Manaspa's day, I think.
Yeah, and truthfully, I know it's just 2-2 and 19, and maybe the kill score line isn't exactly the MVP look, but I think Skylark is my MVP due to the fact that he was able to cause the lockdown and be the team fight needed to ultimately end up winning that game. So for me, I think he's going to be my MVP.
Yeah, he played the Magnus really cleanly. And as soon as he got his items and needed to, Blink, a Harpoon is kind of the point where the Magnus becomes the hero that you want him to be. And he was in the right place at the right time, all the time. And he did a lot for his team, set them up really, really well, and just became a force and a hero that you had to worry about the entire time. So, yeah, Skylark is a very good player, and I think Manaspa are a very good team, and they've definitely tightened things up. And maybe getting knocked down to Division 2 could have potentially given them an extra fire in their bellies, right? Because sometimes it can either galvanize people or it can destroy people. So whether they've been able to bounce back this time around, they probably would have loved for this to be a clean 2-0. But being able to finish Game 3 is exactly what they're going to be thinking about next week going into the extra series. So that's got to make them really happy today.
Yeah, you know, coming up for them, they've got Alliance in a couple days. Like, this is going to be interesting for them as you now put yourself in this position where you're 2-0, you lead the division. Like, I think this is a good spot to be in. And coming off a little bit of a roster change when you've got Pio coming into the mix, I think that's a good spot to be in. You can hear it in the listen-ins, you can hear it and see it, that this team does look like they're putting all the cogs together to play as one of the best, if not the best team in this division, right?
Yeah, and obviously being a team that gets demoted from Division 1, you probably expect they learned a thing or two coming in from those Division 1 games, and I think they're starting to put that into practice this time around, and it's exactly what we talked about at the top of the show as well. If these guys start hitting a stride going in towards those TI qualifiers, yes, there's going to be some Division 1 teams that they're going to have to play up against, but there's some big Western European teams that have already qualified on DPC points, and I'm sure maybe some of them are probably going to qualify after the next major as well, so this could be a field that they well and truly could be able to take down.
Yeah, because Motorspy, I think they found themselves where, like, I think their hardest opponent might even be, like, Quest, if Quest don't make it to TI. So it's just like, can you make it all the way down the line? We'll see. Of course, there's always those before qualifier roster shuffles and things like that. That'll make it interesting. But I think this is a team, and I know it's a bit early to say that I think looks good going into whatever is going to come for the future for them. And it's always interesting when you get a win over Old G, because I feel like there's a lot of fear when you go up against a team with so many veterans like this, and veterans that have top tier experience. So it's always interesting when you get that win and how that feels, and getting it this early into the season or into the tour. How does that feel going forward? Like, that is one of those things that it's just like, all right, well, I've just beat Tops and I've just beat Seb. You know, maybe we are good enough to do more than just take Division 2 or just take this series. I really like what Monospa is showing, for sure.
Yeah, it's a big confidence boost, right? Like, we even saw in some of the pre-game lobby chat where Desire was talking to Seb and saying how much he looked up to him and how much he idolized him and stuff. So I can imagine that a victory like this is going to feel really good for somebody like Desire. And I mean, they've still got some pretty big matches to be playing up in the future. Obviously, they've got Alliance they're going to be playing up against in a few days' time. Luckily for them, Enigma Galaxy is going to be one of their last 2 matches. So they can even learn from some of those matches that are going to be going into it. And I mean, if they're hitting their stride up in that Enigma Galaxy series, that's going to be a real big test for them going into TI qualifiers. And I mean, Western Europe is always super tight when it comes to Division 2. So if these guys are looking like they're the top of the pack, I mean, I'm keen for those qualifiers, man.
Yeah, so we'll have an interview right now with Pio, so we're gonna swap on over to that and see if we've got ourselves ready to go. Pio, how is it over there? How is everything? This is a big win to get. It feels like it's a load off your shoulders, especially you guys. You looked really good in both those victories.
I mean, of course, I feel fine. We all feel fine, but I'm not like very proud of these games because I'm just here to play for fun. I don't know how to explain. I didn't consider myself as a competitive player. This guys just invited me. I'm just having fun here. That's all. So I don't have like some excited feelings.
So when you're coming into a series against like Old G, is there a lot of nerves coming into a series like that, or are you guys just taking it like every other series?
No, nothing special. I mean, sometimes some of us are a bit nervous, but it's not like more pressure exactly in this series. Every game is the same. We should win every game to reach Div 1, so doesn't matter.
It's looking good right now. You guys are 2-0. Who's really the most vocal person on the team? Like, who's giving all the commands? Who are you maybe a little bit afraid to talk back to on that team?
Yeah. What do you mean? Who doing most important calls or what?
Yeah. Who's giving like the most important like game calls in there?
So usually Spartan calling in every stage of game, but of course after mid game most calls on me. But Spartan trying to say what to do every time when we're a bit lost on the map.
Cool. Luke, you got a couple questions?
Yeah, I got a couple questions for you, Pierre. Obviously, congratulations on the dub this time around. You came into this roster after they got demoted from Division 1. So what's it like for you as a player coming into a squad that unfortunately got demoted from Division 1 but still has aspirations to go back there? Did you kind of help them fix some of their issues, or is it much more like you're a good vibes kind of guy and just trying to get them back to the winning?
Yes, I'm trying. I mean, I feel some... I feel that I'm an important player to help the team reach some results. So I'm trying to help in whatever aspect they need. Usually on drafts, on prepare to the enemies and some stuff.
Okay. I always like to see when new players come in and how they fit into certain systems, especially a system that's been around for a long time. So we've seen that you've been playing a lot of different heroes, especially in these drafts so far. Do you feel like you as a player, you can kind of coin yourself as one of those carry players that can play a bit of everything, or do you feel like you're much more of a hard carry style kind of player?
I have... no, I mean, I can play every hero if team need, but... I mean, team usually don't ask me what to play, but me, I have only like 7, 8 signature heroes I play in all life, and I'm always glad to play only them. But it's competitive Dota. It's usually not working like this. So sometimes I just play in whatever team need. And yes, I can play every hero if team wants.
Okay, that's good here. I got one last question before I do let you go as well, Pio. So you've got a few series to go before you guys have finished the tour here. Who do you feel like is your toughest competition going forward?
What? I didn't understand, sorry.
What's the scariest team that you guys have ahead of you for the remainder of the tour?
I don't know, honestly. It's not a question for me. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm not afraid of any player because I played ranked like 5 years before that. There is no player I'm really scaring. So I don't know. So of course, some teams better, like Nigma probably, but I don't care about anyone.
Nice. I respect that. Bring them all on, and hopefully you can beat them all and continue the streak of wins. Appreciate talking to you, Pio. I really appreciate the interview. Thanks so much.
Let's see. Bye bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's the confidence I love. That is a very Darren Till. Bring them all on. I don't care. I'm good enough. I'll knock them down. So he's like, they may be better, but we might get the victory. So that looked really good from them, and I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, I think, what he said about it, he's been playing ranked for a long time, so going up against these players is nothing different, but, going into the game, they may be a little better, but at the end of the day, you always have to have confidence in your own skills, especially if you're playing in Division 2. If you don't have confidence in your own skills, even if you do get towards Division 1, those Division 1 teams are going to tear you to pieces if you don't feel like that you can make it, so... I always like to hear that from a lot of players, but at the end of the day, I feel like there's always gonna be one player that you're like, man, I really wish that I wasn't playing against this guy today.
Yeah, so we'll see how they do as they go on. They win over Old G 2-1. We've got one more series coming up after the break. That's Alliance against Into the Breach. We'll be back with that in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back here to some more Western Europe Division 2 action. I am joined here by the ever so handsome Lacoste, and well, it's going to be the third series. It's going to be Alliance against Into the Breach, but you take a look at what we've seen before. Nigma taking the 2-0 over Ancient Tribe, and then Monospot just squeaking by Old G 2-1. And now we've got this final series, and Alliance, you know, they lost that first series to Level Up, and then you've also got Into the Breach, who lost their first series to Old G, so, you know, somebody's trying to come out here with a win, right?
Yeah, there's going to be one team with 2-0, which is going to put them in a spot where most likely you can't go to Division 1, like already like playing 2 difficult matchups is going to do that to you, but yeah, some fun Dota today. I mean, this Division 2 right now is pretty damn stacked. Like, you see X-Monospa team doing really well, already sitting at 2-0. You have Enigma Galaxy starting with the win. It was pretty convincing win, but let's focus on this one. Like, you need to be winning this series if you want to go to that Division 1 for both of these teams, pretty much. And Alliance, as you said, they played against Level Up. Didn't look too hot there. Level Up, a team that I would say, judging by this one series that they played, could be even a contender for one of those 2 spots, but we'll have to see. Into the Breach, like, they're a team that, you know, they're familiar with Division 1, with Division 2 as well. Now, again, in Division 2, with some changes to the roster, they kept Supreme and Jibe. They put in Nande on that carry position, which I think is a huge upgrade compared to what they had in the previous DPC tour. Feels like I would even dare to say that, like, Nande was the best player in the Monaspa squad, because he had some really, really good performances.
Yeah, he looked really good. I really liked what he was bringing. I was a big fan of his, and immediately we go into the Bat Rider. This seems to be a pick that is making it first phase all the time. Yeah. And, you know, I feel like it gets countered out a lot, and it ends up being like this weird 5 position or in a 3 where it gets countered.
Or position 4, or mid if it's a good lane for it. So anything other than position 1. And now I know what Into the Breach means, or ITB. It means immediately took Bat Rider. Because they're not messing around. I'm a big fan of this hero. The hero feels really nice to play from all of these positions. I think position 5 and 4 kind of suits him the best. Depends on the matchup in that position 3 and the mid lane. But we might also see, you know, we've seen in Division 2 NA, Sammy Boy playing Pause 1 Snapfire, which was, you know, it's a universal hero. Might happen to Bat Rider. Someone might figure out, well, you know what, we're going to flex this one. Still a lot of good heroes left in the pool. Beastmaster taken by Alliance immediately, which I'm a big fan of as well. Like, this Beastmaster doesn't seem to have many bad matchups. You know that the hero can build into like different items. His Helm of the Overlord timing is going to be pretty big. Let's see what they're going to decide to pair him up with. Venomancer. There was this one game when they played against Level Up that, again, I think it comes down to the draft, especially the first game that they played when they had Veno Pugna. It was all about Storm Spirit. Chuan like needed to make so much space, and like the combination of the heroes that they had, Darkseer with Venomancer. So I want to see some kind of a stun paired up. I think Veno as a 5 works out nicely. I think that's going to be 5 here because they already showed Beastmaster. So not showing too many things. In terms of control, I would love them to pick up some extra. They're also like a team that would pick hero like Puck. I think you need to have some kind of control against this Void Spirit, because this hero can pop off almost instantly. All it takes is 1-2 good ganks, and suddenly this hero is like, oh, I have Echo Saber into Mantis down to Lincolns, and these items are starting to pile up.
Look at me, I'm a universal hero. I can do whatever I want. That's basically how it goes. I like the combo here with like the Void Spirit Bat Rider. But at the same time, again, we've seen Beastmaster do Beastmaster things where it's you put yourself into the Helm of the Overlord and you're just pushing out these lanes. Kind of need somebody ready to kill off that ancient black dragon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are many heroes that can hit that timing. As soon as Beastmaster hits it, they're going to be like, well, you know what? We're going to be killing this Ancient Black Dragon or Dino immediately, you can't focus it down. So these type of fights from Alliance, I already like the adjustments that they made from their both games that they played against Level Up. In terms of drafting, I feel like this is a lot of team fight. It's strong lanes, Venomancer position 5. One of the better heroes to utilize the Blood Grenade as well. Doesn't care too much about him dying. He goes in, dies, gets a return kill, solo XP for his carry, potentially comes back, continues to be annoying. It's also one of the heroes that we've seen like in all other regions being played as position 5 or 4 sometimes, where he takes over. Like if you're off to a good start, this hero can definitely feel like a core.
So let's see as they go to the ban of the Bloodseeker, ban that Undying. We'll see if they continue to maybe look towards... I don't know. Batrider's always one of those heroes that maybe I think about the potential pick at a Pangolier, but it's a lot more open than just, going to stop that Rupture from hitting a Rolling Thunder. They banned the Storm. They don't want to be giving that mobility, that control with the Vortex. That can line up with the Primal Roar pretty well.
Vision for Storm, that's always going to be good. So you have like Venovords, you have Beastmaster with the Hawk. Going in and finding kills might be slightly more difficult for Into the Breach, because you will need to use smokes to counter all this vision that Alliance has. So now Alliance needs a hero that's going to utilize this vision, someone that's going to go in. Ember Spirit's fine. Puck is also okay here. I think even a hero like Pango is going to do good, because all of these like swashbuckles, illusory orbs on a random target that they have vision of, it's gonna put them down to very low HP, and Alliance wants to play this like poke type of a game. Like they, at least with these two heroes, sure, Beastmaster wants to roar somebody, get a quick kill if possible, but they also don't mind spamming those axes, like multiple rounds of spells, Venomancer, when the damage starts to kick in.
So, final ban of the phase coming through. Let's see what they're going to go to. Using some reserve time, they go and ban the Timber, that mid-Timber. Something that's pretty tanky.
It's also a hero that Void Spirit doesn't do too well against. Sometimes it depends whether enemies can play it, whether they want to run this mid-Timber. So we've seen being used very successfully, at least in Western European DPC. The other hero that does extremely well is Lone Druid. Looking at the heroes that they played, the one that Chuan played in the previous DPC tour, I don't see a Lone Druid. It's a lot of damage. Like, look at these draft from Alliance. It's so much burst.
Huh. Did they have the control for that Mystic Flare, though? That's the real question.
One hero that Jibe plays is Legion Commander that could come in very handy in this one if they want to play this Batrider as position 4 or 5 to have Dispel against Veno, Skyrot Mage, Beastmaster Roar.
Do you go to something that can get to the backlines and just kind of rip up these supports?
You have two of them. Like, they can easily jump in.
Jeez.
Void Spirit kind of thrives on these heroes once he gets to his Dispel item. First item, Echo Saber, is going to be for farming. Second item, Mantis Style, to remove anything from Venomancer, this annoying silence coming out from Skyrot Mage. Or if they want to go with, like, Underlord route, where they can outnumber opponents. They're keeping the last pick potentially for Jibe in this matchup. It's a good Oracle game.
Look, Oracle also takes away that opportunity for them to pick it up if they wanted to do something a little bit different with this draft to keep it away from the Batrider, right?
Yeah, they're still not revealing anything. Now Alliance, this is their 4 and 5. They need to pick some carry that matches up nicely against Terrorblade. I think there's a Morphling in the pool, and there's a Pango that we talked about. Like, it's really good. Like, this poke damage from the distance that utilizes vision from both Beastmaster and Veno could be very annoying. A hero that Oracle doesn't really deal well with, especially if they get like another jumper. So speaking of heroes that could go in, I feel Faceless Void Morphling, it's a good game for him. Like, even if you want to run some Phantom Lancer, like Naga Siren type of a hero, like illusion-based hero, I think it could also come in. Like, you might need to ban it out, because in terms of AoE, you don't have much.
So let's see as these final bans come out. Oracle, it could just be that 4-position bat, right? And you go to a different offlaner.
Yeah, most likely. Let's see what Alliance's approach here is. I did mention this annoying Legion commander, something that Jibe does play really well.
And Mars, interesting. Mars has not been a hero that we've seen.
Yeah, it's just like it was Quest who showed how strong this counter to Pango is, because since the recent changes to Rolling Thunder, like you don't get out of the arena and then you're like stuck during the Rolling Thunder. I kind of forgot about this interaction, but now that I see it, it brought a game from the other day.
So, let's see. Morphling, maybe, like you said, PL could be a ban here. And there it is. All right. So, you want to ban in the off lane here that you've got a couple things to consider. The Lycan was an interesting pick in the last series, but that's not really one of those offlaners. I think it's super ban worthy at the moment.
Yeah, I'm still down for Legion Commander or some Aura Buyer like Underlord, depending what Alliance wants to pick. Because two of these bans that Into the Breach ban are kind of classic Terrorblade counters. They don't have enough lockdown for Morphling. He gets into Ags, makes Terrorblade's life very difficult. Turns into Terrorblade, like turns into Void Spirit. Most likely would be Terrorblade, but feels nice. I feel like Faceless Void's still really good pick for Alliance. Either that or Naga Siren that I mentioned. I feel like these two heroes are gonna have a relatively easy time. There's a third hero that I could see them also pick up. That's Slark, potentially. They're gonna see what they're gonna be playing into and then decide.
Okay. We haven't seen much Slark as recently. I feel like it is getting banned a lot. It's not making it through these drafts the way it used to. They end up banning that Legion, like you said, so kind of on it right now. And if you're saying, to me at least, that we're going to see this different offlaner, maybe we'll see Slark for Alliance, I'm going to believe you. That's just the way it's going.
Jibe has variety of the heroes that he can play from the offlane. I mean, he's also familiar with the Batrider if they want to flex it, but I feel like this needs to be something more tanky. Okay.
Winter Wyvern. And
still, they're still keeping things open, whether they want to play this Wyvern as position 3. So it's also another save that it could be potentially a block pick during the chrono, because you have like double save. I don't think there's going to be a situation where Faceless Void goes in and then you like land the chrono. So yeah, Naga Siren feels much better.
Damn.
Yeah, I had a really good read on this draft, huh?
Yeah, that was really impressive. I should have just stopped talking and let you take it.
Yeah, I mean, Naga does make more sense to Faceless Void because, like, I already explained why Faceless Void wouldn't be as good here. And then you have two supports now not dealing well with Naga Siren Illusions. Carry-to-carry matchup is good for Naga. She can hit, like, 2-3 item timing. When she gets 3 items, she's going to be extremely difficult to kill. And I really like what Alliance drafted for themselves.
So we'll see if Alliance can turn the tides of what they've had. Well, really, both these teams. Can they turn the tides of what they've been doing in this Division 2 so far? Because both teams are yet to win a game. So somebody's going to be doing that for the first time as well. I kind of like this Alliance lineup. But we'll see, as this is going to be, I believe, an offlane. Yeah, so offlane Winter Wyvern, 4-position Batrider. Okay. I mean, this is I don't know. I feel like there's a lot here for Alliance. There's push here for Alliance. There's good team fight. There's burst damage you were talking about. There's damage over time with the Venomancer. Like the boxes are getting checked off if you're Alliance over into the breach.
Yeah, something that you want to have when you play against these like heroes that can cause a lot of problems in the team fight, like multiple layers of save. It's vision. And you'll have like insane amount of vision from Alliance, Pangolier, Venomancer with wards, Naga Siren illusions all around, Beastmaster. So yeah, I think this draft is going to be very difficult to execute from Into the Breach. Like this needs to be on point. This Oracle needs to have god tier positioning. Jibe as well and Wyvern will need to land some like sick winter curses while there's Naga Siren around. They also have like reset on Alliance with the song if they feel like, oh, we need to fall back. So heavily favoring with what Alliance drafted for themselves in this game number 1. It's a very important one, and I feel like they already made the adjustments. I said that their drafts look kind of wonky in the first series, but this second series, it's looking like they want to win the game. It's a lot of damage. Like, this is the lineup that I would definitely not love to play into.
So we'll see if this series is like the last one. We had a fight where there were 6 kills before the horn in the last series. Very SEA. So Ob's sensing these illusions, and they don't end up turning off the Watcher, by the way. But it looks like there shouldn't be any fighting. Okay. Not as hype as the last series in terms of the kills early.
Yeah.
I like it.
Also, a player we didn't talk about is Merlin. He, like, this is his first DPC, like, showing this store. I mean, they did play a series, but before that, he was relatively unknown. Did stand in when OG played against Quest. He's one of these, like, I'd say flashy position 4 type of players. He brings in a hero like Earth Spirit into the pool, and let's see what he can do with Batrider this time.
Gale immediately in an Arctic Burn coming out top, and you see Hanskin, and he's on the Venomancer, so he's gone into 5 branches and 5 tangos.
Pretty
That's always fun to look at.
As a universal hero, good amount of damage, and you can see what they're doing. Already zoning out this Batrider, instant Gale, and Charlie setting out 2 illusions while farming with the second one. This damage is not, like, this offlane duo from Into the Breach is not really strong at early levels. It's going to be like some poke damage from Arctic Burn, maybe like a Flame Break, but I think Charlie should be fine. And they also kept the pool open. They didn't even use the sentry, so Hanskin will immediately go there and get the pool off. Not the best. This is actually the worst small camp because they don't deal damage. They're just like there. They exist. They don't kill a single unit, so that's a bit of a bummer.
So it'll give you kind of this like double wave coming in, right? Unande getting that first blood over S4. That is not what you want at all. And Hanskin already forced to TP. He TPs to the tier 1. That is not what you want at all. And do they get polos as well? Respect going forward and garnering just that. Some respect.
Good start for Into the Breach. And it's also like this mental damage. You play against hero like Terrorblade, Anti-Mage, you give them first blood, you're like, uh-oh, what did we do wrong? Because this hero can easily go to jungle if he ever feels threatened. It's a lot of harassment from Alliance's offlane. Like, once they start to put like a second point in Wild Axes, you'll have Skywrath Mage still deciding whether that's going to be Arcane Bolt or Ancient Seal. Maybe he finds an opportunity for it. Combined Concussive Shot with Blood Grenade, it's ton of slow, but there's Fortune's End. This spell has been pretty amazing against some of these like magic heroes. A lot of Div 1 Western European teams are not afraid to pick it up.
I like it. We've been seeing it quite a bit. And let's see. Well, already the CS for Alliance on all 3 lanes is looking pretty good. 13, 13, 13, 4, 4, 2 in terms of CS and denies. And kind of working out for him at the moment. They don't exactly have the net worth lead. Nande getting a little bit low. Fortune's End was used. S4 throws these axes out again. And oof. Nande has to be very careful.
This is also level 1 spam we were talking about. As soon as they get to level 3, they're gonna be in a lot of danger. Respect now.
Yeah, he's in trouble and has a salve and has Fortune's End if he wants to use it. Throws that out there with a Purifying Flames. By the way, S4 going into an early Vanguard, so he should have his way in this lane, and he might be able to deny himself to Roche. No. Oh, with the concussive shot, now without mana, but top lane, they're going after Hanskin again. And they're burning him out with this Arctic Burn and Firefly, but Merlin doesn't get the kill, neither does Jibe, and this is, again, Venomancer surviving the aggression that's coming through from the side of into the breach.
In this situation, Venomancer, like, if you can get a return kill, it doesn't matter too much if he dies or not, but yeah, he did some good harassment, now almost has, like, half HP. Does have another Gale available.
Let's see. Top lane, we'll see if they go for anything. Charlie's sitting level 4 already. What's this terribly at? He's 4 too, so it's kind of close, but now they take some damage again. The Fortune's End. Can they get the kill here on an S4? He's trying to walk forward and at least get the trade. Ooh, and will. Panglo gets the kill on Anande. They do get S4, and that's a good kill to get. Slow down the Terrorblade, especially with the Metamorphosis used. And didn't really get a whole bunch, but ended up getting a kill and ending up getting traded down. Is Panglo with Respect moving forward with that level 2 in the Purifying Flames.
Yeah, not giving respect to the damage that Purifying Flames can do. Like, he pops it, removes it with Fortune's End, gets another Purifying Flames that's like 500 damage. And this is level 4 Oracle right now that's gonna come back into the lane.
Free Wisdom Rune too.
This is massive. Let's see, mid lane. Trying to play aggressive on Supreme while refilling his bottle as well. Chuan doing really, really good in this mid lane. 29 and 11. It should not be like that. Like, I've seen this matchup before. Both of them have, like, some kind of physical resistance, Resonant Pulse, Shield Crash. But
S4 alone.
He's
getting dove into
it.
the tower. They're going to keep going for him, and they should just be able to get the kill. Look at where he's at. In a tier 2 tower, this is just not what you want if you're Alliance. Losing that Beastmaster again. Respect, Arcane Bolt. The creeps right-clicking him. Concussive shot sewing him up. Neutrals will get the kill to Respect. Meanwhile, Merlin, he TPs away. And this is not great for Alliance in terms of getting killed twice there in the Beastmaster. 3 times now total.
Yeah. Ponlo, he did not want to commit there. He wanted to get some extra XP from the lane, which is fine. Like, Concussive shot was on cooldown for like 4 or 5 seconds, and there was also potentially a deny from those Ancients. Supreme double bracer. Usually we see one of those, and also holding on to 4 branches. Respect kind of TP mid, refill his bottle.
Plan. Avoids the Aether Remnant. He's already level 6, so if he can get some help here, maybe they're able to get a kill with the Rolling Thunder. S4 is level 3. Compared to Jibe, who's level 5. I mean, that is...
It might be S4 who goes in and picks up his first Wisdom Rune.
Arctic Burn, Flame Break, he is very dead.
S4.
This is with Charlie backing up and going into the jungle.
S4's forced to drag the creep wave behind his tower, and let's see if he goes for that Wisdom Rune that I talked about, stacking the Ancients one more time for himself to get some extra value from it.
No,
Level 4 Beastmaster, 7 minutes into the game, not looking too hot.
Wondering how he's going to be able to recover. Meanwhile, you got the Bat Rider who takes that Wisdom Rune. He's got just about the same experience there with the Wisdom Rune as S4. Nobody's picking up that Wisdom Rune yet, but you can see S4 starting to retreat for it.
It's a late pickup as well. 7 minutes 30 seconds. Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. Ancient Seal,
gonna
but
chase him
doesn't
down.
last long enough. Can he get the kill with the Rolling Thunder to find him? The double Astral Step goes up out of the high ground, and Chuan's not going to find it. So Fortune's End will get some lockdown. Flame Break pushing him back. They've got the Firefly on top of him. Purifying Flames. They're burning him low. Chuan trying to survive the Ancient Seal onto the Oracle, and he'll start to heal and feel the good part of those Purifying Flames at level 3, but the Purifying Flames of the Fortune's End on the Ponlo. Swashbuckle to the low ground. He's left Ponlo to die to Purifying Flames, level 3 of Respect. So you look at
Hanskin,
Zastro step,
he takes regen. That's
just
a big
gets
one.
the regen.
If Supreme
Does he
manages
have a
to
step? He
steal
doesn't
it,
have a step
no
for
steps,
15 seconds.
no dissimulate, but there's Oracle, there's Batrider. They show up into the breach, playing really well together, leaving Jibe alone in the top lane, who rotated to the mid lane, secured one of those kills, and TP'd back to the top lane. Still very high level. S4 getting chased here in this bottom lane, but having Vanguard, Terrorblade doesn't really do much against it.
They'll go again. They've got the Ancient Seal, the Winter's Curse, Supreme! Oh man, Aether Remnant's there. He gets killed off, but Chuan's gonna be traded. Fortune's End. They've got a second. Good rotation from into the breach. Again, they do end up losing Supreme, but I think that's worth.
Yeah, they got debated so hard there. What a curse from Wyvern to like 2 heroes attacking him, setting things up, allowing Respect to TP to the mid lane. What a great start for Into the Breach. Jibe, he's all over the place, getting some kills in the lanes, like rotating to the mid lane, setting up for a kill, and now landing this sick curse. Going into Road of Atos, we've seen it from other offlane Wyverns, that it's because Wyvern is a universal hero now, so you also need some kind of a lockdown. Later on, you can't turn it into Gleipnir since you're playing against Naga Siren, so you might need something extra.
S4 forced the Primal Roar. Otherwise, he's just dead, so... I mean, that's not a great usage of the first Roar. Hoping that... I think now you're kind of hoping that Charlie can kind of get something done inside the jungle, right? Like, he's going into the Yasha, he's level 8. He's not sitting top of the net worth. It's actually Jibe who's doing so. Arctic Burn. Chuan forced to swashbuckle up onto the high ground. They've got the Flame Break. Do they have any more control than that? They don't have a level 6 on Merlin yet, so no lasso.
Both supports on Alliance, level 5. They definitely need it. There's a big difference once Veno hits that level 6, especially Skywrath Mage. Then he can start playing with both Beastmaster and Pangolier, trying to get some kills. I want to see the amount of stacks that they did. I feel like Alliance did stack a lot compared to Into the Breach because they've been all over the place, but Alliance understanding that they lost the laning stage a bit, so now trying to get back into the game. They also have heroes that utilize stacks really well. Beastmaster, later when Naga Siren gets to her, like, first item, Manta style pretty much, she's gonna be... Okay, 5 against 6, I actually lied, like...
Fake stack hype.
Because I've been mostly watching Alliance, that's why. And I haven't seen, like, Into the Breach stacking their Ancients. Right. There's one in the outer ring, okay.
The whole time, Charlie's trying to go for the Manta. Going Manta Orchid. Do you like that there for the Naga?
I will have to see if he sticks with it. I do like the Orchid, just not sure if he wants to commit to it as a second item. If he needs, feels like he needs more control, where he can like lock onto target on a hero like Oracle and just kill him, but needs a good angle for it. We'll have to see. I don't mind. It's also a good farming tool, but we've seen most of the time Naga Siren's picking up Heart and then choosing whether you need some like extra magic resistance, going for the Mage Slayer, or if you want to get like straight up Orchid immediately, go for these kills.
Meanwhile, Jibe, he's got the Rod of Atos flying out to him. So, a little bit of extra control there, ready to go. And they've got a good amount of control on this Into the Breach lineup. With the Aether Remnant, if that lands, the Lasso, Fortune's End could get some control.
Supreme steals it.
Chuan, Supreme gets the Arcane Rune. Now he goes into the Dissimulate. Chuan trying to go into the high ground, but Respect's got the False Promise, even if he is able to land that little bit of the Rolling Thunder for the control. And that Rolling Thunder doesn't really do anything at the end of the day, so Into the Breach, no worse for wear.
Chuan was off to such a great start, but
Fernande
haven't managed to do much with it, and now lowest net worth core definitely needs that Diffusal Blade as soon as possible, and that's the combo that we mentioned. Roar with Skywrath Mage, that's gonna be the
this
kill.
time to Supreme. He's still working with that Arcane Rune. But Supreme, Aether Remnant down. They've got the Ancient Seal, the Swashbuckle, the Resonant Pulse isn't going to be enough. The last is a little bit late. They've got no help here, so Merlin's probably just going to get run down too. This will be 3 kills across the map. Swashbuckle connects, Chuan gets the kill on a Merlin, and all of a sudden, And that's a fine enough trade here for Alliance to get themselves a little bit of a net worth lead.
Opening up with a kill on Terrorblade, who's been like kind of exposed. Still in the lane, 13 minutes into the game. He feels super secured because of the start that he had. He's like, well, I have Manta Style. I'm going to be soon to have Manta Style. I have Yasha for now. I'm going to be fine. My supports were rotating. And now things are going to be much different. Pango with the Swashbuckle Diffusal Blade is going to cause a lot of problems. All they need is to hit like Gale, have good vision from the Hawk. One concussive shot into Swashbuckle. Heroes are down to half HP already.
So, that is, you know, Nane gets left there without any help because they've had the Oracle over mid. And he was unable to TP with the Rolling Thunder nearby him, so that left the Terrorblade exposed, like you said. And let's see if they can do it again. Primal Roar in 10 seconds. Primal Roar, Mystic Flare, drop it down. What can they do? He's also looking to get the Ags here on the Beastmaster, so we're going to be slamming.
Halfway through it. S4 did manage to recover nicely after having a really bad start. He was, what, level 3, almost level 4, 7 minutes into the game. Bit of a rough one, but now he's level 10. Like, he's higher level than Void Spirit, thanks to these stacks and also kill that they did manage to get on TV.
So coming over mid, Supreme, Dissimulate. Throw him to connects. They've got Concussive Shot. Ancient Steel with the right-click damage on a Chuan. Look at that. Ande in there.
That's a bit too deep. Like, I mean, you're fighting into Terrorblade who just popped meta. False Promises available. They didn't commit with Lasso. Chuan needs to be... Like, he can't really go in with Pango this time around because they can take him out. There's Curse, there's Terrorblade with his damage.
This is a tier 1 tower gone too. That being said, it is Nande getting involved in Naga Siren continuing to farm, now getting into the Manta style. Primal Roar was used, but the Winter's Curse follows it up. Now they've got the Lasso, and the damage is there. S4, he's going to get low. Can he survive? Gonna miss Gale, right-click scene, Splinter Blast hits, S4's gone. There's the Swashbuckler Sword and Chuan. Cold Embrace. And after that is said and done, Merlin will get run down and die to the concussive shot of Pala.
Chuan needs to play the fight slightly different, needs to keep the distance, use multiple swashbuckles, can't really just commit to it. Or if they need to find like another opening, Beastmaster, plus...
Charlie, Sunder.
Okay, he's gonna be fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sunder into a song. So first song usage means Naga is able to leave, but that's just like, that doesn't get them anything. Astral Step, Aether Remnant, Rolling Thunder coming through. Noxious Plague and Hanskin gonna be bounced back with the Flame Break. Noxious Plague bounces over to Merlin as well as Jibe. They've got some damage here, and it is Batrider getting low, but not dying.
Almost trying to save this Invis rune. Let's see if Respect
Oh, Mystic Flare.
with his life.
Okay.
Didn't even see the Mystic Flare.
Yeah, you
it's
see it for a
always
split
Invis,
second and it's gone.
I don't know why. It's just... It's been like that for years now.
Yeah. Never see it, never around. But Alliance were kind of getting off to a hotter start, or hotter couple of minutes, and all of a sudden they're like, it feels like it's slowed down a lot. But the fact that they ended up losing S4 again. He's almost got that Axe.
Big timing. This Axe that you just mentioned. You will also have Naga Siren be ready to join. Needs to farm 500 gold to finish off that Orchid. And then she can play the fights like you definitely want to join. For now, Charlie's sitting at 0-0-0. But as soon as he gets it, they're going to look for a fight.
So we'll see how quickly that does end up happening. His illusion's lasting for a while, so he's able to farm with them and get some gold while he sits back in the fountain and heals up. Here's the Axe for the Slum. And Blink Dagger there for this Winter Wyvern means they could get positioning into the Winter's Curse. Oh, the Rolling Thunder doesn't come back around. Now they're able to assimilate, and Chuan's kind of left in this weird spot. False Promise used early from Respect, and they are going to put him over the threshold to get this kill. So they'll take him away, and now there's no save. He'd used it on himself, and, well, I mean, he was pretty much full health, but still dying there.
Now for another minute and 30 seconds, Alliance can go for another kill. Oracle has been causing a lot of problems for them with the spell mechanic, also removing shield crash from Pango. One of the reasons why I said Chuan can't really get close to the fight, so needs to play it slightly differently. And now Charlie, Orchid done, which is going to give him infinite mana sustain, so it doesn't need to go back. Going into Heart next. Ooh. Merlin. Yeah. Merlin and Wisdom, these two things go really well together.
Oh. Let's see. So they've got S4 Primal Roar in 40. They were building Ags on Chuan, but he's going into the Blink Dagger next.
Radiant's middle tower is
See if he commits to that. They're just trying to come down towards bottom. Charlie still now just farming over mid. They've got the Ancient Seal. They have the view on a Merlin, and they will get that kill. Mid lane, by the way, Charlie with an Orchid just rips up Jibe. Aether Remnant lands. Naga Siren.
Song. Get it off.
Rooted and goes into the mirror image. Astral Step once again. Charlie now forced to use that song. Respect is going to end up dead. They might even just go here for Supreme. They've got the Orchid back up. Sunder's going to be used on Ochuan. Do they have the control to get the kill here? Ponlo doesn't have the Mystic Flare. Now they followed up with the Primal Roar. They get the kill to Supreme.
That was such a nicely move there from Charlie, waiting until Song knows that they don't have enough damage to burst him immediately, then moves away slightly from Oracle just so that Pango can get a kill, and then comes back into the fight. Orchid's another target, gives enough time for Skywrath Mage to connect with his silence on Void Spirit, and they secure a kill. So this is a huge timing for Alliance. Even though the laning stage didn't look too good, this is what I expected to see from Alliance. You know, just team fighting, poke, damage over time, random swashbuckles. Naga Siren is going to be now super annoying with the illusions. As soon as she gets this heart, it's going to be almost impossible to kill Charlie.
I think Chuan went back to finishing off that Ags. Charlie, who, like you said, played that fight really well. Heart's going to make him unkillable. Terribly wasn't able to really do anything Nande as much as he wants to with the Manta and the Butterfly. Things actually work out for him. They're going to jump in and look like they could get a kill here, at least onto Ponlo. They should find a second Hanskin. That's the combination of the damage that they want. That's without using really much of anything.
On two supports, Roshan is on Radiant's side, so they might go for it. S4, he's been caught. But they don't have any stuns. Supreme, no Astral Steps available. This is a good move from S4, buying a little bit more time so that Into the Breach doesn't go for Rosh. We can expect Roshan to be killed in the next few minutes. Both teams, they do have enough damage for it. It's just, can they go in and just straight up take it? I could see Alliance going in for Rosh, threatening it, because you have Song to reset. You still need to be careful about this Blink Curse, because Shibe picked up Blink Dagger as his second item. But they have more than enough damage. Drums of Slum, Wild Axes, and then you have Pangos with the Swashbuckle. In the end, decides to go for Aghanim Scepter. Now Terrorblades, and also for both supports, it's gonna be such an annoying team fight to come into. Look at where Hanskin is. He's ready. Already placing these deeper Plague Wards. Smoked. He's getting caught.
Oh, here we go. Primal Roar is going to be used. Now they've got the False Promise. Hanskin's going to throw out the Noxious Plague. Swashbuckle puts him over the threshold, so he might pop here. Winter's Curse.
On Pango, that's a good one.
Chuan. All right. Rod of Atos to follow it up. He goes into the Shield Crash. He's trying to survive, but he ends up getting taken out, so does Hanskin. Mystic Flare was dropped down. Ponlo ends up falling through his dead on the side of Alliance. They've got buyback available on the Skywrath Mage, but that's not what they really want to use. Hanskin ends up killing off Jibe post-death. And now Aether Remnant landing, but they've got the Song. Do they want to just TP? Or no, they're just going to run. They want to stay close.
They still want to maybe threaten it. They know how low Roshan was. Heroes are going to start to respawn. There's a Hog that just scouted them out. It was such a nice curse there coming out from Jibe to try to set things up. And Venomancer, he's out already. Naga Siren gonna send another round of illusions. They're not gonna be able to do it. Nande, no meta anymore. They know that there's no false promise. Winter's Curse has been used, and now this Roshan belongs to Alliance. Into the Breach needs to fall back.
They really just abandoned it like that. That's such great movements from Alliance, because I thought they were going to TP out. Instead, they stay nearby, meaning that they can poke and prod on this. Aegis is theirs.
I want to see one Lotus Orb being built on 2 supports. Like, even Pango could get it. I know that like Lincoln Sphere also sounds juicy. Speaking of Lotus, there's one being built by Merlin to remove like Disarm, good against Primal Roar, Silence, Venomancer, Skyrat Mage. Really good item. Like, there was a time where
Choyan playing aggressive.
He's very aggressive. Atos, keeping him in place. It caused him a lot of trouble in the previous fight. Curse into Atos, into damage from Terrorblade. But now, we'll be holding that Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So can they start to push these towers? Because they do have a Beastmaster, but it's not a Beastmaster with a Helm of the Overlord. It's just Beast. Or they've got Naga Siren. They can push in with those illusions. They are cutting the creep wave with them, and they're going to start to take this tier 2 over bottom.
Steady 5k gold lead for Alliance in the last like 5-7 minutes. Funlow underneath the Shadow Amulet, maybe trying to get a kill here. Hanskin, he's baiting.
Oh, baiting will work. No, he comes out of the Shadow Amulet. So they got the bottom tier 2. They have illusions pushing up into the high ground. So Alliance with the Aegis, they can kind of feel free to sit here. They have Song in 40 seconds. It's a little bit of a long duration, but maybe they want to push the mid tier 2 as well.
Merlin took the creep wave in the bottom lane, trying to get the farm and gonna cut it one more time, maximizing the farm.
It's the Remnant. Backlines, Primal Roar. Now they're rolling Thunder, but the False Promise. Chuan actually never goes for the Void Spirit. He's going out of the backlines looking for Nande. Bounces him up into the air. Whoa! Getting away. Respect. He's able to use that Blink Dagger, but he'll end up eventually falling. So now you've got no False Promise. You have no save. You have no heal coming in, and Metamorphosis was used by this Terrorblade, and it's only got about half the duration left on it, and they're back to having Song.
Alliance doesn't care too much about not having their ultis available, because you can still like Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, Naga Siren, gonna be annoying with the illusion. Same goes for Veno, and this is the annoyance that I talked about, where it's so difficult for both supports, especially Oracle, to play the game. Does have Blink Dagger, needs to keep the distance, but like Pango, if he gets the Rolling Thunder off, finds him, he's gonna die. And this Veno, look at what Hanskin has been doing. Like, he's been farming a lot. Considering the start that he had, he's the most farm support in the game right now.
Yep. Going in for his Boots of Bearing. Got the gold for it if he wants to buy it out. And he will. And they just kind of rotate. Bottom, take the tier 2. Mid, take the tier 2. Supreme. You get caught here. They've got the haste. They have a Blink Dagger. Supreme needs to find an escape. He's going to go through the rocky bridge up on the high ground.
Oof,
to the outer edge.
Lincoln Sphere. Not sure if I like it too much on Terrorblade. I think he needs to go all in on damage. Not the item you want to buy on the hero, because there's Lotus Orb on your Batrider, there's Wyvern, there's Oracle to dispel things like the multiple layers of save. So I'm not sure if he actually needed it. I feel like you need to be the one going all in, just having this explosive damage, getting something like Daedalus to be able to hit the targets, maybe even kill Pango during the Rolling Thunder.
Can they kill Pango during the Rolling Thunder? It feels like it's been so difficult for them to have the extra control as Alliance have started to pick off these heroes one by one, right? But they're eventually going to have Jibe, who is 900 gold away from having this Ags. Hanskin on the run. Fortune's End on a Nande. Hanskin still running, eventually dying. But at the same time that's happening, they get to kill the Winter Wyvern, who did use Winter's Curse.
That's a solo one.
Is that their
almost 700 gold for S4 there. third most farm hero in the game now. Beastmaster with Axe can do that. It's all about those stacks. Staxes for the axes. That's how you come back into the game. Pay no taxes.
Damn.
Just kidding. You gotta do it. Otherwise, RSA is gonna go and contact you. Yep, Merlin again. He's cutting the creep wave. Just wants to prolong the game. But I don't think Alliance minds too much about not being able to go for high ground. They're gonna take another tier 2 tower. That's the last one. Could go for enemy Tormentor. Take the XP rune as well. Let's see who's gonna pick it up. They might give it to Charlie actually, because Nagasiren, one of these heroes that doesn't get too much XP.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there
Shield
it
of the
is.
Scion.
Of course. God forbid that Venomancer picks it up.
Now you gotta get it for your own. Take your own Tormentor. That's how it gets. How you get it onto the Venomancer.
Now your Pango could get it, which could be massive.
Yeah, roll up's nice. Psychic Headband here for the Oracle. Always great to have. Looks like maybe into the breach are going to be looking to fight.
Hawk scouted them
but
out.
They're rolling Thunder, now bouncing them up into the air. The False Promise is used early because they got the Mystic Flare Gem and the Merlin. They're going to put past the threshold. They don't really need to hit him anymore. The roll keeps coming. S4, Primal Roar. It's onto the Void Spirit. Good. Winter's Curse. It's onto the Skywrath Mage. That'll get the kill. They go to the Song. That's going to stun up 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes. But where's the follow-up? Who do they want to go for? They'll blink away on Jibbe. Nande moving forward. He's still got the meta. Hanskin on the run. Charlie, though, where's he off to? He's not really doing much. He's controlling the illusions to go after these heroes, but he's off on the other way.
Yeah, they want to reset. As soon as meta's down, I could see Alliance coming back into the fight.
Yeah,
they don't have
keeping the
Roar,
vision.
or just Swashbuckles. Charlie can provide vision.
Oh boy, Aether Remnant. Charlie. Now going to use that mirror image. They've got the disarm. It's onto the Winter Wyvern. They've got Chuan onto the backlines. They're looking for the Void Spirit. They've got him working it up. They get the Cold Embrace off to get him a little bit of heal. Jibbe getting low, but the Swashbuckle lands. They get the Cold of Jibbe. They'll end up losing Chuan. And now, what else can you get from this? TP out from Supreme. He was close to dying. Nande's able to survive it all. And they lose the Pango.
Well, Pango needs some kind of a defensive item. Needs some kind of protection coming out from his own teammates, whether that's a Force, a Glimmer, but then again, he's the one, like, they took out Skywrath Mage immediately. This Lincoln Sphere needs to come up as soon as possible on Pango. Needs that protection. I still want to see another Lotus Orb being built by any of them. He could also go for it, but you also want to, like, get a higher tier item, something like a Basher to control Terrorblade even more.
Merwin. Just keeping the illusion on him. They've got the Primal Roar. They have the kill. Just slomming all over them. So, 10k lead.
Radiant's
See.
middle tower is under attack.
Where do you go from here if you're the side of Into the Breach?
Wyvern picked up Axe. That's a big damage item. If he can keep the distance, you have enough mana sustain to, like, have it for a good 60 seconds in a team fight, even if you use a curse, like a couple of Splinter Blasts, toggle it on and off. Should be enough.
When's in a minute. Taking a look at the items here. Jibbe's got that extra cast range. Eel Song on Charlie. Almost has that butterfly. Chuan doing a good job. He's got the Diffusal Ag's Blink.
Another big round of items that you mentioned. Naga Siren picked up that butterfly. So now Terrorblade not gonna be dealing any damage. Already went into his damage item, which is dataless, so now needs to go for MKB as well. And speaking of big items, Nullifier. Like, we've seen this item being super good. In this game, it's not really that great. Sure, you can, like, dispel Solar Crest, Glimmer Force, Shield Crash from Pango. But it's not that like, oh, they can't really do anything, because if he jumps in, they can still lock him down and kill him.
So they're coming wrapping around by the Roshan pit. They're going to be over by the Twin Gate, so they'll have him just trying to scout a little bit. But there's the illusion coming forward and getting the vision there. Keeping an eye on these heroes as up and around is Shibe for a moment. Backing away, but the positioning here from Alliance, if they win this fight 5-0 grabbing Aegis, they should be able to finish the game, but this is certainly the pathway back for Into the Breach. They need to commit, though, to getting a chance at this Roche.
Look at these illusions. Batrider already lost 500 HP. Oracle will help them with some of that chip damage that they're doing. Nande takes the tower.
Okay. It's good to take, too, because if they can get a kill, they don't want these Alliance heroes buying back and coming into the Tier 1 tower, right?
There's Hawks cutting them out. They see pretty much every single one of them, so they're gonna start Roshan.
Yeah, look at how they're getting pushed away.
Vision, Boars, Plague Wards, illusions on the ground.
Should be able to stop the blinks. They need to stay split so they don't get hit by a bad Winter's Curse, though, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, even if they get hit by it, both supports do have buybacks available. Not Tier 2 tower to TP to, but they're looking for this chip damage, get something out of them.
They have to immediately used.
Going back into Roche Pit.
Very tense fight, waiting for the right opening, trying to find a spot to get in on. They still have the smoke on this Skywrath Mage.
Speaking of tense, very tense FPS, Naga starting with all the illusions, plus Terrorblade. All we're missing is Monkey's ulti and Phantom Lancer, some like position 4 Phantom Lancer to crash the game.
And Vacuum Wall. That one always does it.
I think they need to say goodbye to this Roche again. I don't think they can contest it. Look at Merlin. Half HP. Charlie's been doing a really good job setting out these illusions, microing them in different directions, not allowing Into the Breach to find an opening.
Yeah. They really just, again, it's the poke and prod potential that they have on this Alliance lineup that you talked about, where it's like, okay, we're just going to make sure that you're low-ish, and can we get this, like, can we get this to a point where you feel too uncomfortable to, like,
Charlie's so tanky, like 4,000 HP, doesn't even have a tier 3 neutral item yet. Tier 4 is about to drop in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Especially now with Bloodthorn that it's about to be picked up. So, because he thinks he can't die, he gave away Aegis to Beastmaster, and Pango's the one holding the cheese.
Winter's Curse.
They caught him again.
Can they kill him off in time? They've got the lasso to follow it up. They get the kill there. Aegis is on S4. That's a big kill to get.
There's a different route of items if Chuan wants to go for it, because he's been the target in the last couple of fights, so might need to disassemble his Arcane Boots, maybe get Aeon Disc if he feels like that he can survive, if this Lincoln Sphere is not enough for him to survive through this Curse, Lasso, damage from Terrorblade, and you can see how much damage Terrorblade can do now with his meta, plus Daedalus available, sitting on 6,000 gold. So Alliance lost a big chunk of gold in the last couple of minutes. I think it was up 10k, and now it's down to 7.
They're trying to push in this creep wave over bottom. They've sent Hanskin to just kind of sit here. He's got a good amount of net worth, but at the same time, it's like Alliance really aren't getting anything done in terms of objectives. Yes, they get Roche, but they lose this Pango, and they're just forced to kind of stop here, right?
Delaying this Aegis that Beastmaster's holding still does have it for another 3 minutes.
Now you've got Swift Blink. I have a feeling if Nande gets a chance to fight on the high ground, he might just rip these heroes out. Charlie now pushing his illusions onto the high ground over mid, while the Plague Wards and the rest of the team pushing the creeps bottom.
You gotta defend. This is gonna be very quick. This is some sick damage coming onto the tower. Beastmaster, Nagasaran with pretty much 6 slotted at the moment. Even picked up Shard for himself to have that extra protection, like during Winter's Curse. Maybe it's gonna make a difference. So he can come in with the song. There's not going to be anything follow-up. Nande going through backdoor protection and manages to kill the tower now onto the range barracks.
Alliance, I think they're just sitting a little bit too cautiously, too far back, and they might just lose this Rax through the backdoor protection. These illusions trying to do the damage. They've got no creeps here. We'll just be short of it.
Both teams
Rowan also stealing another wisdom rune.
feeling comfortable enough to go for this split push. But I feel Naga Siren is much more annoying. She does have more illusions. Venomancer, Beastmaster, if you are not there to defend the base immediately, you're gonna get punished. But someone needs to take care of this top lane. There's not a single member of Alliance in the base. They're pinging it out.
I can't believe they were the ones threatening mid and bottom.
I'm enjoying this a lot.
Alliance with the Aegis and the Cheese, they're moving at the will of Into the Breach, not the other way around. And there goes that tier 3. And the Rain Tracks.
He needs that lucky shot to proc. It's a longer duration lucky shot with Timeless Relic on Pango. Oh man, these DB illusions. Somebody kill it. Butterfly, please.
This is insane.
What
I
are we
can't believe
watching?
you have the Aegis, you have a Naga Siren, you're pressuring the bottom lane of tier 3 and the mid lane, and all of a sudden you're the one losing towers and racks.
You might need some like Skyra damage, magic damage that deals with those illusions. Now they're doing it again.
This is wild.
Here comes another one.
They have illusions pushing top now. They're trying to get towers of their own. They haven't quite gotten it yet. Chuan, he's in trouble. Forced to use that Rolling Thunder. Now they're going the other way. They've got these axes thrown over. At least they can get Merlin. Looking like he's going to be the one who dies, but bouncing back the Noxious Plague. Hanskin.
They needed to slow him down. Nande still going for it. The key here is to keep trying. Keep sending out these illusions to this top lane, force them to do something, but look at what Charlie's doing right now. All 3 lanes are being pushed in, and he gets the top tower.
Finally, they get a tower. Finally, they break the high ground.
Well, if there's one Rat Dota org, that's definitely Alliance. This is how they won TI. You can't out-rat this org, no doubt about it.
Yeah, they're not going up against backdoor protection. You just hear it. Can you hear that in the distance? Little Rat Dota. They get a kill there on a respect. They use the Winter's Curse. They end up trading Ponglo. They buy back on the Bat Rider as well as the Oracle. They're going to fight this. False Promise used on Jibe. He's not going to be over the threshold. And now, Charlie,
he almost got that
more
top
illusions.
melee
There's a gem on the deck.
It's been a while since I saw a game like this where there's like split push going on from both teams. Like no one able to deal with the illusions.
You just hear it. You are constantly hearing that. They're just ratting.
Is that your best rat impression?
I have a cold right now. It's kind of tough to do my best, you know. It's just the eating sounds.
So what do rats do when they don't eat?
Eat. Eat some more.
They eat some other rats, yeah. I watched a documentary.
I see them all the time here.
They train the turtles, that's what they do.
Oh, he can't roar when he's got the Lotus, and with the lasso, S4 is dead. Well, I guess he could roar, but it bounces back and you die, so it doesn't quite matter. They're still gonna fight like Charlie's down here. They're gonna look. Swashbuckle Lotus Orb once again. Concussive shot off the blink, reflecting back that Ancient Seal. Shield of the Scion at 2 charges.
Oof, what an intense... Like, this is anyone's game to grab. There's double damage that just spawned bottom. Supreme, he's looking with this nullifier.
Uh-oh, now the roll. There's the song. And the TP's out. The illusions anywhere? Doing some work? No, not yet. Gonna TP this Void Spirit over bottom, and he clears up a creep wave very easily.
Big difference
All right.
in terms of XP. Naga Siren doesn't get that much FP once like she keeps the distance. Nande, level 24, Charlie only level 21, so Turblade getting closer to his level 25 talent. And now they pick up the Wisdom Rune, they pick up the Shard as well.
It was Venomancer who received the Shard, so maybe the Lincoln toxicity will be the big game changer. Spell Prism too for S4. So upgrading from the Quickening Charm to the Spell Prism.
Oh yeah, that extra 2%.
Hey,
Gonna feel real nice. Then gives mana regen, gives you some extra stats, but yeah, this item was so OP when it dropped.
Sunday top again. Just illusions top. Eating these creeps.
Speaking of illusions, Charlie, everything on this mid tower. Good luck. Extra mirror image illusion, that 20 talent. Well, you guys gotta do something about the base. He wants to finish off this top barracks that he started. And might be able to do it. Glyph already gone. Yeah, he's gonna get 2 maybe.
Nande's going for illusions up at the top lane. They get the kill to Hanskin. Supreme takes him out. There's another range Rax taken away.
There's another Rax taken on the top lane by Nande.
Yeah, he's going for a range Rax of his own. He's looking for the melee Rax. Just slowly but surely. Oh. Surviving?
He knows where he is.
Yeah, he knows where he is. He is TPing nowhere. Right.
He was thinking about popping meta just to get that extra range and maybe get the kill. But then again, Roshan, you might need it to take a fight. So did not want to risk it. Another
illusions
TB
mid.
illusion.
Oh, backdoor.
I think we should split the screen in half until the game ends. Just have both bases because that's what's been happening for the last... And another melee barracks on the mid lane. Sure, you kill Roshan, you lose melee barracks, you lose another tier 3 tower, and he's gonna start eating the range barracks as well. This is unhealable damage we're talking about.
Yeah, but now he, well, has Terror Wave. Jesus. The Tormentor. Ooh, Astral Step coming in, and that's going to be Pangolier receiving an Ag Shard. Song, Rolling Thunder, and Alliance are away. And Respect
and gets a kill.
Okay.
Collateral damage. So he's figuring it out. He's like, yeah, let's play this bottom part. Let's go for Mega Creeps. We have another song available in 50 seconds. Ninja Gear, he's smoked up. These illusions are extremely fast. 460 movement speed.
Damn. That's quick. Okay. I'm just watching. I'm split screening. I got my eyes set like a chameleon. Looking top, looking bottom. Trying to look at all these lanes, seeing who's going to rat it up.
One thing he does is uses this Ninja Gear. So he receives extra move speed from the smoke and then pops his illusions, which brings him over 500 move speed, which causes the problems for Into the Breach. Seems like Into the Breach, they're going to go all in. They want to go for tier 4s. You got to take the fight now. Let's see what happens.
Okay, they're going to go for the tier 4s. All right. Just straight tier 4s while they're fighting Megas. This is the Rat v Rat lineup. And a song.
Trying to buy a bit more time for this
tier
meta.
4s available, and now they're going to go for the tier 4 towers. They go to the Terror Wave. They've got the Witcher's Curse. They're controlling it as the throne's going to be hit with the right clicks. Aether Remnant. They've got the Venomancer in some trouble. They're going to use these illusions. The throne's down to 2,000 health. Notch's playing Primal
TB's
Roar.
getting stunned.
Can they
He's
stop
dead.
it? They've got the kill to Nane. He buys back.
The throne,
Merlin's
400.
going to fall. 300, 200, 100. Oh my God.
They can't kill it yet. Oh, 7 HP died.
Oh no! Alliance lose to the Rat Dota and Into the Breach win.
Oh God. they need that. Like they needed to defend it, and maybe some extra region would kick in. But I have not seen game like this. I don't think in a really long time since we've seen like both teams split pushing. What a crazy ass game!
That was just. That damage on the tier 4s. Charlie's got illusions on the other ones. They're not dealing nearly as much damage. It's like, all right, cool, you've got mega creeps. Well, you just lost the game. That was, whew, I mean, as close as it really gets, right? Like, if they lose that fight right there, I think Alliance just walk on to win the game. But Rat Dota, best Dota, I guess. Just you just beat the Rat Masters. You just beat Master Shredder.
What a crazy game! Like, not that like. If they TP 2 seconds earlier, just let Naga Siren finish off these barracks in the bottom lane, you should have enough.
Right.
Song, try to buy a little bit more time. I wanted to see a Lotus Orb on Alliance. There was not a single one against this Curse, against this Sunder, Oracle, Merlin's Batrider. It's kind of like tough to digest what just happened.
Yeah, yeah. It just got ratted out. I mean, that is heartbreaking, right?
Yeah, I clicked on the throne. Throne was 7 HP, and because of like the lag before it actually dies, I thought that they maybe like managed to get the defense and try to reset, run down the enemy mid lane. Terrorblade did buy back, so he could come back with the Boots of Travel and start hitting on it. But yeah, it's as I said, this game could have gone both ways, but. What a crazy game. As expected, coming into the series, both teams, I would say, are on the same level. Charlie, like, finishing the game on Naga Siren with 0 deaths, that's just crazy.
Yeah, considering the outcome of the game, yeah. 5-0-7. Like, doesn't die in that game, but doesn't end up winning it either. That was at 24-25, as neck and neck as it gets. I'm waiting for the replay to get us there to that last little bit, because that was, yeah, here we go. Oh, right into it.
This is also like Crimson Guard. I want to slow it down, see what's going to happen. Song buying a little bit of extra time. Naga Siren tries to proc Lincolns, because you can do it now during the song.
He's waiting for just the right moment.
Yeah, rest of the team, like Batrider is hitting the throne while all this is happening because they can't deal damage during the curse. And TB Illusions, he's getting controlled. Random swashbuckles. If there's like a random swashbuckle that hits, and Jibe keeping the distance, does not get disarmed, pops the Manta style. That's it. That's the last one. Terrorblade. Okay, he blinked in. Okay, he blinked in and finished it off. I didn't see that because the game lagged. I was just like, okay, are they actually doing it? Pretty much. But yeah, insane game from Nande. I think he's definitely deserves to get MVP in this one. Was able to out-rat Naga Siren. Kept pushing this top lane with Butterfly. Not enough magic damage to deal with those illusions. And in the end, buys back, blinks in, and finishes off the throne.
I mean, he's definitely my MVR. I think Nande is definitely the MVP. He's my MVR, most valuable rat. He was ratting it up. Throw those rat jams in the chat. Little left and right, scurrying around. And then eventually wins the game. I mean, the Lincolns ends up coming in for him. I don't know how much it did, but it looked like it did enough to keep him kind of doing it right. But once he got that Swift Blink, it felt like he was outputting so much damage.
Butterfly, Daedalus,
not able to kill the illusions.
Yeah, plus Blink. It's just so much damage. You blink in, you destroy these targets. Like kill participation, of course, going to be low. This is Terrorblade we're talking about. He got the first blood and was off to a really good game. Like he was sitting in this bottom lane for a long time. Died once because of that, but he was very high level. Like you could feel the difference. He has he's been level 24 compared to Naga Siren, who was level 20 at the time. And yeah, we're in for a treat. This whole series, I feel like it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens in game number 2. Right now, Into the Breach have a 1-game lead, so we'll be back with game 2 in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back here to some more Western Europe action in Division 2. We just saw Rat Dota rat it up. It was fun.
Yeah, on one side you had Ratata, on the other side Raticate, the upgraded rat that did manage to deliver. And can Alliance come back from this game? Like, because it was their game to lose, no doubt about it. Like, they had really significant gold lead throughout the game. Like, the last 20-25 minutes of the game was pretty much theirs, taking Roshan. Some of these Rosh fights looked really good for them.
Right.
But what I think broke them is some like really good curses coming out from Wyvern. Jibe played it amazingly. Like, his first rotation comes to the mid lane, gets a kill, then sits in the trees in the mid lane, gets like a second kill, third kill after that, got a couple of kills in the laning stage as well. Some really good stuff coming out from Jibe.
Yeah, it was really good. I think that Winter Wyvern did a lot of work. The couple good Winter's curses that were just on point, especially that one at the end of the game, which allowed them to take the throne. So we'll see what they allow from Alliance in this second game. Like, are they going to ban out some of these more key figures here, like the Terrorblade at one point? Are they going to ban out the Winter Wyvern at all? Or are there more things, bigger fish to fry, that are available in terms of heroes from the last game? So take a look here. Is the first ban is the Medusa, which is not too much of a surprise.
Yeah, most of the teams still do give respect ban to Medusa. It makes the games very difficult. If you can't put the pressure on Medusa, she gets like 2-3 item timings, and you're like, well, we screwed up. We just don't have enough damage. We were looking for this like earlier timing. Also, if you like the draft doesn't develop in the way that you want it to, could be a rough one. So let's see what Alliance has prepared for this second game, because I still agree with what I said, that their draft looked much better overall.
Right.
Laning stage wise, I don't think they should lose this bottom lane. They played it a bit careless, getting some early kills onto Terrorblade, then Oracle getting 2-3 kills after that. So off lane needs to do slightly better, I would say. Charlie had really good performance. Like, Charlie was all over the place. Like, if they won the game, definitely MVP from Alliance. But, it had to be one of those illusion carries.
Yeah, just the Terrorblade, once he had that butterfly and was throwing those illusions out, they were really struggling on the side of Alliance to clear up those illusions, right? Like, he would just come in and get so much damage out of these buildings, and then what do? You just, it's unhealable damage you were giving away. Can't give that up again.
Radiant team pick.
So same bans as in the previous game. Alliance, they do have first pick this time.
Right.
Let's see if they go with Beastmaster one more time. We'll take Batrider instead.
All right. We've seen the Batrider work a little bit. It's been hit or miss. We'll see if it continues to be that way. But first pick Batrider, we've seen this a lot. It's become this first phase pick often.
Into the Breach did it in the previous game. They were the ones that had first pick.
Right.
So now Into the Breach thinking what kind of a trade that they want to get. We'll get Void Spirit. This hero still does so many things, even though he's not off to like the greatest start. Finding these supports, getting the kills. Hero will always get the Syskull, will be very involved in some of these like earlier fights.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Bloodseeker picked up like straight away. Like just 2 cores. We've been seeing that more and more in Western European DPC as well. The hero like does extremely well against a lot of these matchups, doesn't have many counters. And now Alliance, after seeing this Pugna, need to decide how they want to approach it. Pugna will gives you this sustain, not the best combo with Pugna plus Void Spirit. It's not Pugna Storm Spirit, not even close to it, but still okay. So Alliance still goes for the Beastmaster, which is fine. Now gives vision for lasso targets later when Batrider picks up Blink Dagger. So swapping things around a bit. Still having strong opener on side of Alliance, no doubt about it.
And we see this Beastmaster a lot. We'll see what it could do if it's going to go into that Helm of the Overlord build or the Aura build. That'll be the question.
One hero that's still in the pool is Doom, which Into the Breach could pick up. Since you have Beastmaster, you might need to ban it, but for now, giving respect to Morphling, Nande's Morphling is a menace. There's like a couple of these Morphling players that are really, really good, and we've seen it being used as a counter to a lot of these like universal carry heroes. Mag definitely comes to my mind.
Right.
Mag is now banned, but once you pick up that Aghanim Scepter, the game really shifts into his favor. No puns intended. This time.
But next time there will be more puns, right? Because he said no puns this time. So, going to the ban of the Darkseer. Just leave that where it was. Ember ban. We saw in the last series there was the Ember Mirana Oracle combo that was pretty impressive. Mirana's a very, not situational hero, but I feel like there's teams that like it and teams that really just don't even pick it.
I'm not sure what to feel about Mirana. Like, some teams are picking it as last pick when it's like good game for it. Maybe you need an egg hitter or something like that. But a hero that could easily like fall off, put it in an awkward spot where you can't really do much with the hero, especially if you mess up like the first 5 minutes of the game.
And the Storm getting rid of another mobile mid. See them, if they want to ban another mobile mid, I could see them also trying to maybe ban the Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah, I could see it happening.
Puck.
They don't have like the most control. But there's also Timber ban that they could go for.
Right.
Because like Pug and Void Spirit, they really don't deal well with the Timber Saw.
All right. Well, you seem to be doing this again where you are predicting everything correctly. I might leave it to you to really get everything right on this draft.
I think Puck is now a better choice. That Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain's still good, don't get me wrong. It's just that you can't get charged by Spirit Breaker until he gets like his Shadow Blade, has like bazillion movement speed, then you can't like even react. He's like going from some strange direction. You already know the matchup. Void Spirit can be flexed, like we've seen some teams played as a carry, but I feel like from the mid lane, it still feels the best. Now, this is a good response. Magic damage against Pagna. And also having Ice Bat, so Alliance, picking up strong laners again. Let's see if they go with like Nagasarin again, if they feel the hero is going to be banned or not, so need to think about this one. Because in the previous game, they did ban Morphling and PL. I think it's also, again, a good PL game, so probably Into the Breach will pick Naga PL, like you want to be looking for a counter now.
They go back and this time swap it for the Naga Siren.
There's a third option, Faceless Void. I think this hero can also work because they don't have save. Sure, you have Roar that you can, like, depends on the chrono placement. If Beastmaster can catch you while you use your Chronosphere, then there's not going to be damage. Also, damage inside Chrono, there is not that much. There is like Pugna, setting things up later for Spirit Breaker and Void Spirit. Okay, Into the Breach. They thought this Wyvern worked out nicely, which definitely did. Shiba played it extremely well. And they also have flexibility between Wyvern and Spirit Breaker, who's going to be playing position 3. Most likely going to be Wyvern.
Interesting to see this Wyvern again. It felt like it was good. It did feel like it took a little while for it to kind of come online. Does need a couple of items here and there, and if it's going to be in that core role, because it could still be what? The 4-position Winter Wyvern. Would it be an offlane Spirit Breaker in this lineup?
Yeah, but then you will be stuck with 4 Wyvern and 5 Wyvern, which is really not that great. So most likely, I'd say 95%, this is position 5 Wyvern we're talking about, position 3 Wyvern we're talking about. With Spirit Breaker, it's a strong lane. Like, you can get the kills. So banning out that Faceless Void that we mentioned. I like how I use we. It's like big brain. We talk about something, I add you, but I don't add you when I'm like when I say something really stupid. Then I just say it was myself. I lied when I talked about the stacks.
I appreciate you bringing me up to your level. Truthfully, I makes me feel smart. Semi-smart. It just makes me feel involved. I like being involved. It's okay. So let's see what these final bans are.
So one of these illusion heroes are going to be left to the pool. This is an interesting ban, because when I was going through the heroes that Nande played, and I have it opened, he's played 8 matches of Arc Warden in the last week and having 75% win rate, which is pretty nuts to think about. It would be really good here against Terrorblade. Builds into magic damage, so leaving 2 heroes that do have like illusion-based hero, PL and Naga Siren. Is there something else that I'm missing that Into the Breach could go for? That sounds better than these 2? Okay, so Quap Band, as you said. There's Puck. Like, for Alliance, it just sounds too good right now. Great against Void Spirit. You make any rotation. You have, like, semi-ability to break the coil. Not the, like, best one. It's not Swap, but it's Flame Break. You have decent amount of damage during the coil, like follow-up Jakiro. So,
would you ever Jug here for Into the Breach?
Oh, no. Jug into Terrorblade is just a very difficult matchup. It's been like that for, like, I don't know, since forever. Yeah, you get close. Terrorblade just stands his ground, doesn't care too much about your ulti, beats you up, gets that Scotty reflection. You're kind of donezo.
I like that. That was a nice we on the Puck, I feel like.
Yeah, we really jumped on that Puck pick.
And then I think we put it together, right? I don't know. That was a 50-50 there. This next pick, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think anything else other than Naga or Phantom Lancer. Unless you want to go like safe lane Elder Titan. There's my contribution. There you go.
What about some? I don't know. It doesn't sound too good. I think it has to be one of those 2. When going through the hero list, not sure if they can find a better hero than PL or Naga Siren again. I think like Puck covers PL because you find the real one with the coil. But he can also, like, snap it. It's... oh, no. No, God, please, no.
Okay. And it's going to be... Offlane Winter Wyvern. Sure. Yeah, all right. Okay.
Like, I've seen Windranger having success against Terrorblade. Since you focus fire, he sunders you, like... You don't want to buy 3rd item MKB. Like, you want to save it for your 4th, 5th item.
Right.
But you also, like, do suffer from focus fire. I don't know. I just don't put a lot of faith into Windranger. I've seen this hero lose a lot. He's also going to be playing into Beastmaster Batrider lane, which is not the easiest lane to play into.
Does this feel like we're maybe going to a game 3?
I would say yes. I think this could have been 2-0 for Alliance, just judging by the picks. First game heavily favored them, still favored them in this one.
It's just about Alliance's execution, right? Like, even when they were ahead in that last game, they didn't execute that well. It's the first series against Level Up, it didn't feel like that was that great for them. So, kind of wonder where they're going to be in getting this execution. Like, I don't like the win runner either. We've been calling it lose runner for a while.
For a good reason.
Yeah, I had such a low percentage win rate, but I don't know. Against this Alliance lineup, I feel like you could kind of make anything work, right?
We'll have to see. Like, Vision game, gonna be, again, really strong. Like, Shibe playing Winter Wyvern, played it in the previous game, like, landed some sick curses. I think it's gonna come down to him whether he can make this hero work. And also Merlin, aka Merlini, as we like to call him. Let's see if he can be the one like making some really nice plays with this Spirit Breaker. Both teams inside the enemy triangle. Seems like they're not gonna find anything.
And nobody finding anything smoked up. Still not gonna get that 6 that 6 hero death pre-horned again. Already got it once today.
30 seconds to battle.
So we'll see how it goes, see what happens, because I feel like Supreme, if he has a good lane as well, he can kind of go off again, because he had a great time on this Void Spirit.
Yeah, in the lane, not as much. Was like 10 CS below Pango in the previous game. Now playing into puck matchup, which is not gonna be the easiest one. Like, still, you have to be careful about Batrider rotations. As soon as puck gets that coil, there's the fight.
All right, they're gonna try and go. They're gonna try and make a fight happen. Respect's already getting a little bit low. He's gonna be down for first blood, giving it over to the puck. Jibbe gets up onto the high ground, but he's still not away just yet. Merlin finds Pono. Maybe they could get the damage out, but they've got the dual breath, and I think Jibbe's going to be dead here too. Yeah. So 2 kills for Alliance to start this one off.
A great start for them. They needed some extra damage. Their level 1 is not as strong. What do you have? You have like Blast, Spirit Breaker, starting with Greater Bash. That's really not the ability that provides with much compared to like Wild Axes, Dual Breath, Flame Break, Double Blood Grenade that they used.
5 hero Reflection.
Yeah. These are some strong level 1 heroes on Alliance. And
Jibbe?
Let's see. Jibbe. No Arctic Burn.
Yeah, he might just be low and or dead
fine,
again. He's got 7
no
launch
blood
charges.
grenade.
Ooh, first
They're
hit bash.
bringing in extra regen on the courier. I assume the blood grenades are not available now. Let's see if they bought it. Yeah, Merlin bought one, so it wasn't available to be brought to this bottom lane, which would make the difference. Secured him another kill on Wyvern.
That blood grenade could be the difference maker. Now you're kind of fighting from behind, though, on this end of the breach lineup over bottom, right? Like, how are you going to make Charlie uncomfortable here?
These 2 heroes don't really do much. Like, Spirit Breaker, his right-click damage is pretty meh.
Yeah.
Like, you get close to Terrorblade, you'll get Reflection immediately.
Jibbe. Getting run down again. No. Couple bashes.
Okay, B-Cup?
I'm looking at bashes. 17% is 100%.
Yeah, I see heroes being full HP, except the top lane. Nanda is dropping relatively low.
Yeah, I mean,
We've
this
seen
is to be
different
expected, right?
Yeah, on Windranger, position 1, where you're like, I'll put in some, maybe 1 point in power shot, max out my Windrun, lower the cooldown, and prolong the duration on it.
Merlin is getting run down again. And an Arctic Burn, a turnaround. He needs a bash. Needs a bash. Can't find it. 17% is 0%. What did I say? 100%? I meant 0%.
If he gets the bash there, maybe they could get another hit, maybe get the return kill, but not happening. Already 1k gold lead for Alliance. This bottom lane looking really solid. Charlie 14-6 on Terrorblade on top of CS. Hansken level 3 Jakiro before 3-minute mark. Like, they're gonna suffer. Spirit Breaker just hit level 2. 2 points in Dual Breath, you hit that, plus Liquid Fire Reflection. Heroes are gonna be half HP.
There's the Dual Breath, and then there's the Reflection. Charge in. But I mean, you don't really have much help here from Jibbe at the moment. He's got Arctic Burn, but he doesn't want to use it, especially when he's sitting that far back in the lane. Top lane, S4 getting a little bit low. We saw him die a couple times in this lane before. These Nether Blasts, will they be enough? Hyundai 1-1-1, so Shackle Shot on cooldown at the moment. He does back up to pick up a Lotus Petal. Wind Run? Nothing doing. Nande doesn't exactly have a lot of damage in this lane, right? You're giving up free 20 gold on that Nether Ward. Flame Break over. Trees are going to be cleared up. Nothing to shackle to at the moment. As Pano not really devastated by the right clicks coming in from Nande.
It's a lot of spam, but they cut all the trees, as you said. Beastmaster doing one hell of a job. some of these heroes like Treant, Hoodwink are not as popular because the trees are looking kind of rough in this patch for these two heroes to play it. Not enough trees to latch onto them, and they utilize the trees. Nande does have Magic Wand and Healing Lotus, so he's going to be fine. There's going to be another Axis thrown from S4. Nande's still fine.
You say fine, but he's got no regen.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't die. Maybe in this situation would be better if he dies. He's bringing another healing cell, Bracer, and a belt. So his courier didn't go out immediately, was waiting for the items. Panlo will get the kill on the courier.
Yeah, they should be able to kill off Respect, right? They've got axes in a second. He runs the other way, he pops a south. But this is just keeping Nande away from the lane. Flame Break hits, and now Respect's in trouble. Nether Blast again. They've got the charge coming out of the S4. There's the Nether Ward. Shackle connects. Power shot in. S4 should be
charge coming up from
here.
The base.
This is taking a while. I feel like Nande's staying forward to keep his life low, to bait him in. As Jibe ends up dying to Charlie, though. Is this going to be worth it?
Kill here.
Maybe if they'll get the charge. That lands. Ponlo. One shot till dead. Power shot doesn't land. S4 jukes it. They've got the shackle that connects to the tree in the back. And this will be a double kill for Nande. Something they desperately need considering the bottom lane's going so well for Alliance.
Yeah, we've been watching this top lane for the last minute and a half or so. Didn't see too much action happening in the other lanes because constant pressure. They pushed out the lane. With this double kill, they're going to be able to, like, maybe come back, but the bottom lane's looking really rough. Jibe straight up not having a good time.
He's going to be 0-3 in a second. I don't know if this charge is going to come in time. Got Splinter Blast in a moment, but...
It's coming.
There's the Dual Breath. Charge. Does Charge just put Merlin in a bad spot? Jibe still dies.
Structures are fortified.
Level 2 Spirit Breaker. They can't afford to not pick up their Wisdom Rune.
Plan. Dream Coil. He might still die. Nether Blast. No. Surviving. Double Astral Step available. Blood Grenade. Now juking. Gets the Courier. Gets the kill. Ooh. Supreme. That's pretty fancy.
Raindrop kept him alive long enough. This blast would have finished him off, but still dies in the end. Deep Observer Ward behind enemy lines. Gonna scout out Merlin and Charlie. We'll start killing your tier 1 tower. There's also a catapult wave.
Jibe's dead again, I think, unless he gets to the high ground. Trying. Charge. Can he do anything with this? Splinter Blast. Charlie, he doesn't have meta, but he does have 9 charges on that wand.
He also does have 13 armor, so...
Yeah.
If you don't bash him, you deal 0 damage. Let's see. Oh, no. Oh, no. Respect managed to steal enemy Wisdom Rune. That's their way to come back into the game.
That's pretty big, yeah.
That's massive.
Because Hanskin was level 3 at 3 minutes, and now he's just level 4 at 7 minutes. Things have kind of slowed down for him. But double Wisdom Rune means your supports are going to get a little bit more out of this. Actually, Jibe is going to get more out of this. Shackle connects, Astral Step. And S4, another Astral Step with the Aether Remnant. He ends up dead to Respect.
Ooh, some of these earlier rotations from Supreme, we've seen it before. That Alliance was off to such a great start. 2k gold lead, now down to 1k. And it seems like with these 2 Wisdom Runes they picked up, they managed to stabilize the laning stage. They were bleeding out a lot, but now things are pretty even. Also, first coil usage didn't result in a kill against Void Spirit. Merlin. He is fighting.
Tran has Dream Coil.
He's thinking about it. Let's see if he can pick up the rune.
Charge.
Shield Rune top.
Shield Rune picked up by Respect. They go after Hanskin. Supreme has 1 Astral Step, so he's not going to make that jump. Thinking about maybe going to the Dream Coil and back up to a 2k lead because they have let this tier 1 bottom just drop. Jibe can't do anything but sack and farm some experience from far behind. It's leaving Nande, though. He's level 6. And he get into this Maelstrom quickly enough. He's only 32 and 8. And his net worth is 1,300 behind the Terrorblade, who's having just a perfect time at the moment.
Can't kill Beastmaster alone with Focus Fire. There is Vanguard available, so S4 is really tanky. They need this magical damage from both Void Spirit and Pangna. Used the smoke, but couldn't find anything. Nice read there from S4. Now gonna be farming this gigantic stack that they made for him.
Yeah, surprised at the lack of aggression and aggressive wards from Into the Breach, because I want to say stacks are the name of the game. We're not really seeing them trying to contest this at all.
Yeah, one sentry could do the trick on this big camp. Ancients, in terms of heroes that can farm it, they don't really have them. Beastmaster, sure, it takes slightly more time, but if you manage to like block one of these two camps, it's gonna be super good.
Finally, Jibe has that level 6, but he needs to get back into the game. I don't know how that happens for a Winter Wyvern like this with quite literally no gold.
We've seen same situation when Zai was playing this Wyvern. 0-5 and 0 or 0-5-1, still managed to win the game.
And Shackle doesn't connect, but Ponlo's still gonna die here. Merlin going off to the side, dual breath lands, so he'll burn up. Blood grenade on Chuan. He still has the Dream Coil if he wants to drop it down. Illusory Orb, he jaunts over to it, now uses the Dream Coil, but the Aether Remnant lands. They've got some control. It's on to Supreme, and the silence, but the Resonant Pulse, it's going to keep Supreme alive. They get the kill to Chuan, they'll look over at Hanskin. Now Nande's coming through. The Shackle doesn't connect to anything, but the Splinter Blast, the damage, the Winter's Curse, that'll set him up as the Life Drain comes in, and Hanskin falls to Nande.
They brought 5 heroes to this mid lane. Supreme way too tanky. He was level 7. This is Universal Hero we're talking about. Power Treads pops a magic wand with Resonant Pulse, immune to physical damage, and also some extra stats coming up from that pick ball, which also means extra damage. Look at his damage. He has 250 damage with that DD.
Balanced.
No coil. They can still take the fight.
Respect here. Astral Step away. Ice Path doesn't land. Flame Break doesn't bring Nande down to the low ground. They've got Splinter Blast, but they don't have a curse. They use that to control up Hanskin, and maybe they would have liked it a little bit more there. Merwin not even level 6 yet. But they're going to get to S4. They've got the charge. They need the Shackle. They're not going to get the Shackle before he's at the tree. Okay. That kind of turned a little bit. Axes, Nether Blast, Decrepify, Merlin trying to TP out, but they'll drop the Dream Coil with the Ice Path.
Merlin's fine with that trade, especially because they popped the Dream Coil. That's 4. Finally gets a token for himself. It's going to be Tumbler's Toy.
Where's Nande in terms of this Maelstrom? He's about to get it.
Yeah, when you play Carry Wind Ranger, different build when we play it from the mid lane, because from the mid lane you can afford to get this Road of Atos, but as a carry you want to farm up as soon as possible, so you want to go for that Maelstrom immediately.
Now Seeds of Serenity are down, they're not chasing. Well, they do get the bottle refill on that haste. The charge ends up connecting, and he's going to illusory jaunt away. Can they get anything from this, though? They'll chase this Jakiro. And Dual Breath, as well as the Life Drain, Ice Path, but Supreme's with him, and he's going to stick with him and get the kill.
Supreme plays so aggressive. Every single time there's coil down.
Charge.
Gonna dodge it, but...
Oh, bash!
Oh, gets
Aether Remnant. Oh, no! I just want to say, by the way, this Jakiro's still not level 6. After that start.
Yeah, he was what, like level 3?
At
3
minutes.
minutes into the game? 3 minutes. And now they lost another tower. Into the breach. They're back. They're fully back into this game. The good thing for Alliance is Charlie's also having a blast of a game. He's involved in 5 out of like 8 kills. These were relatively early laning stage kills, but on top of the network, found Spark of Courage for himself, continues to farm up. He is their win condition. Beastmaster, again, going for Ags after finishing off that Vanguard. Gonna be some extra damage, extra tankiness as well for him. Chuan needs to be careful. Like, I want to see them play with Chuan slightly more, because he's the target. This is level 1 phase shift. You misuse it, it's on an 8-second cooldown. There could be a charge coming out from Merlin. And Merlin's getting the gold. Like, most farm hero, like, in terms of the supports, out of all 4, will get Shadowblade as his next item, and Supreme. Same item build as we see on Void Spirit pretty much every game. Echo Saber into Manta style, have that Dispel mechanic.
Innovative.
Someone innovated that, and others started to copy it.
It has always been the same, but it's not even just him. It's all Universal heroes that seem to go that way. And they're in a core roll. Roar, Coil, Macro Pyre, and the lasso. Man, do they have a target, and it was on Supreme. Oh my god. I get showing up early for the new release, but Jesus.
That's 5 ultis if you count Meta as ulti on Terrorblade to get the kill there. Roar, Coil, Lasso, Jakiro's Macro Pyre, and and TB Meta just to secure that kill. Can't really blame them. He has been very elusive.
It's just like
immune
that,
to
he's
magic
back
damage
alive.
pretty much. You get Resonant Pulse and multiple heroes. Pavis from Pugna. You use the Cripify.
I wouldn't be shocked if they just smoke and go now, right? Like, you know they have nothing. Oh, Hanskin. Oh, surviving? Is he? No. All right, Charge's gonna come through. Aether Remnant, they have the control. And the kill will go to Supreme. Just like that, he's back at it with the white Vans.
I could see Into the Breach maybe trying to sneak Roshan while it's on Dire's side. If they can push this wave with Focus Fire Maelstrom, you have enough damage. Like, it's a slower Roche. Other heroes don't really do as much. But I could see them try to steal it because Alliance definitely wants to take it in the next couple of minutes. This is Beastmaster. As soon as he finishes off his Ags, Terrorblade with next meta in the 60 seconds, Jakiro's damage, Puck. I could see Alliance grouping up and trying to force a fight there.
Charlie.
That's a huge kill.
They've got the control. Can they get him before he sunders? No. He's able to sunder Winter's Curse, and they've run out of damage, so they need to run because they're going to lose at least respect. Another strike. Still going for it. Still trying to get this kill, but the Primal Roar, Merlin dies. Now the Dream Coil's down. They go to the Macro Pyre. They've got the lasso. Can they get the kill to Supreme? The power shot is out, and Nande, he's low, but Chuan and Panglo are dead. Back into the Macro Pyre. Nande's going to drop here to Hanskin.
They went in so deep on Terrorblade, who's holding Spark of Courage. Look at his armor. That's 24 armor when he's below 50% HP. So physical damage is not going to hurt him. Had some extra tower protection from that tier 1. But Chuan needs to be so much more careful. Some of his entries in the previous game and in this one, he's going madman mode. The rest of the team not around him, so if he misuses one of his abilities, gets charged, gets shackled, he's gonna drop. But still a good trade for Alliance. Not losing their carry and killing Nande.
Yeah, and because Nande's getting quick into the Gleipnir. That control is going to be problematic for the side of Alliance.
Into the Breach should not be looking into, like, straight up 5-on-5, because Alliance has a better team fight for now.
Right.
Their pick-off game is much stronger. Use this Focus Fire, Spirit Breaker Charge. Supreme is having a blast of a game. Use him, especially because he's holding onto Arcane Rune right now.
Let's see what they could do. Merlin, he wants that Shadow Blade pretty badly.
Thing is, you can't really farm with Spirit Breaker.
It's kind of tough.
Keep fighting. Yeah, I mean, you can charge it, but then you don't have it for 15 seconds.
And there's the right-click damage. Oh, another strike now, and the Shackle connecting.
Onto
That's
the
2.
boar. Oh, these are some,
mama.
like, freebies for Into the Breach.
Nande getting
Supreme's
more
still
money.
chasing. That's a huge one. He's gonna have another one. Ooh, doesn't connect. I was thinking about Astral Step, but if that Remnant connects, Nande was very close. With Windrun, Road of Atos, that's not gonna be a setup for his Shackle as well. Hawk, we'll scout him out.
Oh, that's a far-range roar, but the charge, the Resonant Pulse again. Now the Winter's Curse. Oh, no, 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 no. Chuan is gone. And that roar was used. You're slamming, but you ain't slamming enough. Can't slam through this slog. As they've got the life drain, they'll come in with the lasso. It's on a Nande. Oh, Nande. He's in trouble. The Ice Path lands on 2. They get the kill on S4. They end up losing Merlin and Nande, but do they have the damage to follow this up on anybody? Oh, respect.
Getting
the boar. Right clicks. Aether Remnant. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Supreme's not got a lot of life left. You see Jibe kind of getting involved here, getting gold under his belt where he really wants this Ags.
Like, again, Chuen dying, losing Beastmaster as well, but Nande dying in the process. A lot of, like, these were 2 kills where Nande died, but Beastmaster, yes. As soon as he picks up that Aghanim Scepter, these damage numbers are gonna be high. Survives long enough and now going into pipe, so I'm gonna mitigate most of the magic damage from Pugna, from this Wyvern.
Astral Step,
Void Spirit. Uh-oh. On low again.
He's down low on that net worth chart.
Not a place to be. That's very aggressive. He did set up vision for his own team. That's gonna scout them out. So in terms of vision, very good. Let's see if Into the Breach will be able to devord some of those observer wards placed.
What?
Oh, what's going on?
There's a bounty by this sentry ward. It was very odd. Just up on the cliff.
Ooh, Spirit Breaker charged mid. They wanted to go for the kill with this Shadow Blade reveal, but he also connects onto creeps. So Chuen knows something is up.
Double damage, Jibe, who's got this Ags now. They pick it up. They're going to go for the Tormentor, and that will give a shard over to either the Bat Rider or the Jakiro, and Jakiro might die. Oh, God. Oh,
They have to stop attacking. And for his effort, because he almost died, receives that shard.
75 health he had left. We saw it the other day. Who was it? It was in NA Dota, wasn't it?
Yeah, a Wind Ranger got solo killed.
Yeah,
Charge
that was,
again, dodged by Chuen.
That was rough when that happened.
Charlie's still massive.
Yeah.
Scotty, Yasha, Dragonlance.
Hasn't died in this series
Extremely
yet.
difficult to kill. Yeah, didn't die a single time. Didn't die a single time in this series, even though they lost the previous game.
Yeah. We'll see if they're able to get him. They almost got him the first time, but like you said, with a Spark of Courage, which he's no longer holding. He had a lot of armor, but now he's just got casual 32 armor. Smokes. On smokes. Boar. Vision down. You're gonna go all the way out and around.
All wrap around. Manta style available on Supreme. They want to backstab. Who are they gonna find? Smoke still up and running for another good 15 seconds. They can't really take out Roche that immediately. Another smoke. Let's go. They want to find some of these earlier, easier targets.
Who do they go for first? Nande over to the side. He's in the trees, kind of hoping to survive here and be in a good position around the trees.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Into the breach, they've played a lot of these Roche fights pretty well, despite the fact that they didn't really get the Aegis in the last game. Astro Step in. That Aether Remnant down early, and they're going to go behind them. They've got the Bat Rider that take out Ponlo. He's all by himself. They were able to cut off the fight. Now they go to the drums. They're going to chase. S4, he's got Primal Roar, but he's hit by the Nether Strike. Then they've got the Shackle to connect. The Life Drain coming in on the backlines. They go to the Dream Core. That's going to be out of Supreme, as well as Jibe. Jibe gets the Winter's Curse down, but ends up dying. Not a lot of damage being done here to Charlie inside the Winter's Curse, but they've got the Shackle coming out. Can they get the kill? The Primal Roar is going to be used here on this Spirit Breaker. Gets the Sunder off. They get the kill on Merlin. They'll end up losing 2. Nande on the run now. And it doesn't look like Supreme's going to have the damage. There's already the Sunder. Shackle shot. Avoiding the Illusory Orb. Goes into the Wind Run. TPs, but with the Wild Axes. Nande's going to fall. Hanskin dies to Supreme. And then Supreme falls to Charlie.
Yeah, they needed this curse to hit a different target because he used it on Terrorblade himself, and Terrorblade's not gonna die. Sitting on 30 armor, which is over 60% physical, and this Roshan now belongs to Alliance. Good fight. Witchblade causing problems for Windranger. Doesn't have way of dispelling it. It's a true strike, so it goes through Windrun, sets things up, the extra slow, and then Chuen can follow it up. It was 4 versus 5 fight, and we're gonna see that again. Because the Ponlo, he was in no man's land. The rest of the team a bit more to the west.
I was surprised, and then you're gonna see the Winter's Curse here. Which
it was on Terrorblade. I think you need to land it there on Beastmaster, take him out so he doesn't get the single spell off, and then you can play off with that. Like they even landed their stuns nicely, but he's super tanky. He got those charges immediately. up to 18 after using Roar. Gets that pipe, and it's cleanup time for Alliance. Now Terrorblade gonna hold on to Aegis.
We'll say they've been in this position before, and Into the Breach was able to win. But is it as comebackable?
This time it's much more difficult, I would say, just because of carry-to-carry matchup. Charlie has extra 4,000 net worth. Panlo.
Jibe caught, Jibe killed. Charlie's got another kill.
Now. And also Jibe is not landing those sick curses that he did in the previous game. Does have Blink now available, but look at this big item pickup. This is... I don't know if you want to count it as third item, because Dragonlance and Yasha counts as half an item plus Scotty. So this is gonna make Into the Breach life even more difficult. You're playing against Windranger, Windrun Dispellable, Pavis, Decrepify, Shield from Void Spirit, and also Bulldoze. So a lot of these things, whoever he decides to go on with the Nullifier, that target's just straight up gonna die.
Finding Nande. Dream Coil. Respect is behind, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Throws the Pabis on Anande. And now they've got the charge coming in. Maybe Nande could set something up, but they've also got a lot of these heroes coming around the back. They've got themselves the Shackle that's going to connect. They get the kill on Hanskin, but they'll end up losing Nande. Charge is late. Merlin on the low ground. Doesn't have enough for the Nether Strike. Mana problems. Primal Roar was used on Jibe again,
That's
and he is
not
just
help.
dead.
Nullifier immediately on him. S4 lands that Roar, and seems like Into the Breach, they are falling apart in this game. No illusions in this one. So they need to, like, very difficult matchup now for this Windranger, as we've seen against a lot of other heroes. As soon as they pick up that Nullifier, you are gonna struggle. And this is one of the earlier Nullifiers on Terrorblade for sure.
And it felt like there were better options in the Windrunner.
You think so?
But Windrunner is here again. A lot of teams just continuing to pick it, despite the fact that it's got such a low win rate. So now they've got the Ags, at least.
So that Invis, and also reduced physical damage. Let's see. Again, Nullifier. Not gonna have a good time.
Strike. But they've got the Nullifier and the Astral Step with the Resonant Pulse. They go to the lasso that's going to be out of Supreme. Nande coming from behind, trying to get a kill here onto the Beastmaster. They'll get the jump away from the Bat Rider. Dissimulate. They get the kill to S4, so they end up trading the Dream Coils down onto Jibe. And Jibe's surviving. He's got the Decrepify on him, so he's allowed to survive this one so far. Hanskin off into the trees. There's the Ice Path down. Nether Blast comes through. Hanskin dies, and you'd see Supreme doing so much work here. His Bat Rider thinking about going into the Lotuses, and they'll throw down a Sentry as well as an Obs.
Oh, he found him with the Gleipnir.
And Nullifier, Nande, he's in trouble. And runs into this, gets baited in, ends up dead. Smile from Charlie. I mean, they knew he was coming.
Yeah, it's some beef, definitely, because I believe Nande wrote just Charlie after this previous game ended, because they were trying to go for the split push, and I see Charlie this time. Again, not dying, but also carrying the game. Extra 6,000 net worth compared to Windranger.
He's dead. Jibe is 3, 7, and 4.
But like Into the Breach, they're still fighting. They are going for these like earlier, easier targets, picking up Bat Rider, killing Jakiro, and also Windranger using Focus Fire, going on S4. They had no vision whatsoever, so she's still invis and manages to get the kill. So they need to split them up as much as they can, not allow Alliance to use this like strong team fight. Ponlo, we'll pause the game for a second. Some Discord issues. Seems like Discord is down or something's happening, because Into the Breach are also having some problems. Switch to Skype real fast.
Ooh, Ventrilo. Raid call. Switch it up. Ready to go. Here we go. Can Into the Breach hold this? This is the point where they made the comeback last time. 10,000 net worth.
Yeah, not sure if they can lose this advantage. Alliance having like really strong heroes. I want to see Panlo just like keeping the distance. So he can go in, get the target. This nullifier just changes everything.
So here they go again. They still have this Aegis for another 8 seconds. Maybe they could get the timing off of this. Blink in, lasso, or the timing off of that. Dream Coil, snap it, dead. As the Aegis expires.
Does have buyback if they can maybe find an opening. Pagna with the shard, using Light Drain to deal with those illusions onto Netherward. Yeah, you can see Wind Ranger not wanting to get too
Shackle
close.
connects.
That's an Invis Shackle. Like we've seen Invis
Mystic
Skyward
Flare.
Mage ulti. But this is a new one.
Charge in on a Charlie, pops the Manta. Again, what do they have? It's Winter's Curse. The damage this time might be enough. They need to make sure that he doesn't get the Sunder off. The Nether Blast, and Charlie's going to end up dead. They get the kill on the Terror Blade. They got
They
him.
locked it down.
With no
Jive
Void Spirit.
Finding the right target. This time, using Curse on Terrorblade while he had illusions around him. And they stun lock him. Spirit Breaker, Shackle, they control him. And with the Focus Fire, there's enough damage. There also is not a single save on Alliance, so you can't, like, do anything too...
+1.
Chase,
Potentially.
Supreme.
Hanskin,
He's going
Pamlo,
in. They're going to lose
charge in.
another one.
They're going to lose 3. Wow. Charge, bash. They're trying to find a way that they can hit him because he's on these crystals. There they go. Cost them a top set of racks. They'll TP back in unison. Ags now the Blink Dagger. They've also got the Specialists Array. They need to start getting objectives. They need to start doing more than just getting these kills because it's not enough. They're 1 kill short and 10k shy.
Next Roshan in a minute. Let's see how Into the Breach is going to approach this. Nande definitely feels like he needs another item. This Lincoln Sphere, so can't get lassoed, can't get sundered or roared. Gonna be a big one. Spirit Breaker. Thinking about what the next item is gonna be. Seems like it's gonna be Octarine Core on him. Does have 2 components already from that Vanguard. So starting to get some farm. And also big item on Supreme. Daedalus. Gonna be straight up raw damage to take out these supports.
They're also looking to get the Hex here on the Pugna, but that is far away.
He's tanking. I mean, there's Philosopher's Stone.
And he's
been
digging with the trusty shovel.
Doing all the work. Where's that Cabal? Get Cabal, find some
gold.
Find some gold, find some bounty runes.
I'm in smoke from Alliance. They've got the scan, so they know where they are just about. With Roche coming up potentially in 5 seconds.
Yeah, they don't have any... Like, they didn't kill a single Tormentor in this game. Alliance killed both. There's another one available on their side. Roche respawning in 1 minute and 46 seconds. No reason to be near the Tormentor. You're playing a different part of the map right now. DB, Lincoln's. This time it feels really good. Playing against Wyvern, Spirit Breaker Charge, Shackle, Focus Fire, like the Caripify. There's so many things in this game, and he's super tanky. That was his first death, not just in this game, but the whole series on Charlie.
Yep.
Which is pretty nuts to think about, because the first game lasted for like good 50 minutes, and this one's already 30 minutes in.
So, can Into the Breach hold on? It's got enough gold here for the cornucopia, but then it needs that recipe still. That is...
Yeah, they need a lot of cornucopium in this game on Into the Breach.
Ooh.
Gotta inhale it.
Breathe it in. Get that cornucopium in there. So, see, shard for Spirit Breaker. After picking up this Octarine Core, he wants that planar pocket.
You can soak up Lasso, Sunder, Beastmaster Roar while having status resistance on. and then these things don't last at all. Plus Dandelion Amulet, so blocks up some magic damage as well, gives him move speed, exactly what the hero needs.
Remember when Windrunner with the
yes
double damage was doing 250 to start this game? Now just 235 at this point. So, Roshan 5. Can they get the control? Can they get the Aegis here for the side of Into the Breach? Or can Alliance continue on? Rosh respawning bottom, which is the opposite side of where Into the Breach are. Do they make a move to try and fight this?
Radiant's top tower is under
I don't think so.
Pagana dealing with the illusions, using that life drain plus Netherward to instantly kill. He just got like 150 gold from it, maybe even 200 because he killed another one. Yeah, they're not gonna contest it. It feels like it's just gonna drop too quickly and they would be in a spot where they lose a fight, maybe even lose the game from it. Still gonna smoke inside their base. Maybe look for some kind of a pick-off instead of engaging into a full 5-on-5.
Do they continue even though this Aegis is picked up? They do. They've got the scan. Is anybody TPing out of this? No, they're staying. They're actually all staying. Terrorblade is not the one you want to jump on. He's got so much armor. He's not easy to kill. Can they get anybody to the backlines? That's Han's going to combo.
These two supports.
That would be nice. Charge coming in. He's already dead. The charge is going to come through onto the creeps. They got the boots to travel. S4 is going to come in. They've got the Nether Strike onto the Beastmaster. They're going to go the other way. The Astral Step lands. Look at this. Chuan on the backlines. He goes to the Dream Coil. It's onto 2. It locks up Nande. They go to the Life Drain to try and keep Jibbe alive with the right clicks coming in from the Metamorphosis. They get the kill on a Merlin. Now they look over as Void Spirit and the rest of them are on the run. It's a support for a support. But there's the Lincoln's pop. Shackle connects. Astral Step. Look at the damage on Aponlo. Buyback available on the Spirit Breaker. Pavis jumps away. How long's meta going to last for? Now they go into the Winter's Curse once again, but it's not going to do a lot of damage overall.
Kind of difficult one to land. Both heroes having Lincolns, so can't really just go in with the curse, making Jibbe's life much more difficult. Respect. Nothing to stop the TP with. Roar on cooldown for another good 5-6 seconds.
They see the
Nande,
TP
he's
in.
still chasing. That was such a good attempt from Into the Breach, fighting
Supreme
heroes in the back lines. He's going in again.
Right
Nande.
click Shackles. And they've got him stunned up, but they don't get the kill. He's invis for the moment. They'll take out Jibbe. The damage for Chuan is enough. They've got these 3 heroes looking over at the Windrunner who's trying
Focus
to...
fire still going on.
Yeah, he's trying to circle and get around. Charge, S4, Nether Strike, Aether Remnant. They've got the control. Nullifier on a Nande. They're chasing. Gleipnir on a 2. Now he's got the Shackle. That pops the Lincolns, but he's going to die.
Nande not too happy about it. He's like, why am I near the tier 3 towers while we don't even have Aegis? Charlie dropped the cheese. And they want to go in right now. That was a good attempt from Nande, but needs dust. Like, as a core, you still need to be carrying dust. That Glimmer Cape put him in a spot where he actually dies because he didn't have it. The Glimmer Cape on Jakiro kept him alive long enough.
So, and the network stays kind of similar to where it's at. But, like you said, killing Charlie is such a task. Yule's into the air. Dust is there. They've got the lasso. Merlin bought back. Dream Coil, Ice Path, and he's dead. 80 seconds. No Spirit Breaker.
No buyback. Already used it. Charlie holding the edges for another 2.5 minutes. They did kill these top set of barracks long time ago.
They've got the Ags available on Supreme. Sunder. Aether Remnant, that lands. Going in again. Nande back up. He'll come out of the base.
Another 150 gold. For respect, you said that this Hex is long way from it, but needs just a Void Stone.
Magnifier down. Supreme.
They need to save him.
Does he have any help? Hold Embrace. And that'll get the Splinter Blast off. Ooh, he jumps in with the Astral Step. He goes to the Resonant Pulse. They assimilate back towards his team. Aether Remnant doesn't pick up anybody.
He needs to play like that. Supreme needs to go Madman mode. Has Manta Style to dispel some of these things.
Lasso. Caught him again.
Needs a save.
Do they have a save? They don't need to put the Cold Embrace on him.
And this is also Cold Embrace with Aghanim Shard. So extra Splinter Blast comes out of it. They group up around the target, and Trenki picked up that shard from Tormentor, so has that extra damage on its phase shift. Still, very winnable game for Into the Breach. They need to win next fight, however. If they lose a fight and not have buybacks, because looking at the buyback status, there's one on Wyvern, and that's about it. Nobody else has it.
Spirit
One of the
Breaker looking
reasons
for that
why
18. There it is.
Supreme went for Ags, which is kind of a late one, compared to like previous patches where you wanted to rush it, is AoE control against all of these Lincolns.
They might be able to get the Aegis timing right. It's in 34 seconds. There's the Ice Pass down. They've got themselves the Winter's Curse, so they have some of the control, but that's going to be the Dream Coil on the backlines. It's only going to be on 2 of these heroes. It's the Spirit Breaker as well as the Pugna. They've got the lasso on a Nande. Can they get the help? They've got the Cold Embrace. That's going to be a Splinter Blast that goes over and hits on a Ponglo. Charlie's going to be a little bit low, but they end up getting the kill on a Merlin. Primal Roar. Ponglo dead. S4 going in. He's slamming, but he is in trouble. Cheese off, and there's another Silence. Waning Rift on a 3. Ice Path down, Nande caught again. Aegis is going to expire in 2 seconds. That'll bring Charlie back to full health.
They defend, like, they defend pretty much the game. They lost the mid set of barracks. I want to see how much damage Wyvern did. Yeah, the most damage. 5.8k damage in that fight. It's a completely different hero. When you find this Aghanim Scepter, also does have Enchanted Quiver, so can't keep the distance. The thing is, if you keep the distance as much as you can, you're not going to be able to go for these like curses, go for Cold Embraces. Blink Dagger does help, but yeah, one more fight like this and the Lions will have Mega Creeps on their side.
Puck's been very annoying. They've got the phase shift that's knocking them back. Silence is here. It's just, it's tough. Going for the overwhelming blink, and he's got it. But him and the Terrorblade did buy out.
Terrorblade will farm buyback in a minute or so. He just farms too quickly. There's another XP rune. Charlie will pick it up. Does have Silence, Mindbreaker, 6 slotted BKB. That's a 9-second BKB we're talking about. Nande, he would definitely love to get to his level 25 somehow, where Windrun cannot be dispelled. But still, far, far away from it. 3 levels. You need to win 1 fight and have extra, like, free farm for another good 2-3 minutes. Spirit Breaker finally picks up the shard, so let's see how that one's going to be used. If he manages to get Bulldoze plus Planner Pocket combo on Lasso or Primal Roar, maybe even Sunder.
So there is the Planar Pocket. Tier 2 bottom is going to die.
What a Spirit Breaker has in his filthy pockets is, it's Planar.
A little bit of dust there, too. Everybody's always got lint in their pocket. So can they hold on to this? Line's now shifting towards bottom. Nothing really doing for them just yet. Roche in potentially 30 seconds, and I think if you're into the breach, you have to fight this one. You cannot let them get another Aegis in the hands of Alliance.
Yeah, this third Roche.
Nande's dusted.
Cheese, Ags.
Windrun, Gleipnir, Lincolns. There's the roar. And he's slamming. Nande now hit with the lasso, and he is dead. They try to react there with the Spirit Breaker. They're going to lose a second.
Thinking out.
They're going to fight.
Wyvern's missing.
They're going to fight. They've got the silence onto the puck. Can they get the kill on the Chuan? No, they can't.
Find it.
They cannot kill him. Ponglo's going in even further. Charlie with the nullifier on a respect. The right clicks, not even with the metamorphosis. Now he goes into the meta. They get the kill onto the Pugna. They look over at Jibbe. He's dead. Ponglo doesn't even die here. They buy back on this Pugna. Supreme is alive. Maybe he can find something, but he's going to need both steps to get in and out of the fight, and he only has 1. Now he's got 2.
They need to buy back on Wind Ranger as well. You're gonna lose barracks. Your heroes don't deal well with mega creeps. You have to use it.
Astral Step. Ponglo's dead. He's got buyback. Leipnir, no Aegis. Winter's Curse, but the BKB is there.
Nande's
Jimmy is just dead. Nande leashed up. They're going to try and get
not
this
available.
kill.
Okay,
Astral
he's gonna run
Step.
away.
Can they get him with the Aether Remnant? No, they've got Primal Roar again, so Supreme's going to get low. Is he going to die? He might just. Dissimulate gets him some distance, and he'll Astral Step into the base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does Alliance want to go in? Again, there is Terror Wave available that Charlie ate, but let's see. Last set of barracks. Seems like they're gonna wait it out, maybe look for an opening, find someone with the Hawk.
Smoke broken, Supreme.
He's chasing.
Dissimulate back up onto the high ground. They bring Nande over, but they've got this Hawk.
Thinking about going a full wraparound, something that they did
the Hawk
multiple
sees
times.
Overwhelming Blink,
Boiling
Silence, and Gleipnir. That lands on a couple. The Dive Bomb, and as well as the Terror Wave, they've got the Fear, they have the Silence, they get the right clicks, they get the kill on Nande. He's going to be dead for 120 seconds. And the game is really on Supreme, not on this Windrunner, but it's not looking likely they're going to be able to do anything anyway. The charge is onto the Tormentor, not even onto the Puck. Nullifier hits onto the Spirit Breaker, and you've got this Pugna trying to juke around, but he's dead. 100 seconds gone. Silence, Aether Remnant, GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, Alliance this time. Like I did say that this was like supposed to be a 2-0 for them, because previous game it was a slight throw, but going to game 3, they kept their composure, even though like it was not clean. It was far away from clean victory, but they still get it. Like supports being caught out of position multiple times, Chuen in the like early mid game, overextending into the breach. Like different game. This time didn't have good carry-to-carry matchup.
Right.
Didn't find these good curses, multiple Lincoln Spheres, and just Windranger as a hero. I mean, it loses one more time. I don't even know. Like, I know that you say it's sub 50%, but in my book, from the games that I'm watching and covering, it's below 25%, I swear.
Yeah, I feel like I never see this hero win at all. It just continues to lose, and I mean, I don't understand. I don't know why. I guess in Europe, in Division 2, it's got one pick, one win in Europe. But overall, it just feels like this hero is... I don't know. And that was, by the way, one win, one pick before just now when it lost. And I don't know. Let's take a look at Western Europe. I'm just looking up some stats here on the Windrunner while we're taking a look at this replay, and Windrunner has a 29% win rate.
Yeah, this is a big fight that maybe if the curse lands on Beastmaster, could have turned the game into a different direction, give them another like half an item, but Beastmaster very tanky, gets that roar, starts healing up with pipe. Like look at his HP. Not gonna go down. But I think both like Supreme had he had a really good game on this Void Spirit, kept him in the game for so long, but Charlie popped off completely. Charlie was all over the place, even in the previous game. This is the game where he died once.
Yeah.
16, 1, and 16 on your Terrorblade. I don't think you can ask for anything better. I think this is also one of Charlie's better heroes. He does play, like I think, because he changed his nickname to Aqua, he also loves to play Morphling, but I think from the games that I've seen, Terrorblade is his best hero.
Yeah, it definitely looked good, and I'm 2 games and barely any deaths. He's got to be my MVP. It's 16, 1, and 16, especially on a Terrorblade, getting involved very early on. So that was a solid showing from Charlie overall. So Chuen, he was playing a little bit balls to the wall there, and I feel like that cost him a couple times. He still only died 5 times, but yeah, Charlie, definitely my MVP. He played out of control.
Going for the right items. Yeah, look at that. Kill participation as Terrorblade. Got a lot of kills from the lane, which did help a lot. Continues to farm up. This was 2nd/3rd item Nullifier, which caused a lot of problems. Like, item too good, too powerful right now. One of the reasons why I don't like Windranger as much. It just feels like eventually you will get it on one of the heroes, and then she's gonna die. Like,
right.
Unless she has that level 25 talent. He lacked levels, needed 2-3 levels to get to that level 25, but Charlie overall like really nailed it with the item build. Ate the Aghanim Scepter, so has that extra meta, has that fear. We'll see how Into the Breach responds in this third game, because I think in both games they got outdrafted. It's just that they played so well in both of these games, which kind of kept them, like, they won the first game because of what they did. Second game, these moves, this constant backstab, going for 2 supports immediately and then taking a fight was also what prolonged the game long enough for maybe to get the comeback going. But Alliance looks, I would say, relatively crisp at the later portions of the game. Like, last 10-15 minutes were really good.
Yeah, so it looked really good from them, and we'll see what happens when it comes down to game number 3. We'll see who ends up winning this series here. It was a close game 1, a less close game number 2, but still Into the Breach making it interesting. We'll see who takes game number 3. We'll be back in a moment as we take a break. We'll see you soon. Take some time.
No, he was not by.
Fight this stuff, fight this stuff. Watch me.
I'm looking Wyvern when you guys go on someone.
Wait on me.
I got Wyvern, I got 2 call back line.
Yeah.
I got 2 call back line.
Killing Wyvern. You have silence?
I use Wyvern.
It's gonna be fine.
I'm sticking on the Wind Ranger. I'm sticking on Wind Ranger.
I need some help, I need Thunder. You're fine for now.
Wind Ranger die, Look.
Chase Wind Runner. Chase him. White Spirit very slow also. I'm going with Spirit.
I do TP for Void. I'll TP for Void.
I have.
I
have TP.
Nice. I'm coming for that solo Void. Nice.
Go rush.
What the
just back? I will. Or
I'm fine though.
All right, and welcome back here to some more Division 2 Western Europe action. As we're going on a Game 3 again. It was all 2-0s till today, and we're seeing a little bit of back and forth in these series in the last two. Monospa and OG go 3 games, and then we see Alliance and Into the Breach trying to figure out who wants to win. No, you win. Well, now somebody's got to win it here in the 3rd game, and try to make the series there, get their first series victory of the tour.
As expected, like both of these teams are very close in terms of skill. Very entertaining game. First one, second one. Like this is Division 2 we're talking about, so the games are not gonna look as clean compared to Division 1 teams,
right.
But had some really nice plays throughout series so far. And into the 3rd game we go. I want to see how they're gonna approach it. Are we gonna see like the same Batrider first phase pick? I feel like in the 3rd game you want to shift things around a bit, not ban the same heroes and go from there. Have something else prepared, because you know that these teams, they are practicing drafting where like we'll ban Magnus and we'll ban Shadow Demons, see what the enemy's gonna go for, and then if the X hero is open, we'll go with it, and then probably they're gonna respond with this. And in the last pick, in the first phase, we will go with the X hero, ban some of these heroes. You know, the teams are like, they got to this level, and I want to see some different approach, mostly from, I would say, Into the Breach, because I feel like they lost the draft both games, especially with this Wind Ranger last pick. There were better options in the pool, no doubt about it. I feel like 1PL takes over this game. This is 45-minute game. Wind Ranger was pushed out of the lane relatively early on. I feel if Wind Ranger is ahead somehow, not sure how this happens, it has to be like a lot of stars aligning for Wind Ranger to be ahead of Terrorblade in a match. Right. You could play this matchup, but if you're playing from behind, Terrorblade had like constant 5-6k net worth advantage. This is like free nullifier we're talking about, plus another half an item.
Yeah, the Windrunner was sitting 2 items pretty late in the game, just Gleipnir and then the Ags for a long time. And it felt like then it was Lincoln's, and it was always trying to figure out what item can I cheat my net worth to high enough where I can be competitive in these fights. And it felt like really there wasn't much there. They had a lot in terms of also baiting this hero in a lot. They had the lassos that were coming down. They were good at really making sure that the Winter's Curses weren't exactly strong enough. And I never really felt like the game was on Nande, because I never felt like the Windrunner was going to win that game. But I felt like Supreme could do something there. Like you see the power of the Void Spirit, but it just wasn't enough either, because it doesn't really have much help, because Jibei's lane also went pretty poorly in that second game as well.
Yeah, Supreme did all he could on this Void Spirit, like itemize. Did get Aghanim Scepter to have slightly more control against them with this like double silence. Supports were dying every single fight. Like at least one of them died immediately. I'd say shot calling from Into the Breach has been on point when they decide whether we need to go for Roche, whether we need to like how to backstab people. Problem is this Vision game in both series, both games, sorry, that Alliance had Beastmaster Veno, then they had Beastmaster again, also had Pango in that game number 1, where he rolls in, provides vision for your own team, and then you can choose and pick the targets you want to go for.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting into this game 3 shortly, as we'll see what the bans end up being, if they want to get rid of this Beastmaster or get that out of the way. And right now it's Medusa, and there's that Beastmaster ban. So not looking to play against that Primal Roar and the Slamming and all that.
Vision, most importantly. It's been causing problems for Into the Breach, and I said that I want to see some switcheroo, especially in the first phase, which will open up some of the heroes that were not available. Now it opens up Doom, Magnus, there's also Shadow Demon, Batrider, of course, still available.
See the Bat be the first phase ban, or first phase pick again.
Dire team ban.
Shadow Demon getting banned out, and there's the Magnus.
I think you go with Doom here. It's if you don't pick up Doom, then you're giving them Doom +1, maybe even Doom Batrider. I don't like the trade if you don't pick up the Doom here.
10 seconds remaining.
Saw a safe lane Doom earlier today from Pio. And there's that first phase techies.
I forgot about this hero, that it doesn't... Because in my book, this hero is like, yeah, it has to be banned.
Yeah, it's been a first phase ban a couple times. So now what do Into the Breach want to do with picks 2-3?
You take the lane. I think you just take this Doom plus Batrider. It's a strong duo, but they like Void Spirit more. They like their Void Spirit a lot more.
They get the bat, so at least there's a half of that, right? Like, you want to make sure Supreme gets his best hero right now. I feel like he's performing really well with it.
Playing Void Spirit again. I mean, we've seen that it can work. Before we were like, well, I just heat it up. I'm all good, ready to go with the same hero.
Put it in the microwave.
It does make a difference, especially if you're like, I'm playing the first game. You probably want to play Scrim before playing Official, especially if the Officials are starting this late, or play a couple of pubs. But if it's like the first thing you do, then playing the same hero again is going to give you that advantage.
Radiant team ban.
And early Sark pick. This is a hero you've been calling for quite a bit.
This is position 4 Batrider, most likely we're talking about. So Slark, I mean, it Leash works nicely against Void Spirit, not the easiest target to catch. I feel you need to get rid of Puck. Puck against Void Spirit Bat plus Slark, it's way too many leashes for Void Spirit to play the game. It's another vision hero for Alliance. They are really thinking this through. Night vision from Slark is when you want to be taking fights.
Do you get rid of the Storm as well here if you're in the Breach? They continue to get rid of that combo?
Yeah, for sure. There's also still like Storm Spirit plus Pugna combo open. But it lanes well into Void Spirit. It's just too good of a game. You don't have enough lockdown, Remnant, Lasso. Early Lassos are difficult to execute. And Alliance banning out same heroes. Again, pretty much. They took out Bloodseeker, of course. They are playing with Slark, so you want to take him out. And Morphling, as we said, Nande's best hero probably. He really shines on it. So this Bloodseeker ban opens up a potential like Pango pick for them as well. It doesn't necessarily need to be Puck if it's open. I still think Into the Breach should ban it.
Puck was a bit of an issue. Not at the start, though. Darkseer ban.
Betting out the heroes that can put pressure on Slark early on. If this is Batrider plus Darkseer lane, Ion Shell and Batrider with Firefly, Surge, he can chase people down relatively easy. Nande is talking a lot. There was one particular hero in the previous game that got banned out. Like, this was Arc Warden. I don't think this is the pick anymore. It was a good ban from Alliance in the last phase. But speaking of like Nande's heroes that he likes to play that could counter this Slark, illusion-based heroes, you can go for like Naga Siren. He does play it. He does play a lot of Monkey King. Not sure if they want to commit to it. But Into the Breach, banning out Terrorblade. We talked about this hero being the best hero of Charlie. Some big smiles on Merlin. Not sure what they're discussing.
It could be a smile from that angle. Maybe it's a ooh. Good. Maybe Sark. I don't know. Smile's gone. I don't know. He's thinking about it. Just giving it some thoughts. And Sark, can you move Sark out of the one position, banning that Terrorblade, or are you just protecting yourself there?
You could. It was Tundra who played it as position 4. 2 or 3 games during the DPC, 2 for sure, maybe a third one, once during Berlin Major against PSG LGD. And they made it work. Not sure if Alliance wants to have this complicated draft to execute, because this is not an easy hero to play from position 4.
We'll see what this pick ends up being, and it will be Pugna again. So we've seen respect on the Pugna and respect on the pick.
I think this has to be like Puck or Queen of Pain pick here for Alliance. It's just too good of a hero. Not enough lockdown.
5 seconds.
You also want to have something slightly active from the mid lane.
Right.
Since you have Slark.
And this is definitely like, I don't know. If you're not picking the Puck here, I want to say it's the best mid for them at the moment. It played really well. The control's really great. You want to move as the Bat Rider, right? And if you're stuck as the Pugna or the Void Spirit, you're in trouble. Although there were a couple times when Supreme was able to survive even though he was in the Dream Coil, but that wasn't really the focus. Like, they controlled him, but also got a couple others in the coil and killed them off around him.
And also you can get like more team fight from the off lane. You can get Tidehunter. You can get, again, Doom is still available. Doom Techies, extremely powerful lane. Might be slightly greedy, but I don't think you can be overran by these heroes. I think you can stabilize the lanes. Your mid laner needs to be something active. This is where Puck, Queen of Pain comes, from my point of view.
I want to say I'd like the Puck more than the Queen of Pain. Just the lockdown aspect of it. Do they go Pangolier?
That's something that we discussed, because using this Bloodseeker ban, again, they don't have as much control for this Pango. You know what time it is? It's time to pick Mars now. I think pick Mars for Jibe. Not the easiest laner for into this Slark, but they probably gave it a thought. It was the hero that got banned in the first phase. In the first game when Pango was picked. So let's see if Into the Breach wants to pick it up. Just because of the interaction, Arena against Rolling Thunder now. Alliance picking really strong laners, having Slark Disruptor. It's a very powerful lane.
Yeah.
We'll start putting pressure on the hero.
Enigma, interesting. Is that really what you want with Glimpse from a distance? Maybe. Honestly, the lane will go. Okay.
Yeah, you'll have some control for Pango's Rolling Thunder, some good AoE damage against Slark, throw down Midnight Pulse with the Black Hole. But I said I wanted to see something different from Into the Breach. This Enigma definitely is different.
Is it the right different?
10 seconds remaining.
5
seconds remaining.
I mean, you can still get Doom. I don't see the reason why you wouldn't pick Doom on Alliance. You're playing into Enigma. You're also a hero that, like, Pango does give you this early timing. You get to the Fusel Blade. AoE Doom with Aghanims. You'll always have something against Enigma, even if he itemizes for, like, Lincolns, but you still farm way more. I think you could get away with Wyvern as well if you feel like you need some extra piercing, something that you need to cancel the black hole with. There's always going to be like Pango with the Basher, so I don't think they need to be too worried about it.
Legion. Ending the Void. Is it worth going into the Naga Siren again here if you're into the Breach? Get that a little bit of a setup for a black hole if you want.
This is where Pango is really good against
roll,
those
yeah.
illusions. Disarm roll kills those illusions almost instantly if they're not tanky enough. The face of S4. This is the I want to win face.
Give me Doom face.
Tide is also an option. Like, you can't... Sure, you'll be picking Tide into Enigma, but Enigma can't black hole all of these heroes.
Right.
They still don't know the matchup, but looking at this monkey ban, it could be Tide Hunter. Because then you're left with hero like Ursa, and I don't know if you want to pick that hero.
Radiant team pick.
Okay. Well, they're listening. They put the ban there onto the Tide.
Still Doom available. Like, you can get Underlord, have this slightly more global presence.
10 seconds.
You can also think outside of the box.
Right.
I think Brewmaster can work, where you create problems for Enigma. You have the spell AoE against the Cripify.
Dire team pick.
But it's just like too good. Like Doom surviving until the last fade, it's a bit of a shocking one. We try to theory craft more, find a better pick, but there is not
There's
any.
that Arc Warden.
Okay.
Whoa.
Instant. They've been prepping for this. Not sure I like it too much. I want to see if Nand is going to be able to make it work. These are 3 heroes that can get into the bubble with relative ease, I would say. Rolling Thunder, Slark, Aghanim Scepter, double jump in and out. Again, I feel like Alliance outdrafted into the Breach. This is very, very difficult lineup to execute. 3 times in a row from into the Breach, you need to like land these. It's again a lot on Jibe. 2 games in a row, he had to land some sick curses. Dead managed to do so in the first game, which they did win. Second game, not as much. They lose that game, and now playing Enigma.
How does Arc Warden do in lane against the matchup that it's presumably going up against?
He's gonna get harassed. This is also Pagna 5, which is not the strongest position 5 by any means. Level 2, I can see Pagna dying. I can see them like push. Same thing that happened in the second game where they pushed out Windranger completely out of the lane, caused her not to get these early CS. With Doom plus techies, I could see it happening again.
So let's see how this game 3 goes once we jump into it. And it's going to be Charlie on this Slark. He's pretty much survived the entirety of this series with 1 death. Slark is another one of those heroes that's very hard to catch. I'm going to give you a more singular player question. Charlie,
how many deaths Charlie's going to have in this game, right?
Yeah, over, under 1.5.
Over 1.
Over 1.5?
1.5? Yeah. I think he dies here.
All right.
But gotta be very low. Even if they like lose the game, which I don't think they should, he's still not gonna be dying as much.
So we'll have to see if he can make it out through this game. Who's going to take game number 3 here between these 2 teams, as it's a 5-man smoke coming in from Alliance to start it off. Let's see if we clash again. I'm a big fan of the early game clash.
Alliance is very strong level 1 compared to Into the Breach. Like Enigma doesn't provide you with anything.
Glimpse
back, that's first blood.
Respect. running away, but R-E-S-P-E-C-T, that is what death means to me, and that will be it. Hanskin getting first blood by taking out this Pugna. First blood again. They still want to go.
Two wards
They've
in
got
the same
glimpse in
spot.
2 seconds. Flame break. Sticky bomb. They dare glimpse anybody again?
They didn't want to reveal the ward, I guess, but it should be killed because they de-warded immediately. Good start for Alliance. Again, Slark unfortunately didn't get the Essence Shift. That would be a banger. Stealing some stats. Getting that extra... And just by seeing it in the lane, you're like, well, that's some extra damage for myself. Some extra armor.
2 bounty runes apiece. Could this be a quick game for Alliance? Like, can the lanes be aggressive enough where we do see them play overly?
No, I don't see them closing out the game. They can be taking the fights, breaking the high grounds. Not the easiest thing to do with the heroes that they have. Slark, Doom, Pango, they don't deal tower damage. So this game's going to be lasting long enough for Arc. This is also Arc Warden defending the high ground. Midnight Pulse, Flame Breaks, Pugna. They're very annoying. They can creep skip with Void Spirit. So definitely a game that is like over 35 minutes, I would say, at least.
Right. So we'll see how it starts off. It did start with first blood for Alliance. And this Slark early just won in the Essence Shift. On skin with the glimpse early on, so he doesn't exactly have that harassment of the Thunder Strike early. And Chuan will have to see how he plays up against Supreme. 3 different matchups for Supreme, but he has played Void Spirit every single game.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he play Pango in the first game? These were long games.
Played Pango in the first game. You might be right. Void Spirit in the back 2 games is what I said. Of course, it was Void Spirit in all 3 games. It was Void Spirit for in the Breach in game 1. That's my apologies.
Yeah, Pango did have a really good time. Chuan.
Almost dead there. S4 is kind of in a bad spot too. They might just keep going for him. Sticky bomb down. Another blast and the kill.
Oh, had 8 magic wand charges. Didn't use it.
Oh, they might just get him too. Nether Blast is there. They get both kills.
Oh, these are some mistakes. As techies, he's gonna deny himself respect. No XP for S4 who try to TP in. As techies, you're gonna be harassing a lot, trading. You need to have healing salve. He brought tangos instead of healing salve in this lane, and they got like level 2 faster. S4 trying to go for something here, gonna just pop it, but yeah, they didn't play it out well. I don't think they should be losing this lane. Now Tekis hits level 2, so there's still like a comeback potential. There's going to be a lot of harassment. Nande used a lot of his mana in this top lane.
But Respect comes over with his items and shifts in some boots for him. Ready to see what Nande's able to accomplish with Respect even more. They've got the Nether Ward down. They're just going to get the extra 20 gold. But into the dome, S4 trying to right-click as much as he can. They go to the blast off, Nether Blast, and the kill on Anande. They'll look over Respect, so they got 2, and now Alliance get 2.
Yeah, this is how lane should have went in the first place, but first they feed him, then they get fed by them. That's the tactics. Level 3 on Techies, 2 points in Sticky Bomb. Second point about to be put into Scorched Earth most likely, so that's going to be some extra damage, and Doom will be getting Vanguard relatively short. Batrider broken. Doesn't matter too much for him.
Merlin. Just using this Firefly and burning out some of these creeps, getting a bit of gold there. They've got the glimpse on a Merlin, though, and a couple of right clicks for Hanskin. He doesn't have the mana for the Thunder Strike. Can he get the kill? He goes up out of the high ground, and now he's able to just run away. That Mango, not going to be devoured in time for him to have that Thunder Strike, and now he'll just die to the tier 2 tower.
Oh, Ponlo misses blast off. That would definitely be like some really... It's still a good harassment. Has magic wand charges. Another sticky. He's done so.
And he's gone. Arc Warden is, well, the prisoners are out. He's the warden of nothing.
I'm not sure if this is the correct build. I'm no Arc Warden expert by any means, but putting a second point in magnetic field, maybe this flux damage would have been better. Like, have something, try to isolate the target, but 2 points in magnetic field. I'll have to, you know, talk to one of my friends who's an expert Arc Warden player to see what this is about. It does help you with the farming later on. Tempest double, like you get extra attack range and deal bonus magic damage, so that's gonna be good. Well, let's see. Mid lane, Bango, slightly more CS, just 1 to be exact, but a couple of extra denies.
Yeah, just going back and forth. These matchups haven't exactly been blowouts yet. Aether Remnant. Nothing doing though. So, Chuen, I'm wondering how he's going to play this lane, because he played overly aggressive in the first game, and that kind of slowed down his expansion of what he was able to do in that game. So does he play aggressive come this one? And we'll see if that's going to be the case. 2-2
Does tend
for
to
Doom.
do so. We've seen first and second game, a couple of these like very aggressive moves that do result in deaths. And now as for Vanguard available, even though he's playing into magical damage, he's still gonna be fine.
An early Vanguard. You can see Slark struggling a little bit, 18 and 7. But pretty much the same as the Arc Warden, and of course you've got the 25 denies from Jibe here. Wow.
As expected, this is just like, I mean, not expected 25 denies, but it's not
Respect.
an easy lane. Lands a
Blast off
two-man
lands.
blast off.
And Decrepify, it's not going to matter. S4 gets the kill. Hunskin dies to Supreme. That's over mid. They got into the Rolling Thunder, but he bumped him up out of the high ground, so they won't be able to get the return kill onto the Void Spirit just yet. The Rolling Thunder stops right before hitting him. Aether Remnant's down. Swashbuckle connects, but doesn't get the kill. And Nande on the run again. Ponlo under the tower. S4 coming in. They're both sitting really low here. Goes into the dome. Gets the kill on a Ponlo. Does he have anything else? He's under the tower. The Decrepify, the Nether Blast. One more right click. He's got him. So he'll get that kill with the Scorched Earth. Respect now chasing. He's got Nether Blast available, but he won't get the kill onto this Doom.
Doom will pick up Lotus Orb. Does have enough to buy Mana Boots if he feels like it, but they've been spamming a lot. I think he can afford to get Hand of Midas immediately in this lane. Can't skip Mana Boots. Blast off
again. Okay. Pretty much it. Blast off into nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lanes are going really well for Alliance, except this bottom lane, where Enigma's free farming as expected, but Slark can catch up. He's getting some levels, and that's what's important. Charlie also seems like to know the matchup, going into Hand of Midas, wants to be able to get some extra levels, some of the XP that has been stolen from these Eidolons.
Charlie starting to CS more and more, and you can see Black Hole used though. Batrider's here. Flame Break comes down, and
they
does
popped the
Charlie
glyph on the
survive?
creeps.
Ooh.
Nicely done by Charlie.
Top lane at the same time. Charlie, wow, he's gonna TP out of this one. They'll go for Nande. They'll get the kill. S4's gonna lose his courier, but I don't think he cares as long as they get the second kill in Respect. Under the tower is gonna be a little bit difficult, but still getting the kill on a Nande. Charlie tips him.
He gets out. Enemy carry dies. He wanted to get that XP to get himself to level 6. Black Hole attempt from Jibe. They pop the glyph so that he doesn't get experience, but not enough damage. This is Batrider 4. Level 4. Who's, yeah, doesn't do much.
Limps into the
It's gonna be another
Swashbuckle.
kill.
Aether Remnant's down. It's not going to grab anybody. Now they look over at Supreme. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They're kind of in this really narrow area, but he's used the Astral Step. Merlin, the next target in his eyes, but they can't catch either of them. Chuen doesn't hit either target with the Rolling Thunder.
We said that this is going to happen. Nande is going to be pushed out of the lane. Fortunately for them, they got like first
Although
and
he
second
comes
kill
back.
in this lane.
Kinetic Field, blast off again. Nande's just dead.
Charlie ready with the tips immediately.
Supreme is
He's
here.
looking everything.
S4's got Doom, but coming into this is such a risk. They're going to Doom up this Void Spirit. They're going to pull him back with the Glimpse. They've got the Tornado down, but the Swashbuckle, they still don't get the kill to the Disruptor.
Things are looking very grim for Into the Breach. Like, these rotations, I think they could have also connected onto Void Spirit instead of chasing Batrider with Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, another Swashbuckle would still have enough. Not sure if he was afraid of Pugna's damage, because Pugna's level 5, so maybe diving underneath the tower. But Chuan having really good game. As for skip that mana boots that we mentioned, and now going into Hand of Midas, which is being delivered. So 4 points in Scorched Earth, 2 points in Devour for now. Hand of Midas. Into the Breach, they're in trouble.
Alliance, they have planted the charges on the doors, and they're breaching in. Trying to do whatever they can to really not make this game as close as the last few. Aether Remnant, Flame Break, fine. He's fine.
And Chuan will pick up Region.
Oh,
so that's massive. 2 supports. Almost level 6. Techies is. Disruptor very close to it. Pugna is level 6. Batrider only level 4. So Merlin not able to achieve much at this early stages of the game with his Batrider.
What is Nande doing in this game? I mean, if they're able to break through and continue to go after him, he is going to struggle.
Still wants to farm that Hand of Midas. Maybe they can even get another kill before that. Alliance playing really well with the catapult timing, bringing in heroes. Techies planting bombs. That's going to be some really good damage, which does open up Charlie in the bottom lanes, who's still like farming the lane and farming the jungle at the same time, trying to recover. Finding some farm for his Hand of Midas. He didn't die a single time compared to Nande, who died 5 times. And Nande still has like 700 less net worth than Slark.
Yeah, it's not like terrible, despite the early deaths.
Slark also found a really good item for him. Occult Bracelet. Like, since you're farming the jungle, you're always going to be tanking some damage and having that mana region, which is exactly what you need. Chuan going in.
Thunder Eclipse. Oh no! He black holed. Oh dear. Now they're on the run. Charlie dark pacting. He's got pounce in 8 seconds. They're still coming over. Chuan's got this swashbuckle to get back up into the high ground.
That was a good attempt, but it's a risky one. Maybe you have to go for this kind of a play, considering your situation you're in.
Definitely. It feels like you're in a rough spot already. Of course, that's a lot of the Doom gold that's giving you this net worth lead. And a Midas for Charlie, so I mean, they know this game is going to go late because they don't exactly have the building damage. They could take these Midases and continue to farm and get as much as they want out of it, right?
Yeah, it's a 5k gold lead for Alliance, and I think they know how far ahead they are. Doom, Midas, Devour ready, needs like another 1,000 gold to finish off Octarine Core, and this is where real fun starts, at least for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Octarine Core early, fun.
Lower the cooldown on 2 abilities, like ability and item. That does give you gold, but yeah, pretty poggies. Arcorden did finish off his Hand of Midas, so we'll continue to farm up. It's still a long way until he recovers. Someone needs to keep them busy, and that's definitely Supreme.
Yeah, he's been that kind of player for them every game. It seems like Chuan with the Rolling Thunder again. Uh-oh. Bouncing back, coming over, life draining, and that's all right. You know what? He's going to hold on there.
A lot of TPs. This is 4 people in the mid lane. So now Alliance can go back to farming.
Aether Remnant, Sticky Bomb, Blast Off, Stun, Flame Break pushing them further. Astral Step.
Can he get Lasso?
Does he have any help? He's trying to run, but the rundown is there. They'll get the kill. He did use Doom, and that's going to be onto the Pugna. Aether Remnant, Lasso onto the Doom, Sticky Bomb. It comes through, and Merlin now, he's hurt, but he's not dying. Nande is here.
It's a lot of magic damage coming up from the bubble.
He's in trouble. Life drain from the high ground. Astral Step to get the trading kill. Charlie's going to stay in the bottom lane while this ends up being basically everybody from Into the Breach.
Yeah, you might need it to TP there with Slark, help team out. You know that there's no black hole, so you don't really care about other abilities. Lasso has been used. And now we see the power of this bubble from Tempest Double. Getting that extra magic damage, that's 80 per hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That being said, it's still a net worth lead that is expanding.
Double Midas plus Devour Gold.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Using that Midas, and there's a Wisdom Rune from Merlin. Going into the early BKB. Not the Blink. Well, yeah. It's got the Ogre Axe flying out. They're going to smoke up because they've now got this black hole. So can they catch anybody? They hope to catch Charlie, but he's not even near the bottom lane. He's actually in the bottom outer ring, which means if he's all the way out there, it's going to be tough to get through the lanes to get to this hero, right? Especially with Hanskin.
You're also ganking Slark during nighttime. Not the easiest thing to do, so you have to smoke up. Hanskin is there, ready with the Static Storm or Glimpse for the counterplay.
They're twin gating. Oh.
They didn't catch the vision. They did not see them
Astral
coming.
Step, Aether Remnant. They might just get the kill if he's unable to get out. Nope. Astral Step back. And this is what we saw the last time, right? They were able to get the kill onto the mid and make sure that his life's really difficult, but they get the kill on a Merlin. Charlie gets credit for that one, and he finally gets a second stack in that Essence Shift.
No, for a second I thought it was 5, but that's Rights of Eloshar. 5 stacks of Occult Bracelet.
Yes.
He's back into the game. As Slark, not as farm as Doom. You can't really expect that. Keeping up with the Doom with Doctorine Core, who had a blast of a laning stage. And speaking of blast off misses.
Yeah, they got the moves back onto Respect, and they've got the kinetic field down. Charlie, he has Pounce, and eventually will use it. They'll get the kill into Respect, and they also use that Doom. It's onto the Enigma on the back line. Nobody else is here, though. Okay.
Doom's HP, holding on to Shield Rune, extra 1000, 1250 HP if it's full shield. Black Hole is still available. They have all the green lights I see on side of Into the Breach. I want to see them take a fight. It's not the easiest thing to do. They're getting out-farmed. Merlin.
They've caught themselves a Bat Rider again. And they will get this kill on a Merlin once more, putting him up to 4 on that permanent agility. I do love counting one by one. It's one of my favorite things.
Every single time it happens, yeah, you should go for it. It's very important. Aghanim Scepter. Gonna be completed relatively soon on Slark. Considering the laning stage finds Pupil's Gift. That's such a good item on Agi Hero. Gives you mana, gives you good strength, exactly what you need. Some extra magic resistance as well from that int.
So, should have that Ags, especially if they continue to stay aggressive and in a decent timing. He's also got that Midas, of course, and that's going to be off cooldown in a bit. So, he's really working with a lot of good gold. BKB's coming out for S4, and he's got Doom off cooldown in 15 seconds with the Octarine Core. It doesn't feel like this cooldown's really that bad.
9-second BKB, ready to go.
Yep. They smoke and go bot? They're sticking here mid for a while. Invis Rune up in the top area.
It gets ridiculous once you get the Octarine Core, Hand of Midas, BKB, Glimpse back.
Yep.
Chuan, thinking about going in.
They've got Respect there, and that's caused him a couple of issues before. They're coming back around. They've got Black Hole available. The Eidolons are going to at least get them some information.
Look at the name of the game that Into the Breach wants to play. 3 items, neutral ones, Big Boy Philly on their side. You have Pagana, Batrider, Enigma holding on to them, and you have Arc Warden with Hand of Midas. They know that Alliance can't really just go in and finish the game, like we did talk about their lack of tower damage, so they're trying to get as much farm as they can.
Arc Warden still needs so much. I mean, he is so far behind this Slark.
Yeah, bro, just get gold.
Just
farm
print
faster.
gold. Just print gold, yeah. See
They
me over
stolen our
here.
printer. Doom is on the different team.
So he breaks up the Echo Saber, and that'll be the Ags coming in quicker. And then he'll be 300 gold away from finishing off the Echo Saber again. So now he's got double pounce.
Yeah, didn't even need to disassemble it at this point.
And then he's going to disassemble it again for the BKB.
And then go back for it again.
The Echo Saber, yeah. Hashtag just disassemble things. And with this Midas usage, he'll have it. So that's always fun. Boom. Range creep. Got it. Easy. There it is. Couple of Lotus petals or healing lotuses there. He'll make himself a great healing lotus. The game is quieted down for Alliance. Sticky bomb. And the glimpse. Kinetic field not up in time. Charlie just doing what he does best and farm and not die. That's been his name of the game for a while.
It seems like Alliance is fine with this tempo of the game, but I want to see them smoke and go for some of the kills. Like, smoke up, use your abilities, get that network advantage, turn it into Roche. It's on Radiant's side for another 4 minutes. This is your area where you control it. You have this outpost that you can TP to. It cannot be taken by enemies. They know something is up. Both teams using scan. As soon as you see team using scan, you know they're up to something. Ooh. It's not about defending the Slark. Respect.
Swashbuckle, and they do not catch respect. Initially, he goes into the trees, but they'll find him this time. Another ward down. S4 in an interesting spot. Proximity mine explodes. Swashbuckle. They could go for that Wisdom Rune and pick it up. That's exactly what they'll do. Now rolling Thunder while Merlin's dead to Charlie.
Wow, he's bouncing off that skeleton head.
Oh. TP away. All right.
That skull, I didn't know you can do. I don't think I've seen Pango in this area. That definitely doesn't look like he should be able to bounce off of it.
Yeah, it's like that in the crystals, right? They have collision.
Yeah, crystals, yeah, they are sticking out. They're big crystals. What about the rest of the body of that? What is that? Looks like Doom's corpse.
It's the body of what looks to be Roshan. Maybe not. Pounce, leash, and an eighth remnant, but there's another pounce. There's another leash. But while that's going on, they'll get the kill on Jibe. They'll take him out. They were using the Doom on that. And Charlie, he's got 24 stacks on that Essence Shift, so if you're going to show up and fight him, you better be ready for it. He's got Pounce again in a second, but the Astral Step into the Glimpse all the way back into the Dissimulate, so they knew. They never even turned around.
I love how they just kept chasing him. You see the Slark going ham. Doom immediately on Enigma. Like, I still can't believe that they picked Enigma, left Duel open in the pool, and gave them that opportunity. Like, you're not getting these black holes off in a fight. Like, we've seen him dominate the laning stage against Slark. Sure, you did your job. Then you died twice. You used black hole, didn't connect on anybody, got glimpsed away immediately. Now let's see with the Gleipnir. Can they control him?
Here and dead. Trent needs to really watch out because he has been by himself a couple times that has caused him to die.
Yeah, I stopped counting after 10th in this whole series. Out of position a lot of the time.
Dissimulate again, and they're going to go and continue to look for Hanskin as he's on the run. The rest of the team is trying to get away. Pugna moving forward and looks and finds a courier. Well, Aether Remnant picks up Hanskin. He knows he's dead. Supreme's going to get a kill there.
These are the kills that Alliance should be giving. These are like free kills, especially one on Chuen. He's on the mid lane, alone. Swashbuckle, shield crash. Sure, this was the reveal of Gleipnir on Nande, who kept farming and is now in still not okay spot. I mean, lowest net worth core, but he's dealing some serious damage. This bubble, it's extra 80 damage per hero, per clone, getting extra attack speed. Magnetic field is an insane ability now.
Truthfully, with the lack of building damage they do in Alliance, I don't know if you could be giving away Roche like that and extending this game this way. And we have seen throughout the series Alliance struggle with Roche position.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
And game plan, I would say, around the Roche takes, right?
Yeah, but we've seen this happen before, where one team has like 5k gold lead. This is almost 10k gold lead for Alliance, and they lose Roche after losing 2 heroes, and now they can't really fight. These Philosopher Stones are kicking in, getting some extra gold. Roche on gold. Arc Warden with the Midas continues to farm up, going into Manta style next. We talked about fun. We talked about Doom with Hand of Midas Octarine Core. Once Arc Warden picks up his item, that's going to be Manta style, this is where the real fun begins. So sitting inside Bubble, getting that extra damage, you have like 4 Mantas, Clone, plus Arc Warden. You sit inside, you know the teams are, like the enemy team is going to be grouping around that area. Another Doom.
Yeah, Doom here on the Bat Rider. I love that they also delivered Echo Saber again. That was very funny. Scorched Earth, Pavis, Life Drain. Now, well, you put yourself in a bad spot. They're going to get themselves another kill. Supreme hit with the Infernal Blade. He goes into the Dissimulate with the extra rings. Nande. Chuan going far without his team again. Has Charlie trying to keep up. Black Hole, and now Astral Step. They're inside the magnetic field, and he's dead once more. All the way without his team. Now they start to follow up. They end up losing themselves the Disruptor. Charlie's starting to put some damage on. They've got the Static Storm. They've got themselves the Lasso. It's not going to be enough damage to get the kill to the Doom. He's really racking it up. He's got 35 here, but does he have the damage to get these kills? He looks over at Nande, and with the BKB running out, can he stay? He's got the Shadow Dance, the right-click scene. Now they've got themselves another. Supreme ends up dead, but Panglo's fallen. He's the only one alive. It's because they dove in on this. So now Flame Break back, and he's got the bounce. It's going to leash him. Can he get the kill on Anande before he dies? Yes, he can. It'll take the ages, but he'll end up falling. That's good for Into the Breach, and it all again stems off the Pangolier in away from his team all by himself.
Almost 7,000 damage. He had like 120, 130 Agi stolen in that previous fight. Kept going. But nice block from Nande. Blocks him from getting that leap in. Uses Aegis nicely. Doesn't die. Pushes himself very close to level 18. Which is gonna prolong the duration and lower the cooldown on his Tempest Double. Chuan, like, again, you said it. You called it before it even happened. Rolling in. He's like, I can't die. Still, Enigma didn't show. So they black hole him. Astral Step, and they have enough damage to take him out. It was cost. This cost him buyback on Merlin, but that's about it. I also want to see some Force Staffs being built on Into the Breach. There's Merlin's going for Lincoln, which is an interesting one. Wants to protect Enigma with, I guess.
Potentially, yeah. So Enigma's going for the BKB.
If like Doom sees that and he's like, you know what, guys, I'll farm my Aghanim Scepter in a minute, so I don't care about your Lincoln Sphere shenanigans.
And let me just turn on the money printer over here. Oh, okay. Whoa. That's too much money. Stop. The printer's getting jammed. He's trying to put his hands in there to stop it. No, this is all the money. It's yours. His Ags now. Alliance had a 10k net worth lead just to really put homing in here, because they've kind of lost this advantage, and it feels like Into the Breach are hitting a timing.
Where the hell did I go?
They're still in control of this game. It's just that they allowed Into the Breach to get the farm.
Yep.
Tempest Double, still farming. Gonna finish that Manta style that we mentioned relatively soon.
Tempest Double. Oh. 300 for Charlie.
300, some Essence Shift for Charlie as well.
They also stole both Wisdom Runes, by the way. They found themselves the Pugna. Charlie's going to be in on this one. They're going to try and get the kill and respect, but how much more can they get? The Lasso comes out of the Doom. He's going to go to the BKB. He's got the Ags Doom ready to go. They find themselves Nande. They go to the Black Hole. That's going to be through, but can they get the damage out? They've got the Life coming over from respect. Shadow Dance surviving. Conlo falls. Down goes Merlin. S4 drops. Doom is gone. Gleipnir lands. Chuan is fallen. And that is 3 dead on the side of Alliance.
Whew. AoE Doom not connecting early on, not canceling that black hole. He was not ready with the Blink Dagger, and I want to see how much damage was that. Yeah, Tempest double, Bubble, Arc Warden, he's starting to deal that damage. And this was pre-Manta style, good black hole from Jibei. Like, Jibei really knows how to utilize some of these like big teamfight ultis. I'm gonna go into Blink Dagger next, still holding on to Philosopher's Stone, so Alliance lost a lot of net worth lead in the last couple of minutes. Gleipnir holding Charlie in place. Another one. Another remnant. They're gonna get him. Wow, this is massive. Merlin even tips him. That's Supreme getting 500 gold for himself.
That is so much gold. I mean, they just lose themselves. That Sark, he tried to get out, but the double Gleipnir and the Aether Remnants, they've got a good amount of sustained control.
This will hasten my footfalls.
Okay, we have a game. 30 minutes into the game.
You said
now
it.
Supreme, he's the one who's controlling these fights. What did I say? I said a lot of stupid stuff, B-Cup. Don't quote me.
No. Okay, here's a Lacoste quote for you guys from early in the game. 35 minutes and into the breach, you're going to start turning on a light. And that's exactly what's happening, right? They've got the double Gleipnir once again. S4 has to run. And it's not only that, it's also Supreme having himself this Void Spirit, which he's shown to be very good on.
Even if he didn't play it before this serious, this is third game, and it seems like he's playing better with each game. I'm just kidding, he played it before. BKB.
Oh, Doom. Okay. And they should be able to get Merlin. But they don't get Supreme. So, all right, they get the kill on the Bat Rider. That's something. Although Supreme is about to finish off a Daedalus here.
I like that Batrider changed his item build. I said this Lincoln Sphere could come in handy as soon as Aghanim Scepter has been picked up by Doom. He switches it up for Staff, very valuable item against Slark, and now he can turn this,
speaking of Slark,
into Hex, because they need some extra lockdown. They need like this instant initiation, and eventually he'll be able to farm it if this game lasts for another 10-ish minutes. Should be able to get it.
Roche in 40 seconds.
Hanskin does have Aghanim Scepter. That's a big one. It's just how you're going to be able to set things up. I don't think Alliance, even now, should be losing these fights. You did give them a lot of time to recover. Arc Warden level 21. Magnetic Field cooldown. That's a massive one. That's not just, 5-second cooldown, it's 9-second cooldown.
Lasso and Ponlo. Dunzo. And Roche is gonna show up here. It feels like a WWE entrance, and now showing up to Roche. He comes in, he's here, he's ready to go.
And the green corner.
He's not. All right, maybe he's a B-lister right now. Dying that quickly.
Talents from Arc Warden are insane because you're playing again with that bubble. It's all about that bubble, how you're going to utilize it. So bubble with level 15 talent, it's extra 120 damage. And it's also extra attack speed, so it's time to go. Scotty now done, going into Hex next. That's going to be their way of controlling people. Alliance lost so much in the last 5 to 10 minutes. If you could see the graph, I think it was over 10,000 net worth lead for Alliance.
That's what the scouter said. So.
Yeah, if I'm looking at the right numbers, I believe that is correct.
Yes.
Now you can feel them play very timid.
The aggression
We've
is no
seen
longer
some
there.
rat Dota in the game number 1. Arc Warden, Magnetic Field. Magnetic Field gonna be back up relatively soon. Manta style. Forcing even a glyph out of Alliance.
Oh boy. Big fight here, and I think they just take the high ground, right?
It's not that easy, even for them. They want to take a fight and then go for something. They're not gonna just stand and start hitting tier 2 towers. Their damage is also really not there. Again, Nande, he kind of specialized, made a name for himself in the series, being this Ratita.
Look at that.
It's back, yeah.
It's back. The rat jamming. Just chewing away. Those little teeth. Oh, full wrap. Full wrap around. But look at where Merlin is. Look at where Merlin is. Oh my god. They don't know. They don't know. They've got the static storm down. They go to the lasso. There's the black hole. It's going to be on the 2. They can't stop it. They'll get the kill on S4. They'll find themselves Charlie, who just gets the BKB Shadow Dance off. Whoa.
Can they control him? He's out.
Just got it off. Oh boy. They got the glaive here. They'll get another.
It's all they needed to do. Find this Doom with lasso, and it gives clear entrance to Jibe. Pops a BKB, comes into a fight. They don't have anything to stop it with. Basher still being built on Pango. Like, he's relatively close to it, but it's also RNG. It's not guaranteed.
Right.
Slark is missing. They got also very close to killing Slark and Nande. Manta style. Tempest double. Let's go for the high ground push.
And they force a buyback. Merlin just straight in. He's got lasso again. Ponlo's, I think, just dead. Lasso, why not? It's on such a short cooldown. They've got the Guardian Greaves. They'll continue to sustain here. Life Drain, giving the mana back over to Supreme. They'll take out this tier 3 bot.
Oh, he disabled all of them inside the bubble.
Glyph again.
This arm from Pango. Another Manta, another bubble, Tempest double. In a second.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. They're gonna go in. You gotta remember that he does have himself the Aegis. So they'll take out his first life. How long is this Aegis gonna, or how long is this dude gonna last for to make sure that they're able to get this kill? They get the kill on S4. They'll take out Hanskin. They're gonna look over Charlie. Charlie's gonna fall. That's 4 heroes there with Twan dying. Hanskin on the run, but Flame Break slap him down, getting the full ultra kill here for Supreme.
Supreme going ham. Like, they focus Arc Warden, but I want to see damage dealt by Supreme, and this game's done so. Like, they have no business left in this game.
No, not
Maybe
at all.
have one extra fight, 8,000 damage. Like, sure, you focus down Arc Warden, who still dealt 4,000 damage, but giving extra attack speed to a hero like Void Spirit, who has Daedalus.
What item did you
Yeah,
just
40
kill there?
seconds, 50 seconds. Yeah, bubble. Back it up, boys.
This one's over into the breach. They come roaring back. A little bit of ratting, and they get themselves the 2-1 victory over Alliance. Damn, Nande.
Man, Nande, there's some beef. Yeah, look at him. He's still talking. Yeah, I mean, this series has been wild, as we expected. And first game, a lot of ratting going on.
Yeah.
Alliance managing to, get that dub in the first game, but into the breach.
Damn. That was such a good game by Nande after the laning phase. Because that was not a great start for he died, what, 5 times in the lane?
5 times, and now managed to come back into the game super strong. Didn't die a single time after all of those deaths. And again, it comes down to Alliance positioning. They've been caught out of position way too many times. Like, look at Jibe. Pops his Guardian Greaves, holds the line, and this AoE Doom, like,
didn't do enough.
Batrider, played by Merlin, did so much. Holding onto this Doom for a long time, disabling them so that he can't jump Enigma in one of those fights. That's massive. This is a fight where I think maybe here Slark takes a fight, starts hitting Batrider with just like 3 hits and he's dead. Because he has, what, 55, 56, 58, 59
Jesus.
make it Agi, so that's a massive amount. This jump, like, it looks good. This is also a fight where they have to take the fight. There's no black hole available, there is no lasso, and then you see Supreme going ham on his zero.
He is so ridiculous on this Void Spirit. He played so well. He's going to get the Ultra here. I mean, Merlin, you said, did a lot of work, and I kind of agree with that. But 16-1-9 for Supreme, I feel like in my eyes that makes him MVP. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to choose because like Nande also had
a great
extremely good comeback in this one, but yeah, I'm fine with both of them. It seems like the team is not giving up. I feel like the shot calling is really on point, choosing the fights. And let's see who gets it. It's gonna be Void Spirit. You were correct, B-Cup. Kill participation 86%, only dying once. Yeah, Supreme popped off. He because I said that he needed to be the one carrying the game until Arc Warden comes online, and he did exactly that. I checked the score. Like 8-9 minutes into the game, he was 1-0-0. That was his score. And after that, just like flipped the switch, suddenly godlike.
Yeah. Died once in that game. His control is so good. Like he always knows the jumps and the reach of his hero. I mean, you compare that to what Joanne was doing, and I don't want to make this harsh comparison, but it really Supreme knew the limits of his hero with his team. He knew exactly where he could and couldn't go.
Way too many times. Like I feel like Alliance positioning on supports and mid, they were just like off the mark. They definitely need to fix on that. Because right now they're sitting at 0-2, which puts them in a really difficult spot. Like you're definitely not going to Division 1. All it takes is one serious loss, and there's still like a lot of strong matchups that you need to play. And looking at this player spotlight as well, this is like the second MVP of the match.
5-5-21, and I mean a lot of kill participation. And the net worth just kind of goes out of control, and that is just due to the fact that he was able to bring it back, and they gave him a lot of time on Alliance. He was able to squeak on by and find some space, right?
Yeah, this is where you break. Either you break, but Nande, we did praise him. I said that in the Monaspa lineup, he, at least to me, looked like their best player. I felt like he might be even poached by some Div 1 teams. For now, he's going to be in Div 2, playing with Into the Breach, but this guy has really bright future ahead of him if he keeps on playing like this.
Yeah, so Nande, I always love praising him. I feel like he's a very solid player, and through adversity, he comes back in a game like that, and that's a big trait to show, right? When you're able to bring it back for your team, despite the fact that you died five times in lane like that, it must have been tilting, and you could see he was a little happy with that victory, right? He was a couple things typed here and there, so it was a good game from Nande overall towards the back end of it, once he got out of the laning phase, of course.
It was a long laning phase for him, those like 9-10 minutes unable to achieve much, or like they started with the kill and then it just flipped, complete 180, multiple deaths in a row, but they kept their composure, and that's what matters, to know when you can come back into the game.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, so very well done there by Into the Breach. That gets them their first victory, and that'll put Alliance at 0-2, unfortunately, and that's just through Into the Breach and Level Up. Probably not even the two teams where they were initially thinking, hey, these are the teams that we might lose to when you're thinking Div 1 thoughts, right? Like you are probably thinking more Enigma and Monaspa at that point, but you haven't even played those teams yet, and now you're down at 0-2. But we've got an interview ready to go, and I believe it's Jibe with us from the side of Into the Breach, so we'll bring him in. How's everything going right now? Hard fought 3-game series, looking pretty good in that third game.
I guess you could say that. I don't know how good it looked for a while in the beginning. Let's be real here.
It was definitely up and down, but it was a good comeback on the back end of that third game. You guys were definitely up against the wall in that last one, and I think it was well done to bring it all the way back, right?
Yeah, we kind of surprised ourselves, I think. Just like the top lane was obviously a clear disaster, and the comms were really like stressed and hectic. Nobody really knew what was happening, because usually Nanda's the guy who crushes his lane, and we almost haven't really been in this situation before. Nobody really knew what was going to happen, but we executed some team fights really nicely, and yeah, it was a nice comeback.
Was there anybody in particular who's the voice of reason when that top lane doesn't exactly go right? Like, who's saying calm down, don't tilt, like, don't get out of control?
I don't even really think there was anyone who like became like the guy who said, all right, let's relax. It was just, we kind of continued trying our best, and then at some point I think we just saw like a good play. I think we decided to like connect to the Enigma bottom to me, who had like, I guess, had the best lane out of all of us. So at some point we just, all right, let's just go here. They use some cooldowns, let's go and take this tower. And I think that's like when the game sort of opened up for us, and like Nanda got to finish his Midas and he started feeling a bit better. I think that was like a key moment for us.
Right. Lacoste, if you have
And what about that first game? Like, was because the first game was, I would say, even more chaotic. You still managed to like kill the throne with the solo Terrorblade. I thought that they might turn it around. Like, what's happening with you guys? Like, why are your games like so explosive and unpredictable?
Yeah, why are they? I feel like for the last 4 years in Dota, I've been working on like not having this sort of random crazy game happen to me. And then I bring in this Nanda guy, and he's really fucking skilled, and it's really fucking crazy. And suddenly my games are 10 times more crazy than I'm used to. And it's it's exciting and super stressful and fun and scary at the same time, because I obviously still want to win. And like versus OG, that really didn't happen because we had 2 massive throws in those 2 games. So, you know, it's I just take it as it comes for now, you know.
Yeah, I gotta take it slowly.
I don't even remember the
4 years by 4 years.
I don't remember the question, actually.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what you asked me from the beginning. I'm just so stressed out from this series, man.
Yeah, I can tell, you know, but we've been also just watching the game and having chills from it. This is what Dota is about. And yeah, where are you guys boot camping at? We'll start with some easier questions to calm you down a bit.
We're in Serbia right now at Relog, it's called, in Belgrade.
Yeah, you guys gonna stay there for the whole duration of the DPC?
That's the plan. We'll see what happens if there's like any tiebreakers, but the plan is that we're gonna keep at least 1 player here because, well, I think we have to according to the rules. We ended up having like a majority of from some other region, even if no one's really noticing or like calling foul play like they do for some other teams. That's like the situation for us.
What are your guys' expectations? Like coming into this DPC, you managed to be in Division 1, DPC, Tour 1, then you drop down, and now again playing in Division 2. Is it like very difficult for you to shift? Like, do you feel like you guys, with the play you're having right now, with the skill that you guys belong, that you can again compete with these Div 1 teams?
We would like to think so, but it's always like, it's hard to like find the right team, honestly. Like after every season there's like someone's getting tired and want to take a break, someone you don't feel like you really should play with a player anymore, that you should swap it up. Maybe someone gets poached. Like there's always something, and then you sort of have to reset a little bit. And there's also the fact that Div 1 or Div 2, I'm sorry, is just getting harder and harder every single season. Like this tour, is there really any team that's like a pushover? Even
not really.
it feels like there's like 8 teams, and I feel like all of these teams could make it into the top 4, like literally every single one of them. So yeah, you know, we try our best, and we'd like to always think that we have the potential to make it back to Div 1 and even like make a splash in Div 1, make a major. But you can really only take 1 game at a time. Like it's so tough.
Yeah,
Western Europe.
Pretty much. Yeah, I've been, you know, watching you play Dota, professional Dota, for a decent amount of time. I see like constant progress. You said that like others like need to take a break and everything. How does it work for you? Like what pushes you forward?
It just feels like if I were to take a break, I would just go do something else. You know, I'm 29 years old. Let's be real. I have an education. I can go get a job if I'm done playing Dota. So. And if I do that, am I really gonna come back? Like probably not. So it's more like I feel like if I really have a good season, I could make it like to Div 1, maybe even make a TI and take it from there. But it just feels like if I take a break, then that's it. I'm not coming back. So I don't see any reason to stop.
That's a good answer. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. You made this whole evening very entertaining for us because it was a banger of a series, just how I expected it to be. A roller coaster of emotion, a gameplay. Glad you guys managed to get that dub in the end. You played your hearts out like it was just a wild series. And thank you for taking your time and talking to us. And hope to do another interview soon.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I felt the need to wave. Everybody was waving over there on that webcam.
No, I thought we need to let him go because he was so stressed after this series. It's like, how the fuck did we win this game? Like, they're like, okay, there was this one play, and that's how we managed to do it because they felt that all they needed to do is take this team fight. Merlin lassos Doom, and then Enigma has a clear entrance to the fight. And Nande, he talked about how crazy skilled the guy is, and we could see in this series, I think not a lot of players would manage to stay calm and pull a comeback like this.
Well, he stayed calm. He said Nande didn't exactly stay calm though, but that
no,
was
no. I mean, the whole comms were, he stayed calm and delivered in the gameplay. That's what matters. Like, your gameplay speaks for itself.
Yeah. So they get the victory there. We could take a look at the results from today as we take a good glance on over. Enigma beating Ancient Tribe 2-0, Monaspa beating OG 2-1, and then of course the final Into the Breach beating Alliance 2-1 as well. And then we could swap it over to the leaderboard that we got going on over here. Monaspa 2-0 with Level Up, Enigma behind them at 1-0. Into the Breach are 1-1, so are Old G, and then at the bottom is Ancient Tribe and Ivy at 0-1, and Alliance at the bottom at 0-2. So that is like he was saying, it feels like there's 8 teams that could potentially take a top 2 spot here any day of the week.
Top 4, like, you don't know who's gonna take it. Into the Breach, team that if they games are chaotic, so what you're looking for in a team is consistency. That's what's hardest to achieve. Like, once you reach a level where you can compete with all of these players, you're like, you know what? I just need to keep doing this constantly at the same level for like a year, 2 years straight. But looking at the other teams, like, I could see Level Up also being a top contender. Enigma, first series that they played, they looked very crisp. Yeah. And then you'll have teams like Ancient Tribe, Ivy, Alliance that it's still too early to tell, but with the start with 0-2, it doesn't look good. Like, it definitely feels like you're going to be struggling, and there's like this whole tour is stacked. I think this is the most stacked tour that we had so far in Div 2.
Yeah, for sure. We could take a look at the schedule for the next play day for Sunday. And you'll be paying for the whole seat, but only using the edge. As Level Up are going to take on Ancient Tribe. You've got Ivy against Enigma, and then Monaspa against Alliance. 3 pretty close matchups. I could see it going. Every team on the right side of that schedule, I could see winning that day.
Yeah, I think Enigma versus Ivy. Enigma has an upper hand. I think this one should be relatively easy for Enigma, but you never know with the team. Ancient Tribe against Level Up. This is going to be a true test for Ancient Tribe to see how they're going to do, because Level Up looked super crisp. And Alliance against Monaspa, you'll have first team against the last team in this Div 2 to see how things are going to go. Monaspa or ex-Monaspa team looking really, really good. They're off to a good start. This is what gives you, when you start with 2-0, you're like, guys, we can actually do it. So you know that they're going to go full force. Same for Alliance. This is where you kind of start to think about, it's 0-2. Are we going to get relegated to Division 3 that doesn't exist, but you get kicked out?
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe they have the IG mindset where you go 0-3 to start and then win the next 4 series. That's always a possibility. But I guess in this sense, you don't exactly make a major in a top 4 spot. But you do stay in Division 2, which would be nice. And if you win out the back end of your schedule, maybe it leads to a good qualifier or something like that for TI. So at the end of the day, I mean, that's what it is. And, you know, with a playday like this, it's always exciting to see some Division 2 Dota in Western Europe. We'll be back again on Sunday. So we'll be seeing you guys soon, and we'll see you in a couple days. Stay tuned. We'll be back later.
Parker's nully. He wants to jump. Look. Don't ever die after the kill. Get back. I will kill
yesterday Scream's playing off, guys. We jump heroes, no?
I will heal Merlin too.
Put a second Spanos.
I have ulti in 10 seconds again, and we can take freest fight of our lives, guys.
They will try to fight with them. They will try to fight.
We have ages still, 2 minutes, guys.
Yeah, wait on arc.
Playing midnight pulse, it's gonna help.
Oh,
I can, by the way, Gleipnir this mango. What is he doing?
Wait, guys. Please wait 8 seconds.
Okay, look. After the ages, guys. This Doom is dying from my illusion. Is that?
Dom is dead.
I'm going to Spark dead, Mango also dying. They're all dying. They wanna abandon game, guys, right now. They're gonna write GG. Okay, take a chill pill. Game is ours, don't overcommit. They have buyback.
Go on, guys, go on.
Wait. Don't